This guy is a ninth circle Archmage, probably the strongest one out there. But instead of fighting dragons or conquering empires, he opens his own restaurant. Yeah, you heard that right. Just because it's his dream. In his restaurant, there's no place for ordinary workers. Instead, dragon girls work for him, handling all the dirty duties and serving dishes to customers. To supply the restaurant, he starts a farm with strange animals that produce the finest milk and meat imaginable, along with a huge garden full of fruit trees. He has everything he needs for a peaceful, slow life. In a world where people are used to eating anything except tasty food, he shocks everyone with his gourmet dishes. In search of the finest ingredients, he meets all kinds of races, elves to obtain the rarest plants, and dwarves to secure the best spices. He even encounters more dragons guarding piles of treasure. As you can see, being a restaurant chef in a medieval world full of magic and monsters isn't as easy as it sounds. So, here's how it all started. 15 years ago, Ellison was just a high school student in a culinary school. He dreamed of becoming a chef after graduation, but life didn't give him a chance when he met with an accident by a truck. When he opens his eyes, he finds himself in another world where war is raging. At first he is baffled about what to do, but a man helps him join a group of evacuees. From this person, Ellison learns that this place is called the Rubern Empire, specifically the city of Greek, which is engaged in a war against dragons. He immediately adapts to his new situation, while reasoning himself that nothing can be worse since he is given a second chance. Besides, he doesn't need to join the military after graduation here, which brings him some relief. However, his relief is short-lived when a knight appears in front of everyone. One of them informs the crowd that, as the mercenaries have fled and they have nowhere else to turn, the emperor commands everyone to join the military due to the shortage of manpower. For this purpose, they have implemented conscription, which requires people aged 17 to 45, regardless of social status, to join the Knight Corps. Thus, our protagonist joins the military in this way. During training, he feels so devastated that he wishes he had died in the truck accident instead. After initial training, one knight informs him that he is going to join the Mage Corps after completing his current training due to his potential to become a mage. During lunchtime, he feels devastated to have boiled potatoes as the only option for his lunch, but he is startled to see that the people around him finding this food quite good. This leads him to think that opening a restaurant here could be highly beneficial since people don't seem to know what real food tastes like. He starts his military training with newfound ambition, determined that no matter what, he is going to achieve his dream here. He just needs to survive 2 years until the country defeats the dragons. What he doesn't know is that the war will continue, even as he completes his training. When he finally receives his resignation from knighthood, it will be 15 years since his arrival in this fantasy world. He wonders whether he will be able to endure those 15 years if he imagines them now. Now in the present, he has tears of happiness in his eyes, which are filled with pent-up emotions, that is noticed by a passerby girl. She stops and introduces herself as Rain to him. He informs her that he is the owner of the restaurant. When she asks if he is alone, he tells her that he does have a family member, but she loves to sleep and will probably wake up in the evening. The girl seems interested in his business and asks if he needs a supplier of meat, to which he answers affirmatively. She then advertises her husband's butcher shop, located on the left side of the alley at the entrance of town. He promises to visit the shop. However, she warns him about her husband's bad temper, but he shrugs it off, thinking that he has already dealt with all sorts of people during his time in the military. When our guy sees the butcher's grumpy face, he gets nervous and murmurs that he needs meat for his restaurant. The butcher isn't interested in his offer, while assuming that, as a restaurant owner, he is nothing but a thug who will resell the meat at double the price. However, the butcher's grumpiness is interrupted by his wife, who hits him with her frying pan. She orders him to get some Baloran meat for the customer. He protests, while complaining that he suffers because of people like him, but she still pushes him to get the meat. Then she turns to him and apologizes on her husband's behalf. She explains that her husband was betrayed by a restaurant owner in the past, which is why he is so furious about such matters. He then learns that the Creston was once a mercenary, and in return, he shares that he served in the military for 15 years. Meanwhile, her husband brings out a bag of meat, though it is not Baloran meat, and asks him to show his skills. There is no way this butcher is going to hand over the precious Baloran meat. Instead, he will only supply it to only approved restaurants. When he looks inside the bag, he is surprised to find this type of meat. The butcher, on the other hand, orders him to make a dish with this meat that will satisfy him if he wants further supply. Otherwise, he won't get anything in the future. The butcher clearly states that his standards are quite high when it comes to the taste of his meals, so our boy had better be prepared for what he is going to serve him. His demands make our protagonist quite nervous, which prompts a taunt from the butcher, asking if he is scared. The next moment, the butcher is hit hard by his wife, who apologizes on his behalf. However, our boy shakes off her concern while confidently stating that he is going to treat him anyway, which startles her a little. He then asks them to join him that evening at his restaurant for dinner. She is reluctant, while seeing that he is going to make the meal with the meat her husband offered, but he shakes it off by saying that this meat is enough to prepare a good meal. When he leaves, she is still nervous, thinking about how our guy is going to make a meal with on Uba belly fat. In this world where our boy has arrived, animals and livestock are called by different names. The meat he got is none other than pork belly fat. He checks the meat and realizes that it is of really good quality. Creston has given him this meat because in this world, the cheapest meat is pork, and the belly part is the cheapest of all. He doesn't understand why the people of this world dislike pork, but it is perfect for him to make grilled pork belly, especially since it comes at a lower price. Then he ignites a fire spell and starts his meal preparation. On the other side, Creston and Rain are having an argument regarding Creston's behavior towards our boy, especially his new principle of providing meat only to approved restaurants. For a while they argue, but she eventually concludes that his behavior is nothing but a way to test Ellison's cooking skills, which he confirms. The scene flashes back to the wartime, where many soldiers try to fight back against the monsters, but decide to retreat as they are outnumbered. One of them is stuck, his leg injured and unable to escape. The monster is about to get him, but before it happens, our boy helps him by attacking the monster with a Surl Blade spell. Everyone is overjoyed to see him as their savior. Back in the present, our Archmage is using that same spell in his kitchen. Essentially, the effectiveness of the spell depends on how the user applies it, and now he is using it to cut his meat so that the seasoning penetrates deeper into it. The next moment, the couple enters the restaurant and is welcomed by our boy. Rain compliments the cleanliness of the restaurant, which makes her husband grumpy. She sweetly shows him her frying pan to remind him to behave. Inside the kitchen, he is preparing his grilling session. He greases the grill so the meat stays moist for a longer time. Afterwards, he adjusts the heat while turning the sides. During cooking, he sprinkles some salt and cooks it a little more. Then he cuts the meat into small pieces and prepares a salad alongside it, as the locals are not familiar with wrapping dishes. To avoid any issues, especially given Creston's pickiness, he skips that part. Finally, he serves the meal to his guests, who are in awe of the platter. As soon as Rain tries it, she is surprised to discover that it really is pork, as it goes so well with the salad. He is glad to hear her feedback. At that moment, he hears Creston state that he is going to supply meat to him. Turning to look, he notices Creston's plate is empty, though the butcher remains grumpy, claiming he is out of pork meat. Then he asks whether Creston is satisfied. Creston answers grumpily that he is not satisfied and wants more. His demand is immediately controlled by his wife, who orders him to give Ellison an honest review. Creston then seriously tells him that it is the best pork meat he has ever had. Now he declares that he will supply Ellison with the best pork in the entire empire. They proceed to make a deal for future supplies, though Creston demands more food, to which Ellison happily complies. He successfully wraps up today's business when our heroine finally decides to wake up, drawn by the delicious smell of the food. Our guy's restaurant is going steady for his first week, receiving constant orders for pork belly. Not only this, every customer leaves the restaurant cleaning their plates and satisfied. At the end of the day, he wonders whether he should close the restaurant now. While checking, he notices that his stock of spices is running low, and he is out of pepper. In this ancient world, where trade is difficult, spices are precious ingredients, and their quality is not up to par with the modern world. He takes out a coin from his pocket and comes up with a wonderful solution to his problem. He then summons the ingredients from the modern world. He accidentally discovered this magic while trying to find his way back to the modern world, but he is glad to have found it, despite the limitation on the size and weight of the ingredients he can summon. He sends out the gold coins out of guilt to the modern world, as he feels like he is taking the ingredients without the owner's permission. While pouring his spices into the jar, he thinks about how he can't summon food like meat, eggs, or fresh items, as when he summons them, they all turned out spoil. Not only this, but one of the great disadvantages of this magic is that it is quite tiring. Then he decides to treat himself with the beer which he has initially summoned. When he opens his fridge and finds it empty, he immediately understands that it is the work of our dragon girl. He immediately goes to the girl and scolds her, not only for drinking all of his beer but also for not having the grace to clean up after herself. She scoffs while telling him that it's revenge for not leaving her any good meal. Then she reminds him that she is the great black dragon, Lurin, and she is not going to stoop low to do something like cleaning. At that, he hits her lightly while trying to get her to peel the vegetables and clean up afterward, which raises a feeble protest from her, saying that she is a dragon. He looks at her and thinks about the time she was left orphaned when her mother died and got caught up in the dragon war. So, he decides to take care of her now that she has taken a human form. Though she is 100 years old, she is still young and immature by the standards of dragons. He then promises her that he will treat her to Salisbury steak if she finishes her work, which makes her happy. He is then approached by Creston, who demands some kind of drink to go with his meal. He checks the fridge where all of the beers were drunk by our girl, and takes out another bottle. To eliminate suspicion, he pours this drink into a different bottle. When he serves it to Creston, he is curious about the drink and asks if it is water. He explains that the drink is called soju and will complement the dish. The butcher has a quite satisfied expression on his face while having his meal with the drink. He compliments our boy, while saying that how good of a chef he is, as he has completely changed the taste of the meat with just one drink. Afterwards, he requests another drink, which is served to him. Meanwhile, our chef notices that Creston's mood is different today. For a while, he keeps having drink after drink, and our boy finally tries to stop him from taking more, as this drink is quite strong. But Creston demands more, and curious, our guy asks what happened exactly. Creston reveals that he suspects his wife is seeing someone else, as she always dresses fancy at a specific time each month. He then informs our guy further, explaining that how he followed her one day and found her meeting with his old comrade from his mercenary days, someone who was once close to him. He hits the table while declaring that this comrade never visits him, yet he meets secretly with his wife. He then reveals that she is going to meet him again today. He tries to calm down his butcher friend, as drinking is not the solution of his problem. Then Creston asks how he can cope with this situation. He starts to cry over Rain as he loves her so much, but Ellison asks him to let him help, as he doesn't believe Rain is the kind of person who would betray her husband. Then he heads toward Lurin with a purpose to do something. He asks her if she wants to go with him, then she can stop peeling, to which she desperately agrees. Afterwards, they are shown on the rooftop of a house keeping an eye on Rain. He notices her sitting in a restaurant, in front of a man who might be the mercenary Creston had told him about. Then he starts his plan in motion and asks his dragon friend to listen to the conversation between Rain and her date, and tell him what they are talking about. She then makes a deal with him to prepare her steak for this task, instead of making her peel the onion, and he agrees. Then she starts to listen. Rain is telling the man that Creston is having suspicions about them, especially since he didn't visit his comrade. This person tells her that he is afraid his friend will get angry at him if he finds out what he helped him with. After listening to this, our boy decides to intervene and jumps from the roof. Rain continues talking about some misunderstanding. Next moment, Ellison interrupts their conversation and asks them if he can join them. He explains to them about Creston's misunderstanding of their relationship. After a while, both of them are in front of a very drunk Creston, who compliments how good they look together. They try to say something, but Creston tries to attack his friend. His fist doesn't meet his face, though, as our boy creates a shield in front of them. Then he encourages them to clear the misunderstanding. It turns out the man has financially helped Creston to start a butcher shop, which startles Creston. While holding a basket of meat and vegetables, he moves ahead, meanwhile encouraging them to clear their misunderstanding while he prepares dinner for them. He decides to make a soup-based meal because Creston is drunk. Rain has given him good quality Baloran meat, so he decides to make shabu-shabu. After making soy sauce dipping, when the broth is boiled, he strains out the material from it and pours it into the pot while preparing his meal. Outside, Rain clears up that it was the man who had given her his life savings so that she could start the butcher shop. Now they have stabilized their income, and she is paying his money back to him every month. Creston thought that this money came from some lord for catching the thief. Rain clarifies that it's a lie because he wouldn't accept money from Ment after knowing the truth. Then he apologizes for not attending the opening of his butcher shop and for having such a heartbreaking misunderstanding. With a disappointed expression, Creston tries to ask why he would lend his life savings to someone like him, as it could help him after retiring from his mercenary duty. But they are interrupted by Ellison, who places the pot between them and tells them to dig in, as the vegetables will get mushy if they cook for a longer time. Creston comments on the thin size of the meat, which makes Ellison explain that he did it so it can cook quicker in the broth. Then both of them fill their bowls, and after taking one sip, both have satisfied expressions on their faces, especially Ment, who tries his cooking for the first time. Over the meal, they become nostalgic about the incident during the war battle, and Creston took the sword on his stead. At that time, they ran out of food supplies and had to eat gruel to survive. During that time, Ment had hunted a Baloran and made a blend of smelly meat soup, which was the best dish they had ever had. Then Ment explains that he doesn't have any post-retirement plans. As for him, helping his friend was the most important thing. Then both of them apologize to each other. Afterwards, our dude gets an accusing finger from our dragon girl, who reminds him that he broke his promise to make her steak. He tells him that since evening hasn't set yet, he will make her food, but she grumpily reminds him that it is already night. He ignores her and asks Ment for his feedback on the meal. The man compliments his cooking and asks if it's okay with him if he and his mercenary group, who are about to depart for their escort mission, come to his restaurant and eat. He is silent at the offer, as he will have to make dinner for the entire mercenary group. It seems like our boy decides to catch a chicken for his restaurant, but catching a chicken in this world is quite an exhausting matter. He even considers burning down the forest just to catch one. Now he regrets declaring that he is going to prepare chicken for the mercenary feast. In a flashback, it is shown that he demanded Creston supply him with chicken, to which Creston replied that it is impossible to get one because of the rarity of the livestock. However, when pressed, he tells our guy that he heard they were spotted in Lemon Forest. Now, he is tired of getting the chicken and asks Lurin to help him. She agrees to do it if he will do the dishes in her stead, which he agrees to. The next moment, she burns the chicken, prompting a compliment from our boy that she would be like one of them if she didn't eat Dragonheart, which she is very proud of. After a while, Lurin is enjoying beer after getting her job done. He taunts her, saying that she didn't do anything besides glaring at the chicken. She replies that glaring with burning eyes was a tough job to do. At that, he reminds her not to drink all of them, as they need some for the guests in the evening, as the beer will complement the dish he is preparing for the evening. In the evening, Ellison's restaurant is crowded with a number of mercenaries. One of them shows doubt about whether this place will offer them a delicious meal, as he doesn't trust Ment's judgment. Ment's junior mercenary colleague interjects, while expressing his trust in his senior. At that, he gets a comment that he would even find grass tasty if Ment said so. While they are conversing, Ellison enters with his dish for them. Ment apologizes for being so noisy, but he shrugs off his concern while saying that he can't expect quiet when it comes to celebration. At that, Miltine greets him politely while he serves them their dish. When he tells them that this dish is made of chicken, their expressions turn to disbelief, especially Miltian, who doesn't believe that such an animal could be caught by professional hunters. When they taste the dish, everyone is baffled by how something so good could exist. Even Ment's friend agrees that Ellison's cooking is great. Then he turns back to the kitchen to serve other tables as well. He asks Lurin for help since the restaurant is crowded. She haughtily asks him if he wants her, a dragon, to serve mere humans, as she is the one who have caught a legendary creature that even professional hunters can't hunt. Ellison understands that she must have heard everything with her sensitive dragon hearing. To lure her to help, he reminds her that opening a restaurant after the war ends was the plan for both of them. He emotionally blackmails her by saying that he can manage on his own if she wants. Upon listening this, she finally agrees nervously. After a while, she is serving everyone, and when it's over, she collapses onto the tables in exhaustion. He then brings a platter of fried chicken with beer, which he had saved for themselves. Both of them dig in with satisfied expressions. Ellison notices that she has not only served but cleaned as well. He comments on how mature she has become. Exhausted, she puts her head on his shoulder, claiming that she does it because it's their restaurant. He teases her, while mentioning that the deal they made about the dishwashing can be forgotten now. She replies that it's an entirely different matter. The calm scene is interrupted by the Black Dragon Elder, Metadana, who comments on how unpleasant human cities are. When Ellison utters his name, he scoffs, while saying that his name is so unworthy that a human like Ellison can even say it. He asks his purpose for being there. Instead of answering him, the Black Dragon compliments how he's coping in his small place with a dragon while Lurin tries to hide behind him. Ellison reminds him that no one argued against him having Lurin if he came here for her. The Black Dragon agrees with him, saying that he indeed came for her. She tells him that she wants to stay with Ellison since he abandoned her. He corrects her, saying that he didn't abandon her but was just a little late. He is interrupted by Ellison, who reminds him that Lurin was promised to him, and dragons don't back off from their promises. He answers that he agrees with the promise, but the rules made before that promise should take priority. Upon their confusion, he explains that it's a Black Dragon rule that dragons reaching 800 years old must reach adulthood. So, dragons who don't have their lair until they turn 800 must become a ward and head to the sacred land. Lurin was using her mother's lair, but it was destroyed in the last war, leaving Lurin with none. So, next year, when she will turn 800, she must leave for the sacred land. He deadpans that she doesn't have any choice. Otherwise, a war will break out. Our boy is quite confident as he states that this rule is not a big deal. Ellison remains fearless as he suggests building a dragon's lair. His confident words shock Metadana, who is furious at his audacity, expresses his anger. He believes Ellison is underestimating the danger of the Black Dragon's power, even if he consumed Lord Hart. Sensing the tension, Lurin tries to calm the situation. She assures Ellison that she is fine and stops Ellison from declaring war. Ellison then clarifies his intentions, explaining that he is not talking about reincarnation, but rather building a dragon's lair. Both Lurin and Metadana are shocked by his idea. Ellison, however, remains calm and explains his plan further. He says they have an entire year to complete the lair and enough treasure to start. Metadana, still in disbelief, eventually agrees but gives him a year. He then leaves the restaurant, and Ellison begins his quest to build a dragon's lair. However, creating such a lair requires a lot of money and time. Ellison's luck turns when rumors spread about his restaurant serving palenku meat. The restaurant becomes overcrowded with customers, making it impossible for him to focus on his plans. Even with help from his friends, the workload overwhelms him. Realizing he cannot continue like this, he decides to come up with a solution. The next day, Ellison takes Creston to the forest where palenku roam. Creston is confused and asks what the plan is. Ellison explains that Creston will be the only supplier of palenku meat in the Empire, which will bring plenty of customers to his business. Creston doubts the plan, saying that catching palenku is nearly impossible, even for the best hunters. Ellison reassures Creston, saying that he has already handled the situation. He reminds Creston that a mercenary group has tasted the meat before, and says he will supply the palenku meat to him. However, Ellison makes it clear that the profits will be split equally between them, as he is not giving the meat away for free. Although annoyed by Ellison's demands, Creston reluctantly agrees. Ellison then uses his magic to create a massive barrier in the forest to prevent the Palenku from changing their habitat. Creston watches in awe, stunned by the size and complexity of the barrier. He cannot help but ask Ellison who he really is. Ellison, however, simply replies that he is a restaurant owner and does not reveal anything more. The plan works, and soon the restaurant becomes empty. Although Ellison is relieved, he feels a little disappointed that not even a single customer remains. Lauren notices his mixed feelings and asks if he is truly happy about this. Ellison admits that at least now they have time to build the dragon's lair. Lauren then asks if Ellison plans to live in the lair with her once it is built. He immediately rejects the idea, explaining that his effort is only to create the lair, not to live there. Hearing this, Lauren throws a tantrum, saying that she does not want the lair anymore. After some negotiation, Ellison convinces her by promising that the lair will be built nearby. They agree to construct it in the hills below the restaurant, which Ellison owns. However, the interior of the lair needs magical reinforcements to prevent it from collapsing. Lauren, determined, begins digging immediately. Ellison, on the other hand, excuses himself, saying that he cannot leave the restaurant unattended for too long. Lauren is frustrated as Ellison returns to the restaurant while she continues the digging. At the restaurant, Ellison takes a moment to rest. Just then, a young nobleman enters and asks if this is the place where the legendary Palenku meat was once served. Ellison, tired of the rumors, explains that the restaurant no longer serves Palenku meat and suggests the nobleman visit a butcher's shop nearby. However, the nobleman insists on ordering something, saying that he just wants to eat anything. Ellison decides to prepare a hamburger for him, using the finest ingredients, including uba meat. He carefully crafts the dish, finishing it with a special demi-glace sauce and serving it with an egg he had collected earlier. When Ellison serves the burger, the nobleman is amazed by its appearance. Just as the nobleman is about to take a bite, a man bursts into the restaurant calling out to him. The man, shocked to find the nobleman in a place like this, warns him about the risk of food poisoning and insists that he leave. Insulted by the remarks, Ellison defends his restaurant, stating that the nobleman is a customer and that there is no problem with the food. The man reveals that the nobleman is Baron, heir to the barony of Greek. However, this revelation does not faze Ellison, who continues to argue. The nobleman eventually leaves a gold coin on the table, apologizing for the inconvenience and leaving without eating the food. Later, Lauren returns to the restaurant, covered in mud and complaining about how hard she has worked. She demands that Ellison take over the digging, saying she cannot do it anymore. However, Ellison, already dressed to leave, informs her that he has somewhere to go. At the barony, Ellison approaches the young baron with a paper bag. He explains that the nobleman left his food behind and offers him the reheated hamburger. The baron, surprised by Ellison's gesture, takes the food. Just as he is about to eat, a knock on the door interrupts them. Annoyed by the interruption, Ellison mutters in frustration, wishing the baron could enjoy his meal in peace. Diane hears a knock at the door, and he crumbles into panic. His hands shake, sweat forms on his forehead, and his voice falters as he turns to Ellison. He asks him what he should do. Our guy calmly looks at the Baron with an expression of slight amusement. He tells the Baron to take control of the situation and advises him to firmly declare that nothing is wrong. He says to the Baron that he must use his authority as the rightful heir to the barony. However, the Baron shakes his head, the fear in his eyes evident. He mutters that no one listens to him. He believes the person outside will ignore his words and enter regardless of his protests. The knocking grows louder, accompanied by a voice from the other side warning that the door will be opened if no response comes soon. Lauren, standing nearby, rolls her eyes at the Baron's hesitation. She steps forward and decides to intervene. She mimics the Baron's voice perfectly. Her words carry an air of authority as she loudly states that nothing is wrong and orders the person outside to leave immediately. The Baron stares at her, stunned. To the Baron's astonishment, the banging stops. The voice outside apologizes and assures him they will leave, but asks to be called if anything happens. Ellison remarks that this is precisely what he was talking about. He immediately falls on his, while declaring Ellison his master, which left him totally blank. The Baron begins to share his story. He explains that how his mother died giving birth to him, and how his father remarried soon after. His stepmother, though strict, raised him to act cautiously, constantly reminding him of his duties as the Lord's son. Despite her stern demeanor, he loved her, as those were still some of the happiest times of his life. However, everything changes when his father becomes bedridden with a severe illness. The Baron confesses that he has always dreamed of becoming a great lord like his father. Yet, under his stepmother's control, he feels powerless. The household staff treats him like a child, limiting his activities and ignoring his authority. With no one to confide in, he feels isolated, convinced that even if he inherits the title of lord, nothing will change. But today's events spark a glimmer of hope within him, and he begs Ellison once more for guidance. Ellison listens, though he remains skeptical. He tells the Baron that his conclusion is unusual, reminding him that he is simply a restaurant owner, not a mentor for nobility. Still, he acknowledges the root of the Baron's problem, which is a lack of confidence. Our guy observes that the Baron has been deliberately stifled, preventing him from acting independently or asserting himself. He offers simple but firm advice. He tells the Baron to meet people's eyes when he speaks, and to take responsibility for his words and actions. He explains that being a good lord means carefully listening to others, thinking deeply, and making decisions that feel right. If the decision turns out to be beneficial, it's a success. If not, the Baron must own up to the consequences and learn from them. Before he can say anything more, Ellison gets up and casually mentions that his hamburger is getting cold. Left alone, the Baron reflects deeply on the advice he has received. As he takes a bite of the hamburger, something clicks in his mind. Meanwhile, Ellison and Lurin teleport outside the city. Lurin, curious, asks why he went out of his way to help the Baron. Ellison pulls out a gold coin and explains that it's just business. The coin is worth 100,000 runes, far more than the cost of a hamburger. Lurin stares at the coin in shock, unable to believe someone would pay such an amount. Ellison shrugs, explaining that for such a price, proper service is expected. He hopes the Baron becomes a regular customer, but Lurin frowns at the idea, grumbling that it would mean fewer hamburgers for her. Meanwhile, at a clinic on the outskirts of the city, the elf doctor Elena shares her struggles with Rain, a close friend. She explains how she left her homeland to help people, but now faces prejudice and objectification. Many patients come not for treatment but to see an elf. Elena recounts how some accuse her of seduction, while others treat her as a spectacle. These experiences leave her feeling unwelcome, despite her dedication to healing others. Rain listens patiently and asks if Elena still enjoys her work. Elena admits that she does, though the challenges weigh on her. She encourages her to focus on what she loves and suggests visiting a restaurant on the hillside. She assures Elena that the experience might change her perspective and help her find reasons to appreciate her current life. At the same time, our boy is working on Lair while Creston has introduced him to his nephew and informed him about the arrival of Elena at his restaurant. Back at the restaurant, our guy walks in to find an unexpected scene. Elena is kneeling before Lurin. She, with a confident smirk, declares that Elena must serve her as a subordinate to earn forgiveness. Ellison freezes, his fists clenching in anger. He demands to know what Lurin is doing to their customer. A few minutes earlier, Lurin is lying on a table in the restaurant when the door opens. Elena enters, looking around cautiously, and asks if anyone is there. Lurin gets up to greet her and mentions that the owner isn't around at the moment. However, her attention quickly shifts as she asks Elena if she is an elf. Lurin, observing her closely, comments that elves are truly beautiful and that such praise isn't an exaggeration. Feeling awkward, she responds with a polite compliment, saying that Lurin is beautiful as well and looks much younger than her. This remark makes Lurin's expression darken. She gives a dangerous smile and asks if Elena is suggesting she looks young. She explains that, while she might be considered young among her own kind, she is much older than Elena, and asks sharply who has given her permission to speak so casually. Suddenly, the air in the room turns heavy and terrifying, filling Elena with fear. Overwhelmed, she collapses to the ground, unable to withstand the oppressive atmosphere. It is this tense scene that our guy encounters as he returns to the restaurant. After dealing with Lurin, he opens the door for the guest, apologizing for the earlier commotion and welcoming them inside. Lurin, now nursing a bump on her head, cries miserably after being scolded by Ellison. Watching this, Elena feels confused and shocked. She can hardly believe her eyes. In her mind, she questions whether the young girl in front of her is truly a dragon. Dragons are creatures of immense power, feared by all. They are known as living disasters capable of destroying entire villages with ease. To see one acting like a child is beyond her understanding. While Elena is still trying to process the situation, she cautiously asks our guy if he is really human. He hesitates at first, but soon realizes Lurin must have revealed her identity. In a low voice, he admits that he is human and confirms that the girl is indeed a dragon. He asks her to keep this information a secret, explaining that it is a complicated situation. Elena assures him that she has no intention of provoking a dragon, as she values her life too much. Ellison tries to reassure her that she wouldn't be harmed in this place, but he can tell the first impression has gone terribly wrong. Changing the subject, he asks if she is the elf council member recommended by Rain. Elena confirms this, and our guy feels a growing sense of unease. He imagines how bad the situation looks from her perspective. If this were Earth, he thinks, the restaurant would have received harsh criticism for its hospitality. Elena, sensing the shift in tone, mentions that she has heard good things about the restaurant's vegetable dishes. Ellison, eager to improve her experience, focuses on his professionalism. He asks if she has any dietary restrictions, and she explains that while it isn't for moral reasons, her body can't digest meat. With this in mind, our guy goes to the kitchen to prepare something suitable. After considering various options, he decides on a pasta dish. He carefully sautés onions, garlic, and mushrooms in hot oil, layering flavors with salt, sugar, and spices. As the sauce thickens, he boils the spaghetti, reserving some of the water to help blend the sauce perfectly. Once the dish is ready, he serves it to Elena, assuring her there is no meat in the meal. Elena's face lights up as she takes her first bite. The flavors are unlike anything she has ever tasted before. She is amazed and thinks about how she has only eaten raw vegetables in the past. The pasta is so delicious that she quickly finishes it, savoring every bite. Our guy notices her enthusiasm and approaches her with a lighthearted remark about how much she seems to enjoy the meal. Embarrassed, Elena covers her face, admitting that it has been so good she can't stop herself. He hands her a napkin and tells her there is no need to apologize, expressing his happiness that she likes the food. She explains that she doesn't visit restaurants often. Her presence attracts too much attention in the city, and most restaurants don't offer proper vegetarian options. Even when they do, the dishes are usually just blend meal. Her expression brightens as she admits that her perspective has changed after eating here. She thanks Rain for recommending the restaurant, adding that the meal is one of the most delicious things she has ever tasted. Our guy feels relieved, glad to have redeemed the restaurant's reputation in her eyes. However, their conversation is interrupted when Creston suddenly stands up, his voice filled with anger. Creston demands to know what Nellen has just said, and Nellen repeats himself, revealing that he has discovered he isn't related to his mother by blood. The atmosphere grows tense as Nellen explains how the news has shaken him. Creston tries to reason with him, while pointing out that his mother has worked tirelessly to raise him, even after losing her husband. He emphasizes that it is noble of her to care for a child who isn't her own. Nellen's voice trembles as he acknowledges his mistakes. He confesses that he has been so upset earlier that he has refused to eat the lunch she prepared and has insulted her in anger. Hearing this, Creston becomes furious and grabs him by the collar. He scolds Nellen harshly, reminding him that some things should never be said. The situation becomes so heated that Ellison has to step in to de-escalate it. Just as things are beginning to calm down, Rain bursts into the room, her face pale with panic. She announces that the mine has collapsed and that Nellen's mother is trapped inside. Nellen asks Rain what happened to his mother. Rain, still in shock, replies that she isn't entirely sure but thinks Nellen's mother went into the mine looking for him. Overwhelmed with guilt and worry, Nellen can no longer hold himself back and rushes toward the mine, determined to save her. Ellison and Elena follow him closely, hoping to assist. When they arrive, the scene is chaotic. People are trying to restrain Nellen, who is desperate to throw himself into the dangerous mine to rescue his mother. They plead with him to calm down, warning that the mine could collapse again. Just then, Ellison and Elena arrive, and Ellison quickly steps in, while urging everyone to stay calm. He promises that they will go inside and rescue Nellen's mother. The onlookers immediately try to stop them, warning Ellison that entering the mine is too dangerous. They explain that another collapse is unpredictable and could cost lives. Ellison firmly insists that this is an emergency. He explains that Elena is a healer and there may be people inside who are unable to move or need medical attention. After much convincing, the crowd reluctantly allows the two of them to enter. As they make their way deeper into the mine, Elena expresses her gratitude to Ellison for risking himself to help. She acknowledges the danger and tells him he doesn't have to do this. Suddenly, the mine shakes and rocks begin to fall. However, Ellison calmly uses magic to shield them from harm, creating a protective barrier. Ellison explains that, in his younger days, he was a successful magician but has since retired. Curious, he asks Elena why she has decided to risk her life by entering the collapsing mine. He points out that she could have stayed in her clinic in Greek City, where it was much safer. Elena hesitates before answering, but before she can explain, they reach a fork in the path. Realizing that they don't have time to search both paths, Ellison begins chanting a spell. Light spirits appear and illuminate the dark mine, splitting into two groups to explore both paths. Elena, amazed by the sight, watches as the spirits lead them to a group of injured workers. One of the workers, seeing the glowing lights, panics and thinks he is hallucinating. However, Ellison and Elena arrive just in time to assure him that help is real. They find that the workers' injuries are not too severe. Using her healing spells, Elena quickly treats them, and the workers are able to leave the mine safely. Ellison's magic assists in clearing the path and moving heavy rocks, while Elena continues healing those in need. The rescued workers are transported outside, but Nellen's mother is still missing. Pressing on, Ellison and Elena finally find her lying unconscious on the ground. Elena immediately assesses her injuries and realizes they are serious. She uses a stronger healing spell, pouring all her energy into saving her. A gentle green light envelops the area, indicating the powerful magic at work. Meanwhile, outside the mine, Rain is overcome with worry and cries uncontrollably, fearing for Nellen's mother. Creston tries to comfort her, reassuring her that Elena's healing magic is strong and effective. Ellison also reassures Nellen, who is frozen in fear, that his mother is out of danger thanks to Elena's efforts. Exhausted but determined, Elena trembles as she explains that the head injury has been healed and that the wound near the eye is not too serious. She predicts that Nellen's mother will regain her vision once the bandages are removed. As Nellen looks at his mother, his guilt overwhelms him. He notices the basket of breakfast she had lovingly prepared for him, which he had cruelly rejected earlier. He regrets his harsh words, blaming himself for her current state. Suddenly his mother stirs and calls out weakly, asking if Nellen is there. Hearing her voice, Nellen bursts into tears. He kneels beside her, apologizing profusely for his earlier behavior, confessing that he feared his cruel words would be the last thing she ever heard from him. Tears stream down her face as she responds, relieved to hear him call her mom again. She assures him that she is just grateful he is safe and that nothing else matters. Watching this emotional reunion, Elena reflects on her journey. She shares with Ellison that she once considered leaving her clinic and returning to her hometown. She had been disheartened by bad experiences and the lack of trust she often faced. However, she reveals that Rain encouraged her to find reasons to love the place she had grown to resent. Elena explains that human lives, though shorter than those of elves, are filled with intense emotions that are both inspiring and exhausting. Despite her doubts, she has come to admire their sincerity and passion. She admits that, ironically, these very qualities are what led her to open her clinic and stay. Then she smiles faintly, admitting that she has even discovered something else she likes about humans, which is their ability to make delicious food. Before she can finish speaking, exhaustion overtakes her, and she nearly collapses. Fortunately, Ellison catches her just in time. The atmosphere becomes awkward as Ellison transfers magical energy to her, helping her regain her strength. She feels the energy flow through her body and is astonished by the technique, recognizing it as magic typically associated with elves. When she asks about it, Ellison quickly explains that he learned it from a friend named Beedon. Hearing the name, Elena is stunned. She realizes that Beedon is the legendary elven hero and asks how Ellison knows him. To avoid a complicated explanation, Ellison simply states that he used to be a well-known magician in his prime. Meanwhile, back at the restaurant, Lurin is inside her lair, digging a hole with great frustration. She grumbles about how unfair it is that Ellison left her behind with such a task, especially since she isn't allowed to use magic in front of others. Just as her complaints reach their peak, a sudden burst of water sprays out, drenching her completely. Ellison returns to the cave to find it in complete chaos. The ground is covered in mud, and the entire area looks like a battlefield. Lurin, standing in the center of it all, is covered head to toe in dirt, but seems strangely proud of herself. When Ellison asks her what happened, she explains that water started spouting from the ground, and she dug deeper to find its source. Though furious at the scene before him, Ellison tries to hold back his anger, reminding himself that Lurin did not do this out of malice. Looking at the evidence, he quickly understands that she must have struck an underground water vein while digging. He points out that it is impossible to see where the water comes from, even with magic, and that she has dug far deeper than expected. Ellison reminds her of their earlier discussion about reinforcing the cave walls to avoid collapse. Lurin, unbothered by his frustration, confidently replies that she has not forgotten. She claims that the cave remains standing because of her barriers. Despite her assurance, Ellison knows the cave structure needs stronger reinforcements and begins summoning his magic. He releases a large amount of magical energy, creating a massive spell to stabilize the walls. Lurin, watching him, quickly warns him to restrain his power. She reminds him that if he loses control, he might end up blowing up the entire mountain. Ellison listens to her and carefully adjusts his spell, ensuring the magic reinforces the cave safely. Meanwhile, Lurin casts her own spell to strengthen the cave further, adding an extra layer of support to keep it from collapsing. Once the reinforcement is complete, a loud sound echoes through the cave, and water suddenly bursts from the ground with even more force. Ellison carefully observes it and realizes that Lurin has indeed struck an underground water vein. He identifies the water as coming from a natural hot spring, its warmth rising through the earth. Before Ellison can stop her, Lurin immediately jumps into the water, trying to warm herself. She shouts that it feels too hot and panics, thinking she is about to be boiled alive. Ellison, watching her, scolds her for rushing into things without thinking first. He decides to take control of the situation and uses magic to reshape the ground. Pressing his hand to the earth, he forms a smooth, natural basin where the water can collect. The pool begins to take shape, filling with clean, warm water as the hot spring stabilizes. Once the basin is complete, Ellison removes the upper part of the barrier to allow the spring water to flow freely. Without hesitation, he picks up Lurin and tosses her back into the water. Lurin shrieks in protest as she falls, but once submerged, she realizes the water is surprisingly pleasant. It is warm and soothing, not too hot at all. Ellison, having adjusted the temperature earlier, calmly joins her in the hot spring after removing his outer coat. As they settle into the water, Lurin grows curious and asks where Ellison went earlier. She mentions seeing him disappear and wants to know what he was doing. Ellison explains that the mine collapsed and he had to go rescue people. However, Lurin focuses on whether or not he was with the elf, ignoring the seriousness of the situation. Ellison admits that he needed the elf's help because he is not skilled in healing magic. Lurin, however, sulks at his response and turns her back to him, muttering to herself. She complains that while he was off with someone else, she had been stuck digging through the cave alone. She also admits that she dislikes elves and most other races, except for dragons. Ellison realizes that Lurin is jealous and tries to lighten the mood. Using magic, he prepares a cup of hot cocoa and hands it to her. Despite her sulking, Lurin cannot resist the drink and takes it, immediately delighted by the taste. Seeing her mood improve, Ellison makes a cup for himself as well. As they sit together in the warm water, sipping their cocoa, Ellison begins to speak. He explains that cocoa powder comes from cacao beans, and that making it is not as simple as it seems. It requires harvesting, drying, roasting, and grinding, each step demanding effort and care. He points out that many people work hard to produce something as seemingly simple as cocoa powder. He continues, reflecting on his own abilities. Though he has enough magical power to destroy an entire mine, he admits that he cannot heal the injured. He also struggles to find basic ingredients for the restaurant without Creston's help. Even creating spaces like the Dragon Cave requires collaboration with dwarves who can construct the physical structure. Ellison tells Lurin that people, no matter their race or abilities, have their own strengths and weaknesses. He reminds her that dragons cannot handle everything on their own, and this does not make them any less valuable. Lurin listens quietly, and though she still looks stubborn, she begins to understand what he is trying to say. After a moment, she responds that she still treats him differently. To her, Ellison is special, and no one else compares. Elsewhere, far from the cave, a group of mercenaries finds themselves in serious trouble. They are on an escort mission but are ambushed by bandits. Despite their best efforts to fight back, the mercenary leader, Ment, is defeated. He is dragged off a cliff by one of the bandits, falling into the darkness below. Back at the restaurant, Ellison has decided to close for the day to focus on other tasks. Lurin notices the closed sign and asks him why the restaurant is not open. Ellison explains that the other day, they enjoyed hot cocoa, but did not have any milk to go with it. This made him realize that they need a reliable source of ingredients to keep the restaurant running smoothly. Ellison shares his plan to build a farm to raise baronerics, a type of livestock that can provide milk. He mentions that baronerics are found downstream along the Barent River. Upon hearing that they need to teleport downstream to the Barent River, Lurin looks confused. She reminds Ellison that she cannot teleport to places she has never been before. Lurin points out that the last time she managed to teleport successfully was because she followed the scent of his cooking to the Lord's castle. Ellison insists that he has given her the general location and tells her to trust her instincts. Reluctantly, Lurin agrees, and they teleport to the lower reaches of the river. When they arrive, both of them are in free fall from mid-air. Despite the situation, they start arguing. Ellison shouts at Lurin, asking why a dragon would be afraid of falling and telling her to use her wings. Lurin clings to Ellison's neck, screaming that she refuses to transform into her dragon form, even if it means she'll die. For reasons unknown, she completely refuses to use her dragon abilities. Ellison doesn't push the matter further and uses magic to land them safely on the ground. Once they touch down, Lurin stares wide-eyed at the massive river in front of her. Ellison explains that it's the sea, and Lurin blushes with embarrassment. Ellison, however, reminds her of their task, catching about 10 baronerics. To make things interesting, he announces that whoever catches fewer will have to wash the dishes for the day. Lurin, determined not to lose, grumbles but agrees. Meanwhile, back at the restaurant, 3 loyal customers are sitting outside the door, looking as if they are moments away from starving to death. Unable to survive without Ellison's cooking, they sit quietly, hoping for his return. While waiting, the 3 strangers begin talking and sharing their frustrations about how long they've gone without a meal. By the shore, Ellison and Lurin find the baronerics grazing peacefully. Thanks to Lurin's dragon heritage, she uses mind manipulation to guide the creatures into a makeshift fence without much trouble. Ellison comments that the fence will work for now, but he plans to build a proper sleeping area for them later. With the baronerics secured, Ellison decides they should head back to the restaurant. When they arrive at the restaurant, Ellison is startled to see the 3 customers still waiting outside. They look ready to collapse from hunger. Thankfully, Ellison gets there just in time to prevent a disaster. He quickly prepares their favorite dishes and serves them. While eating, Creston, one of the loyal customers, casually jokes about what he would have done if Ellison hadn't returned that day. He says they would have dug 3 graves right next to the restaurant and marked the cause of death as starvation. Ellison shakes his head in disbelief at Creston's dark humor. Meanwhile, Lurin, who lost their earlier bet, is busy washing plates in the kitchen. While she works, Creston notices Ellison's plans to raise the baronerics and asks how he plans to manage them, especially since he's short on staff. Ellison admits that he has been thinking about it and explains that he plans to hire employees. He mentions that the meadow will need careful maintenance, so he can't just hire anyone. He decides to put up a recruitment notice and hold interviews. Creston immediately finds the idea amusing, and he tells Ellison that he's heard elves have the ability to see through a person's true intentions. He adds that as the young master, Baron needs to learn how to identify good and honest people on his own. Still, Creston offers to help with the interviews, claiming his years as a mercenary have given him plenty of experience with judging character. Elena and Baron also volunteer, saying they'll help Ellison find the right person for the job. The next day, the interviews for the meadow caretaker position begin. The recruitment notice draws a large crowd of applicants. Creston, Elena, and Dion eagerly take on the role of judges. The first applicant steps in but is immediately dismissed. According to Creston, his energy is not that high. The second applicant is a handsome young man who seems energetic and confident. Creston looks impressed at first, but Elena quickly dismisses him after using her abilities to see through his thoughts. She discovers that his mind is filled with inappropriate ideas about her. Without hesitation, she sends him out. The third applicant is a middle-aged man who proudly announces that he has 30 years of experience. He promises to create the most beautiful meadow in Greek City. Diane, however, takes charge of this interview. He bombards the man with a series of detailed questions, asking how he plans to ensure the comfort of the Baronerics, what he will do if they get sick or injured, and how he will handle their feeding schedules. He even hands the man a scroll filled with complicated text, demanding specific answers. Overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, the man mutters that the whole process is madness and leaves in frustration. Watching this unfold, Ellison feels uneasy. The trio's enthusiasm, combined with their unreasonable demands, quickly turns the interviews into chaos. As the interviews continue, the reasons for disqualifying applicants become more absurd. Some candidates are dismissed before they even get a chance to introduce themselves. Ellison watches in disbelief, on the verge of tears as the trio continues their antics. By the end of the day, no applicants remain. Creston, still clueless, wonders aloud if the salary in the job posting is too low. Little does he know that their behavior has scared away every single candidate. With no other choice, Ellison steps in. He thanks the trio for their efforts but says he'll personally handle the next round of interviews. Just as Ellison finishes speaking, Miltine walks into the restaurant. She explains that she saw the job posting and asks if she can work there. Creston confronts Miltine, surprised to see her back so soon. He asks him why she is not on her escort mission. Miltine explains that their group was attacked by bandits, and her superior, Ment, fell off a cliff while protecting her. Creston grows angry and questions why Ment never told him about this. Miltine reveals that while Ment has recovered from his injuries, he has lost the use of one leg and has retired from mercenary work. Miltine's face darkens as she recounts the incident. Even though Elena, a healer, wanted to assist Ment, too much time had passed, and there was nothing she could do to restore his mobility. All she can manage now is to check on him periodically. Lurin, overhearing this, interjects with a blunt remark, questioning why Miltine is the one looking for work when Ment is the one injured. Our guy immediately scolds Lurin, telling her to be more considerate of Miltine's situation. He reminds her that Miltine is already under a lot of stress and does not need additional criticism. Despite his reprimand, Ellison cannot deny that Lurin's curiosity matches his own. It seems odd for a mercenary like Miltine to leave her field entirely and seek work here. Miltine, blushing awkwardly, explains that she is not just looking for work for herself, but is trying to find a job that suits Ment as well. Her face flushes a deeper red as she speaks, and it becomes evident to everyone what her true intentions are. Creston, incredulous, asks Miltine how old she is. When she admits that she is 29, Creston shouts in disbelief, pointing out that Ment is 13 years her senior. Miltine stands her ground, declaring that age is just a number to her. Elena, puzzled, wonders why the age gap should matter, especially since a 13-year difference is negligible among elves. Argai steps in to explain that humans have much shorter lifespans than elves, making such gaps more significant in human relationships. Despite the explanations, Miltine remains resolute. She firmly states that she has made up her mind. Having left the mercenary guild, she is determined to find work here, even if it means starving on the streets otherwise. Lurin, however, seems intrigued by Miltine's passion. She declares that age truly does not matter, hinting at her own perspective as someone much older than she appears. Ellison acknowledges Miltine's determination and expresses his gratitude for her willingness to work with Ment. However, he points out that they have yet to hear Ment's opinion on this matter. Miltine blushes again, admitting that she has not consulted Ment yet. Her plan was to secure a job here first and then tell him. She explains that Ment was the one who taught her everything about wielding a sword, from the proper grip to maintaining her weapons. Now she wants to show him that she can handle farm work and support him in this new phase of life. Elena finds the tale beautiful and admires Miltine's determination to stay by Ment's side. However, she wonders if some of the words being used might not fully convey the situation. Ellison, after some thought, speaks up. He tells Miltine that once she successfully collects her first bucket of milk from the farm, he has the perfect dish in mind to celebrate with Ment. He expresses his excitement about working with her, officially welcoming her to the team. The next day, Miltine arrives early, eager to begin her first day on the job. Her initial task is to take the Baronerics out of their fence to graze. Approaching the first Baroneric carefully, she marvels at how calm and well-behaved the creatures seem. She is unsure what kind of magic is used to train them, but she assumes the task will be easy. However, things do not go as planned. Even a slight nudge from one of the Baronerics sends her tumbling to the ground. No matter how many methods she tries, Miltine finds herself repeatedly struggling. She is knocked over multiple times as she struggles to keep up. As the day passes, Miltine finds herself growing more frustrated. While preparing dry hay for the Baronerics one evening, they crowd around her, ignoring the fresh grass she points them toward. Sitting down in frustration, Miltine complains to herself about how drained she feels. She worries about being fired before she even has the chance to work with Ment. Just as she starts to despair, one of the Baronerics approaches her, gently nudging her with its nose. To her surprise, it seems to understand her feelings and willingly lets her milk it. Overjoyed, Miltine collects her first bucket of milk and rushes to Ellison, announcing her success. Ellison, pleasantly surprised, admits that he thought it would take her at least a week to achieve this. Smiling, he praises her efforts and tells her to change into clean clothes for the next task. Miltine, confused, asks what they are preparing for. Ellison explains that they will use the milk to make a special dish for Ment, a cheesy pizza. Ellison walks her through the process, starting with pasteurizing the milk and curdling it with vinegar. As he works, he explains the importance of kneading the curds in warm water to remove the whey and create mozzarella cheese. Miltane, watching the strange process, remarks that the substance does not look like any cheese she knows. Ellison reassures her, saying it is just a different kind of cheese. He tells her that a special dish is the perfect way to confess her feelings to Ment. Blushing furiously, Miltine protests that she has not even thought about confessing yet. However, the idea begins to take root in her mind. Ellison, kneading the pizza dough, casually boasts about how popular he was in his youth. Miltine, curious despite herself, asks if he has a lot of dating experience. When Ellison admits he has never been on a single date, Ellison, undeterred, hands her the finished pizza and offers her some simple advice. Honesty always works. He encourages her to put her heart into the dish, assuring her that Ment will notice the effort. Rolling her eyes at his self-proclaimed expertise, Miltine takes the pizza, ready to visit Ment and see where her feelings will lead her. After the preparations are finished, everyone heads to Ment's to check on his health. Miltine, meanwhile, stands outside shyly, holding the pizza. The group spends some time catching up, and soon Ellison introduces Elena to Ment. He explains that Elena is an elf who runs a renowned clinic, someone respected for her healing abilities. Ment seems surprised and slightly awestruck at the introduction. At that moment, Miltine steps forward. Her face turns red as she nervously walks into the room. In a timid voice, she asks Ment how he is feeling. Ment seems to finally piece together why everyone has come to visit him. Elena, calm and professional, begins using her magic to treat his injured leg. While her magic can't fully heal the damage, it is effective enough to aid in his rehabilitation, offering some relief to Ment. After the treatment, Ment turns his attention back to Miltine. He reminds her that she seems to have something important she wants to say. His tone is expectant, as if waiting for her to reveal her thoughts. Miltine's heart races and she begins sweating. The others look on, silently rooting for her to make a heartfelt confession. However, panic grips Miltine, and she quickly changes the subject, asking Ment if he is hungry. She suggests they eat first, hoping the food will give her the courage to speak. She reminds herself of Ellison's advice. Honesty will work if she lets her sincerity shine through. Miltane presents the pizza she has worked hard to make, arranging the toppings into the shape of a heart. She explains with a nervous voice that the dish is called a pizza, something she has made herself with some help from Ellison. She adds that it is special, and asks him if he thinks it looks nice. Ment, however, doesn't seem to understand the deeper meaning behind her effort. Without much thought, he suggests they eat and immediately reaches for a slice. As everyone starts eating, Ment takes a bite and expresses his surprise. He comments that he has always thought cheese is the smelly product sold in markets, but the cheese on this pizza is delicious. He praises the flavor and texture, which seems to win him over immediately. While the others enjoy the meal, Miltine eats quietly. After the meal, Ment turns to Miltine and compliments her cooking. He says he hadn't known she was capable of making something so unique and delicious. Miltane, mustering her courage again, asks him if he has thought about what he wants to do with his future. Her tone is serious and the sudden change makes Ment pause. He admits that he hasn't given it much thought. Miltine then suggests that he join her at Ellison's ranch. Her proposal surprises Ment, who asks for clarification about the ranch. Ellison steps in to explain that he has recently acquired the ranch and thinks it would be an honor to have Ment work with them. Ment seems taken aback, and when he learns that Miltine is already working there, he asks what has happened to her work with the mercenary group. Miltine, embarrassed, looks away. She gathers all her courage and reveals that she has left the guild right after Ment did because she wants to stay by his side in the future. She admits this loudly, unable to hide her feelings any longer. He smiles warmly and agrees to work at the ranch, which fills Miltine with joy. The others also seem happy about his decision. However, Ment's next comment leaves Miltine speechless. He mentions that now that she is no longer with the mercenaries, she should consider meeting some younger men in town. He casually remarks that it is a good time for her to think about dating since she is old enough now. Miltine freezes, unable to respond. Ellison, sensing the awkwardness, scratches the back of his head and realizes that Ment has completely misunderstood the situation. Ment, oblivious to the tension, continues talking about when he can start working at the ranch. Ellison reassures him that he should focus on recovering first and not rush into anything. As the group prepares to leave, Ellison apologizes to Miltine. He admits that he had thought her plan would work and that sincerity would be enough. On the way back, Ellison tries to comfort Miltine. She shrugs off his concern by saying that since they will now be working together, there will be plenty of opportunities to grow closer. Miltine forces a smile, saying that she isn't upset and that she is looking forward to working with everyone. As she walks away from the group, Miltine can't hold back her tears. She cries quietly, but even in her sadness, she resolves not to give up. The others watch her leave, feeling sympathy but unsure of how to help. Meanwhile, Ment sits alone, deep in thought. It seems as though he has understood everything all along but isn't ready to face the truth. The next day, Crown Prince Leon of the Loving Empire arrives in the area. Though he wears a polite smile, his expression remains unimpressed, for the rural surroundings is evident. As he travels, he notices two beautiful women standing by the roadside. Without hesitation, he approaches them and invites them to the castle for the evening. Nearby, Porgo observes the prince's behavior and asks Madrini what is going on. Porgo's expression darkens, and he expresses frustration over the lack of proper welcome by Greek city lord. Meanwhile, Dion prepares himself to meet with the prince. Since his mother is unwell, he will be attending alone. The steward, noticing his concern, encourages him by reminding him of his responsibilities. He tells Dion that he now represents his people and that they believe in him. Dion enters the room where both the prince and Porgo are waiting. He takes a deep breath, silently praying for strength and guidance from his father. At the table, the atmosphere is tense. Porgo inquires about the health of Count Greek, prompting Diony's expression to grow somber. He explains that his father remains bedridden, a situation that clearly weighs heavily on him. Prince Leon, with an air of indifference, comments that it is unfortunate. He remarks that Count Greek had been under Duke Saren, to which Diane carefully replies that it has been a long time since they last spoke. The prince adds that he has heard rumors about Saren's failing health as well. Diane remains cautious, aware of the dangers of saying too much. Porgo, sensing an opportunity, shifts the conversation. He suggests that it might be time for Dion to reconsider his allegiance. Aligning with Porgo, he claims, would secure strong protection for Greek and ensure Baron's position. Baron hesitates, knowing the weight of such a decision. He responds carefully, stating that it is not something he can decide immediately. Unwilling to relent, Porgo continues to press. He brings up the ongoing civil war in a neighboring kingdom and the large-scale irrigation project. These developments, he explains, mean higher taxes for territories like Greek. Baron is visibly shocked and asks if this is an official directive from the central royal government. Porgo, with a sly grin, dismisses the importance of the question, emphasizing that managing the territory is the count's responsibility. He reiterates that aligning with him could potentially alleviate this burden. He understands that inaction will only invite chaos and power struggles to his land. Frustrated, he shouts that he will host a grand banquet and give his answer afterward. Porgo seems unimpressed, considering it a waste of time, but Prince Leon suddenly expresses interest. He remarks that he is tired of the royal palace's cuisine and welcomes the idea of tasting something new. Dion, though uneasy, agrees and promises to serve a dish that will impress them. At the restaurant, Ellison is busy preparing food for his staff. The menu features fried rice, the aroma of which fills the room. Lurin complains about her decreasing appetite as she digs into her meal. Ellison reassures her that there is plenty of food if she wants seconds or thirds. Suddenly, a group of knights bursts into the restaurant. Their leader, sword drawn, demands to see the owner. Unfazed, Ellison steps forward and asks the knights to lower their weapons, pointing out that it is inappropriate to disrupt a place where people are eating. The knights, however, are unimpressed by his calm demeanor. One of them presses his sword against Ellison's neck, threatening him to kneel or face dire consequences. Ellison's patience wears thin. He warns the knight to leave, his voice steady but firm. The knight, oblivious to the danger he is in, raises his sword to strike. Before he can act, a commanding voice cuts through the tension, ordering the knights to stop. The voice belongs to Dariant, the vice-captain of the knights and someone familiar to Ellison. Dariant chastises his subordinates, ordering them to kneel outside the restaurant with their hands raised. He then apologizes to Ellison, explaining that the knights have been instructed to monitor the area but have clearly overstepped. Ellison shrugs it off, acknowledging the knights' loyalty, but urging Dariant to ensure such behavior isn't repeated. Dariant, feeling nostalgic, recalls the time when Ellison saved his battalion during a dire battle. He recounts how Ellison single-handedly broke through enemy lines, turning the tide of the fight. Despite his praise, Ellison humbly credits the battalion's discipline and Dariant's leadership for their survival. Dariant's tone grows solemn as he shares a personal story. He confesses that during the war, his focus on honor left his wife in poverty, a failure that haunts him. He reveals that Ellison, unbeknownst to him at the time, sent the reward Dariant had refused directly to his wife, an act of kindness he can never repay. To show his gratitude, Dariant proposes an idea that leaves Ellison speechless. He suggests shutting down all other restaurants in Greek to make Ellison's establishment the most successful. Before Ellison can respond, Dariant enthusiastically begins issuing orders, much to Ellison's dismay. Meanwhile, in another part of town, Porgo grows increasingly anxious about the Crown Prince's decision to dine at an unfamiliar establishment. The risk of something going wrong looms large, but Leon remains unconcerned. As they travel, a sudden barrage of arrows flies toward the prince, only to be stopped by a magical barrier. Madrina, a grand mage accompanying the prince, protects him with her formidable power. The assassins reveal themselves, declaring their intent to kill the prince while sparing the rest. Madrina wastes no time retaliating. She unleashes her magic, causing the ground to quake and rendering the attackers helpless. Her presence alone is enough to crush any threat, reaffirming why she has been chosen to accompany the crown prince. The ground shakes and the assassins are buried under rocks. Leon stands unharmed amidst the destruction, observing the overwhelming power displayed by Madrine, who is the Grand Mage of the Empire. He reflects on how her abilities ensure no enemy can stand against them. He appreciates her and acknowledges her as the Empire's mightiest weapon. Madrina, however, remains humble. Dion, who is watching from a distance, is struck with disbelief. He realizes that the rumors about Madrine's power are true. She is not just any mage but a 7th-ranked Grand Mage, capable of defeating entire armies alone. Meanwhile, at Ellison's restaurant, Dariant and our guy are having a conversation. Ellison teases Dariant about his habit of rushing into situations without thinking. Dariant admits that he often acts impulsively, and says about correcting this habit of his from now. Ellison responds by recalling a previous incident where his recklessness caused trouble for everyone. He laughs awkwardly, promising to do better. Their conversation is interrupted when Dariant suddenly notices someone coming. His demeanor changes, and he orders the knights outside to stop moving. He explains with urgency that the Crown Prince is approaching. Ellison, however, appears calm and thoughtful. He now understands why the First Knight Order has been active in Greek City. Ellison greets Crown Prince Leon respectfully, but remains cautious, noting the significance of the prince's visit. Among Leon's group, Ellison's attention is drawn to Madrine in an old Royal Mage Corps uniform. Leon quickly notices the uniform as well, and identifies Ellison's connection to the Royal Mage Corps. He responds casually, mentioning that he continues to wear it for comfort, despite being discharged long ago. Leon appears thrilled by this discovery and enthusiastically introduces Madrina, a Grand Mage of the 7th rank. He assumes Ellison must have heard of her during his service and calls Madrine over, eager to connect them. Madrine freezes, visibly anxious. Progo grows impatient and calls her name again, snapping her out of her hesitation. She slowly dismounts from her horse, removes her helmet, and approaches the Crown Prince. Leon, completely unaware of Madrina's distress, introduces her proudly to Ellison. Madrina struggles to stay composed, stammering as she tries to calm herself. She recalls Ellison's intimidating presence and thinks to herself how disastrous a misstep could be. When our guy offers her a calm, almost friendly smile, she recognizes it as a warning. Deciding to follow his lead, she nervously claims this is their first meeting. Leon, believing her, feels a slight disappointment but accepts her response. Madrina, however, understands that Ellison is pretending not to know her to avoid unnecessary trouble. She seizes the opportunity to change the subject, announcing that the group will hold a banquet at the restaurant. She requests our guy to prepare a grand meal. The atmosphere inside the restaurant shifts as Leon admires the space, commenting on its cleanliness. Ellison apologizes for the lack of grandeur, explaining he was unprepared for such distinguished guests. Leon brushes this off, stating that flavor is the most important part of any restaurant. Leon then challenges Ellison to prepare a dish capable of impressing the Crown Prince. To raise the stakes, he proposes an outrageous bet with Dion, suggesting that if the food fails to satisfy, Dion must parade naked around the city. He is visibly shaken by the suggestion, but Leon insists. Our guy accepts the challenge, determined to defend his reputation. For the first course, he serves a delicate mushroom soup. Leon acknowledges its aroma and balanced flavor, but dismisses it as insufficiently impressive, given his experience with countless luxury soups. Progo agrees, calling it good but ordinary. Ellison directs attention to Madrine, asking for her opinion. She hesitates, lifting the lid of her soup, only to find a message floating on the broth instructing her to deliver a passionate review. Her heart pounds as she realizes the situation demands quick thinking. Taking a spoonful, she suddenly slams the table and rises dramatically. With exaggerated enthusiasm, she declares the soup to be of extraordinary quality, likening its flavor to 9th-level magic. Her drama draws stunned reactions from the Crown Prince and Progo. Though her display seems absurd, it manages to shift focus away from the tension and diffuses some of the pressure on Ellison. Madrina, still trembling internally, hopes her exaggerated performance has met Ellison's expectations. She is feeling embarrassed of whatever she has done. Madrina, still trying to recover from her exaggerated performance, desperately urges Leon to give the soup another try. She insists it is delicious. Leon, impressed by Madrina's over-the-top reaction, reluctantly agrees to taste the soup again. He remarks that if she praises it so much, he will give it another chance. He then adds, somewhat teasingly, that her expressions are far more lively than he had imagined. Diane, on the other hand, attempting to diffuse the situation, acknowledges that the soup is indeed good. He admits that if this were not such an important occasion, he might have ordered another bowl for himself. Despite their comments, it becomes clear to everyone that Madrini's fiery reaction has more to do with something beyond the flavor of the soup. As a highly regarded royal mage, she has surely eaten better dishes before, so her sudden enthusiasm seems suspicious. Even Leon and Progo notice the inconsistency. While they agree the soup is good, they find it far from extraordinary. They silently wonder what could compel someone of Madrina's rank to act this way. Diane glances toward Ellison, speculating that the restaurant owner may be the source of this strange behavior. Ellison, meanwhile, stifles a laugh and responds with a mischievous grin. He assures the group that he will prepare the next dish and leaves the dining area confidently. Leon, still unimpressed, comments that while the soup is decent, it does not differ much from what he has tasted at the palace. Progo agrees, jokingly adding that he did not know Madrine liked mushroom soup so much. He promises to include it in her diet when they return to the palace. Embarrassed by the attention, Madrine hurriedly insists that the soup is unique. To avoid further discussion, she quickly finishes the bowl. However, as she empties the bowl, another message appears at the bottom, instructing her to meet Ellison behind the restaurant. Realizing she may have made a mistake by drinking the soup entirely, she panics and accidentally spits out the remaining soup. Coughing and spluttering, she catches Leon's attention. He whispers to Progo, noting that Madrini's behavior is unusually erratic. Madrina excuses herself and heads to the back of the restaurant. Ellison is already waiting for her, leaning casually against a balcony railing. Madrina approaches cautiously. She asks nervously if Ellison called her. Suddenly, a rainbow-colored magical barrier forms around them. Recognizing it as a soundproofing spell, Madrine realizes their conversation will remain private. Ellison turns to face her, wearing an innocent smile. He greets her warmly, mentioning that it has been a long time since they last met. He compliments her performance with the soup, but says it felt more like a comedy than genuine praise. Madrina feels both flattered and scolded at the same time. She struggles to respond, but is interrupted by Ellison, who reminds her that he had warned her never to cross paths with him again. His smile fades slightly as he emits a powerful and ominous magical aura. He says he is glad to see her again, but makes it clear that her presence violates their previous agreement. Panicking, Madrine blurts out that she did not know he was here. Ellison, unimpressed by her excuse, demands to know why she is accompanying Leon. Madrina explains that she is simply following orders from Duke Temurin, who is expanding his influence across various territories. She adds that their presence is meant to strengthen his position within the royal court. Ellison cuts her off, stating that he is not interested in Temurin's ambitions. He wants to know about Leon's intentions. Madrina hesitates, visibly sweating under his intense gaze. Ellison, however, is describing Leon's reputation as morally corrupt and self-indulgent. He accuses Leon of using his power and privilege to manipulate others while maintaining a facade of disinterest in politics. Ellison's tone grows darker as he reveals that Leon's actions, including exploiting Diane, are part of a much larger plan. He demands to know what the Crown Prince's ultimate goal is. Madrina, trembling with fear, insists she cannot answer. She pleads for Ellison to understand, saying that even under the harshest torture, she would be unable to reveal such secrets. Ellison's expression turns cold as he tests her claim. She admits that she just wants to leave. After some time, Madrini returns to the banquet table, her face pale and shaken. Leon and Progo notice her distress but choose not to comment directly. Madrina, trying to regain her composure, places a hand over her chest and weakly claims she was savoring the soup's lingering taste. Leon, unconvinced but unwilling to press further, remarks that it is surprising to find such a dish in an outskirt restaurant. His sly glance toward Diane hints at suspicion that the young lord is hiding something. However, Leon does not let the moment pass without continuing the bet. Leon turns to Duke Temurin and reminds him of the terms of their wager. The Duke smirks and repeats that the goal is to serve a dish capable of satisfying the prince. Leon's smile grows sharper as he taunts Baron, suggesting that even if Diane's father miraculously recovered and presented the dish himself, it would not be enough to meet his standards. Diane clenches his fists but responds calmly. He declares that he is willing to bear personal humiliation if it means supporting his people and ensuring their welfare. His resolve impresses everyone, including Leon, though the Crown Prince hides his admiration behind a mocking laugh. As the late afternoon sun bathes the room in golden light, Ellison arrives with the main course. Lifting the lid dramatically, Ellison reveals what appears to be a smoky mound of dirt. Progo, skeptical as ever, questions the dish. Ellison responds casually, explaining that it is not dirt but a clay-packed chicken inspired by an ancient recipe. With a small hammer, he breaks open the clay, unveiling a perfectly roasted chicken. The aroma alone captivates everyone. Ellison begins slicing the chicken while explaining its significance. He compares the dish to a hidden gem, its outer appearance concealing its true beauty. His words seem to carry a deeper meaning, subtly criticizing Leon's manipulative behavior without directly accusing him. For the first time, the Crown Prince is at a loss for words. Ellison, observing Leon's reaction, maintains his calm demeanor. He makes one final remark, comparing the dish to situations where appearances deceive, but the truth eventually emerges. His words linger in the air, leaving a lasting impression on everyone at the table. Every word spoken at the table seems to cut deeper, leaving the Crown Prince with a sense of unease. The sudden turn in conversation catches everyone by surprise. Ellison, calm and collected, holds a broken clay piece in his hand, as if it contains all the secrets of the world. Ellison suggests they discuss the current state of the Reuben Empire. According to him, the empire has grown weak, worn down by its war with the dragons. The king's diminishing authority has left the counts free to grow their power unchecked. As Ellison speaks, the room falls silent. His insights seem almost too precise, as though he has been watching the empire from the shadows. Leon's unease grows with every word. Ellison points out that the king's power is at its lowest point, leaving the Crown Prince in a precarious position. He suggests that the best way to survive such a fragile situation might be to abandon all claims to power entirely. Sweat begins to form on Leon's brow, and his calm demeanor crumbles. He mutters nervously, insisting that he has no interest in power. He claims he is harmless, content with his simple pleasures and indulgences. He agrees with Leon's statement, but in a way that feels like an accusation. He notes how Leon has been living a life of indulgence, hiding behind the facade of a carefree fool. Duke Progo, clearly angered by Ellison's accusations, glares at him and keeps stopping him and warning him. His voice is harsh as he demands to know whether Ellison understands the consequences of his words. Instead, he remains calm and composed, urging everyone to listen a little longer. Ellison raises the stakes, claiming that Leon's seemingly aimless actions are part of a larger, calculated plan. He suggests that Leon is preparing to strike back at the nobles and reclaim the royal power that has slipped from the king's grasp. Progo's fury boils over. He slams his hand on the table and calls out for Deputy Commander Dariant. The room feels charged with tension as Dariant enters, visibly nervous and unsure of what is happening. Progo fixes Ellison with a deadly stare and warns him that he has gone too far. Ellison, however, doesn't seem the least bit intimidated. He chuckles softly, his confidence unshaken. He taunts Progo, suggesting that eliminating him would be no easy feat. Progo's face twists with rage as he orders his men to execute Ellison immediately. But before the situation spirals out of control, Prince Leon suddenly acts. He picks up his fork and takes a bite of the roasted chicken on his plate. The loud, exaggerated sound of him eating draws everyone's attention. Leon laughs and urges everyone to sit and enjoy the meal, slamming his hand on the table to emphasize his point. His dramatic outburst leaves the group stunned, unsure of how to respond. Reluctantly, the others follow Leon's lead. They begin eating, though the tension still lingers. Leon, however, is in high spirits. Between bites, he remarks that pretending to be a fool has taught him valuable lessons. He looks directly at Progo, his grin widening, and comments that a wise man knows when to play along. Progo, caught off guard by Leon's behavior, hesitates. For the first time, he appears unsure of how to proceed. Eventually, Leon declares that the matter is resolved. He announces that Dion has won their bet, much to the latter's surprise. Rising from his seat, Leon pulls his cloak over his shoulders and thanks Ellison for the meal. With a dismissive wave, Leon commands his knights to prepare for their journey back to the capital. The group finally begins to leave, the tension in the room easing as they exit. Ellison watches them go, maintaining his composure until the door closes. Only then does he let out a sigh of relief, wiping sweat from his forehead. Deanne, still processing the strange events, asks Ellison how he managed to handle everything so smoothly. Ellison simply smiles and reassures Dion that not everything needs to be understood. Sometimes, he says, it's about knowing when to act and when to let things play out. The journey back to the capital is unusually quiet. Progo and Madrin walk with their heads bowed, lost in thought. Dariant, still confused by the events at the banquet, stares blankly ahead. Breaking the silence, Leon turns to Madrin and asks about Ellison. He recalls her mentioning him before and wants to know more. Madrina hesitates but eventually admits that Ellison is the man she spoke of. Progo scoffs, finding it hard to believe that Ellison could pose a serious threat. Leon, however, seems to have gained a newfound respect for him. He laughs and reflects on how Ellison's defiance is proof of his strength. Leon begins to think about the methods he and his allies have used to gain power. They have relied on fear and intimidation, pressuring nobles to submit. But now, Leon wonders if trust might be a better path forward. Back at the restaurant, Ellison surveys a small barn he has built outside. He looks proud of his work, but before he can celebrate, one of the animals inside kicks the structure. The stable collapses into a pile of wood, leaving Ellison speechless. Embarrassed, he admits that building without proper knowledge was a mistake. He laughs at himself, resolving to leave construction to professionals in the future. The scene shifts to the Miliarek, where a tall, muscular woman with fiery red hair appears. She is Serena, the Scarlet Dragon Guardian. Serena sneers with a dangerous grin as she confronts the intruders in her territory. She appears fierce, ready to punish anyone who dares challenge her domain. As Serena steps forward, she accidentally kicks a golden crown lying nearby. The sharp edge digs into her shin, and she yelps in pain. She hops on one foot, clutching her leg, her earlier intimidation ruined by this clumsy display. Her confidence wavers as she wonders how she can possibly punish anyone in such a state. The situation becomes almost comical, and her attempt to maintain a menacing presence falls apart. On the other side of the mountain, Lurin grumbles about her hatred of mountain. Our guy, walking beside her, tries to calm her down, reminding her that they are close to their destination. She questions why they didn't simply hire human architects instead of going through so much trouble. He explains that the construction must meet his exact standards, and the dwarf is unparalleled in their skills. Lurin's curiosity grows as she wonders what the dwarf village looks like, imagining it to be a marvel of craftsmanship. When they finally arrive at the village, the sight before them is far from what they expected. The gate is enormous but cracked and covered in moss, giving it an abandoned and eerie appearance. Beyond the gate, skeletons are scattered across the ground, hinting at a violent and tragic past. Lurin instinctively takes a defensive stance, scanning the area for any threats. She questions who might be behind such destruction. Debris flies into the air as a red dragon emerges from the shadows. The dragon's voice is filled with disdain as it regards the newcomers, clearly unimpressed. It mocks them, its contempt evident in its booming voice. The dragon's disappointment grows as it realizes that another dragon has not arrived, only a young one and a human. Its tone becomes scornful, belittling Ellison and Lurin as intruders unworthy of its attention. Our guy, however, remains calm and composed. He tosses his bag to the ground, signaling that he is ready to confront the dragon. His defiance surprises the creature, which is not accustomed to being challenged. It questions his audacity, shocked by his lack of fear and respect. The dragon's anger flares as it prepares to unleash its scarlet dragon's roar, a fearsome attack capable of immense destruction. As flames erupt from the dragon's mouth, Ellison activates his magic. Lightning arcs from his hands, and a powerful spell reduces the roaring inferno to a mere flicker. The dragon is stunned, unable to comprehend how its attack has been neutralized so easily. Our guy counters with a spell that strikes the dragon, burning its scales and leaving it in pain. The dragon stammers in disbelief, questioning whether the human before it is even mortal. Serena, overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events, begins to panic. Her earlier bravado fades as she pleads for mercy. She insists that she is not responsible for the destruction around them, explaining that the village was already in ruins when she arrived. She mentions a large door underground that blocks access to part of the village, adding that she has not been able to see what lies beyond it. Seizing an opportunity, Serena changes her tone and moves closer to Ellison. She wraps an arm around his neck, attempting to charm him with a playful and seductive demeanor. She offers to guide him, suggesting that traveling with her would be far more enjoyable than staying with Lurin. Her flirtatious attitude is met with immediate resistance from Lurin, who steps forward angrily and declares her claim over our guy. Lurin kicks Serena in the shin, leaving the red dragon groaning in pain and clutching her leg once again. Despite the tension between the two dragons, Serena reluctantly reveals the location of the underground door. Our guy and Lurin make their way deeper into the mountains, their curiosity driving them forward. The journey leads them to a massive door adorned with intricate carvings and glowing with faint energy. As they approach, the door emits a voice warning them to leave immediately. Ellison examines the door carefully, noting its unusual design and the presence of a magical seal. He deduces that it is no ordinary door, but a barrier created to protect whatever lies within. Lurin, growing impatient, attempts to force her way through by punching and kicking the door. Her efforts are futile, and the door remains unyielding. The glowing orb in the center pulses with energy, responding to her aggression with a warning. The voice informs that the dragons are the ones who brought destruction to their cave. Lurin grows frustrated with Ellison's caution about opening the door. She dismisses the challenge as something simple, but Ellison quickly warns her that there are traces of dragons on the door. He points out that this makes the task more complicated than she realizes. Lurin, however, is hot-headed and believes the solution is straightforward. She suggests finding another red dragon and simply crushing its head. He reassures her that he has a peaceful solution in mind, one that requires a little more patience and strategy. Ellison then asks the voice inside the door how long it has been locked away, and the answer reveals that it has been about a year. He acknowledges that it is no surprise there might be some issues arising, like food shortages. The voice expresses doubt about Ellison's intentions, asking how they can trust him and whether he's a servant of the Red Dragon. This question triggers Luren's anger, and she protests vehemently, insisting that they are nothing like the dragon's servants. Ellison quickly covers her mouth, urging her to calm down. He tells the voice that he respects their concerns and hopes to help, but he will not push them further. With the door still shut, Ellison gets to work. He starts stacking stones and using magic to create a cooking fire. Luren watches him with a mix of curiosity and disbelief. As the fire crackles, Ellison casually explains that they need food for the long journey ahead. The people inside, still starved after a year, are intrigued by the scent of the cooking sausages. They ask what Ellison is doing, and he explains that they are simply preparing for their departure. The smell of cooking food reaches the people inside, and they protest, asking why they should be eating in front of them. Ellison responds that it's too far to go back out for food, so they'll just eat here for now. Luren, now understanding the plan, pulls out a string of sausages. The smell of the sizzling meat fills the air, drawing the attention of the people inside. He and Luren each grab a sausage and a can of beer, toasting to their efforts. At this point, the door creaks open, and the leader of the dwarves appears, drawn by the smell. Ellison smirks, knowing that his strategy is working. The door opens wide, revealing a group of thin, starving dwarves. They are visibly malnourished, and the sight of the sausages sends them into a frenzy. Ellison, noticing their condition, tells them to take their time and enjoy the meal. The white-bearded dwarf takes a bite and is moved to tears, while another dwarf exclaims that the sausages pair perfectly with the beer. Ellison reflects that it's usually not a good idea to feed hungry people alcohol, but in this case, the dwarves can handle their alcohol, and they aren't on the brink of collapse. The leader of the dwarves, still cautious, asks about the taste. Ellison reassures him, mentioning that it's a special treat. The chief laughs heartily, acknowledging that they owe Ellison a great debt for the meal. Ellison, ever the diplomat, smiles and offers to share some of the sausages with the rest of the dwarves, asking about a dwarf named Geltzar. The chief, taken aback, asks how Ellison knows him. Ellison explains that they've met before, and that he needs to speak with him. The chief, realizing Ellison's connection to important figures, agrees to take him to see Geltzar. They go to the underground mine, which is dark and winding, houses a village with 20 to 30 surviving dwarves. Ellison can't help but wonder how the once thriving clan ended up in such a dire situation. They soon arrive at a particular tent, and the chief calls out to announce Ellison's arrival. Inside, Geltzar, the head of the dwarves, greets him warmly, while recognizing Ellison as an old friend. Geltzar, with his silver hair and long beard, is the wise leader of the dwarves. He is sorry that they have to meet under such circumstances, and Geltzar asks if Luren is the Almighty One. Luren, flattered, responds haughtily as Geltzar's sharp eyes recognizes her aura. Ellison wastes no time asking about the fall of the dwarves. He wonders what happened to cause their once prosperous mine to fall into ruin. Geltzar hesitates, clearly conflicted, but eventually shares the painful truth, which is the attack of the Red Dragon. The dwarves fought valiantly, but they were no match for the dragons. Only a few survived, retreating to the underground to protect what remained. Ellison, sensing something deeper at play, asks about the specifics of the attack, especially the appearance of the dragons. Geltzar reveals that it wasn't just one dragon because it was a group of them. This revelation confirms Ellison's suspicions. The marks on the door were caused by a coordinated attack, and he begins to wonder if there's a larger issue at play, something forcing the dragons to cooperate. As Ellison reflects on the implications of this, Geltzar reaches under the table and presses a hidden button. A bookshelf slides open, revealing a secret passage. Geltzar leads them into a hidden room, where he explains that the dwarves has faced many dragon attacks over the years. However, they have always managed to survive because they had a guardian protecting them. Geltzar pulls out a gem that emits a mystical blue light. The gem illuminates the space, revealing a massive dragon skeleton. Geltzar introduces the dragon as their guardian, Coulert, the noble golden dragon, protector of the dwarves. Ellison is speechless at the sight of the enormous skeleton. He realizes that Coulert must have lived for at least 500 years, and the weight of the dragon's sacrifice hits him. Geltzar quickly clarifies that they never offered tributes to the dragon. Coulert helped them out of kindness, protecting them from invaders and imparting knowledge. However, even Coulert couldn't withstand the passage of time. Ellison and Luren are left in awe, unsure of what to say. Geltzar, sensing their curiosity, reveals that the real reason the red dragons have been attacking them is tied to an ancient Mabel, which is an essence of magic, a sacred gem that has the power to create a dragon king. The dwarves have been protecting this gem for generations. That noble gold dragon Coulert, the guardian deity of dwarves, Geltzar explains that a dragon lord is someone who can rule over all dragons. It's said that under the rule of a dragon lord, if the dragons work as a second legion, no one can go against them. In other words, they can destroy the world at the command of their lord. Not only this, but a very rare dragon can produce ancient marble, which is why it is protected by Lord Kulert from evil forces who would use it for evil purposes. However, he doesn't know how many of them are needed to give birth to the Dragon Lord. While Geltzar explains all of this, Lurin has a hard time standing still as she slips into memories of her past when she was a little dragon. Geltzar turns to her with a grim expression when she remembers her mother soothing her and starts crying. To see her like this, he immediately hugs her to console her. While crying, she explains that they need 3 essences to awaken a full-fledged Dragon Lord to dominate the world. The dwarf chief apologizes to Lurin for his inconsiderate actions, as it always awakens emotions of grief and sorrow. He further explains that he tried to destroy the essence alongside Kulert, but couldn't find any way to do it. Then our boy tells him his decision, which stuns Geltzar. They have already planned to build a lyre in the Greek city, so he invites him to come with him and his people so they can build a new village for them. Besides, Lurin's expression shows he doesn't have any intention of creating the Dragon Lord, and then they will be attacked by dragons many times in the future. The dwarf chief is hesitant, but our boy interrupts, saying he's not forcing him to do anything, as the final decision lies in their hands. After a while, he asks about Lurin's wellness. She answers affirmatively while asking whether it would be better for them to take the ancient marble with them. He answers that he has set a magical trap in case someone attacks them. Besides, it will be hard for the dwarves to leave this place instantly because of the memories attached to it. When they leave the place, one of the dwarves approaches Geltzar, who hands him the food left by Ellison. He shows him that the other dwarves have already started because they can't resist the food. His eyes brighten to see his people having a feast after so long. While observing their happy faces, that scene flashes back to the time when Kulert called for him, while asking whether he didn't find this place cramped and dark. He answers that this place might be cramped for him, but not for dwarves like them. Kulert tells him that he should leave this place because they are bound to it because of the essence. He further adds that once he dies, other dragons will seek them to try to take away the essence from him, because he is the one who is hiding this essence with his energy. The chief protests against it, while saying that he can't abandon him in the essence. So, in the end, he seriously tells him that he should go and let the next generation enjoy their lives, as there is no use in standing with the will of the dead if it will stop the happiness of the living. Now back in the present, he remembers what Kulert says, that he didn't expect him to protect the essence anyway. Now, looking at his people happy and enjoying their feast, he realizes what he has lost. Meanwhile, our main characters are moving forward when they are stopped by the dwarves. He is surprised to see them having packed their stuff and ready to leave. They agree to help Lurin make her a lair. Afterwards, they go to the Greek city and start the construction of the lair. Ellison is a little worried whether they can start the construction right away because of the condition of the dwarves, but the chief shrugs off his concern, saying that they can do it. Then he asks for more sausages, which Ellison happily agrees to. The next moment, he is entrusted with the essence by the chief, who entrusts the fate of the dwarves with it to him. To see it, Lurin asks him to absorb it, which leaves him baffled as he thinks she is joking. He decides to keep it now, which isn't liked by our girl. She reminds him that the birth of the new lord shouldn't happen, to which he agrees. He has some plans to prevent it. The scene shifts to the redhead, who is crying after being beaten by our guys. Then he senses someone's presence there and thinks it's Gjard, but it turns out to be our guy and girl. Ellison happily points out that she has such a treasure, even though she doesn't accept any tribute. Then he shows her the essence while wanting to know something from her. Panicking, she tells him that she has already told him everything they need to know. He asks about this Gjard guy who seems like he might be her companion if she didn't attack the dwarf with him. She agrees with him while explaining that she was dating that dragon and mistook him for Gjarda. Then she explains that she didn't witness any gang, as she had settled there just for half a year. Then they ask about the treasure here, before she claims that she didn't accept tributes. The next moment, she undoes a spell, which reveals that the treasure is nothing but an illusion. She starts to cry while telling him that he can take what he wants. Then he understands that this dragon was wrongfully accused. The scene changes to Ellison's restaurant, where he receives guests who are Elena and Ment. He asks about his leg as he is walking with crutches. Ment explains that it was because of Elena's effort, but she declines his claim, while adding that it was Ment's own will that kept him going ahead in rehabilitation. So Ellison praises Elena, which makes our girl quite grumpy. He then asks about the situation of her clinic. She answers that everything is going well, which makes him think that it must be Rain who is using her influence. The next moment, his thoughts are interrupted by the voice of the chief, who asks for leftovers of the stew he made last time. Elena is quite baffled to see a dwarf in front of her and asks Ellison if he let them dig under his ground. They argue for a while, The next moment, Creston also enters the restaurant and asks Ellison the reason for not opening the restaurant yesterday. To hear the noises and the argument between the dwarf and elf, he decides to cook a meal for them, as no matter what, it is a restaurant. The next moment, he is serving everyone a meal, which makes them happy, especially Ment, who was missing this pizza. Everyone is enjoying the meal, and he asks whether they need more. Meanwhile, Diane looks through the window of the restaurant and calls for his master. The next moment, our dude opens the door and asks if he's looking for him. He inquires about the reason for his distress. Diane asks Ellison whether he can make a dessert that will make his mother smile. It seems our boy agrees to the request, because the next morning, he's inside the fancy kitchen of Diane's home. Diane tells him that he will find everything essential to make the dessert, but if he needs anything, he can ask. Ellison checks everything and admits that the Lord's kitchen holds many spices that can't be found anywhere else. He then glances at the chef, who is on edge due to the Count's visit to the kitchen. Finally, he tells Diane that he has everything he needs to prepare a dessert for his mother, which makes him happy. After dinner, Ellison feels disheartened to see that Lady Berna doesn't take a single bite from the dessert plate. He even supposes that it would be a disaster if she takes one bite and leaves the rest intact. He asks since when Lady Berna stopped eating dessert. Diane explains that his mother used to love dessert, but ever since they moved to the Greek city, she has become quite strict, which also distresses his father. The scene shifts to a young Diane sitting with his family. His father asks his mother not to be so harsh on their son. She replies that she is doing it to teach him manners befitting a noble. He interjects, asking if that's the reason she stopped smiling. He adds how she has stopped sharing her likes and dislikes since moving to this place. He asks her to feel comfortable here because it's her home now. Meanwhile, she suddenly realizes she has already finished her dessert while her husband is talking. Seeing that, the Lord assures her that even though they are at war and there is a shortage of sugar, he will ensure she always gets dessert. Diane ends his story to our guy, saying it was his way of learning about his mother's love for desserts. That's how his father provided countless desserts to make her happy. Seeing their efforts, she finally smiles wholeheartedly one day. One day, young Diane is walking toward the hall of the castle but stops at the sound of someone shouting in his mother's room. He hears someone accusing her of not providing a successor, even after 5 years. Then that person opens the door in his face and storms off. His mother emerges from her room and asks him not to worry about anything. Afterward, she continues to teach him manners, but her approach becomes much gentler, and they start to behave more like a family because of her constant smiles. One day, they are making dessert in the kitchen, and his mother is failing miserably while he successfully bakes his bread. Seeing her disheveled, he tries to console her, telling her that her effort is worth it. At that time, their servants interrupt their moment while informing them about his father, who has collapsed. They explain that they don't know the cause of his illness, as the symptoms are so rare that they can't determine the illness. He is crying at that moment. When he turns to his mother, he is terrified to see the utter look of disappointment on her face. Afterward, she stops eating dessert. Not only that, but after this incident, he is controlled by his mother through messages relayed by the servants instead of her speaking to him directly. This is his reason for running to Ellison's restaurant. He starts to cry while expressing his wish to laugh and eat together with his family, which seems like a far-fetched dream. After our dude leaves Diane's home, he analyzes the situation on his way back to the restaurant. He finds the Countess's behavior strange, but doesn't understand what is making her act this way. She is controlling Diane's life and keeping her distance from him. If it's because he isn't her biological son, then why did she open up to him first? Suddenly he stops, realizing something, that it must be guilt which is making her behave this way. He immediately goes to Lurin, who is drinking beer, and quickly hides it after his abrupt entry into the room. He ambiguously asks what if he collapses and she stops eating dessert afterward. Lurin comments that he might be drunk. Meanwhile, at the Count's home, Lady Berna is feeding her sick husband and tending to him when someone opens the door and tells her about some preparations. He informs her about the arrival of Count Dedrin as well, and she leaves the room immediately. As soon as she gets out of the room, our boy and girl enter it and look at the Count. He wonders aloud whether they can cure him. Lurin replies that it is something beyond her expertise. He asks whether she knows the cause of his illness. She answers that too much time has passed to determine the cause. She then asks his purpose for being there. While searching the drawers, he answers that he wants to know Lady Berna's real intentions. Then he notices the Count looking at something and understands that he is trying to give them a signal. He turns and finds a piano there. They immediately search it and find secret documents inside it. According to the document, Lady Berna is embezzling not only taxes but also resources from the Greek city. He is shocked to see the name of the person who compiled the document. He immediately asks Lurin to go to the imperial capital and bring someone with him. Meanwhile, Lady Berna enters another room of her palace, where she finds her father standing there with an evil smile. This person is Count Dedrin. Diane is sitting in his room when Ellison enters, joking that he's there for a hamburger delivery. Then he hands him the secret documents he found earlier. Diane is shocked to see that, according to them, the taxes of Greek City are being delivered to Lord Dedran. Ellison warns him to lower his voice, as the said lord is present in his home. Diane feels tense, realizing the true intentions of his mother. He wonders who could gather such evidence. Ellison encourages him to check for himself. Diane is shocked to discover that it is the Countess herself who has confessed everything. He incredulously asks about her purpose for confessing. Ellison then shows him specific magic that can only be used in certain situations, and encourages him to join him to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, Lady Berna sternly asks her father his purpose for being there. But he smiles casually, remarking that he just wants to see his daughter. She retorts that such affection doesn't exist between them. Then he deadpans about the news he heard that when the crowned prince and Duke Taymuran entered the Greek city, they were welcomed by Diane. She tries to feign her lack of involvement in the matter, but he starts shouting at her. Her father then casually says that if Diane is gaining confidence on his own, he has no choice but to make his condition like his father's. Her face darkens at hearing her father's confession, and she demands he repeat himself. She shouts angrily, but he has another plan, as one of his men moves to kidnap her. All of this conversation is listened to by Ellison and Diane. They also hear Dedran order his men to lock up the Countess underground. Diane is eager to control the situation and tries to call for soldiers, but is stopped by Ellison. He tells him that there's a chance the soldiers have already shaken hands with Count Dedran, as his father was poisoned by his order through those same soldiers. Diane then asks for Ellison's help to catch them. Ellison replies that he can catch them, but the problem is that they don't have any evidence against them that proves they're the culprits for poisoning his father. They can only catch them based on kidnapping, and if they use the evidence left by Lady Berna, she will be arrested as well. They need to create a situation in which they can gather solid evidence. At that moment, Lurin enters the scene through a portal, catching a woman in her hand while declaring that they have someone of high rank and definite status who can help them gather evidence. Diane is truly baffled by this situation. Ellison asks him to put up an act for now, as he has a plan. The next morning, Dedran visits his daughter and shows mock sorrow about her situation. Then, he asks her to follow him. However, she is shouting at him to leave Diane out of this situation, as he is getting what he wants. He reprimands her, saying that not producing an heir solidifies Diane's position as the heir because he wanted to poison Diane first. Then, he shows her that he has already given him breakfast, implying that he has poisoned him already. She is shocked to see Diane in the same situation as his father. She starts to shout, expressing how repulsive it is for her to share her blood with him, while crying for Diane. At that moment, a servant provides him the evidence Diane and Ellison found earlier. This evidence is enough proof against him. Seeing the documents, he shouts that she is truly his daughter. Then, he burns the documents while planning evilly how he is going to orchestrate a story in which she turned mad after killing her family because of their condition, and then attempting suicide. He is ready to start with Diane, but the soldier behind the armor is none other than Ellison himself, who tries to console Lady Berna. Before Dedran can harm Diane, his attack is blocked by a defensive spell. The next moment, Chief Magician Madrin accuses him of attempting murder. Then, Diane breaks his act and declares that it is over. His mother is overwhelmed to see him all right. Lady Berna is relieved to see her son all right and thanks God. Dedran, on the other hand, is quite shocked to turn off that table. Madrina tells him to follow the imperial order quietly without resistance. However, he evilly tells her that this dagger is only for self-defense, which fell while he was walking. He wasn't going to murder anyone. Madrina, having predicted the situation, summons the poison breakfast meant for Diane and asks him to eat it to prove his innocence. With dread, he touches the breakfast but throws it away. Now he knows he's stuck, so he exposes his daughter as well, revealing that she was embezzling the taxes of the Greek city. However, the table turns when Diane shows him the ashes of the documents, as Dedran has no proof to show his mother is culprit. Madrini turns to the soldiers and asks whether they are just watching and not helping. They answer that they are just following the Count's orders. She replies, while killing one of the soldiers, that there is something which can't be broken by anyone, no matter the status of that person. But a mere Count tries to break that rule. Then, she orders the imperial soldiers to catch the soldiers of the Count. Dedran is quite infuriated to see the situation and shouts at Diane. After a while, everyone who was with Count Dedran is arrested. Ellison turns to the Countess and frees her. She asks about his identity, but is interrupted by Diane. She immediately asks whether he is injured. He answers that he is all right. He sits beside her and asks the reason she doesn't look into his eyes. She confesses the guilt she's carrying and the misery they've faced because of her. She is so ashamed that she asks him not to forgive her. He answers that there is no need for her to use the word forgive because she is not at fault. Count Dedran is. He then angrily tells her that instead of leaving the evidence, she should have been confident in them and told them everything. They must accept her and help her. At last, she hugs him while promising that she won't do it again. Meanwhile, Dedran is shouting at the soldiers that they don't know who he is and threatens them, while saying that he is going to kill them first once he will be released. The next moment, Ellison appears ahead of him. Dedran asks whether he is a mage sent by the palace, but Ellison seriously tells him that he has a grand territory of his own, but he still greedily wanted to take the Greek city. So, to punish him, Ellison destroys the castle around him, making him witness the destruction of the things he had built. Meanwhile, Dion has arranged a dessert bouquet outside his home, alongside his friends. Everyone is in awe of seeing so many sweets in front of them. But their joy is interrupted by Madrin, who points out Dedran's territory. All of them see that Dedran's castle is hanging in the air, and within seconds, our boy has turned it into nothing. Dedran shouts at him after witnessing the destruction of his home. Ellison, in a nonchalant tone, tells him that he is showing him fireworks, as he won't get to see that light from now on. Meanwhile, Dion asks Lady Berna's opinion regarding the fireworks. She is overwhelmed with joy while enjoying the dessert, saying that it is the best banquet. Everyone is enjoying the dessert. After that, when night falls, Lady Berna finds herself in her room, wearing a serene expression on her face. She expresses that it has been so long since she has enjoyed her dessert. Besides, she always thought of this castle as a prison, but now she has broken through that prison. She then feeds her husband while consoling him regarding Dion, saying that she will not hide away anymore, which brings a smile to his face. Then she tells him that she is going to tell him something that she should have told him earlier. She takes his hand in hers and confesses her love to him, which also brings a smile to Dion, who is listening to all of this outside of his parents' room. Meanwhile, Dedran is getting hit by stones from his people and feels quite miserable seeing the condition of his territory and his own state. At the same time, Dariant informs Ellison that they have caught as many spies as they can, but that he should not let his guard down. Ellison thanks Dariant while apologizing for kidnapping Madrin in the middle of the night. Then he asks about Teymurin's reaction to his actions. Dariant tells him that Teymurin was shocked at first, but remained silent after learning that it was all his plan. Maybe he wants to come here to see how things unfold. As he falls silent, Dariant is amazed by the strength of our boy, who has become even more powerful than before. Unbeknownst to his inner monologue, Ellison states that he has put on a show and now hopes that the Greek city will see happy times. But his prayer is met by rain the next day. Lurin grumbles that she had just hung the laundry, and Miltine's work is also interrupted by the rain. After a while, they get a reprimand from our boy, who forbids them from working outside. Seeing their protest, he asks them to help with the restaurant instead. Then, he helps Lurin dry off so that she won't catch a cold, while Miltine and Ment stand baffled with their towels. The next moment, they are interrupted by Benin, who is craving something warm in the cold weather. Ellison serves his guest a knife-cut noodle soup made with chicken. Benin asks that he had told him that he stopped selling chicken. Ellison answers that since many of their customers go to Creston, he decided to start using chicken in his dishes once again. Then, he asks about Benin's orchard's condition due to the rain. He teases our boy that it would be beneficial for him to give up on his orchards because Ellison wants to buy them. He answers that he would be disappointed if he does so, because he offered him a price much higher than the market price. At that, both of them laugh wholeheartedly. At the end, Benin supplies that even if he stays at the orchard, he won't be able to stop the rain. Then he takes his first sip and hums with satisfaction, while saying that it was worth his effort to come there. Lurin grumpily asks him why he stopped drying her off. He responds that he has a guest now. Then he serves him a drink. While looking at the exchange between Lurin and Ellison, Benin asks whether our boy has made any decisions he regrets and wishes he could go back in time to correct. His question makes our boy pause for a moment. Seeing his expression, Benin concludes that it's not the case with our boy. He comments that, based on his exchange with his wife, he can say that. He corrects Benin, saying that Lurin is not his wife. With a serene expression on his face, Benin nostalgically tells him about his childhood love, whom he loved for 30 years of his life. He tells him that her name was Miel, and no other woman in his life captured his heart like this. Our boy asks with curiosity whether he ever confessed his feelings to her. He continues, telling him that he never did, as he thought they would eventually end up together due to the time they spent with each other. But when they grew up, she started talking about marriage. So, he decided to take her for a date in the suburban part and confess his feelings. But he never got the chance because of the dragon attack. Ellison's expression turns grim as he understands that it was at that time he was transferred to this world, and the war with dragons broke out. With sorrow, Benin tells him that he ran away like a coward in that moment. He never saw her from that point, and now, after 15 years, he spots her again. Now he is tortured by that moment and her presence in this city. While standing, lost in his thoughts, he says that he was too scared to meet her and stopped going out, but he misses her nonetheless. Then he asks him to treat his wife well so that he won't have any regrets in the future. Before Benin leaves, our boy once again corrects him, saying that Lurin is not his wife. When Benin leaves and night falls, our boy thinks about Benin, who has waited for huge lover for 15 years. He even compares his weight to 150 dragon years. The next day, he asks Rain about Miel, who has recently become a friend to her. She informs him that Miel has opened a repair shop recently and has some worries of her own. Ellison then asks what kind of worries she has. Rain replies that Miel is having the same regret as Benin, which leaves him quite shocked. He asks her about what they had discussed. She answers that Miel asked her why she wasn't familiar with her face. Rain explains that it was because Rain had recently settled with her husband in this city. Then, she reveals that Miel left this place because she loved someone, and when it was time to confess her feelings to her lover, she ran away like a coward. She had heard that he came to her with a bunch of flowers 15 years ago. Back in the present, our boy gravely reveals to Rain that the person Miel loved was none other than Benin. He tells her what Benin had told him last night. They conclude that both Miel and Benin went to the meeting place but fled because of the dragon attack. Later, neither of them faced each other, assuming that they had abandoned their love and fled. Both our boy and Rain feel quite sad to understand the regret they both have carried for 15 years. Rain also adds that Miel even refused every arranged marriage proposal because of it. He consoles her by saying that he has a plan and asks her to convey a message to Miel. Later, he finds himself in Benin's orchards. He hands Benin a magnifying glass since Miel has poor eyesight and even offers to adjust it if it strains her eyes. Benin is totally baffled to hear it. Unbeknownst to his turmoil, he asks Benin to go outside Greek City, where he plans to meet with her 15 years ago. She would be waiting for him there. Confused, Benin asks our boy what he means. Ellison makes him understand that no doubt he made a mistake, as anyone can make one. But sticking to the same mistake is another matter. Besides, he knows the answer. That evening, Benin goes through with his head full of doubt and negative thoughts. But he really wants to see her. Then he spots her near the tree. She looks back at him and recognizes him immediately. They both have overwhelmed expressions on their faces after seeing each other after so long. She tells him that she wants to tell him something from that day. He expresses that he feels the same. Then, both of them simultaneously confess that they ran away 15 years ago. Hearing the same thing from the other, they pause for a moment, their expressions full of surprise, which then turns into amusement. They start to laugh. At the same moment, Rain and Ellison are witnessing the exchange from the hilltop and are glad that they've resolved their misunderstanding. Rain asks him why he didn't tell them directly. He answers that it should be resolved by themselves. Then, both of them feel sad that the couple has regretted and tormented themselves for 15 years over just a misunderstanding. However, now they are happy. They return to the city, holding each other's hand. A few days later, Benin visits his restaurant and agrees to sell him his orchards. Our hero makes sure to give him a good price for it. Then, they buy a house in the center of Greek City with that money. As they get married, they do it because they don't want to live with regret anymore. On the other hand, our boy is also happy to find the land for the dwarves. Lurin is satisfied that the dwarves are living in her lair. She is grumpy that he would live in the restaurant while her lair is quite spacious. Seeing her expression, he remembers what Benin had told him and tells her that he will be living with her once the construction is completed. She is so happy to hear his decision that she beams at him. He confirms it while adding that he might make a passage from the lair to the restaurant. Meanwhile, she comments that she's suddenly excited about a lair. Later, she sits in front of the dwarf chief, who tells her that the lair is already 70% complete, so they will surely meet the deadline before next year. Ellison serves them as they have a tough time about building a lair. The dwarf replies that they can't repay what he has done for them by giving them land to make the dwarf village. Meanwhile, at each table, everyone is chatting and discussing important matters, teasing each other while enjoying their meal. While the evening falls, the restaurant witnesses two other people who apparently look tired and disheveled. These are vagrant brothers named Lint and Mate, who smell something good coming from the restaurant. The next moment, both brothers knock on the restaurant door and ask for a job, as they have read from the flyer that they need staff at their ranch. Ellison tells them that they had thrown away the flyer a moment ago, which turns their expressions to dread. To sense their expressions, Ellison consoles them that they might not mind extra help. He asks them to have a seat and have a meal while they discuss the work. Then he starts preparing something warm in this cold weather, beginning with the preparation of pork. In another bowl, he prepares the stew with important ingredients and adds MSG at the end. After a while, he has prepared the pork stew. The brothers are hesitant to be served meat, but Ellison eases their worry by telling them that he has plenty of leftovers, which makes them dig in. They can't believe they are eating such tender meat with rich broth, which brings them warmth and makes them happy. They then thank him for the meal, saying it's the best meal they have ever had. Ellison cautions them to eat slowly, as they might be starving beforehand. Then he asks their reason for working at the ranch. Mate answers that they love animals and are persistent about their work, even though they don't have much knowledge about it. Ellison turns to Elena with a serious expression and asks her something. She answers that they indeed are persistent, but they must be hiding something. Then he orders them to reveal their wrists to them. Finding no choice, they reveal their wrists, and everyone's expression turns serious when they see the shackle marks on their wrists. Mate shouts that it is true that they went to jail, but it was for his brother's sake. Then he apologizes for his lie and stands up, as he doesn't think they will give them any job now. When he is about to leave, his brother tries to make him stay, as they seem like good people, and they could help them if they tell them about their situation. But Mate is quite disappointed and states that no matter what, a crime is still a crime. He won't make any excuses for his deed, even though he doesn't regret doing it in the first place. However, he is stopped dead by the voice of his brother, who asks that why he left without finishing their meal. Inside the restaurant, Lurin asks Ellison his reason for disqualifying the brothers. He answers that they must have some story to tell but aren't ready to reveal that secret. Then he checks the spices and decides to summon some, as they have a lot of customers lately. But he is exhausted by summoning magic, which raises a protest from Lurin, who is worried about him. He answers that he didn't think about it until he got Lord Hart. Then his condition worsens, and he doesn't understand why he is having difficulty gathering mana. He loses control of his magic, and the next moment he collapses on the floor, thinking that even if it comes to this, he wants her beside him. He opens his eyes to see a crying Lurin, hell-bent on worrying about him. She immediately asks about his well-being. He answers that it's not a big thing, as he just exhausted his mana, which causes a confused protest from her since he's a 9th class Archmage. He tries to console her that he's all right. Then she asks whether he needs something, saying she will do anything for him. The thing he asks her to do is cook for him, which makes her shout in frustration, as she doesn't know anything about cooking to begin with. The scene shifts to the Vagrant brothers, who are shivering in the cold night. They try to get some work, but no one welcomes them because of their criminal status. Then one of them expresses that at least prison is better, as it's warm. Afterward, they are eating stolen food from someone when a cat growls beside them. Realizing the food isn't enough, Mate decides to check the trash can in case they find any food there. At that moment, a villainous-looking man and his subordinate walk out to see the brothers, as they hear they just came out of prison. Upon seeing them, they can't believe that Supervisor Rotunda is still after them. Mate is furious to see Rotunda still after them, and he admits his mistake. He has every intention of teaching him a lesson, but is stopped by Lint, who reminds him that they could end up in the same situation as 2 years ago. The scene flashes back to 2 years ago, when Rotunda was the construction supervisor and was harassing a poor girl whose husband was working under him. However, he is interrupted by the Vagrant brothers, who inform him about the collapse of Section 3's support, which caused the injury. The girl, after hearing this, runs outside immediately, concerned about her husband. Seeing his prey slipping out of his hands, Rotunda is quite infuriated and blames the laborers for the collapse. Mate explains that they had exactly followed the blueprint. Then, they daringly accuses him that the material was faulty, which caused the collapse. This enrages Rotunda, and he starts to beat them, reminding them that he's the one who hired these orphans for his site. He immediately fires them, declaring that the damage will be deducted from their wages, and later, they will be indebted to him. At that, Lint tries to ask for mercy. Seeing his condition, Rotunda becomes quite interested in him, suggesting that he can work his way into a noble's bed to earn money. The suggestion infuriates Mate, who attacks Rotunda. His lackeys try to stop Mate, but he's strong enough to beat Rotunda to a pulp. Back in the present, Lint tries to reason with him, saying that he's always picking fights with others, but this time, they need to find a place to hide. Back to Rotunda, who is furious and ready to take revenge on the brothers. He orders his men to bring them out. One of them tries to reason with him, saying that it's not safe for him to create chaos in the absence of Dedran. At that, Rotunda slaps the man and declares that he can do things without anyone backing him up. Then, he suddenly spots Elena, who is heading to Ellison's restaurant. Seeing her like this, he eagerly decides to ask her for something. He asks his men to check if anyone is around. Inside the restaurant, Ellison is inspecting the ancient Mabel, which is the cause of his exhaustion because he absorbed it. He hadn't planned to absorb it, but he needs to absorb more since he is already mana exhausted, and this can increase the side effects of the absorption. However, he intends to start now as it will take time to fully absorb it. But he decides to wait for a while until Lurin brings him something to eat. He had been confident she would be able to cook, since she's been working beside him for years. But suddenly he hears noises from the kitchen and concludes that he's likely going to starve to death at this rate. Inside the kitchen, Lurin has made burned food for Ellison while crying about how she can't give him the proper food, as he might die from eating it. She wants to care for him and decides to call for Elena to help cure Ellison. Although she doesn't like her, she decides to do it for Ellison's sake. But when she can't find her scent, she decides to kidnap a chef for Ellison. Suddenly she stops. hit with the realization that she's always dependent on someone else. She can't use healing magic, nor can she cook. Then she remembers his words, that in this world, even a dragon can't live on his own. She feels a chill at the realization that she can't do anything for Ellison. That scene shifts to Elena, who is gripped by Ratanda's man, who is lusting over an elf and claims that he has visited her clinic numerous times. He asks about the whereabouts of Lint and Mate because he plans to take care of her if she doesn't cooperate with him. Ratanda's man thinks that she might not know about these brothers who just got out of prison, but she says that she does. The next moment she activates her magic, claiming that she isn't going to tell him anyway. He is furious to see her run away and intends to catch her, but his face is met by Mate's punch, who can't hide anymore. He apologizes to his brother, who is also ready with a stick to fight back. He consoles his brother, while saying that now they can warm themselves up this winter because of his decision to fight. Elena asks their purpose for being there, but Lint tries to get her to run away, saying that this guy has business with him. Mate is also furious that this person has attacked someone who had nothing to do with him. Ratanda, on the other hand, remains calm in the situation. He claims that they are going to die then. It seems like he has hired a Roman horde for his aide, who is a Greek city gang leader. Roman is going to teach the brothers a lesson. The scene shifts to Rain, who hears the knocking and goes to open the door. She finds Lauren there, who wants to know the location of Elena's clinic. Outside, Mate is fighting with Roman with all his might but is getting the lower hand. Lint tries to help his brother, but Roman immediately grabs his neck and defeats him. Seeing his brother at his mercy, Lint begs for mercy while pleading with him. Ratanda praises Roman, saying he is not an easy enemy, as he has years of battlefield experience. Roman asks if he should beat them more. Ratanda replies that he wants the younger brother, and he asks Roman to keep a track of where the elf has gone. However, this instruction quite enrages Mate, who is yet to attack Roman. Meanwhile, Elena is healing the wrist of someone. At the same moment, Mate is in a dilemma about his own situation, as he is not someone who just goes ahead and pretends that he doesn't notice the cruelty of someone. He is totally helpless against Roman's power and wonders if he had endured it 2 years ago, things might have been quite different. But suddenly, there is our heroine, who comes here tracing the elf's scent and asks for her help. Elena replies that she is not in a condition to help. As soon as Roman senses that Lauren is not some ordinary girl, he backs off and leaves Lint and Mate. Elena immediately goes ahead to heal him. Ratanda is quite baffled by the situation and orders his men to capture the woman, but is stunned to see that everyone flees away. Deciding to take the matter into his own hands, Ratanda grabs Lauren in order to catch and sell her. But the next moment, she vanishes into the air before ripping off his arm. Everyone is stunned to see that. She immediately goes to Elena and asks for help because of Ellison's grave condition. After a while, Elena is shown healing Ellison while being exhausted. He thanks her and Lauren for getting here to help him, who is still clinging to him. Elena has exhausted all of her mana because of the strength Ellison holds. Then, Lauren turns to her with a jealous expression on her face. Her jealousy then softens, and she thanks Elena. Both of them are quite surprised to see her thanking anyone. She protests, while claiming that she was just moved. Then our dude asks the brothers to come inside. Mate thanks them for protecting them. Ellison thanks them as he thinks that they were the ones who saved Elena. Lint explains that she was caught because of them, as Ratanda was after them, and she got caught in that fire. Ellison consoles them that they shouldn't blame themselves for the wrongdoing of others. Then he asks them their reason for not telling him everything before. Mate expresses that it was because he wanted to repent for his crime. At that, Ellison asks whether they have a place to stay. Sensing their expression, he shows them a gold coin, which can cover their expenses for a month at an inn. Mate asks his reason for giving them money. He answers that because he wants them to work at the ranch starting tomorrow. Mate reminds him that they are criminals, but Ellison cuts him off, saying that they have already repented for their crimes, and that he finally knows who the real sinner is. Both of them are highly thankful to Ellison, and they begin to refer to him as their elder brother, but he responds that he would prefer to be their manager. The next day, the Vagrant brothers join their duties at the ranch and start calling Miltine Senior, which makes her feel quite good. She welcomes them wholeheartedly. However, that same sentiment is not shared by Mint, who keenly looks at the bruises left by shackles on their wrists. She openly expresses that though Ellison made the final decision, he does not trust them, but he will definitely beat Ratanda as well, which brings a smile to Mate's face. Meanwhile, our boy is working his way with the ancient marble while feeling quite satisfied to restore his mana. Besides, only a few days are left. He then turns to Lurin, who is behaving strangely nowadays. He asks what she is doing while observing the guests. He also notices that his restaurant has become more crowded, and there are many people whom he doesn't know. Not only this, he doesn't know what is going on in her head as well. In reality, Lurin is noticing the women wearing jewelry and asks their reason for wearing it. He answers that they do it because it looks pretty. He reminds her that even dragon lairs are filled with treasure. She replies sadly that her mother's lair was nothing like that. He asks whether she likes to be gifted jewelry. While looking at Miel receiving a necklace from Benin, she conveys her confusion regarding this matter as well. Before the conversation continues, Dion interjects by calling for Ellison, saying that he has good news. After settling down, he informs him about the arrest of Ratanda, who was involved in numerous crimes. He was betrayed by his own men, who testified against him. Not only that, but he informs him that Dedran was the only one backing him. He also shows exhaustion, explaining that every time they think they have settled down, Count's cronies shows up in the castle. While serving him a burger, he praises him for handling it well. Then he asks whether he has time after 3 days, which Ellison complies to, making it for his sake. Then Ellison whispers something in his ear, and he eagerly says that he will participate. After 3 days, he is sitting in front of the chief dwarfs in a dark room. The chief is about to say something, but he stops him, while saying that he wants to check the item first. The chief hands him the item, which he finds perfect. The next moment, he hands the dwarves a big container filled with sausages and beer. He then asks them to participate in the event, but the chief excuses them, explaining that they are going to the last stage of construction. The next scene focuses on Rain, who is quite excited to participate in the restaurant event. Our boy asks the ranch staff to participate as well. Seeing the hustle and bustle in the restaurant, Lurin comes outside and asks what the event is. He first thanks everyone for coming. Then, indirectly answering Lurin's question, he explains that it is a restaurant event in which he is presenting a quiz called, "What Did You Put in My Mouth?" To participate, the contestants will eat a mysterious dish or food while blindfolded, guessing what they are eating. Whoever guesses correctly will win a big prize. Ment points to Miltane, asking her to take the quiz first. She is a little hesitant about whether what she is going to eat will be edible. He replies that everything he prepares is edible, depending on the perspective of the person eating it. Then, he feeds blindfolded Miltane something with a squishy, warm texture, something she has never had before. Miltane gives up, and it turns out to be a marshmallow. He explains that he knows this dish because he comes from a very faraway place. Miltane likes the marshmallow but doesn't enjoy eating something sweet while blindfolded. Next is Creston, who is quite confident, but the next moment, he is out of the quiz because he cannot figure out that he is eating red chilies. Ellison is getting excited with each passing moment. Then he turns to Lurin and blindfolds her while reminding her that she won't be doing any magic. Then he makes her eat something, which turns her expression quite grumpy. While analyzing the ingredients of the dish she has, she immediately guesses that it's cake. As soon as she opens her eyes, she sees everyone cheering for her. With a serene expression, Ellison wishes her a happy birthday. She sees everyone cheering for her. Ellison explains that he thought she would guess that they were planning her surprise birthday party, but he was wrong. She asks whether everyone gathered for her party. He tells Elena that she might get gratitude, which makes her cross. She declares that she is not going to thank him. Ignoring her outburst, he takes out a box while saying that she is getting the prize because she guessed right. He opens the box, revealing an earring made by dwarves. She then pierced her ear with magic and asked for her opinion regarding it. She nonchalantly answers that it's just fine, while thinking about Miel receiving a gift from her husband. Then she smiles wholeheartedly while declaring the earring pretty, because she has finally understood the feeling of getting a gift. They then start the quiz again, in which both Rain and Mate had failed miserably. Afterwards, everyone is having the cake. When the birthday celebration is over, she exclaims that it is her first birthday to have such a crowd. He comments that it's her last birthday before coming of age, so it should be nice. Then they notice that it's snowing outside, and Ellison offers to go outside with her. While having coffee on the terrace, they express their disbelief that it's already been a year since they came here. He comments that it must feel short for her, but for a human, it's a lot. She replies back by reminding him that it's different for him as well, since he has absorbed Lord Hart. He answers calmly that he's not sure whether it will help him live longer. Besides, he didn't absorb the whole heart. Then they spot a shooting star, and Ellison encourages her to make a wish. She replies that she has already made one, which is to stay by his side a little longer, but she doesn't tell him what it is when he asks. Seeing her serious face, Ellison teases her, guessing it's something he might want too. Lurin doesn't share her wish, and tells Ellison to make his own wish. Meanwhile, in the Black Dragon Shrine, Nis rushes in angrily to talk to his uncle, Dehigma, who is sitting on the throne. Nis complains about Dehigma letting a human go free, saying it's humiliating for the Black Dragon clan. Dehigma calmly asks if this is about ruin, hitting the mark. Nis hesitates but agrees, and Dehigma scolds him, saying if Nis cared about the girl, he should have treated her better instead of bullying her. Nis tries to explain that it's not just about his opinion, but the tribe lost many young women in the last battle, and now they don't know how long peace will last. He thinks they can't depend on an old promise. Dehigma reminds Nis not to underestimate the human and warns that breaking promises would ruin their clan's reputation. Nis gets an idea and slyly agrees to follow the rules as long as things look justified. With a sharp grin, he leaves, feeling he has found a way to handle the situation. In the cold Arctic mountains, Lurin bundles up tightly against the snow, her face barely visible. She looks at Ellison and asks why they are there. Ellison excitedly tells her that they are looking for rare mushrooms. Lurin, confused, questions that why mushrooms are so important. Ellison explains that these mushrooms are very rare and could make him rich. He recalls hearing a story about nomads finding one with the help of pigs, and how they sold it for a fortune. When Lurin asks how he plans to find them, Ellison admits that the mushrooms have a distinct smell, but are hard to locate because they grow underground. He suggests using Lurin's dragon senses to help. Lurin sighs, feeling used again, but agrees reluctantly. Their conversation is interrupted by a loud howl. Looking ahead, they see a group of goblins attacking a large cat near a cliff. A group of goblins wielding spears attacks a giant mutated cat near the edge of a cliff. The cat, trembling and crying out in pain, is being viciously mauled by the goblins. It seems doomed, on the brink of killed by the goblins. Next moment, a red flash cuts through the air, which is a slash to the cat's leg that causes it to collapse onto the ground. Before goblins get the car, Ellison stands in front of the group. He has protected the cat by his shield magic while saying that even though everyone has their reason to fight, but they can't do it here. Before the goblins can react, our girl's glare is enough to make them tremble with fear. They drop their weapons without a second thought and quickly flee, leaving the mutated cat lying in shock. Ellison comments to Lurin that the goblins didn't run because of him. Lurin, receiving praise for her role in the situation, doesn't act arrogantly. Instead, she replies that she has more dignity than that. The cat, seemingly recovering, approaches them again, but this time with a slightly aggressive expression. Before either of them can react, the cat flops onto the ground and begins wagging its tail, clearly friendly. Ellison, seeing the cat's behavior, can't help but think of Dean back at restaurant when he begged to be accepted as a disciple, mirroring the cat's needy demeanor. Ellison wonders aloud what the cat is trying to say, prompting Lurin to reluctantly translate. She explains that the cat is thanking them for saving it and wishes to repay their kindness. The cat looks up at Ellison with sparkling eyes, awaiting his response. Ellison mutters under his breath about repayment. As they sit at a round table watching the two cats play together, Lurin asks what he expects to gain from this odd encounter. Ellison answers, saying it was just precautionary. He believes the cat could help them find the treasure they've been seeking. At that moment, the cat returns, proudly carrying a pile of something with it. A strange smell fills the air, and Lurin immediately covers her nose, asking what that odor is. She's sure it's not treasure, but Ellison insists that it is, because he recognizes the mushrooms the cat has brought. Meanwhile, in a distant area that resembles a battlefield, Nis, a dragon, arrives, his face twisted in irritation. He demands to know what's happening. At that moment, 3 black dragons appear, one by one. Daba, the tall dragon with long hair, stands at the forefront, followed by Negu and Hovind. Nis is frustrated, exclaims that he has intention to bring Lurin back to the sacred land. Negu, always the one to tease, comments on Nis's intentions, jokingly asking if he was looking for a mate. He notes that Lurin, who lives with a human mage named Ellison, could be a suitable candidate. Nis clenches his teeth, his anger rising at the mention of Ellison's name. He explains that he will bring Lurin back, regardless of her relationship and their promise with a human mage. He claims as well that he has received permission from Elder Metadana, and they are allowed to attack if they have a valid reason. Daba, the more level-headed of the dragons, speaks up. He warns Nis that attacking humans is strictly forbidden under the treaty, a rule meant to protect human life. He explains that the only exception is if the humans have killed dragons, but that clearly isn't the case with Ellison. Despite his great power, Ellison is still human, and dragons are not permitted to harm humans under the treaty. Daba, though, doesn't seem convinced. He points out that even though Ellison is a powerful mage, he is still human, and it seems unlikely that a human could harm a dragon. The conversation is interrupted when a dark figure in an iron cage speaks up. The figure is a red dragon named Giarda, who has been locked away for some time. He offers his assistance, claiming to know of another red dragon near Greek City who could help them. Meanwhile, back with Ellison, he is overjoyed at the discovery the cat has made. The cat has presented them with a rare type of mushroom, which Ellison recognizes as the truffle they have been searching for. However, Lurin, unimpressed by the smell, immediately tosses the pile aside. Ellison, realizing the value of the mushrooms, calls for Lurin to stop. He begins to calculate the possible benefits of using the truffle. He's certain that they have stumbled upon something valuable. Ellison asks Lurin to translate his words to the cat. He thanks the creature, but also makes it clear that he can't accept such a valuable gift without giving something back, as these mushrooms can be their staple. Lurin reluctantly agrees to translate. Ellison explains that the dragon lair needs a guardian, and the cat could fulfill that role. Lurin, skeptical of this idea, protests that the lair was supposed to be just for the two of them, not a place for a pet. The cat, however, seems pleased with the proposal and bows deeply, showing acceptance. Meanwhile, Serena, a dragon from the Red Dragon clan, sits alone in her desolate village, thinking back to when Ellison and Lurin accidentally discovered her treasure hoard. She recalls the time when her true identity was revealed, and Ellison had apologized for accidentally exposing her illusion. Lurin had mockingly commented on how pathetic her lair was, which still stings Serena. She decides to meet humans to kill some time. Suddenly, she senses someone and assumes that the people are our main characters. Instead, she is shocked to see that Gyard appears before her. His appearance causes her rage to flare. Gyard stammers nervously and professes his feelings, telling Serena that he has realized she is the only one who truly loves him and that he wants to spend the rest of his life as her partner. Serena, enraged by his words, transforms into her red dragon form. She demands to know when he started thinking this way. Had it been when he left without a word? Or when they attacked the human village and kidnapped women? Serena's anger erupts, and she shouts at Gyarda, calling him a scumbag. Gyard, unfazed by Serena's fury, grins wickedly. He taunts her, claiming that her sharp instincts haven't failed her. Just as he speaks, the ceiling above her shatters, and Gyard reveals that his time has come. 3 dragon heads burst through the broken ceiling, ready for battle. The attack on her is about to begin. Serena stands frozen in her nest, surrounded by chaos as Gyarda commands his men to strike. She observes 4 attackers ganging up on her. Gyard sees his opportunity, smirking as he assures Serena that if she remains silent, no one will ever know what happened. He casts a spell, and a glowing magic circle wraps around her neck like a shackle. Serena screams, but her fury overcomes her pain. She shatters the collar with sheer force, yelling at Gyarda for daring to use his petty magic against her. Before she can act further, Nis, hidden behind her, strikes a devastating blow as a flash of purple light fills the air. In a distant part of the village, Geltzar stands bewildered, staring at a massive creature towering in the distance. Ellison introduces it and explains its needs and asks for the room temperature to be lower because these cats live in colder area. Lurin, skeptical as ever, accuses our guy of bringing the creature for the sake of rare truffle mushrooms. Our guy doesn't deny it. Instead, he is quite excited about truffles. He adds that these mushrooms, he explains, possess an aroma and flavor, unlike anything the village has tasted before. After a while, Ellison hosts a feast. His friends gather to try dishes infused with the unique mushrooms. Some marvel at the extraordinary flavors, claiming the food to be magical, while others react with disgust. Lurin loudly complains that the taste is unbearable, and even Miltine grimaces. Our guy's confidence falters as he realizes the mushroom's divisive nature. Perhaps, he decides, they are best reserved for special occasions. Back in Serena's lair, things are unraveling. Though wounded, she manages to cast an instantaneous teleportation spell at the last moment, vanishing before her enemies can finish her off. Her speed and precision surprise them, and they curse her escape. Gyard stammers, defending his failure as mere miscalculation, while Neymar laughs and assures the group that Serena cannot evade them for long. He has already tracked her magical trail to Grace City. The group debates their next move, noting that Serena cannot directly teleport to the sacred lands due to her status an outsider of the Red Dragon tribe. Gyard, though disdainful, feels a pang of sympathy for her loneliness. Negu, impatient and uninterested in such sentiments, demands they focus on tracking Serena before she recovers. Gyard hurries off, desperate to avoid further blame. Meanwhile, Nis is persistent that as soon as Serena will die, they will put the blame on Ellison for killing her. Serena, meanwhile, arrives at our guy's restaurant, her appearance defying the dire condition she had been in. Radiant and composed, she calmly pulls out a chair and sits, requesting food as if she were any other customer. He is stunned by her audacity and the apparent absence of injury, while Lurin, irritated, demands to know why she has come. Serena dismisses their hostility, focusing on the food he serves her. She eats with deliberate care, remarking on the dish's unique flavor. Her demeanor is strangely contemplative, and as she eats, she muses aloud about love and loneliness. She recalls her past relationships with humans and dragonkin, admitting that she once prided herself on understanding human men. Now, however, she views those experiences as futile attempts to fill an emptiness she cannot escape. Her words carry an air of finality, as though she knows her time is running out. Our guy and Lurin notice her growing weakness too late. Ellison immediately notices Serena's back is wounded, and her sweat-soaked face reveals her worsening state. She collapses mid-sentence, coughing up a thick, while praising his cooking. Panic overtakes our guy and Lurin as they realize the severity of her injuries. Lurin diagnoses her condition grimly because her wounds are too severe for even a dragon to recover from them. A sudden red portal opens outside the restaurant, Heavy armored footsteps echo as some people emerge from it while accusing our guy of murdering a red dragon. Inside the restaurant, Serena lies motionless, her life hanging by a thread, while outside, the dragons prepare to attack. They immediately understand that it is trap. He tells our girl to take Serena to Elena so that she can be saved. She nods while asking about his next course of action. He stands up while determined to greet his guests. Our guy tries to maintain his composure, greeting the newcomers with forced politeness and offering to talk over tea. But his words fall on deaf ears. The dragon named Baint stormed the restaurant, launching a magical attack aimed directly at Ellison. He narrowly dodges, only to see Serena's blood staining the floor behind him. Lurin acts quickly, opening a teleportation portal to a nearby clinic. He greets them with a mix of sarcasm and defiance, but the group is relentless in their pursuit of justice for Serena. Magic circles light up the room as spells are cast in rapid succession. Ellison turns to face the intruders, his military cloak fluttering as he adopts a serious expression as he is confident in his skill. Nice and his group laugh heartily as they gather in the shadow of the looming battle. Nias, ever confident and calculated, remarks on the magical disturbance he senses from their location. It seems that everything is proceeding as planned, with the red dragons being drawn into the chaos. One of his companions asks who could have rallied the dragons so effectively. Inside the restaurant, the red dragon roars in fury, accusing our guy of daring to harm one of his kin. He launches a fireball with all his might, but our guy remains calm, dissipating the fiery attack with a shield spell. Sparks harmlessly scatter in the air as our guy opens a portal with a wave of his hand. He urges the dragon to step through, warning that others might get caught up in their fight if they continue here. Meanwhile, Elena is in her clinic, startled when Lurin rushes in with the gravely injured Serena. Despite her initial fear, Elena quickly sets to work, summoning her healing magic to stop the bleeding. A bright light fills the room as she pours her energy into saving Serena. Back on the battlefield, Ellison teleports the dragons to a barren field, hoping to defuse the situation. Bent mocks our guy with claims that this will be his grave. Our guy, deep in thought, begins to piece together the puzzle. He suspects that this entire scenario is a trap designed to frame him. The real question is whether it was orchestrated specifically against him, or if the red dragons are merely pawns in a larger scheme. If it's the latter, there might still be a chance to reason with them. Our guy raises his voice, urging everyone to calm down and discuss the situation rationally. He attempts to explain that the blood in the restaurant was not his doing, but the old dragon, influenced by Nice's manipulation, interrupts him. The dragon insists that the blood is undeniable evidence of Ellison's guilt. Despite Ellison's calm explanation that the injured dragon arrived at the restaurant already hurt, his words fall on deaf ears. He adds that she is still alive and he is trying to save her. Next moment, Gaillard steps forward and lashes out at Ellison, while accusing him of driving Serena from her lair and murdering her when she refused to leave. Our guy realizes that Gaillard is a key player in the plot, but the other dragons, swayed by Gaillard's lies, are too enraged to listen. Baint, another dragon, transforms into his true form and unleashes a furious roar, his anger consuming him. The situation escalates as dragons and our guy exchange powerful attacks. Ellison's magic clashes with Dragon's fiery breath, creating a massive explosion of energy. He asks if this dragon was so important for them. Then they should not leave her in the first place. However, they reply that T doesn't know a thing about dragon law. Finally, our guy begins to lose patience with the dragon's stubbornness and refusal to see reason. His frustration manifests in a surge of magical power that forces Gaillardi to fall down in fear. Next moment, Nice and his notorious group arrive. Nice, in his typical arrogant manner, mocks our guy. Bent asks about his reason to be there. He declares that he comes here to assist the situation after sensing mana power. Ellison immediately recognized his name, knows that he must adapt his new approach. Meanwhile, Nice is persistent to show him his place. In the healing room, Elena struggles to keep Serena alive. Blood continues to seep onto the floor despite her best efforts. Exhausted and on the verge of despair, Elena whispers her apologies, convinced that she has failed. However, Lurin refuses to accept defeat. She transfers her own mana to Elena, urging her to continue the healing process. Much to astonishment of her, she adds that now she will not have shortage of mana. As the battle rages on, black dragons also join the battle and launch continuous attacks to keep our guy pinned down. He blocks their attacks, but the relentless assault takes its toll. He summons a golden spell, raising the ground beneath him as he prepares to face their onslaught. However, Nice asks his companions to help him, and they prepare another attack which makes our guy quite tense. Suddenly, a voice echoes through the battlefield, commanding everyone to stop. 4 teleportation gates open simultaneously, and through them step the elders, including Metadana and D-Dank. Their presence brings an immediate shift in the atmosphere. The elders demand an explanation for the chaos. Metadana strokes his chin thoughtfully, remarking that our guy always seems to be at the center of these conflicts. He then insists on hearing the truth. Our guy greets the elders with a mixture of relief and sarcasm, finally removing his hood to reveal his face. Meanwhile, Nis inwardly reflects on the situation, suspecting that the human, Ellison, must be feeling quite secure, thinking the elders are here to protect him, but he must be fuming over Lurin's involvement. His granddaughter staying with a human is nothing short of an outrage in his eyes. This scenario is exactly what Nis has been hoping for, which is his way to escalate matters beyond repair. Nis believes that if he can convince the elders that Ellison killed Serena, a red dragon, it will give him the perfect justification to demand Ellison's public execution. His confidence in this plan is unwavering. Nis feels certain that everything is aligning in his favor. What he fails to realize is that Ellison has already foreseen his moves. While Nis basks in his overconfidence, Ellison is trusting that Lurin and Elena will manage to save Serena. The scene shifts to the Elena's clinic. Lurin and Elena are working tirelessly to stabilize Serena. The bleeding has stopped, but she remains in critical condition. Lurin, meanwhile, prepares Elena for a difficult choice. She reminds Elena of a similar situation they faced in the past, explaining that the magic she is about to channel is far more powerful than before. Lurin reveals that they must synchronize their magic fully to save Serena. This means that Elena's body will act as a conduit for the immense energy of the dragon. If she fails to handle it, her body could collapse under the strain. Elena hesitates, fear creeping into her heart. Lurin presses her, emphasizing the stakes. Serena's life and Ellison's survival both depend on her decision. Trembling but resolute, Elena agrees to the synchronization. As Lurin begins the process, a massive surge of magic overwhelms Elena. She collapses, the power of dragon's magic nearly crushing her. For a moment, she feels utterly insignificant in the face of such immense energy. She begs Lurin to reduce the synchronization, but Lurin refuses. She tells Elena that as a healer, it is her responsibility to push her limits. Elena pulls herself together, focusing all the energy into healing Serena. The room is filled with a glowing light as Elena channels her magic, pouring her soul into the task. Lurin encourages Serena to fight as well, calling on her dragon resilience. Meanwhile, Nis is spinning his fabricated tale before the elders. He confidently claims that Ellison attacked and killed Serena. To bolster his story, Bant also points to the blood splattered across his restaurant and asserts that his actions were in accordance with the treaty. Gyard also interjects, saying that he witnesses the murder of Serena by Ellison. But Metadana turns to Ellison to ask for clarification. Ellison clarifies that he doesn't have any solid reason to kill a dragon. During the war, they make a treaty, and according to it, they can't kill any races. So, he doesn't harm anyone who keeps the standard. Besides, it is an absurd claim that he would just kill a red dragon simply because her lair is close. He points out that the black dragons appeared suspiciously fast after the alleged attack, almost as if they were expecting it. Ellison accuses them of orchestrating a trap. The elders exchange glances, their suspicion growing. Dedank questions whether Ellison has any proof to support his claim. Ellison nods, his calm confidence unwavering. He opens a portal and to everyone's shock, Serena steps through, alive and well. Her appearance silences the crowd. Nis freezes, his face draining of color. He praises Elena of her effort to finally save Serena and Lurin steps forward, explaining that the synchronization method she used with Elena was what saved Serena. However, he still praises Elena's healing skill. Serena confirms that it was Nis and his accomplices who ambushed her in her lair. She states clearly that Ellison and his group saved her life. The revelation causes an uproar. Bent immediately apologizes to our guy and ready to accept whatever punishment he will give him, but Ellison forgives him. However, the black dragons are another case. The elders are astonished by this new technique, while Elena remains too exhausted to fully absorb the praise. Metadana addresses Nis, his tone cold and unforgiving. He declares that Nis has broken the treaty and endangered the fragile peace between the dragon and humans. Nis, on the other hand, is infuriated that our boy does not only have mighty power of a mage but Lurin as well. He now wants to teach him a lesson, so he transforms into his dragon form and attack his back. Blood stains the ground as Ellison moves quickly, shoving Lurin aside to take the full force of Nis's attack. The blow lands heavily and Ellison falls to the ground, his back soaked in blood. He lies motionless, and Lurin stares in shock, her mind unable to process what just happened. Her voice breaks as she asks why Ellison pushed her away, why there is so much blood. She sobs while she calls his name. Bant is hell angry and asks the reason behind Nis's dishonored action to ambush from behind. Nis starts laughing. His voice is full of mockery as he taunts the group. He declares himself a hero, who the savior of the dragons, the one who brought them back from extinction. His asks about the reason of maintaining a pact as he accuses Ellison of being a danger to their existence, who is a threat too great to ignore. Meanwhile, Elena is Ellison's side, her hands trembling as she tries to use her magic to heal him. Elena's attempts to heal Ellison are failing. She begs Lurin to join her, to synchronize their magic as they did before, but Lurin remains paralyzed, the tears streaming down her face while she looks at her hands drenched in Ellison's blood. Nias taunts that no matter what they will do, they won't able to heal Ellison because his case is different from Serena. From the side, Serena watches with narrowed eyes. Her bitter laugh cuts through the tension, startling everyone. She mocks Nis for his cowardice, pointing out that this isn't the first time he's attacked from behind. Turning to Lurin, she snaps at her to stop crying and look closely. Serena points at Ellison's body. His wounds, instead of worsening, are healing at an incredible speed. His strength isn't fading, it's growing. Serena's sharp words jolt Lurin back to reality, and she looks at Ellison, hope flickering in her eyes. Ellison stirs. His back regenerates rapidly, the blood vanishing as his skin knits itself back together. Slowly he lifts a hand to wipe away Lurin's tears. His voice is soft but firm as he tells her not to cry. A brilliant blue light erupts from Ellison's body, blinding everyone on the battlefield. Above his head, an ancient gem begins to glow, its power radiating outward. Elder Metadana watches from a distance, his face grim. He recognizes the energy, knowing it belongs to an ancient Mabel. The light fades, and Ellison rises to his feet. Behind him, a pair of glowing wings unfold. He turns to face Nis, calm but resolute. He explains that the ancient gem absorbed the energy from Nis's attack, preventing him from dying. Nias, filled with rage, roars and transforms into his true form. His body grows larger, his scales glinting menacingly in the light. He gathers all his magic for one final attack, determined to destroy Ellison. But Ellison doesn't flinch. He raises one hand and effortlessly blocks the attack. His voice is steady as he reminds Nis of the treaty, which are the rules forbidding dragons from killing or attacking humans or any other races. Smirking, he invites Nis to defend himself, summoning a storm of flaming meteors from the sky. The battlefield is illuminated by the fiery rain, the ground shaking as the meteors crash down. Nias stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend what is happening. His voice trembles as he mutters to himself, asking how a human could wield such power. The flames engulf him entirely, leaving nothing behind but ashes. Nis's followers watch in silence, their regret heavy in the air. Ellison turns to Lurin, his expression softening. He gently takes her hand, his voice soothing as he tells her it's time to go home. Lurin, still trembling, throws herself into his arms, her tears flowing freely. She clings to him, nodding silently. Elder Metadana steps forward, his voice firm as he delivers judgment. Negu and the others who conspired with Nis are sentenced to 3,000 years of imprisonment in the sacred Forbidden Grounds. Justice is served, and the victims of this conflict begin to find closure. Serena, too, is compensated for her losses. Her lair, destroyed during the chaos, is restored and filled with treasures. Lurin sits alone, her back turned to our boy. Ellison approaches her cautiously, sensing her distress. He gently asks that what's wrong. Lurin doesn't look at him. Her voice trembles as she scolds him for being reckless, for taking such a dangerous risk. Ellison listens quietly, his expression softening. He gently wraps his arms around her, holding her close. He apologizes, while promising to be more considerate in the future. Their moment is interrupted by Elder Metadana, who appears suddenly. Both Ellison and Lurin jump, startled by her presence. While Elder Metadana interrupts their conversation, Lurin is taken off guard and reacts instinctively by punching Elder Metadana directly in the face. The elder stumbles back, holding his face in surprise and pain as confusion fills his expression. She questions him angrily, demanding to know what he is doing there. Metadana, still clutching his sore face, stammers out a response, reminding her of his position as an elder. Ellison steps in, scratching the back of his head awkwardly, and tries to defuse the situation by explaining that he is the one who invited Metadana. Lurin looks at Ellison, her face still showing surprise, and asks why he would call Metadana. Metadana, trying to regain his composure, glances between the two and asks what is happening. Ellison's demeanor shifts to seriousness as he begins explaining the situation. He brings up the awakening he has likely noticed and reveals that it is connected to the ancient Mabel. After a while, Ellison, is playing the role of host, offers Metadana a drink. When Metadana takes a sip, his expression changes as he remarks on the rich and refined flavor of the whiskey. He notes that it must have been aging for decades, perhaps 60 or 70 years. Ellison acknowledges the guest with a small smile, impressed by Metadana's accurate assessment. Lurin, watching the exchange, reaches for the bottle out of curiosity. However, Ellison immediately stops her, lightly smacking her hand away. He warns her that the alcohol is too strong for her, insisting that she would get drunk instantly if she drank it. Lurin protests, complaining that he only ever lets her drink beer. Metadana observes the interaction with amusement and comments on their dynamic, remarking that they are an unusual pair. He comments about his behavior as it seems like our boy sometimes forgets that they are dragons. He dismisses while asking that if it even matters in the grand scheme of things. Shifting back to the topic at hand, Medidana acknowledges the principles established after the last war and commends Ellison for his actions, particularly in dealing with Nice. Lurin, despite her earlier irritation with Ellison, defends him, while stating that if he had not acted, she would have taken matters into her own hands. Ellison, after a moment of silence, reflects on how close he had come to losing his life. The conversation takes a turn as Medidana begins discussing the ancient Mables. He recaps the immense power these gems grant to anyone who absorbs them. He explains how 1 gem provides dominance over dragons, 2 offer control over purebloods, and 3 could potentially allow 1 to rule all dragonkind. He also points out an anomaly that our boy absorbs all 3 of ancient Mables, which makes him a Dragon Lord if he was the dragon. He asks about the possibilities of the appearance of another ancient Mable if someone absorbs all the ancient Mables. He replies that if something like this happens, any extra ancient Mable will disappear. At that, Ellison speculates that someone may be trying to reincarnate the Dragon King, and suggests that the repeated manifestation of the gems could be connected to this effort. Medidana, alarmed by the possibility, listens closely as Ellison explains his theory further. He describes witnessing coordinated attacks by dragons at sites connected to the gems like Dwarven Mine, which reinforces his suspicion that a larger force is orchestrating these events. Medidana, understanding the gravity of the situation, agrees to investigate the area where Ellison found the last gem. However, he asks Ellison to use himself as bait. Before he can finish his sentence, Lurin cuts him off with a sharp reprimand, telling him not to be dramatic. Medidana, though bemused by her boldness, begins preparing for his investigation. The next morning, Elena gathers herbs in the forest, her thoughts focused on replenishing her stock. She mutters to herself about having enough supplies to last for a while. Suddenly, Serena appears behind her, startling her so much that she almost drops her basket. Serena teases Elena for being so easily scared and announces her decision to stay longer in the area. Elena, trying to process this news, reminds her about her repaired lair. Serena exclaims that it is too large and declares herself unsuitable for her recovery. She jokes about Elena being cold-hearted for wanting her gone so soon, which flusters Elena further. Serena shifts the conversation, suggesting that Elena could teach her the art of transferring magic power. She promises that this skill would allow her to assist with healing in return. Elena, blushing and stumbling over her words, tries to deflect the suggestion by bringing up a vegetarian diet instead. Their gesture is seen by someone at the door. Meanwhile, Giard is running desperately through the woods, when a mocking voice taunts him from behind. There was a woman, calm and composed, corners Giard effortlessly. Giard stops in his tracks, gasping for air, as this woman begins listing his failures. She reminds him of his inability to infiltrate human village and his defeat at the hands of the Black Dragons. Giardi, panicking, blurts out a defense, claiming that capturing Ellison would solve all their problems since he has absorbed 3 ancient Mables. She pauses, considering his words for a moment, but then dismisses them with a flick of her wrist. A sharp gust of wind cuts through Giard's neck, ending his pleas abruptly. She mutters to herself that there is no reason for keep him alive. Back at the restaurant, Ellison and Lurin tidy up after the morning rush. Lurin asks if they will stay open for the day, given that there are no immediate tasks to handle. Before Ellison can respond, Nellin arrives, carrying a stone. Nellin excitedly shows the stone to Ellison, who examines it with interest. Lurin, curious, tries licking the rock but immediately regrets it, exclaiming about its overwhelming saltiness. He identifies it as a salt rock and reminisces about how similar stones were used during his time in the military, which helped him to go with military training. Ellison laughs at her reaction, his mind drifting back to his early days in this world. He remembers the confusion and struggle of being drafted into military training shortly after arriving in this world. He remembers that he was named Ellison because the people of this world couldn't pronounce his name. He was too scared and missed his home terribly. But the most terrible thing was the food served in the mess. Ellison reflects on how the worst part of his training was the food. Sitting down at the table, he stared at his plate in bewilderment, wondering how anyone could eat this tasteless mush without complaint. For 2 weeks, the meals had been the same bland offering, and Ellison couldn't understand why no one else seemed bothered. He thought to himself that even a bit of salt could drastically improve the flavor. Surely he wasn't the only one with these thoughts. As he struggled to endure the training, Ellison overheard 2 instructors nearby criticizing the food. However, despite their complaints, they still ate it without much care, which only added to his frustration. After 2 more weeks, the training began to feel slightly less brutal, but the food remained a source of torment. Ellison realized that before opening a successful restaurant, he first had to survive this camp. But a day comes that provides him with a great opportunity. One day during a magic lesson, the instructor, Vane, a level 5 mage with a curled mustache and an air of superiority, announced that they would be learning offensive magic. He described it as a rare privilege for low-level recruits. Vayne introduced the recruits to the concept of mana, demonstrating its essence by creating a glowing green energy sphere. He explained that mana, the foundation of all magic, could be manipulated through magic circles and attributes to cast spells. To showcase its power, Vayne conjured a fireball and shot it at a practice dummy. He then encouraged the soldiers to try, but their attempts produced only tiny flames that fizzled out before reaching the target. Frustrated, Vayne yelled at them, criticizing their lack of strength and focus. Internally, he lamented how the ongoing war had led to such low-quality recruits and questioned their ability to wield magic effectively. Suddenly, a massive fireball, the size of a small house, blazed through the training field, obliterating the practice target and causing part of the cliff behind it to collapse. The recruits and instructors were left stunned. Ellison stood there, equally shocked, as everyone turned to him. Vayne, shaken, grabbed him by the shoulders and demanded to know how he had done it. Ellison innocently replied that he had simply gathered the mana and cast the fireball as instructed. Vayne, still in disbelief, pressed him further. When Ellison explained that he could see the wisps of mana in the air, Vayne broke into a cold sweat. He realized that Ellison possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to mana, can see the maba around him. Later, Vayne discussed the day's events with Therond, the head instructor of the camp. While Vayne admitted Ellison's abilities were exceptional, he struggled with feelings of inadequacy, recalling how hard he had worked to learn magic himself. Therond suggested delaying Ellison's deployment to the front lines and sending him for advanced magic training instead, recognizing his natural genius. Ellison, eavesdropping on the conversation, smiled to himself. He was relieved at the idea of avoiding the battlefield. However, the door suddenly swung open, and Vayne caught him listening. Vayne shot him a dark look and warned him not to get cocky. As punishment for the damage caused by his fireball, Vayne ordered Ellison to repair the training field. That night, while cleaning, Ellison noticed orange-yellow stones glowing faintly among the debris. Curious, he picked one up and tasted it, falling backward in shock as it was salt. This discovery excited him, and he immediately began brainstorming how to use it to improve the camp's meals. The next morning, Ellison secretly added the salt to the food. When the soldiers ate, they were astonished at the improved flavor. Hearing their reactions, Ellison felt deeply satisfied, knowing his efforts had made a difference. Even people who ate just to fill their stomachs could appreciate the change. Over the following days, Ellison worked tirelessly to improve the meals. He stayed up late preparing ingredients, often dealing with frustrating conditions like unwashed potatoes and dimly lit kitchens. Despite the challenges, he persevered, determined to create meals that met his own high standards. One night, he even able to make a bowl of soup with tears in his eyes. Rust night, as Ellison is having a meal, the instructor appears behind him, catching him off guard, and asks him to meet him once he finishes having the meal. It makes our guy scared and puzzled. The atmosphere in Theron's office is tense as the commander observes Ellison, who feels the weight of the silence. Theron strokes his chin thoughtfully and begins by addressing Ellison, acknowledging the recruit's extraordinary talent in magic. Although Ellison feels gloomy, he admits to the truth of Theron's statement. The commander expresses his approval, emphasizing how enhancing soldiers' combat capabilities provides a strategic advantage on the battlefield. However, Theron shifts the conversation to a more unsettling topic. He mentions rumors of someone sneaking into the camp kitchen late at night and leaving before the chefs arrive at 5 a.m. He notes the difficulty in catching the culprit but warns that severe punishment awaits if they are found. Hearing this, Ellison grows nervous, his anxiety evident in his posture. Theron notices and softens his demeanor, smiling as he reassures Ellison that the real reason for calling him is to congratulate him on his achievements in magic training. Theron then hands Ellison a scroll, instructing him to dispose of it on his way out. He mentions that the scroll contains a personal investigation report and casually remarks that Ellison can use it if he wishes. As Ellison takes the scroll, Theron leans in and repeats his earlier point about the kitchen, emphasizing that if someone leaves before 5 a.m., catching them is impossible. Ellison freezes, realizing the commander is fully aware of everything. Later that evening, Ellison sits by a campfire in the forest, unrolls the scroll, and bursts into laughter. He recognizes that Theron had known about his late-night kitchen visits all along. The scroll contains details about edible mushrooms and spices, suggesting that the commander approves of Ellison's secret culinary experiments. Ellison continues to use these resources, and the meals in the northern training camp transform. The once bland and uninspiring food becomes tastier and more abundant. Over time, the camp gains a reputation for having the best meals among all the military camps. Even after Ellison is discharged, the recipes he introduced are passed down, ensuring the camp maintains its legacy of excellent food. Back in present, Ellison revisits the dish he used to prepare at the camp, feeling nostalgic about the salt stone that started it all. Lurin inspects the pot and questions whether it is the same dish Ellison had back at Camp 5. Ellison affirms, explaining that it was a recipe they all learned to survive on. As they eat, Lurin and the others reflect that the food doesn't taste as good as it does now. Nostalgia, however, enhances the experience, reminding them of the struggles and camaraderie of their past. Meanwhile, Serena grumbles about hunger while lying on a table when two children approach, looking for Elena. The children explain that their brother is injured, but since Elena isn't present, they ask Serena for help. At first, Serena dismisses them, pointing out that the boy's scraped knee is a minor injury. However, when the children persist, she uses simple healing magic to treat the boy, though begrudgingly. Later, Elena encounters the children, who thank her for Serena's kindness. Confused, Elena confronts Serena, who defensively denies any compassion and demands to know why Elena left her starving. Elena explains that she had gone to the Lord's castle to treat a patient suffering from a mysterious poison that caused brain damage. The treatments so far have failed, and the Lord remains in a coma. Serena recalls a researcher who might have knowledge about such conditions, but admits she doesn't remember their name or whereabouts. As they converse, a messenger bird arrives with a letter from Elena's homeland. Upon reading it, Elena learns that the forest of the elves is under threat of destruction by dragons. To prevent this catastrophe, Elena is expected to become the dragon's bride. Overwhelmed by the news, Elena weeps, lamenting that marriage should be based on love and familiarity. Serena dismisses the dragon's threat as mere bluffing, but Elena remains anxious. Serena, exuding confidence, assures Elena that she will protect her. Meanwhile, in the elf village, the elf head Neria is informed that the letter is delivered to Elena. The elf asks about the chances of Elena coming to her homeland after learning about the dragon threat. Neria has faith in her, believing she will come because of her selfless nature. But she is unsure if even her return will solve their problem. Back with Elena, who brings our guy and girl, is scolded by Serena. She insists on being prepared for every possibility. As the group deliberates, Serena grows frustrated with their doubts, but ultimately agrees to travel to the elves' forest. Ellison teases Elena, saying that let's meet the husband candidate. The group prepares to face the dragon. Meanwhile, far away in the forest, a huge dragon is roaring and threatening everyone around him. The group stands at the forest's edge, their path ahead daunting without teleportation. Ellison comments on the time of day, while Serena suggests flying to make the journey easier. Elena explains that the elf forest has a magical mechanism that disables teleportation, making it impossible. Before they can plan further, a commanding voice interrupts. Lilinia, an elf, appears with her bow drawn, warning them not to move or risk being shot. A squad of elf led by her surrounds the group, their posture defensive. Lilinia demands to know what brings them to the elf forest. Sensing the tension, Elena quickly steps forward, identifying herself and vouching for the group. She reassures Lilinia that they are with her. Despite Elena's words, Lilinia remains cautious. She states that their identities still need to be verified. Turning to Ellison, she asks his race and purpose. Ellison grimaces but answers honestly, stating that he is human and here to assist Elena. Lilinia notices a brief flash of light in his eyes, which is a rare ability associated with thought reading, typically exclusive to elf. When she addresses Serena, Ellison interjects, casually introducing himself and mentioning his small yet highly rated restaurant in Greek City. He even invites them to visit sometime. This annoys Lilinia, who snaps at him for answering out of turn. Just as she demands Serena's response, an elf rushes in and whispers something to her. Lilinia, visibly surprised, gives the order to lower their weapons. She apologizes, explaining that Miss Neria, the elder of the elf, has given them permission to enter. As the group proceeds, Lurin mutters her irritation over the elf initial hostility, but Ellison assures her that things are progressing smoothly. Miss Neria welcomes them warmly, but immediately apologizes for the misunderstanding at the entrance. She acknowledges the long journey they must have endured and expresses her gratitude to Elena. Noticing the tension, she commends Elena for her courage, while acknowledging the difficulty of her decision to come. Elena, trembling, asks Miss Neria if she is referring to the marriage proposal. Serena, unimpressed, scoffs at the idea of a dragon wanting to marry Elena and even insults him. Miss Neria is horrified by Serena's casual remark, warning her that Mantium is an almighty being. Serena and Lurin then reveal their own dragonkin heritage and declare their mission to deal with Mantium, which shocks her to the core. Miss Neria, however, explains the situation that Mantium is a dragon who has received tributes from their tribe for generations, recently escalated his demands. He now insists on an elf bride, claiming he will accept no substitutes. Miss Neria continues her tale, describing how the elf tried offering many candidates, only for each to be rejected. The situation grew desperate until they had no choice but to turn to Elena, hoping she might succeed where others failed. Elena doubts she will fare any better, and quietly states that she will likely be rejected as well. Lurin, however, is furious at the thought of her being hurt, and vows to intervene if necessary. Serena, deep in thought, suddenly remembers Iramantium's reputation. He is known for studying the brains of various species, and may even possess the knowledge to heal Lord Gates. This revelation shifts the group's focus from repelling the dragon to capturing him. Their planning is interrupted by an elf rushing in to report that Iramantium is on his way. Miss Neria warns them of his cautious nature. Iramantium always flees when sensing other dragon nearby and abandons his lair entirely if he feels threatened. To trap him, they must be subtle and distract him first. The group devises a plan, with all eyes turning to Elena as the central figure. She protests, frustrated at always being the one to suffer, but eventually agrees. Iramantium soon arrives, his grotesque face distorting as he bellows in rage. He tramples the forest, ready to unleash destruction upon the elf. As he prepares to breathe fire, Miss Neria steps forward, presenting Elena as the bride. Elena, now transformed into a stunning vision, stands before the dragon. Iramantium is instantly captivated, his rage dissolving into delight. The group watches from a safe distance, waiting for the opportune moment. Elena, walking alongside the dragon, feels her anxiety growing as she wonders why the others aren't ready yet. Iramantium, utterly smitten, begins speaking to her, asking for her name. When she replies, he blushes and demands she address him as Master. The dragon presents Elena with a maid outfit, insisting she wear it. Though on the verge of tears, Elena steels herself, determined to endure until her companions act. Elena stands in her newly gifted attire, nervously smoothing the fabric as she turns to face Iramantium. Despite his earlier warning not to follow him here, Elena comes anyway, hoping to help. The lab is a mess, and in an attempt to be a dutiful wife, Elena offers assistance. She explains that the untidy state of his lair seems overwhelming, and asks if he can step aside for a moment so she can tidy up. However, Iramantium's reaction is far from welcoming. He flares up, yelling that he will not leave the place unattended. His sudden anger frightens Elena, who immediately apologizes, feeling as though she has intruded where she is not wanted. Iramantium, however, barks at her not to apologize and demands she repeat after him. His tone and commanding demeanor unsettle her further, but she reluctantly complies. As this strange scene unfolds, Elena's friends, Lurin, Serena, and Ellison, watch from a hidden vantage point. They chuckle at the bizarre interaction, their poorly concealed amusement catching Elena's attention. Seeing them only fuels her anger, and she snaps at them for standing by and laughing instead of stepping in to help. Her outburst draws Iramantium's attention, and he turns toward the trio with hostility. Realizing they have been spotted, the three try to retreat, but it is too late. Iramantium demands to know who they are and how they dare intrude on his territory. The situation escalates as the trio reveals their dragon powers, glowing with a fierce energy that marks them as no ordinary onlookers. Feeling threatened, Iramantium attempts to teleport away, but his spell fails. Before he can make another move, Lurin and Serena cast a binding spell, encircling him in glowing magical chains. Iramantium falls to the ground, roaring in frustration. Meanwhile, Elena's anger shifts toward her friends. She berates them for not setting additional traps to prevent Iramantium from escaping. Lurin admits her mistake but quickly blames our guy, who sheepishly explains that they thought it would be entertaining to watch the dragon's reaction. Serena, unimpressed, rolls her eyes and accuses them both of irresponsibility. As tensions simmer, a sudden shift in the atmosphere catches everyone's attention. A strange green sphere surrounded by black energy appears in the sky, pulsating ominously. It explodes with a deafening roar, releasing a poisonous gas that spreads across the forest. In the nearby elven forest, the elves, including their leader Neria, are affected by the gas. Many stand frozen, weapons drawn as if under a spell. Neria, struggling against the mind control effect, unsheathes her blade, ready to harm herself. The entire forest seems poised for disaster. Back at the lair, Iramantium laughs maniacally, claiming responsibility for the chaos. He reveals that the gas is part of a powerful mind control spell he has perfected over 100 years. With the elves under his control, he demands that Elena agree to marry him, using their lives as leverage. Elena is horrified. Panic surges through her as she realizes the gravity of the situation. Her friends urge her not to give in, but the choice seems impossible. Just as she is about to agree, Ellison appears, his presence radiating golden magic. He casts a protective spell over the forest, breaking the mind control and freeing the elves. The relief is palpable as the elves lower their weapons and return to their senses. Neria falls to her knees, overwhelmed with gratitude, and thanks Ellison for saving her people. Elena, tears streaming down her face, hugs Neria tightly, relieved that the worst has been averted. Iramantium, however, is furious. He can't comprehend how his spell has been broken and spirals into a fit of madness. Lurin, Serena, and Ellison decide it is time to teach the dragon a lesson. They bind him further, ensuring he can't cause more harm. Later that evening, the elves hold a grand feast to celebrate their freedom. Music fills the air as they dance and share stories of their rescue. Elena, still shaken, finds comfort in Neria's embrace, while Lurin and Serena tease Darren about his earlier cowardice. In a lighter moment, Lurin discovers a delicious sauce Elena has brought, which transforms the simple vegetable dishes into a culinary delight. Serena, annoyed that Lurin hasn't shared the discovery earlier, jokingly accuses her of hoarding the sauce. The banter brings laughter, easing the tension of the day. As the festivities continue, Ellison quietly slips away, seeking a moment of reflection. He approaches the elf hero Ben. The scene shifts to the Ellison military days, when he was a 7th-class Archmage and Ben was his friend. He scolds him for eating greens while saying that he wants meat, not grass. Ben hits Ellison on the head and shouts angrily. He asks how many times he has to say he doesn't want grass. He wants meat. Ellison tells Benny that he cannot digest meat and questions why he keeps insisting on it. Ben counters by saying that if Ellison claims to be a skilled cook, he should make the meat digestible. Ben argues that Ellison is supposed to be a great cook and should make it digestible. Darren interrupts and says it's more fitting for an elf like Bene to fight him instead of talking about food. Darren, observing their argument, interjects, suggesting that it would be better for an elf like Bene to engage in a fight with him. Ellison tells both of them to stop bickering and focus. Darren suddenly points toward the distance, alerting everyone to the presence of trolls attacking a refugee camp. The scene becomes chaotic as the trolls wreak havoc, tearing through tents and terrifying the people. Panic spreads among the refugees. A troll grabs a young boy who cries and begs for his life. The refugees scream and run in fear. Ellison, Darren, and Ben rush to the scene. The refugees recognize them and call them heroes from the war. They believe they are saved. Despite feeling annoyed about his interrupted meal, Ben prepares to fight. Back in present, Ellison sits quietly, gazing at the food in front of him. Reflecting on past events, he wonders aloud if someone he made a promise to feels at peace now. Neria joins him, and he asks if anyone resents him for what he's done. She reassures him, reminding him of the time 2 years ago when he returned with Ben's body. She thanks him for keeping Ben's promise and insists that no one holds a grudge against him. Neria thanks Ellison for saving the elves that day, but he humbly shifts the credit to Ben. Ellison believes it was Bene's strength and actions that truly saved the day. They are having this conversation in front of the statue of Bene. In the elf forest, the elves thank Ellison and his crew for saving their lives. Meanwhile, the captured Iramantium complains and asks where they are taking him. Serena mocks him and says he'll find out soon enough. Lurin teases Ellison about a long conversation he had with Neria the previous night. Ellison replies whether she has heard everything. At that, she states that Ellison really ate the Lord's heart. Serena and Elena overhears everything and confirms it, while discussing that Ellison is incredibly strong. The group eventually arrives at the Dean Castle. The young master greets Ellison enthusiastically, while his mother, Berna, is shocked to see Ellison and recognizes him from the incident with Dedrin. She recalls how he saved her and her son, expressing her gratitude with tears in her eyes. Their talk is interrupted when Lurin drags the Iramantium into the room. She orders him to heal the Dean father, who lies there. The Iramantium hesitates but ultimately examines the man's condition. He discovers a dangerous poison in the man's brain and begins to remove it using his magic. As the Iramantium completes the healing, then Dean father opens his eyes and calls out for his wife. Berna and the Dion embrace him, overwhelmed with relief and joy. Ellison stands quietly, thinking of his own mother. Lurin asks him why he isn't asking for a reward. Ellison replies that he doesn't need anything. He says the moment is too beautiful to be interrupted with demands, and they return back to the restaurant. That night, Ellison asks Lurin that they must go to sleep as they prepare for the next day, making sure everything is ready. While working, he assumes that with the power of the ancient Mabel summoning feels less tiring now. Once he checks upon it, he senses a strange energy surrounding him. Ellison, possessed by that strange energy, finds himself sent back to his past. He walks down the familiar streets of his hometown, feeling groggy and surprised that he is the only one awake at this hour. As he thinks about practicing ingredients in his mind, he suddenly sees a girl. She's standing over a man she has just beaten, dropping him to the ground. Ellison is confused and calls out to her, asking what Lurin is doing there. The girl looks at him seriously and demands to know who he is, clearly not recognizing him. For a moment, Ellison is left speechless, but his confusion deepens as he starts to hallucinate. He stares at her and wonders why Lurin is wearing a uniform. Before he can think any further, the girl screams at him again, asking who he is. Confused, Ellison starts to remember that this is the place he had been before traveling to the other world. As his mind races, a truck suddenly appears and heads straight toward him. He realizes that he has missed this world. It feels familiar to him. He wanted to return, but as he lay on the crosswalk, Lurin calls out to him, telling him to get up. Lurin seems equally confused and asks him what had happened and where they are. It slowly dawns on Ellison that it wasn't a dream. He's back in his original world. A woman approaches and asks if they're okay, suggesting they call 119. Lurin, not knowing what 119 is, turns to Ellison, but he interrupts and tells the woman they're fine and haven't been hurt. They quickly run off, leaving the woman confused. She comments on how strange Ellison's clothes look. Later, Lurin is surprised to discover that this place is Ellison's hometown. As they walk, she comments that nothing here seems familiar to her, with the iron carriages or specifically cars and very tall buildings. Ellison, though slightly overwhelmed, smiles faintly, acknowledging that it's been a long time. He notes that the city looks even more beautiful now, although it's been so long since he was last here. Lurin points out that if this is Ellison's hometown, he should know it well. She asks where they should go, but Ellison, still processing, remembers a cell phone he saw earlier and guesses that time must have passed the same way in both worlds. He concludes that over 15 years must have passed. Even though the buildings have changed, he figures that the street layouts would likely remain the same. Trying to cover up his confusion, Ellison tells Lurin that he doesn't know exactly where they are. Lurin, not convinced, reminds him he had just claimed this was his hometown. Ellison, now thinking of his mother, tries to reassure Lurin by saying he knows where they're headed and that they don't need to worry about money, holding up a gold coin. Later, at the barn, Linta greets them, wishing them good morning. Men, surprised, comments that they arrived early. When they open the barn door, Miltine remarks on how cold it was that morning, but agrees that without the barn the dwarves rebuilt, they would have been in trouble. Linty notices that it's still dark inside the restaurant, and it seems they won't be opening much earlier today. Men is surprised and mentions that Ellison wasn't the type to sleep in. Lurin observes that the clothes Ellison is wearing now must be from his world. Ellison comments that his old clothes were too flashy for this time. However, Ellison feels disappointed because he expected more in exchange for the gold coin, remembering the man had only offered him 4 million won. If he had shown his ID, the man would have given him the full amount in cash. Lurin asks him what an ID is, clearly confused. The vendor, seeing Ellison doesn't have one, offers a compromise. But Ellison ends up agreeing to receive only half the value of the gold coin, on the condition that he wouldn't ask for an ID. Lurin, curious about Ellison's eating habits, asks if he wasn't hungry. He suggests they find a good restaurant nearby. Ellison is delighted to discover a Chinese restaurant and tells Lurin that jjajangmyeon is always a comfort food. Lurin, excited, asks what they will eat, and Ellison enthusiastically agrees to try the dish. After tasting the jjajangmyeon, Lurin comments that it's delicious and urges him to eat something as well. When Ellison looks at the prices on the menu, he is shocked. The cost of the food is much higher than he expected. Back in his day, jjajangmyeon used to cost 4,000 won. Lurin teases him, calling him an ancient dragon for sounding so out of touch with modern prices. Ellison dismisses her comment and says that the point is not to save money, but to enjoy the food. He suggests they try some tteokbokki next, and Lurin warns him not to regret it. After trying the spicy dish, Lurin comments that it feels like breathing fire, and Ellison, eager for more, tells her to drink something to cool off. The two continue trying different foods, one after another, while enjoying the experience. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Serena is furious. She asks where Ellison and the others went, since their day off ended yesterday. Waiting for the restaurant to open, a man complains that he is going to starve to death. Elena, also hungry, expresses her frustration. Noel asks if Men has heard anything about their whereabouts, since they never leave without telling anyone. Men shakes his head and admits that he's equally confused. Two men, irritated by the delay, leave the restaurant. One of them asks if they're taking another break, saying he came all the way there for nothing. The other man with a mustache comments that he doesn't even know if the food is good. Men, now concerned, realizes this could become a big problem. If customers keep leaving, it will damage the restaurant's reputation. Miltine asks if something has happened to Ellison and the others, but Men doubts anything serious has occurred since even the Baron submits to them. Linty suggests that they should run the restaurant themselves while Ellison and the others are away. She points out that all three of their meals were made by Ellison, and everyone knows how good the food tastes. The ingredients are already available in the kitchen, so they should manage until the others return. Milton and Men are surprised at the suggestion but agree to try it. On the train, Ellison and Lurin sit together, and Ellison comments that he can't eat anymore. Lurin, who has tried every dish, says she's full but enjoyed the food. Ellison, happy she enjoyed it, smiles. Lurin then asks about the larger iron carriage outside the window, and Ellison explains that it's called a train. Since their destination is far, they'll need to use it instead of teleporting, as teleportation magic might cause a commotion. Awkwardly, Lurin asks if they're going to meet Ellison's mother. Surprised, Ellison asks if she already knew, and Lurin responds, saying that it was obvious from his excitement. She comments on how much she enjoys the scenery of his hometown, and Ellison, slightly embarrassed, asks what she would say if he asked her to stay here forever and never go back. Lurin, clearly surprised, looks at him, unsure how to respond. He continues saying that he has been thinking about it ever since they arrived in this world. Since they came here, the ancient Mabel no longer appears in that place, and the threat of the Lord's birth has also disappeared. He wonders what she thinks about starting a new life there, but tells her she doesn't need to answer now. He asks if he surprised her, adding that she could take all the time she needed to think about it and then let him know her thoughts. Awkwardly, she asks if she refuses. Would he give up living there and return with her, as she has no intention of staying there alone? He recalls his time in the elf forest when he used summoning magic. Ben, who is sleeping, asks what he is doing. He responds that he has finally managed to do it and, as he places his finger on the portal, asks to be taken home. Suddenly his friends grab him, and Ben yells that he is doing it again, telling them to hold him back. Darren shouts that the portal will close instantly and asks if he wants to lose a finger. He demands to be let go, and while placing a document through the portal, says he already understands. The portal closes abruptly. Enraged, Bean scolds him, saying he already told him to give up on that spell, as it's a problem even his magic couldn't solve. Now, he won't be able to use magic for several weeks. Exhausted from the magic, he asks Darren if he will return to the mines after the war ends. Darren doesn't answer, looking pensive. Then he asks Bene if he will go back to the elf forest, as his fiancée is waiting for him. Ben confirms. Ellison, crying, asks where he should go and pleads for someone to tell him where he belongs when it all ends. Thinking, he asks if he ever abandoned her. Content, she responds. Never. He comments that they will first head to his house. She agrees to travel to his lair. Meanwhile, in the city of Greek, people talk about hearing that a restaurant has reopened. One person suggests they visit it. At the restaurant, Linty is cutting meat, and Creston asks if the amount is enough. Excited, he says it's perfect and that they just need to grill it. Then he asks where to put the firewood. Miltane replies that he thought they did everything with magic. Surprised, Creston watches as Elena uses her fire magic. However, Linty thinks the flame is too small. Elena explains that she learned it for camping. Serena tells them to step aside, and using her fire magic, assures them they don't need to worry about the fire and should focus on cooking. Linty, surprised, thinks he doesn't know who she is, but the problem is solved. Smiling, Miltane says the ingredients are ready, so they can start cooking and open the restaurant. However, the orders don't go as planned. When serving a miner, he complains that the food looks like coal and asks why they are serving him something he sees daily at work. Matt apologizes and promises to remake the dish. The miner asks if they served coal because he's a miner. While preparing a salad, Creston wonders if he should add an ingredient. Miltane asks what he is adding. A customer, tasting the salad, spits it out, complaining it's too salty. Matt, desperate, asks Creston if he used salt. He responds he thought it was sugar. The customer spits out the dish, demanding a refund. Linty panics, worrying the restaurant will go bankrupt before Ellison returns. First, he decides to fix the fire, as the meat keeps burning. Looking at Serena, he realizes she won't lower the flames. He wonders how to cook without burning everything at that heat. Linty pours water on the fire, notices a pot, and wonders if it might work. In the present world as they walk, Rurin asks if they are lost. He responds no, though many buildings have changed, some remain the same. He mentions that even after 15 or 30 years, he wouldn't get lost in his hometown. Smiling slightly, he says, "I'm home," as he knocks on his house door. Rurin comments that he seems nervous. Ellison wonders how to introduce her. She tells him to tell the truth, that she's a dragon. He asks if she's joking and wonders if his mother will recognize him after 15 years. His hairstyle is still the same. With a trembling voice, he calls for his mother, but no one answers. Rurin remarks how quiet it is. Ellison decides to try again. Suddenly, a door opens and the neighbor apologizes, asking who they are. She explains she has never seen them before and asks if they recently moved in. He explains he came to visit the woman living in 604. Shocked, she asks if he is Mrs. Jonghwa's son. Excited, he confirms and asks if she knows where his mother is. With a sad expression, she says Mrs. Jonghwa no longer lives there and asks if they can follow her. The woman then shares that when she moved in 5 years ago, she met Mrs. Jonghwa, who was very busy with work and often ate instant noodles. Mrs. Jonghwa started cooking for her, and they became close. She always bragged about her son, saying he would be about the woman's age. The woman mentions she's a writer for a small website. Noticing they are in a small forest, he asks where they are going. The woman replies that Mrs. Jonghwa missed him dearly and refused to put up posters. Standing before a grave, the woman asks why he returned only now and why he couldn't come at least 2 years earlier. Ellison is completely paralyzed. The woman explains that Mrs. Jonghwa has been battling stomach cancer for years. Even after her gastrectomy, she finds joy in cooking for others, saying it makes her happy to see them eat. But when her cancer came back 3 years ago, she was hospitalized. Ellison feels desperate. This is not the reunion he had imagined. Memories of better times with his mother flood his mind. This is not how he wanted to say goodbye. The woman admits she isn't curious why Ellison came back now. It's too late. and nothing can bring her back. However, Mrs. Jonghwa left a letter for him just in case he ever returned. She hands Ellison an old envelope, asking if he wrote the note inside. Completely devastated, Ellison takes the letter. Lurin notices the paper is from the Ruburn Empire. The letter says that, "Mother, don't doubt this. Please read everything carefully. What I'm about to say is true. I didn't leave you by choice. Right now, I'm in a different world, far from ours. I used unstable magic, but I found a way to send this letter. I want you to know that I'm fine. I've become a mage, and I plan to open a restaurant. Even though I can send letters, I can't receive any, so I gave up waiting." As Ellison finishes reading, he notices a response written at the bottom. It was written that her son is a mage now, and she asks her to invite her when the restaurant opens. It makes our guy overwhelmed and tears start rolling down his face. He blames himself for not sending another letter after gaining summoning magic. Lurin hugs him, trying to comfort him, but he says, full of regret, that he could have done more. The next day, the Greek restaurant is packed with happy customers. They praise the food. Linty proudly says he solved the problem of burning meat with a special pan. Serena boasts her fire magic helped, and Elena reminds them she contributed too. Men feel relieved. Everything seems perfect now, except for Ellison's absence. Back in the present, Lurin tells Ellison he needs to eat something, worrying about his health. With his head down, Ellison apologizes and admits he lied. He tells her she doesn't have to stay. He'll send her back alone if she wants. Lurin, shocked, grabs his arm and asks if he truly thinks there's nothing left for him here. She reminds him of the time they spent on the train when he asked about making this place their home. She says she never planned to leave him behind and promises they can stay as long as he wants. But she asks what about the people waiting for them back in the Empire. Ellison finally realizes she's right. Meanwhile, in Greek's castle, Baron Lydon asks why Ellison isn't at the restaurant. Soldiers explain someone else is managing it. Lydon feels they owe him thanks and decides to visit. Back at Lurin's lair, construction is in full swing. Lord Geltzar assures everyone Ellison would never abandon them. In the present, Lurin tells Ellison that everyone, humans, dwarves, elves, even dragons, waits for him. She reminds him the 15 years he spent there were not wasted. Her words move him deeply. He recalls his letter and asks if his mother believed him. Lurin assures him she did, saying parents always trust their children. Pulling him along, she tells him it's time to go back. 2 days later, the woman who gave Ellison the letter hasn't seen him since. She worries her words might have been too harsh. Suddenly, Ellison appears, handing her a bag of gold. He explains it's a token of thanks for looking after his mother's grave. As she opens the bag, stunned, he mentions he must return to the restaurant. Before she can reply, he disappears through a summoning portal. The woman recalls a conversation with Mrs. Jonghwa in the hospital. Mrs. Jonghwa once said there was a restaurant she wanted to visit. The woman didn't take her seriously at the time. Now she realizes it's all true. Ellison really is a mage. While going back to the Green City, Ellison places a picture of himself and Lurin, along with a bouquet of white flowers, on his mother's grave. As they return to the restaurant, Ellison comments that it feels like a lot time has passed. Looking at the landscape, he notes that the place is quite far from the restaurant and concludes they must have strayed far in the modern world. Just as Lurin is about to summon a teleportation spell, but Ellison interrupts her and asks her to wait. Forming a large portal with his magic, he surprises her. She asks how he did it, and he replies that it's based on the principles of dimensional magic. As they pass through the portal, she asks him to teach her levitation magic. He reminds her that she once said she wouldn't learn it because of having wings. She shouts back that all the other dragons know how to use it. After crossing the portal, Ellison worries that the restaurant's customers must be anxious, and the ranch workers probably scared since he left without warning. Lurin remarks that she thinks the restaurant won't have customers for a while. Suddenly, she notices something which is the site of the restaurant, is packed, and there's a statue of Ellison outside. Embarrassed, he asks if they're in the wrong place. With confusion, Lurin asks about what's going. When they get closer, they see Lint enthusiastically asks people if they know who saved Count Lydon Greek. He exclaims that it was the owner of this restaurant, Mr. Ellison. A man comments that he's amazing. A woman, who seems quite moved by the words of Lint, tells her husband she can't believe such a great person made their meal. Holding a dish, Lint shouts that this dish healed the Count back then, and asks if anyone wants to try it to see how much health it provides. Enthused by his speech, the customers shout that they want to try it. At that moment, Ellison walks in. Upon seeing him, Lint is terrified. Ellison demands an explanation of the statue. Lord Count Lydon appears and replies it was his suggestion. He apologizes and explains that later that night, when both of them suddenly disappeared, it caused them panic. Lint explains that they tried to keep the customers entertained, which led to the current situation. While eating, Lydon remarks that Ellison has incredible employees. Tasting the dish made by Lint, Ellison thinks that it's great and wonders why he never thought of making boiled pork. Lurin comments on how tender it is. Ellison ponders whether the kitchen might be a better place for Lint than the ranch. Ellison takes responsibility for the chaos and says he won't scold anyone. However, pointing to the statue, he asks what it is. Admiring it, Lydon explains it honors Ellison's achievements and assures him that the Count's castle will maintain it. Awkwardly, Ellison says that isn't his concern and asks about these achievements. Lydon explains that during the war against the dragon, he heard about a legendary soldier who ignored orders, helped people, and became known as the best mage but the worst soldier. That soldier, Lydon reveals, has a name of Ellison. With stunned expression, Ellison listens as Lydon explains that the city of Greek was one of the places he saved. Embarrassed, Ellison admits that he has not expected Lydon to recognize him. Lydon insists Ellison saved the city, his family, and himself. Smiling slightly, Ellison denies while understanding Count's intention. However, next moment he destroys the statue with his magic, while declaring that he doesn't want his restaurant evaluated based on decor. Worried, Lydon admits the statue might have been too much and promises to manage the rumors about Ellison's healing dishes. Elsewhere, two girls are talking in a school corridor while they bump to our royal mage, Madrin. After dropping their books, the girls apologize. Using magic, Madrin levitates the books and assures them it's fine, wishing them luck with their studies but warning them to use magic carefully. Embarrassed, one girl thanks her, impressed by how fast she cast her magic. Madrina overhears them dismissing rumors about her being kidnapped and tied up, which distresses her. Returning to her room, she notices someone inside. Terrified, she assumes that it's Lurin, but upon entering, she finds Prince Leon. Startled, she starts pleading not to be dragged around, mentioning the rumors. Confused, Leon assures her he isn't spreading rumors and asks about Dedrin's condition. Hearing about rising crime and the deaths of dispatch teams, he tells her they need someone capable of handling the situation. They absolutely know who can handle this situation perfectly without revealing his true identity. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Ellison serves customers, and one remarks that he finally gets to enjoy a delicious meal after so long. In the kitchen, Ellison prepares the dishes with a smile and announces that the Uba rice bowl is ready. He asks Lurin to serve it to the customers. After being served, Serena is surprised and asks where all the meat went. Disguising while chewing the meat, Lurin comments that this is how it's served. Enraged, Serena asks that who she's trying to fool. Lurin responds that she should just eat what was given to her. Miss Berna is also there, and after tasting the food, she expresses her love for his restaurant. She asks if Dion has been coming here frequently by himself, and Ellison responds that he could be considered a regular. Awkwardly, she admits that she was actually against putting a statue in the restaurant. Ellison tells her that she doesn't need to say that every time she visits, as the Lord already explained everything. Then she asks about the dessert. Next moment, two mysterious people enter the restaurant and ask about the menu. The woman is Madrine, who asks if he could bring 2 portions of the dish. Sighing, he responds that he would and asks her to wait a moment. After some time, he serves them, announcing that 2 plates of fried rice with uba are ready. The man tries it and comments that the taste catches him by surprise. The woman agrees and says it's so good. Ellison asks if he's surprised, as it's unexpected given that he doesn't seem like someone who's easily impressed. The man is shocked when he realizes that Ellison has recognized him and knows that he's Leon. Madrina, astonished, remarks that Ellison's eyes are as sharp as expected. Ellison asks how that was considered perfect. Leon responds that the lady there didn't seem to notice. Ellison asks what happened that made them disguise themselves to be there. The prince responds that first of all, he wanted to try the delicious food here, and second, showing a vial, he asks if Ellison knows what it is. Surprised, Ellison asks what that is. Leon responds that it's a deadly poison that can destroy the human brain. It's the same poison that made Count Lydon bedridden for years. Ellison is paralyzed. Leon continues, saying that this poison is slowly spreading throughout Dedrin City. It's a miracle that the Count woke up from it, but they can't expect that for everyone else. Moreover, it's very difficult to find evidence because the poison leaves no trace in the victim. Before he can finish speaking, 2 thieves burst into the restaurant, telling everyone not to move and demanding all the food and money. Berna becomes terrified upon seeing the thieves. One of the thieves threatens them, saying that if they don't want to die, they should obey and hand everything over. Lurin and Serena stop their bickering and glare at the thieves, warning them not to ruin their mood. Madrina, emitting her powerful aura, stares them down. Later, outside the restaurant, one of the thieves groans in pain as Madrin remarks that they are from the city of Dedrin. Sitting on top of one and stepping on the head of the other, she warns them not to make any moves. They apologize, calling her chief mage, and beg for forgiveness. Hearing this compliment, she grins maliciously, confirms that she is the chief mage, and asks if they know who she is. Ellison, holding the vial, asks if the reason they came to him was to put him in charge of the investigation into the city of Dedrin to find the source of the poison. The prince says that no matter how much they interrogated Count Dedrin, he wouldn't reveal anything, and all the generals sent there are dead, leaving Dedrin's security in its worst state. While Madrin plays with the thieves, Leon comments that he's sure this is done by the same group, and they are expanding throughout the city. Ellison asks why the prince would entrust such an important task to a mere restaurant owner. The prince replies that not long ago, Dedrin was destroyed, and he wonders who on earth would use magic in such a ridiculous way. He asks if our boy feels a little responsible for the situation, which is now out of control. Awkwardly, Ellison asks who told him that. Leon responds that he can't say. He has to keep it an absolute secret. Ellison remarks that the only person who could have told him is the 7th-class mage of the Empire. Upon hearing this, Madrin becomes terrified and runs toward Leon. Leon comments that he will leave this task to Ellison, but tells him to let him know if he needs anything. He assures him that he will proceed with his plan this time and asks Madrin to visit him later. That night, around the outskirts of Dedrin City, the situation is dire, with several robberies occurring. Ellison comments that things are worse than he imagined. Lauren asks about their reason to be there. He responds that it's to capture whoever created the poison used on the Count. She asks if that's why the city is turning into such a mess. He replies that it might be, but that he has heard all the generals there are poisoned. Deep in thought, Ellison wonders what he should do. If he manages to capture them all at once, they might try to hide. But he can't just ask anyone about it. Then he tells Lauren that he has a plan and asks if she will listen. She asks what it is, and he replies that it might make her feel uncomfortable. Smiling slightly, she tells him that he worries too much and reminds him that she already said that she would do anything for him, so she asks him to share the plan. After a while, she finds herself behind bars. Now understanding this is the plan of our boy. Next moment, a man tells her to stay away from the bars. One of the prisoners comments that there is a girl in the cell. A big muscular prisoner asks if it's someone's birthday. With malicious looks, the prisoners ask her if she knows what happened to the first girl who came into this cell. They say they are going to teach her lesson. With a look of disgust, she says that this place is a dump and that this prison doesn't even separate people by gender. Just as she's about to transform her hand into dragon claws, she restrains herself, remembering that she's been asked to endure this. Meanwhile, Ricardo, Dedrin's chamberlain, enters and comments that he heard there was a new useful item today. The man points to Lurin and says that she is the prisoner arrested for assaulting civilians in the street. Ricardo, impressed, says she's a bit rebellious but that it will increase her sale value. Later, in a castle, Ricardo meets a mysterious man dressed as a count. He apologizes for making him wait. The man is actually our guy dressed up as Count, who introduces himself as Count Revolk and announces that he will now manage the city of Dedrin. Ricardo apologizes for being late and asks Ellison if he came from the Imperial Palace. Ellison says it was nice to meet him. While apologizing, Ricardo explains that he was handling some prisoners and, while reading a document, mentions that something absurd happened at the Lord's castle recently. He says that it's a confusing time for everyone and asks for understanding. Count Revolk acknowledges this and says he's heard about it. When he notices the seal at the end of the document, he realizes it's indeed the seal of the Imperial Palace. Ellison asks if Ricardo thought it was fake. Ricardo denies it, but comments that it arrived earlier than expected. Unfortunately, for unknown reasons, 3 dispatched officials to this place have died, so he thought nobles would avoid this city. However, it seems that's not the case. Count Revolk notices something and sarcastically asks if Ricardo is suggesting he should be careful not to become the 4th. Ricardo laughs nervously, saying he'd never think something so disrespectful. With a slight smile, Ellison comments on the word disrespectful and begins tearing the document, saying that this should now be considered disrespectful. Ricardo, who is totally baffled to see it, asks what he's doing and how he could tear up a letter from His Majesty. Count Revolk replies that the contents are so predictable that it's not even fun. He continues, saying that even though it was written by the Crown Prince, he could recite the message with his eyes closed. Improve public safety, take care of the people, eradicate corruption in Dedrin, and so on. While placing both feet on the table, he comments that none of it interests him. He wants to make this place a bit more exciting to manage, suggesting Ricardo wouldn't want to see new officials resigning repeatedly. He asks if Ricardo doesn't think there are areas where their interests align and mentions hearing all kinds of rumors before arriving. Ricardo is left stunned. Meanwhile, in the prison, a guard tells Lurin to come out. She asks about a reason, since they just transferred her to this cell, and wonders where they're taking her now. He replies that she doesn't need to know. She thinks that if it weren't for Ellison's request, they would all already be dead. Then she remembers that Ellison said the criminals likely know the source of the poison. One of the prisoners asks if she's leaving and says she'll soon be crying out of longing for this place because, compared to where she's going, this place will seem like heaven. He adds that if he were her, he'd bite his tongue and die now. Lurin simply observes while the guard orders the prisoners to be quiet. As Ricardo watches Lurin being taken away, he wonders what he should do next. He thinks that Count Revolk seems completely different from the other nobles who've come before. Ricardo couldn't keep killing all the dignitaries that get sent down, but this time, it feels different. He likes that Revolk is a count, and maybe it's worth the risk. He'll see if the count is brave or just pretending because he doesn't want to die that night. As Ricardo ponders, he realizes that people rarely make such poisons alone, so it's certain they have some connection to the underworld. Holding the vial of poison, Ellison continues thinking, while trying to act like a corrupt official, only to find himself wondering if he's been too obvious, trying too hard to seem like he knows something when, in reality, he knows nothing. If he shows the poison out of the blue, Ricardo will obviously play innocent. It seems there's no choice but to wait for something to happen. Next moment, someone suddenly knocks on the door, asking if they can come in for a moment. He complies. The maid enters, while commenting that she's prepared some tea in case he's thirsty, mentioning that the head servant sent her. The count thanks her and asks her to leave it there. Apologetically, she explains that the head servant asked her to stay until she sees him drink some of the tea, calling it a sign of trust. Surprised, Ellison thinks he can't believe they're poisoning officials so blatantly, wanting the count to trust them by drinking it. If he uses his position as a count as an excuse to refuse the tea, the head will never reveal his true intentions. If there's poison in the tea, he'll stop pretending and use it as leverage to threaten the head. If not, he'll continue acting as Count Revolk. In one gulp, he drinks it all, while thinking that whatever happens, he'll deal with it. Suddenly, he notices something and comments that the tea tastes very good, that it must be high quality. The maid smiles, saying that she knew he would like it. Looking at the cup, he realizes there's no poison and wonders if he's passed the test. As the maid is about to leave, she mentions one more thing. Opening the door, a slave woman appears. She explains that the head servant asked her to give him this gift after passing the trust test, a sign of the head's sincerity. Ellison is astonished, realizing this is much more complicated than he anticipated. He never expected to be given slaves. The maid adds that she hopes he'll enjoy it. Our boy notices something strange about the woman as she seems disoriented, almost hypnotized. He asks if she can hear him. Suddenly, the woman moves her hand with incredible speed, knocking our boy to the ground. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Dedran, in a place surrounded by sinister faces, a mysterious man tries to understand what the robbers duo are saying. According to them, they break into an empty house when a girl appears out of nowhere and begins fighting them, asking why their faces look like that. One of the men tied up says she's very strong. Another agrees, saying she doesn't seem human. The man then asks what he told them before, that they're supposed to be discreet, especially since it hasn't been long since they got rid of those officials. If they can't avoid a fight, they should at least not get caught. He asks if it's too much for them to handle. He remarks that this isn't going to work and calls for Vernetto, asking him to take them to the cultivation room. The two men become terrified, begging for forgiveness, with one of them saying they'll live as discreetly as possible from now on and pleading for one last chance. The mysterious man wonders why they keep asking for a last chance. His name is Master Reedon, who is the manager of the city of Dedran and a human trafficker. He comments that the fact they're still alive is already their last chance. Vernetto mentions that Ricardo requested another slave. With a sinister expression, Reedon comments that Ricardo never gets tired of it. Dedran should at least keep some distance. He thinks it'll be even more dangerous to attract the attention of the Imperial Palace. He doesn't want to have to kill that man. Then he asks Vernetto if Ricardo wasn't supposed to send a prisoner today. Vernetto confirms that the prisoner had committed assault. One man wonders if it was really same person who beat up his men. She's now in the selection room. Meanwhile, Lurin stands in a line of slaves while a man with glasses organizes the slaves, as 3 of them are for the cultivation room, 2 for the nobles, 5 for the black market auction. As he calls the next in line, she thinks it surprising that even though she doesn't fully understand human customs, she at least knows slavery is illegal throughout the empire. To think such a large-scale business is happening inside a cell, she realizes she can't be sure they're the ones who created the poison. But she should probably inform Ellison about this. Since she knows that the coordinates of his room, she creates a small portal to communicate through and asks if Ellison can hear her, saying this is much bigger than they imagined. However, she notices something strange. Ellison is in his room with a woman tied up. Quickly, he responds that it's not what she thinks. Lurin, with confused expression, asks about the matter. Then, while the tied-up woman pleads for her master to give her orders, which made our boy all nervous, who tries to clear out that whatever she's thinking, it's a misunderstanding. While emanating her dragon aura, Lurin asks him to explain himself. Ellison tells Lurin that it's a misunderstanding, pointing out that the state of the slave who looks strange. He insists that he did not even summon her. Lurin, who is growing angrier, orders an investigation into the location of the place called the cultivation room, stating they will discuss this matter later and that he should prepare himself. Meanwhile, a man notices that Lurin's strange activity and asks what she is doing. She replies that she isn't doing anything, but the handcuffs are broken, so a new one is needed. He asks how the handcuffs could have broken, while Lurin replies that it must be defective. Elsewhere, a man asks Lidon if they should interrogate someone, but Lidon answers negatively. He instructs the handlers not to provoke the individual, as that thing is not human. The master comments that he doesn't know the creature's purpose, but if they don't handle it carefully, things could fall apart. He orders the place to be cleaned up, while mentioning that he must go meet the creature. The next morning, Ricardo meets Count Revolk and asks how his sincerity has been received. Ellison responds that it was quite satisfying. While he felt tested and slightly annoyed, it was enough to put it behind him. He privately thinks that, because of Ricardo, he was greatly misunderstood. Ricardo apologizes for the tea incident, while explaining that shaking hands too quickly might be risky. Ellison brushes it off, while saying that he's already forgotten about it. The slave lies unconscious on the bed. Ellison tells Ricardo that he will keep the woman with him a few more days. Ricardo agrees with his wishes. Our dude then mentions that although it's not his first time seeing a slave, there's something different about this woman. Her condition seems unusual. Ricardo acknowledges this, while explaining that it's the special feature of their product that a slave who perfectly obeys through brainwashing, making sure they don't run away or rebel. Everyone can handle them with ease, and since they accept any command, they can be made to do anything. This is hard for Ellison to hear, while he wonders privately whether they should just destroy the slave market altogether. But he then decides to hold on a little longer. He reasons that the incident might end up like when they destroyed Dedran Castle. Ellison asks whether Ricardo wants to expand the market and sell these slaves, combining his connections as a count with their high-quality products to create a sales route to influential nobles within the empire. Ricardo laughs, while agreeing that partnering with Ellison was a brilliant decision. Ellison then asks if these slaves are connected to a place called the Cultivation Room. Ricardo is startled and asks if Ellison knows about it. Ellison replies that he came here after hearing rumors, reminding him that nobles are naturally cautious and that it's necessary to verify the distribution process before making any introductions. He adds that if it's too troublesome, Ricardo doesn't have to show it, though it might reduce the sales route. Ricardo quickly responds that they are partners now, and there's no reason not to show it. In fact, it's much closer than Ellison thinks. Elsewhere, Lidon knocks on a door and tells the woman inside that there's a problem he can't resolve himself. The woman replies with surprised expression that it's unexpected, as even with the Imperial Palace overseeing things, Lidon couldn't handle it. Lidon explains that there's an anomaly among the slave. He mentions about his suspicious Lurin's energy to be a dragon similar to her. The red dragon, Sydney, wonders if the black dragons have gotten wind of it, adding that there have been more reports of them digging around. She also remembers the new overseer, a young man named Count Revolk. Lidon confirms that the dragon among the slaves is a small woman with black hair, and Sydney immediately recognizes her as Lurin. Sydney orders preparations to clear the cultivation and sorting rooms. In the cultivation room, Ricardo introduces Ellison to the setup, calling it Dedran's Pride. He explains that they cultivate various herbs and mushrooms, combine them to create drugs, and produce loyal slaves for their masters. Ellison is impressed by the magical lights and wonders how they created this beneath the mansion. The workers appear to be in poor condition due to the many sick plants. Ricardo suggests they shouldn't stay longer. Ellison asks if, with these ingredients, it's possible to make a poison that leaves no trace. Ricardo responds by asking if Ellison is interested in their other products and reveals he was about to show him anyway. At that moment, Lidon arrives, having been instructed by Sydney to observe the scene. Lidon becomes furious, realizing that Ricardo has shown all this to an overseer who has only recently arrived. Ricardo apologizes, but Lidon warns Ellison that if he truly intends to join them, everything must be cleaned up properly. Ellison assures Lidon that his suspicions were correct, and the Count's game is over. Meanwhile, Lurin is in the prison, hearing noises outside. She wonders if she overheard something about shutting the place down, which has something to do with Ellison. At this moment, Sydney appears and remarks on the jackpot of catching a dragon slave. Looking at Lurin, she adds that she never expected to meet another of her kind in such a place. Lurin asks about Sydney's identity. Sydney responds that while Lurin may not know her, she knows Lurin very well. She reveals that she also knows her mother. Lurin is shocked and demands to know how Sydney knows her mother's name. Sydney smirks and responds that she not only knows the name, but also remembers her mother's dying moments clearly. She asks if Lurin wants to hear about it. Lurin, filled with rage, attacks Sydney with all her strength, vowing to tear her apart but leave her mouth. She challenges Sydney to see if she can still speak as she did before. Sydney, grinning, responds that she has already seen it. Her mouth works just fine. She taunts Lurin about her mother, prompting Lurin to attack her again, while Lurin wants to shut her up. Everyone present becomes scared and starts shouting for others to run, pointing out that there is a dragon. She questions if they are outraged. Sydney also transforms into a huge red dragon and taunts Lurin, suggesting that she is too rebellious to be a slave. She questions Lurin's actions, saying that instead of stabbing around aimlessly, she could have simply played house with Ellison she had brought with her. She compares the situation to a bug flying around a restaurant, emphasizing that one has no choice but to catch it and questioning why Lurin didn't continue living that way. Meanwhile, in the cultivation room, fire breaks out, and a man shouts for it to be extinguished. Lydon dismisses the concern, telling everyone to leave. Argai says that he will ensure that the evidence will not be burned. Lydon remarks that Argai is not an official of the Imperial Court, but a magician, which explains why he is different from ordinary people. Ellison responds that Lydon is not in a position to comment, pointing out Lydon's strong swordsmanship and barrier. He also notices something peculiar about his enemy's steps and recognizes the swordsmanship of the First Knight's Order. Curious, our boy asks if he is from the Imperial Palace, while his enemy admits growing more interested in him, but also finds him too dangerous. Lydon attacks, but Argai defends with his magic, explaining that binding magic is easy to evade once the energy's flow is understood. Argai comments that even a chicken knows such techniques, but Lydon counters that large-scale attack magic which cannot be used effectively without a strong source of fire. Ellison adds that his situation is different, and that enchantment magic weakens when covering larger areas. Lydon agrees, particularly when the force is focused on a single point. Argai agrees theoretically and asks if Lydon knows how to kill a magician. Lydon wonders if the barrier is still intact, but then faces a strong attack from Argai. Acknowledging his strength, our boy notes how quickly he recovers, and remarks on his toughness. Now he saw Lydon's torn clothes and his state, he persistently asks for Lydon's identity. At Ellison's restaurant, Dariant arrives and states that he has come as ordered, adding that their cover seems to have been blown. Leon, Miss Berna, and Madrin are having lunch when Leon notices the Crown Prince's unexpected presence. Leon remarks that they were bound to be discovered after a few days and reassures a woman that he has no intention of arresting her. He acknowledges her innocence regarding the Count, while she says that she is grateful for his mercy. Then Dariant inquires whether the restaurant operates without Ellison. As Miss Berna leaves, Leon explains that a skilled worker handles the cooking. Leon shifts the conversation to Dedrin, who has remained silent since the destruction of his castle, likely due to the shock. Leon asks a bold question about who would win in a fight between Ellison and two of them. The question shocks Madrin and Dariant, but Leon insists on an answer. He reluctantly explains that even with help, they could never defeat Ellison, describing him as a monster beyond common sense. He mentions another person of similar caliber, someone he served directly during his time in the infantry. This individual, Commander Adrian Pierce, had refined the swordsmanship of the First Knight's Order and was the strongest swordsman he had ever seen. He admits that this was why he remained stuck as vice commander. Leon, however, presses for someone currently alive, and the man acknowledges that he wasn't around during those times, but recalls Adrian's mysterious disappearance during the war while defending the Imperial Palace. Back at the fight, Lydon persistently asks Ellison's name. After knowing his name, he responds by calling him a deserter. Argai expresses his intention to ask many questions him later in prison. Lydon dismisses this, stating that he has someone to serve and will meet him next time. Before leaving, Lydon aims for the ceiling because he knows our hero needs to protect innocent slaves and evidence. Before doing this, Lydon expresses regret, wishing for someone like him to have been around in his past. Meanwhile, Sydney and Lurin's fight wreaks havoc. Sydney boasts about her verbal skills, while Lurin demands to know about her mother. Sydney reveals that Lurin's mother had created the ancient Mabel and was imprisoned for it, while dying miserably without any help. She adds that certain secrets cannot be hidden, no matter how hard one tries. Lurin becomes furious and threatens to kill everyone who knows the secret if it gets out. After some time, people begin to calm down, while seeing that the collapse has stopped. They thank Ellison for saving themselves. Our guy tells them not to mention it, and advises them to take care of the fallen. Among those who fell during the collapse is Ricardo. To see his corpse, people abuse him, stepping on him, and angrily accuse him of past wrongs. One of them urges the crowd to calm down, reminding them that they are in front of the person who saved them. Our guy sarcastically asks if he should step on Ricardo too. Meanwhile, a maid in the castle wonders what happened in the mansion basement, suspecting that Lord Ricardo might still be there. A fully covered man appears and she asks about his identity. He explains that he heard there was a patient. The maid, surprised, apologizes, explaining that she wasn't informed of any visitors and asks him to leave. Before she finishes her sentence, her eyes close, and she falls asleep. The man, unfazed, remarks that he didn't come as a guest. He opens the door to the room where a slave lies sleeping and wonders if she is the one he is looking for. Elsewhere, Lurin breaks into the prison and informs the imprisoned slaves that there are no more guards and they are free to run away. However, the slaves show no reaction and remain standing. Frustrated, Lurin urges them to escape but notices their continued silence. She mutters that at this rate, freeing them will take forever. She then hears our guy's voice calling her name. He remarks that he thought she was on a covert mission, but points out the mess she has created. Lurin defends her actions, explaining that a dragon discovered her identity. Our guy notices the injured red dragon and asks if it was the one, to which Lurin confirms, adding that she had to silence it because it wouldn't stop babbling. She further reveals that the dragon knew about her mother creating the ancient Mabel and absorbing it. Scratching his head, our guy acknowledges that this complicates matters. He announces that he is located where the poison is being made and suggests calling it a day. Lurin asks about the prisoners, noting their lack of reaction. Our guy explains that the slaves only respond to someone they recognize as their master due to brainwashing. He assures her that he has already called someone to handle the situation. A man, revealed to be the gold dragon Iramantium, arrives and says this will be his last time helping. Iramantium uses his powers to heal the slaves, breaking their brainwashing. The slaves, now freed, express joy and disbelief at their freedom. They embrace each other and celebrate. Our guy orders them to line up so he can distribute food. Lurin, curious, asks what the food is, and our guy replies that they are instant noodles from another world, calling them the best meal when one is hungry. He pours water into the noodle packs, instructing them to wait 3 minutes before eating. The slaves thank him, enjoying the noodles and finding the broth warm and delicious. They eagerly ask for more, and Lurin also requests a bowl. Our guy assures her that he has prepared some for her too. Meanwhile, Iramantium, who is standing silently, reflects on a past incident where a girl was disgusted by his look and rejected him. He then recalls how, after healing a count, he was overwhelmed with gratitude and even offered the honor of having a statue built in his name. Another healed slave tearfully thanked him, confessing that she had resigned herself to becoming a slave. Iramantium looks at his hand, lost in thought. Later, Ellison, Lurin, and our guy return to the dining hall. Our guy reflects on how effortlessly Iramantium undid the brainwashing, marveling at his skill. They confirm that they have already treated the person who came to Lurin's room. Lurin recalls the earlier incident and expresses relief at seeing them again. She asks Ellison if he is ready to face the consequences of his actions. Ellison nervously tries to explain that his actions were inevitable. In response, Lurin hugs him passionately, declaring it his punishment. Confused, Ellison protests, but Lurin insists it is his punishment and tells him to quietly accept it. Our guy assures Lurin it won't happen again and apologizes. Teasing her, he adds that if the punishment is like this, he wouldn't mind facing it a few more times. Changing the subject, he asks Lurin if she cleaned up the dragon's corpse to avoid it being seen by the crown prince. Embarrassed, Lurin denies it, while assuming that he had done it. Realizing no one did, Ellison expresses concern, calling it a bad oversight. Meanwhile, the injured red dragon, Sydney, converses with Adrian, the captain of the First Knight's Order. She admits her limits, saying that even with half her mana, she had hoped to put up a decent fight, but failed. She suggests she might not be the right candidate and asks about Adrian's side. Adrian apologizes, admitting that the opponents were strong. Sydney sarcastically remarks that it is unusual for him to praise humans, then dismisses the topic, stating that she should have briefed him about Ellison earlier. She concludes that their plan will require a significant revision. Prince Leon praises Ellison for his flawless work, while acknowledging the absurdity of the situation they are handling. He reflects on how the culprits have not only used poison, but have also enslaved people and created brainwashing drugs, a reality beyond imagination. He admits he hadn't expected the matter to be resolved so effortlessly. Ellison inquires if Leon has any remaining business in Greek City. Leon mentions one final matter, expressing his surprise that the main culprit is a dragon. He explains further that the dragon has a human accomplice who is skilled in the swordsmanship of the First Knight Order. At that, Dariant expresses his desire to confront the individual who dares to tarnish the name of the Order. However, our boy expresses some frustration that the dragon's body has disappeared, leaving the matter unresolved. Ellison speculates that the dragon is likely still alive and cautions Leon about recklessly involving himself in dragon-related affairs. Leon assures him that he has no intention of taking unnecessary risks. He decides to conclude the matter for the time being. When Ellison suggests sending a proper overseer to prevent further complications, Leon dismisses the idea, stating that it is unnecessary. He produces a letter, hinting that it contains the resolution. Ellison, confused, reads the letter and expresses his astonishment. He questions Leon's intentions, suspecting this has been part of his plan all along. Leon responds calmly, noting that such a move could easily lead to misunderstandings among other nobles, who might react strongly if they received a similar letter. At the Count's castle, Count Raiden is pleading for forgiveness, taking responsibility for past actions and insisting on his wife Berna's innocence. Berna, amidst tears, expresses her willingness to accept punishment. But the Crown Prince reassures them that his visit is not for that purpose. He hands them a letter, urging them to read it. Raiden reads the letter aloud, realizing it contains a pardon for the charges and a new directive. The letter praises the management improvements in Greek City under Baron's oversight, highlighting reduced poverty and stabilized security. As a result, the central government has decided to unify Greek City and Dedran, entrusting their governance to the Lord of Greek City. Berna is overwhelmed by the news, expressing disbelief. The Crown Prince congratulates Raiden on the expansion of his domain, but Raiden, to everyone's surprise, declines the responsibility, insisting there is someone more suitable for the role. Later, Leon and Dariant are traveling together on horseback. Leon reflects on Raiden's unexpected decision, admitting it has taken him by surprise. His knight remarks that, despite the unexpected turn, Leon has ultimately gained an appropriate proposal. At the Count's castle, Raiden summons Dion and invites him to sit, while offering him dessert. As they speak, Raiden reassures Baron about his improving health and briefly discusses the contributions of healer Elena. He then congratulates his father on the unification of Dedran and Greek City, emphasizing the responsibilities this entails. He asks Dion about his age and suggests that it is time to consider marriage, citing the need to secure an heir. Dion, startled, questions the suddenness of the topic. Raiden reveals that he has already informed the palace about transferring the management of Dedran to Dion. He recalls overhearing Dion's thoughtful and practical concerns for the people during his visits, which demonstrate his capability for leadership. He declares Dion the legitimate Lord of Dedran and expresses confidence in his ability to govern effectively. Young Count, however overwhelmed by the responsibility, vows to ensure Dedran's prosperity. That night, Dion arrives in Dedran and is dismayed by its deplorable state. His subordinate provides a grim report, explaining that despite dismantling the largest criminal organization, smaller groups are now vying for power, and the military appears to be neglecting basic patrols. Determined to see the situation firsthand, Dion enters a military facility, only to find soldiers gambling, drinking, and unconscious on the floor. The sight leaves him speechless, unsure of where to begin addressing the chaos. At Ellison's restaurant, Linte is preparing a dish and seeking feedback from Ellison, who praises the effort but points out areas for improvement. Lurin, overhearing, insists she can cook just as well, sparking a playful argument between the two. At another table, Rain and Creston are discussing Dion's recent departure to Dedran. Rain expresses concern over the challenges he faces, given Dedran's state. Creston acknowledges Dion's growing reputation, but agrees that the situation is daunting. Their conversation is interrupted when Dion suddenly appears at the door, sweating profusely and requesting a hamburger. His disheveled state shocks everyone. Lurin jokingly refers to him as a corpse. As Dion devours the hamburger with remarkable speed, Ellison notes his pale complexion and exhaustion. Concerned, he inquires about Dion's well-being and offers his help. He initially hesitates, determined not to rely on Ellison yet again. However, he eventually breaks down, admitting that he is dying and needs help. Ellison asks Dion if the situation is truly that bad, and if it's so difficult that it feels like dying. Dion, startled by his own slip of words, quickly covers up, saying it was just a joke and that he's perfectly fine. He hands a coin to Ellison, excuses himself, and says he's busy before leaving abruptly. The group is left confused by his strange behavior. Ellison then turns to Lurin and asks if she still has something they made earlier. Lurin recalls they made it but never used it, mentioning it's likely stored in the attic on the 3rd floor. Meanwhile, Dion sits in his chair, reflecting on his actions. He scolds himself for once again relying on his master out of habit and tells himself to get a grip. He struggles with his thoughts, acknowledging that merely implementing a few measures wouldn't be enough to improve the territory. He realizes the need to set clear priorities and identifies corruption among officials and the territory's security as the main issues affecting people's lives. He understands these problems are interconnected, with corrupt officials fostering rising criminal organizations through bribes. Not only this, he also analyzes the army's deteriorated state and laments the lack of effective enforcers to tackle criminals. He briefly thinks of Ellison but quickly reprimands himself for depending too much on him. Determined to take action, he decides to summon the officials in charge of different departments to address the issues one by one. Elsewhere, some soldiers are in poor condition, suffering from aching legs and upset stomachs due to overdrinking. Kinder, the squad leader of the Dedran Guard, scolds them harshly, asking if they consider themselves soldiers. He reminds them of their lord's leniency during the last inspection and tells them how fortunate they are to have kept their heads. One soldier protests, saying that Kinder used to overlook such behavior and questions that why he's being strict now. The soldier laments that no matter how much effort they put in, it's futile because those in power can nullify their work with a single decision. Kinder is deeply affected by these words as he walks away, feeling responsible for the soldier's disillusionment. He decides to find a decent spot to grab a drink and clear his thoughts. Along the way, he notices a camp with its lights on and a delicious smell wafting through the air. He enters and discovers Ellison and Lurin's mobile restaurant, which moves from place to place. Kinder asks if it's a restaurant, and Ellison explains that they serve meals and drinks. Drawn to the barbecue skewers, Kinder orders some snacks and drinks. Ellison serves him while telling him to enjoy the meal. As Kinder takes a bite, he finds the meat tender and flavorful, with the sweetness of the vegetables blending perfectly with the juices. He sips his drink and feels his stress melting away. Pleased, Kinder says the food and drink work perfectly together, and that it's helping him recover from his stressful day. Ellison encourages him to enjoy his meal and assures him that he is willing to listen to any concerns. The next morning, Dion meets Vendenk, who is the treasurer in charge of taxes and finance. As he reviews the administrative records, he finds numerous irregularities, including a supposed expenditure of $20 million for road repairs 4 months ago. However, no repairs have been done. When questioned, Vendenk confidently produces a box of jewels and coins, claiming to have prepared a proper explanation. Diane, realizing the depth of corruption, internally debates whether to arrest Vendenk immediately. However, he recalls Ellison's likely advice to gather concrete evidence first. Arresting Vendenk now might alert other corrupt officials, making it harder to uncover the full extent of the problem. Pretending to be pleased with the bribe, he tells Vendenk that he appreciates such gifts and is counting on him. At the mobile restaurant, Kinder shares his past dedication to patrolling the streets during his off-duty hours to keep them safe. He laments the worsening state of his unit, suggesting there might be deeper issues at play. Suddenly, a man bursts in and demands to know who gave them permission to operate the restaurant. Ellison calmly asks Lurin to handle the situation, but he notices she's holding a bottle. When questioned, she explains that it's not beer but a drink that pairs well with the food. The intruder threatens to flip the restaurant over. Kinder, observing the situation, says how far the Dedran army has fallen, which allows street thugs to act with such boldness. The intruder punches Kinder, who is declaring to arrest him, while Goon declares that some people only learn after being hit. He moves to punch Ellison next, but Lurin quickly hugs Ellison, muttering that Lord Diane must have a hard time dealing with such situations. A light bursts out of the camp, and the thug is left in bad condition. Our guy says he does not want to crush the man's base. Besides, he cannot intervene directly, and believes Dion wants to handle the situation using his own skills. Ellison observes the situation and decides they need to help. He looks at Kinder, who rests his head on the table. Despite his struggles, Kinder maintains a decent attitude, which leads Ellison to think that giving him another chance might be worthwhile. Unconscious, Kinder recalls his early days with the security team. Gabon, the security captain, lies down and informs him that there is no specific instructor for weaponry or arrest techniques, advising him to manage training on his own. Gabon casually adds that he should only be woken if someone from the castle arrives. Shocked and disappointed by this attitude, Kinder voices his frustration to the other soldiers. He says to them that robbers are looting openly in the streets while the team does nothing. He insists they act, arguing that numbers can make up for their lack of training. Reluctantly, the others agree. Together they catch a robber, but the man asks them if they truly believe the Lord will allow their actions. Soon after, the Lord reprimands the team, accusing them of overstepping their authority and ordering them to release the robber. Kinder and others are disappointed. When Kinder suggests trying again, the others refuse, citing unfair treatment, criticism, and lack of resources. They argue that additional patrols would only worsen their situation, as their wages are being cut and supplies withheld. Discouraged, they decide to stick to their orders, leaving Kinder alone in his mission. Suddenly, Kinder wakes up to Ellison's voice. Ellison informs him that he left a gift for him. The gift turns out to be the thug, tied up with ropes. Ellison tells Kinder to lock the man in jail on his way back. Recognizing the thug, Kinder asks if Ellison captured him. Ellison acknowledges Kinder's efforts to make the streets safe again, and asks if he still believes in his goal. Confused but determined, he immediately confirms that he has not given up on his dream. At that moment, a man approaches, encouraging Kinder to seize the opportunity. The man was none other than Dariant. Kinder is stunned to see the vice-captain of the First Night Order there. Dariant introduces himself, explaining that he has been assigned to guide Kinder's swordsmanship. Meanwhile, at Dion's castle, people present him with various gifts. The first man mentions Treasurer Vendenk and offers a bag of jewel. Another man brings a large box of jewels, encouraging Dion to accept it without hesitation. More people follow, each with larger gifts, claiming theirs surpass the previous ones. As the pile of wealth grows, his subordinate appears uneasy. He reassures him, but silently reflects that arresting corrupt officials will trigger significant backlash. A woman with short hair and glasses introduces herself as Mohan, stating that she manages land. When Dion asks if she has a gift, Mohan apologizes, admitting that she lacks wealth and resources. She expresses regret for her inability to present anything. Surprised, Dion approves her, claiming he has been waiting for someone like her. Holding her hand, he declares they will work together to uproot corruption. Mohan, overwhelmed, thinks the Lord has gone mad and considers escaping. Meanwhile, Kinder practices his swordsmanship and asks for feedback. Dariant critiques his technique, noting that Kinder must relearn how to hold a sword. Argai reassures him, stating that with your guidance, there is no need for concern. Argai says, but how do he return to the palace and says that he will take care of his commute? Argai also asks how long it will take for Kinder to fulfill the duties of the security team. Dariant, slightly shocked at how Ellison is affected by a thug, replies that even if he trained Kinder every day, it would take at least 3 months. Argai, hearing this, feels disappointed and comments that it is quite a while. He thinks to himself that he should not get involved further, but cannot ignore the suffering of the people. Suddenly, Dariant senses that our boy gets an idea but decides against asking further, fearing it might drag him deeper into the situation. Later at night at Dedran, a woman carrying groceries gets lost and is confronted by 2 men. One wields a knife and threatens her, but a voice commands them to drop their weapons. A vigilante group identifying themselves as the Street Vendor Squad appears. The robbers mock them, doubting their ability. One of the vigilantes raises a magic beam, destroying the robber's weapon. The woman, astonished, realizes the vigilantes might include Count Revolk, a man she previously encountered. Argai also recognizes her as the one who came to his room. However, Argai thinks to himself that he wasn't supposed to be recognized so soon. Meanwhile, members of Dedran's human trafficking ring gather at a table to discuss recent events. They note that Ricardo is dead, Reedon is missing, and both the growing and sorting rooms have been shut down. They also acknowledge that a new lord has taken over. Leash Volta, the ringleader, declares that they will inherit Lord Reedon's legacy and rebuild their kingdom again. Kinder eats the food at training, thinking about how much he misses the meat skewers their group leader had made. He does not know what type of meat it was, but it had tasted amazing. Despite his longing, he convinces himself to endure this meal to continue his training. A soldier approaches him, noticing his dirty outfit, and asks where he has been. Kinder answers them that he was training and assures them that he has not given up on his dream or the path he has chosen, leaving them stunned. The scene shifts to the slaves who express their gratitude for past events. The woman slave, shocked, recognizes Count Revolk as he removes his mask. Our boy confirms that he is the secret behind the food cart group. Then, the slave girl informs him that the new lord has provided temporary housing for former slaves, who will be sent back to their original homes once the investigation concludes. He admires the lord's efforts. However, a slave complains about the tasteless food rations, which led to an attempt to buy bread. At that, he addresses the slaves, reminding them about their earlier capture and asking if they do not desire revenge against those who wronged them. She appears confused as he presses on, questioning whether it is not frustrating to avoid the perpetrator's territory after being kidnapped. He announces to everyone present that those who share similar frustrations should follow him, as there is someone skilled at teaching weapon techniques. Meanwhile, Dariant trains Kinder in weapon skills, advising him to cut through the air rather than just swing aimlessly. He explains that the skill of the First Night Order involves precise control of the blade, not just quick movements of the arms, emphasizing that a poorly used sword is nothing more than a club. Demonstrating, he causes Kinder's sword to fall. Kinder eagerly requests more lessons, but Dariant warns that personal sessions are no longer feasible. As others arrive, they ask to join, expressing their eagerness to train and prove themselves to their former captors. Kinder is initially shocked by their arrival, but they persist, pleading to be taught. Dariant, scratching his head, acknowledges that he thought he would only be training one person, but finds himself in a different situation. Our boy remarks that the numbers will keep growing as more victims of crimes are given the chance to train. Dariant resigns himself to being late in bringing more recruits from the capital. At the Dedran Guard Barracks, Land Administrator Mohan reads a letter, reflecting on her initial assumption that she had been tasked with collecting bribes for a shady purpose. Earlier, Dion had explained the assignment, stating that some officials who had offered him money might have felt compelled to do so under the old regime. Mohan's role is to investigate whether the funds originated from reluctant donations, embezzlement, or extortion. Mohan had questioned why she was entrusted with such a task, and he had replied by referencing her honesty in the past, which made her wonder if Dedran could truly change. As Mohan walks away, she overhears Gabon directing guards to pull workers from the sorting and cultivation rooms, instructing his subordinate to send him a reward after the task is done. Mohan becomes suspicious about these rooms. Meanwhile, in the sorting room, soldiers note its current state of disrepair and comment on Gabon's successful handling of the situation. They prepare to rebuild, believing that the room's restoration will mark Dedran's return to glory. At his castle, Dion reflects on the progress made in identifying the sources of the bribes. He notes that it will take a few more months to conclude, but the military remains a challenge. He anticipates the need for swift and discreet action to avoid tipping off the remaining corrupt officials. Suddenly a magic circle appears and Ellison arrives. Confused, Dean questions Ellison's presence, but Ellison directs him to follow. He is taken to the training grounds, where he observes slaves and guards practicing weapons. Ellison explains that all these individuals are training of their own free will. While Dariant reprimands Kinder for his technique, our boy points out how much the training effort has grown, emphasizing the collective desire for change in Dedran. Diane, who is moved by the scene, realizes he is not alone in his efforts and feels hopeful for Dedran's future. 3 months later, Vernetto's subordinate reports that the sorting and cultivation rooms have been restored. Vernetto, frustrated over his earlier losses due to restrictions on exploiting civilians, feels ready to strike. He orders his men to storm every facility and seize control, instructing them to inform Meekin and Volta. Outside, a massive army of guards and slaves led by Lord Dian confronts Vernetto. Dian demands their peaceful surrender, promising a fair trial under the law, while warning that resistance will bring harsh judgment. Vernetto dismisses the military force as untrained scarecrows, though his subordinate appears frightened. Kinder steps forward, ordering criminals to reveal themselves. A woman shouts for the kidnappers to come out, leaving Vernetto in shock and confusion over their determination. Meanwhile, Mohan shouts the soldiers to arrest the corrupt officials and detain everyone who offered bribes. Those arrested protest, questioning what is happening and who gave permission for such behavior, calling them lunatics. Gabon, holding a sword, demands if they are planning to commit treason and reminds them that he is their leader. One soldier apologizes but states they are merely following orders, as it is a soldier's duty to obey higher ranks, which baffles Gabon. Meanwhile, Dian declares they will rid Dedran of all harm, urging his army to show them Dedran justice, and a fight begins. Opponents attack the soldiers, with one questioning if these are really Dedran guards, as they were supposed to be weaklings. While fighting, Kinder is determined to defeat all of the criminals. Next moment, Vernetto uses his weapon and strength to leap from above, cracking the ground on impact. Everyone is shocked. He comments that they seem to have gained some strength but remain ignorant fools without proper training. He orders his men to move forward. Kinder sarcastically retorts, while claiming that they have tasted hell over the past 3 months, asking if Vernetto even knows what that is like. Holding his sword, Kinder attacks with all his strength. Vernetto mocks him, questioning how he knows swordsmanship. They clash, and Vernetto insults Kinder while parrying. A soldier urges them to move forward, but suddenly, a huge handcuff weapon grabs the soldier by the throat, lifting him into the air. Volta comments on the bribery exposed by the new lord, implying it is not entirely accurate. Everyone is shocked and demands guards capture the man. The intruder speculates about the techniques used by Vernetto's men, criticizing their lack of skill. The soldiers recognize him as different from others and stay alert. The man condescendingly offers to fight at their level. Dariant, observing from afar, intervenes, recognizing the intruder as Meekan, leader of the assassination group targeting the crown prince. Meekan is stunned. Dariant uses his swordsmanship to attack, leading to bloodshed. He remarks that matching his level would have been impossible for Meekan, and observes that the current guards might be able to handle the situation, but it will be close. Meanwhile, soldiers battling Volta see him recognize them as the slaves he once owned. Irritated by their newfound skill, he declares they should not look down on him. He raises his weapon with all his strength to attack, but is interrupted by a woman who captures him, calling him a criminal. After a while, the soldiers report that their side is clear, with all criminals captured. Meanwhile, Kinder fights Vernetto, who notices strange magic circles blocking his attacks. Frustrated, Vernetto retreats, vowing to reclaim their kingdom even if it takes multiple attempts. While fleeing, Vernetto encounters Lurin sitting on one of the captured criminals. She questions if he is a criminal and orders him to go back. Recognizing her as a dragon, Vernetto becomes terrified when she threatens to burn everything down. Lurin is startled that he identified her as a dragon. Just then, Ellison and others arrive, capturing Vernetto. Then Dariant reports to our boy that injuries among their forces while subduing Meekan, but notes their lives are not in danger. At that, the knight questions to our boy why they intervened, despite agreeing to leave this to Count Baron. He explains that it was necessary due to attacks on soldiers and women slaves. Meanwhile, Dian, at his castle, is praised by his father for capturing the crime ring and corrupt officials. While drinking, he dismisses the praise, while calling himself who is disqualified as a lord and certified trash. His father, confused, asks what he means. Inside the camp, our boy is cooking barbecue when Lurin asks whether it's his reason to be there in order to protect the soldiers. Our boy confirms it by saying that it seems like the young count is not happy about it. Our girl doesn't understand it because it's the reason everyone is saved. He thoughtfully replies that he understands Dion's reason to be unhappy, but hopes that he won't be hard on himself. The scene changes to the young count's study room, where his father informs him about the success of the official in Dedran City. but he notices that his son is not happy about Ellison's help. Dian confirms his father's doubt while replying that he initially wanted to rely on his power to bring change as a lord. But after witnessing what could happen to his people, he realizes that he was just eager without being fully prepared for the consequences. He then apologizes to his father for lacking the qualities of a lord. His father then offers him to take a walk with him because he wants to clear up his misconceptions about becoming a good lord. After a while, both the father-son duo are taking a walk. His father asks how he sees him as a lord. He tries to explain that he heard his father was someone who brought glory to the Greek city after it was ravaged by the Dragon War. His father understands that after hearing all his effort, Dian idealized him to follow his path. Then he reveals to his son that the first thing he did as a lord was ask for help. It seems like the situation in Greek city was quite dire at that time, so Leiden asked the neighboring lord for shelter and enough supplies to prevent his people from dying from starvation. Then he makes him understand that the end result is the most important thing for a lord, if they are concerned about the well-being of their people. So he pushes him toward our boy so that he stops frowning on a day-off celebration. First baffled by his father's action, he then notices his soldiers and our boy celebrating, who welcome him with open arms. He smiles to see them. While witnessing his son enjoying with his people, he is proud of his actions because many of them wouldn't have survived without him asking for help from Ellison. He is sure that Dian is already an excellent lord. The next morning, everyone is knocked out from drinking all night. To set them straight, he comments that he didn't expect them to celebrate like this. However, he turns to our girl and asks her whether she wants to accompany him if she isn't feeling sleepy. She asks where he is going. While activating his magic, he ambiguously replies that there is something he needs to ask and show to someone. The scene shifts to the royal palace, where Prince Leon is approached by the chief mage. Madrina asks his reason for being there. He replies that he is curious about some part of history in which 3 heroes saved them from the dragon. One of them was an elf, one was a dwarf, and the third was a human. Everyone knows who the elf and dwarf heroes were, but there is no record of the human hero. He suspects that no one knows about him, except for the fact that this person was human and a powerful mage. He then shows her the record in which he finds a single entry by Ellison that he served in the military for 15 years as an imperial mage before retiring. He also suspects that his chief mage happened to know him when they first met. He is sure that she lied about it being their first meeting. She answers that it's not what he had imagined. Then the scene shifts to our boy and girl, who are presented before the Emperor of the Rubrun Empire. Both of them greet each other. The Emperor asks his reason for being there and adds whether he wants to visit the Magic Academy. He answers that there is no reason for him to be there because people would likely grind their teeth to see him. It seems our boy is the worst troublemaker of the academy. The scene shifts to the academy days of our boy, when they are all congratulated for entering the academy and being selected as the chosen ones. Now, it's their responsibility to hone their skills and advance their magic with the academy's help for the sake of their empire. However, our boy seems like someone who is failing in every class. The principal of the academy is frustrated that he is not graduating from the academy. At that, he babbles about taking small steps toward his success, which further frustrates the principal, who kicks him out of his office. Then he meets his academy fellows, who tell him how he is the far-off senior. He jokingly replies that he joined the academy young, so he doesn't mind. While they are going ahead, young Madrin, who is a junior at the time, sees him with hateful eyes. Later, in the training ground of the Imperial Magic Academy, the principal shows the class the advanced freezing magic and how to perform it. After explaining its basic principles, he asks them to practice the magic. Our boy replies that he can't do it. The principal then shows him basic magic and asks him to perform it, but he helplessly answers that he can't do it either. The principal reminds him that even junior students can perform it, but he answers that junior students nowadays are exceptionally talented, which was rare during his early days. This makes the principal totally mad. Meanwhile, our boy has a plan to keep up a facade until the war is over, and he is kept in the academy. Meanwhile, Madrine is shown to be an exceptional student with great talent in magic, which is rare to see in a junior student. The teacher thoughtfully wishes that Ellison would learn something from Madrini because he was also exceptional with magic when he first entered the academy. Madrina, meanwhile, is looking at him with a scoff. Back in the present, Leon, who is listening to this story, is baffled to know that our boy couldn't perform magic. She supplies that he can only perform one magic spell. Leon expresses his wonder about why they are keeping him there if he can't progress because this was wartime, and leniency towards students is not something they could afford. He adds that those who can't keep up are transferred to frontline jobs in case they fail. Madrina replies that it's because the one spell which he could perform was truly exceptional. Back in the past, everyone is inspired by Madrine's exceptional talent and skill. She is equally admired by teachers and students alike. She is pompous enough to believe that she is the genius of them all, and that there is no one who can compare with her magic. She is confident that soon she will surpass the power of all the magicians. But she comes out of that daydream to see Ellison performing fireball magic. To see her baffled look, her academy fellows explain that although Ellison can't perform any other magic, he is great at summoning fireballs. That's the reason the professor didn't want him to graduate without learning any other spell. To see the destruction he causes with a single spell, she is truly devastated. She believes that she is the future of the academy. Now she is determined to not to lose to someone as insufficient as Ellison. Later, she starts putting more effort into performing fireball magic. It is great at her level, but it is too small compared to Ellison's fireball, which enrages her. Later, she starts keeping an eye on him. He, along with his crew, doesn't like the food in the canteen and decides to go out. The girls notice her keeping an eye on him and tease her about how she is always looking for him. She gets angry after listening to them, then scolds them for their assumptions. They agree with her because Ellison is the exact opposite of Madrina. Besides, he declared that he has no interest in becoming a mage. This information piques her interest, and she asks them to elaborate. The scene shifts to our boy, who is enjoying food made by him with his friend. His friend is astonished at how tender the meat is, despite it being quite tough when he cut it. He replies that he seasoned it with multiple spices and cooked it over a low flame to preserve its natural juices and avoid overcooking. Then he colors its side and it's done. Then they comment about the pot, which is kept on the flame he ignited with his automatic magic. He comments that most of the spells were created by himself. Then they start to laugh about how this person is fooling the professors into thinking that he can't perform magic. Then his other friends seriously ask whether he changed his mind about not graduating. He replies that he doesn't know what he would fight for because he wants to be a chef, not a magician. For him, magic is just a means to an end. They agree with him, as he is not even from this country. So if it's useless for him to protect what isn't his to begin with, and they understand it. He then replies that a couple of failures will transfer him to the front line. His friend jokes that until then, they'll be promoted and take care of him, which is an idea he likes. Meanwhile, Madrin is listening to all of this and is quite tense to know the real face of Ellison. On the day of graduation, his class fellows graduate from the school while receiving an emblem, which is a sign that they have passed the academy. At that moment, Ellison is witnessing the scene nearby, watching the cheering graduates. After the ceremony, Madrin is found in front of the principal, where she wants to talk about Ellison. The university buzzes as the graduates of the 312 batch are about to leave, except for our guy. They inform him that they are assigned to the same place, which is northern Delian City, quite far from there. They bid him farewell while our boy asks if they will come visit his restaurant after the war, as they say they are going to miss his cooking. When they leave, he activates his magic in order to start cooking. He knows that now the middle-level students are going to be promoted as seniors, and he hopes to find some friends in his new class as well. His thoughts are interrupted by the voice of Dean Bond, who is looking at his magic seal, which is the combined defensive magic. He then checks the magic in the cauldron and finds it as complex as he had suspected. Afterwards, he tastes the food prepared by him and finds it delicious. The dean then starts to tell him how he had heard from his friends in each class about his peaceful nature, which was not cut out for going to battle. So he had been keeping up the pretense of not being able to learn basic magic, but he is actually an expert in magic. Now the dean then gives him two options. First, he can graduate and go as a first-class wizard alongside his friends, and he will overlook his mashup. Second, he can become the cook of the academy, with the extra task of organizing the list. In the present, he tells the emperor that naturally he has chosen to be the cook. He adds with dread that it's been a fun time until he needs to organize that list. Back in the past, it has been 3 months since Ellison became the academy cook, and he is quite happy with it. He has made it easy for the mass cooking with his scorching magical methods, which he found to make delicious uba and stir-fried vegetables. Madrina and her friends are quite enjoying his food. But Madrin is quite satisfied because now she is number one in the school, as Ellison is now demoted to being a cook at the academy. After the academy, he finds himself in front of the dean, who praises him. Everyone is praising him for his cooking. And then the dean hands him a paper in which he needs to sort the names of 200-person batches in chronological order. Ellison's eyes widen as he realizes the nature of the names on the list. The dean carefully tells him to take his time categorizing them, as he will be given the next list in 3 months. When Ellison asks, the dean confirms that it is the list of people who have fallen on the battlefield. Later, he is making the list while his mind scrutinizes his own situation. He had assumed that the war was going to end in 2 years or so, and he had shielded himself from it, peacefully enjoying his life in the academy. He assumes that the people of this world are quite strong, as they should be, being part of a fantasy world. When he first arrives in this region, that is what is on his mind. He remembers being recruited as a soldier due to the lack of manpower on Rubern's side. He constantly writes the names of the dead on the paper, his face starting to crumble as he hardly stops himself from sobbing. He doesn't understand why so many people have died. But it's his breaking point when he writes the names of his friends from his class who just recently graduated. The next day, he cooks for the students in a quite mechanical way. The girls of the upper class thank him for his cooking and state that they are going to miss his meals once they are deployed. He then remembers the dean's words, that the next list will arrive in 3 months, and he hardly stops himself from crying. That night, he goes to the dean's office. The dean expects his visit and asks whether he has come to say something. Ellison surprises him by asking to be sent to the battlefield. While placing his graduation robe, the dean asks our boy to show his fireball skill. Later, the fireball he creates is witnessed by no one but causes tremors so intense that they are mistaken for an earthquake. Next day, the dean explains to the students that it's nothing but an accident caused by magic. The students also hear that a first-class wizard who hasn't received a promotion leaves the academy silently. In the present, Madrin tells Leon that the day after the accident magic incident, our guy leaves the academy. Leon analyzes that the massive crater must have been created by Ellison. She doesn't comment on it, but recalls her own reaction to the incident when she sees the crater and understands that Ellison left that trace at the academy. This doesn't bring her any peace, even after Ellison leaves the academy. She has heard that he has gone to the front line of battle without graduating. After leaving the academy, Ellison stands in front of 2nd Company Commander Dagos, who comments on how unlucky it is for him to arrive in this battle arena so suddenly, as it's rare to receive magic students like this. Dagos informs him about the battle situation. His operational area is in the middle of the battlefield with monsters. He adds that although the war is against the dragon that usually raids villages, loots, and causes destruction, it is the monsters that create most of the havoc. Dagos advises Ellison to stay back, unpack his luggage, and wait for orders, as it would be unwise for him to go to the battlefield now. However, Ellison is determined to head to the battlefield. After sending him out, Dagos discusses with his subordinates how unlikely it is for Ellison to survive for long. The subordinates protest, arguing that new recruits shouldn't be sent directly into battle. Dagos reasons with them, while pointing out that Ellison isn't an ordinary student, as evidenced by the first-class batch emblem on his uniform. Before their discussion can continue, a soldier interrupts and asks them to come outside and see the battlefield. Moments later, they witness a massive clearing in front of them, leaving everyone shocked. Dagos turns to find an injured Ellison, who requests to be sent to the next operational area before the losses grow even more. In the present, the Emperor asks Ellison if he resents Bond for his actions. Ellison replies that he has no reason to resent him, as all Bond did was awaken him to the reality of his situation by giving him the list. He adds that he even heard Bond was sent to the battlefield, where he fought dragons and eventually died. In the end, Ellison admits that he only resents himself and the enemies responsible for creating the list of fallen soldiers. He then continues, stating that the Emperor must already know the rest of the story, which the Emperor confirms. Ellison expresses that, if given a choice to do it again, he might have handled things differently instead of simply leaving the battlefield. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince is shocked to learn that Ellison deserted. Madrini sadly acknowledges that Ellison betrayed his own beliefs. Reflecting on the incident, she laments that their actions put their own necks on the line. Leon complains, while saying that she can't leave Ellison hanging like this. Madrina then points out that it doesn't matter if he is the Crown Prince, that desertion by those involved remains a serious problem. Their conversation is interrupted by another voice commenting that he didn't expect to find the Crown Prince there. The speaker is revealed to be the 3rd Duke of the Empire. Leon turns to Madrin while keeping his thoughts concealed, knowing he cannot yet reveal his true intentions because he lacks the power to act on them. Smiling slyly, he embraces the persona of the spoiled prince and declares that he will go anywhere he can find the company of such a beautiful woman. Then he immediately hugs Madrin and kisses her hand, hoping she will tolerate the gesture. Dagos comments that, although he doesn't intend to interfere in the prince's business, he didn't expect Madrin to stoop so low as to continue chasing power, even after becoming a 7th-class magician. The prince looks confused. Dagos explains that the 7 circles on her badge symbolize her position and power as a 7th-class wizard. The prince nonchalantly tells him that he hadn't noticed such a complex detail, while saying that he summons her simply because she is beautiful. Dagos leaves while advising him to keep his activity elsewhere, as the record room is no place for such matters. Once he is gone, the prince asks for forgiveness. When Leon questions Madrin, assuming she must have encountered Duke Delian before, but he is surprised to see her state. Basically, Madrin is a magician born with noble personality, often looking down on others because of her superior talent and life immersed in endless magical training. Not only that, but her status as a 7th-rank magician has always been enough to ward off any man interested in her. This is the first time she feels such proximity to a man. Leon, on the other hand, doesn't understand the reason behind her nervousness. Before he can ask what is happening to her, Madrina loses consciousness. Meanwhile, Ellison carries the dragon girl on his shoulder while she sleeps. He decides to let her rest as he delivers the messages. The next moment, he finds Leon in the same position with Madrine as he is with our dragon girl. Both accuse each other of being involved with a girl perched on their shoulder. A short while later, they sit together in Leon's study, where Ellison reveals he has business with the Emperor. He acknowledges that as the Crown Prince, Leon would eventually know about it. He then prepares to bid him goodbye, explaining that it would be problematic if anyone saw them together. However, Leon stops him, revealing that he knows about his past from Madrine. He adds that, although he hasn't heard Ellison's whole story, he has pieced it together. Leon explains that after returning from his studies abroad, he heard tales of a fearsome man who is a hero with the title of Dragon Slayer. He concludes that this person is none other than Ellison himself after meeting him. Finally, Leon states that Ellison is the legendary 9th-class Archmage who broke through the human barrier of 7th-class magicians. At that, he pleads Ellison to lend him his strength if this is truly his identity. Meanwhile, the Emperor reflects on Ellison's words, in which he expressed regret about leaving the battlefield. The Emperor wonders if he too would make a different choice if given the chance to go back. His thoughts are interrupted by the 3rd Duke, who asks if Ellison is in the palace. The Emperor, however, refuses to answer his question. This angers Delian, but instead of voicing his frustration, he steps forward toward the Emperor, who appears visibly weaker in his presence. The Emperor's knight tries to intervene, but the Duke's knight grabs his wrist while Delian reminds the Emperor that he no longer possesses the glory of his past. Before the situation escalates, Porgo interrupts, reminding Delian that this is the Imperial Palace, and he needs to exercise caution, especially if Ellison is indeed present. Delian acknowledges Porgo's words and decides to leave the matter for now. However, before departing, he advises him to reprimand Madrine for associating with the Crown Prince in such a manner, as it brings dishonor to the Imperial Palace. When Delian leaves, Porgo asks about the Emperor's well-being. The Emperor thanks him for his support, but expresses his deep sense of disgrace as an emperor. He wonders aloud how his son must feel, likely ashamed of him. The scene shifts to Leon's study, where he reminds Ellison of the fall of the Imperial family after the First Knight Order's collapse. Leon explains that when the war with the dragons began, the Emperor, acting in the best interest of his people, divided the First Knight Order and deployed them to different regions. As a result, the castle's defenses were significantly weakened, with only the commander and a few forces left behind. With a disappointed expression, Leon asks Ellison if he understands the meaning behind these events. Ellison replies that it means the Empire lost control over the nobles. Leon agrees, while adding that whenever they summoned lords, those nobles refused to comply or sent troops comprised of weak and ill-prepared soldiers. Instead of aiding the war effort, these troops caused more harm than good, leading to further chaos. Leon expresses his anger and helplessness at being unable to aid his people. Overcome with desperation, he pleads for Ellison's help. However, instead of just asking, Leon falls to his knees before Ellison, begging for his help. Ellison, baffled by the act, immediately asks Leon to stand. He tells him it is not his place to kneel before anyone. Besides, he is nothing just a restaurant owner. At that, Leon, embarrassed by his own actions, hesitates and admits he might have been wrong about Ellison. But in the next moment, his eyes catch sight of Ellison's badge, which is a symbol bearing 9 circles, revealing his true identity. Ellison calmly explains that he has not abandoned his duty. However, he makes it clear that he will not destroy any figure of authority on Leon's orders, nor will he take sides in the Imperial Palace's internal politics. Nevertheless, he assures Leon that if a true threat arises against the Rubern Empire, he will act to eliminate it. As Ellison leaves, Leon collapses into his chair, finally comprehending the true nature of the 9th-class Archmage standing before him. He remembers when he returned from abroad and the country was fighting the war. 2 boys were mocking him for bowing to others, despite being the Crown Prince, while his arrogance faded. They also mocked him for relying on the strength of only 3 heroes. Hearing this, he shouts at them because they don't understand the heroes who are saving their country. Back in the present, he smiles softly, while remembering his trust that Ellison will return, even though everyone thinks he's gone missing. The scene shifts to our girl, who just wakes up and finds a very scared Madrine in front of her. She tries to clarify that she didn't do anything, but Lurin is still angry nonetheless. They are interrupted by Ellison, who comments that he knew it would result in disaster if he came a little later. Lurin immediately hugs him, while complaining about him leaving her behind. He then tells him to let's head home, as he's finished his business there. Madrina asks him why he's here. He answers that she will know when Dariant arrives. She then warns him about the presence of Duke Delian in the palace. He reassures her that he will return home immediately. Then he activates his magic while asking her if she was the one who revealed his identity to the Crown Prince, and if she was also the one who didn't keep quiet about the Dedran Castle incident. She's scared to see it but assures him that she didn't tell him everything, as she did so because it was the Crown Prince's order. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince silently apologizes to Medrani. After a while, Porgo sees a very tired-looking Medrin coming from Leon's chamber and concludes that Delian's words might be true. The next day, our boy returns to his restaurant and asks everyone to give a big applause to Lint and Mate, who kept the kitchen running in his absence. He then praises Ment and Miltine's hard work as well, while our girl asks about her, but he ignores her. Lint then reveals that he knew Ellison was keeping an eye on them while claiming to be away, which boggles our boy. Anyway, he announces that they're going to reward them as they are going for a camping, which makes everyone happy. Mate asks if they're going alone. He answers that, as a social butterfly of the Greek city, he'll gather people in a way that no one will figure out whether it's an outing or a festival. First, he asks Creston, who refuses to go because of his workload, but offers to suggest some locations for camping. Meanwhile, in Elena's clinic, Serena sees Elena tending to the patient, which irritates her because she told her that she didn't need to work as she could shower her with gold coins. Elena answers that the gold coins are not something that can heal someone. At that moment, Ellison enters the picture, and Elena's face brightens up. Serena doesn't like her expression, and concludes that Elena has various emotions on her face upon seeing Ellison. Ellison asks her to join them for camping, as she went to his restaurant to have a meal, so it would be better if she joined for camping. She answers him affirmatively, and Serena once again pins her gaze on the expression on Elena's face, wondering whether it's admiration or love. Then she interrupts their conversation, declaring that she, as a great dragon, will also join them. He's nervous to know that she had invited herself, which irritates her because she thought that the invitation was for her as well. Later, they are shown at the camping location, which is a beautiful site near a waterfall. Elena asks how he found this location. He answers ambiguously that he's a social butterfly and got this location in a wind. To hear his comment, Mate raises the point that he has only convinced 2 additional people to come with him, which makes him sad. Then they place everything on the ground. Lurin asks whether they're going to set up the camp, but his answer is that they're going to play a game called Rubaruma Monopoly. Lurin asks if it's in his native language. He assures them that everything is written inside and distributes the cards and money for the game. He then explains how to play the Monopoly game, where they need to increase their capital. The player who has the most money or bankrupts all the players after 10 rounds will be the winner. Lurin comments haughtily that this game is basically the world's damnation game. He also adds that they will get prizes and penalties as well. Then they start the game. As soon as Lint steps on Serena's property, she gratefully asks him to give her money because he dared to step on the great dragon's lair. Ellison then reminds her that her land isn't worth much, which brightens Lint's face. Then Lurin draws a golden card with a haughty expression, but her expression turns sour as she realizes it's a penalty card. It states that all buildings on the most expensive places will be destroyed by a dragon. Infuriated, she exclaims that she will kill that dragon. Ellison then points out that Elena had built an inn on her land, and he's landed in it. Seeing that, she daydreams about standing in her inn when Ellison, as a traveler, will ask for the fees to stay there. In reality, she nervously tells him that he can stay there for free, which confuses him. Then he sees Miltine asking Ment about building anything on her land, and he helps her, which raises a protest from our boy, who insists that it's an individual game. He watches Lint begging for mercy from his younger brother, who haughtily tells him that money sees no brotherhood. At that, he reminds them that it's fake money anyway. Lurin also claims to break it from jail, but that's stopped by him as well. In the end, they decide to count the money to see who the winner is. After a while, they give each of them their positions, with Lurin and Serena bankrupt at the lowest places. Ellison is third while Elena is the winner. As a prize, Ellison gives her a wish ticket, in which she can ask anything from him that he can provide within his power. She asks whether she can use it later. He answers positively, as there's no expiration date for this ticket. Serena, who's looking closely at Elena's expression, thinks that she should use this opportunity. Then he announces that Serena and Lurin, who rank lowest, will set the camp. Both of them then bicker while setting the tent. At night, when all the boys and girls are sleeping in their camps, Elena kisses the ticket given by Ellison. Suddenly she sees Miltine get up, which scares her, thinking what she's doing at this hour. Miltine then goes outside of the camp. Curious, Elena decides to follow Miltine to see what she is up to. After a while, Miltine hugs someone while declaring that she can't be apart from him. This person is none other than Ment. Elena is shocked to see them together, as they discuss how they decided to keep their relationship secret for a while. Miltine consoles him by saying that everyone is sleeping. Meanwhile, Lurin and Serena also join Elena. Both of the dragon girls discuss how they heard the noises and came to check on them. Lurin comments dryly that they say it's a secret, but everyone knows they are into each other. After a while, the couple is present in front of Ellison, who reveals that he heard the news of them dating. Ellison then congratulates them while consoling them that there is nothing to feel guilty about. Meanwhile, the brothers discuss how foolish they were for never noticing something was going on between them. He then declares that they are going to listen to their full story during the meal. He decides to make curry for this. First, he sautés the onions until they turn brown. Then, in another pot, he divides the mixture of vegetables and meat with butter. Then he adds water, sautés the dishes, and mixes everything while adding spices. Everyone is happy to see the meal. He even made vegetarian curry for Elena, which makes her blush at his thoughtfulness. When Ellison turns to the newly formed couple and asks who confessed first, Miltine answers that she did. Ment adds that he wanted to reject her because of the age difference between them. But he didn't do it. He ponders whether it's right to refuse someone because of their own happiness. The main thing is their mutual feelings. Ellison coyly asks whether they are going to hold the wedding at Greek Plaza. Ment answers that it's too early for a wedding. Then everyone starts to cheer at them, encouraging them for the kiss they couldn't have shared the previous night due to their interruption. The cheers from everyone encourage Miltine to kiss Ment, which makes everyone happy, except for our dragon girl, who looks quite grumpy as she witnesses this scene. After the meal, the brothers are too happy with the meal, which reminds them of the stew they had at Ellison's restaurant. The new couple goes for a short walk. Meanwhile, our girl asks our dude to play Monopoly with her again, still wearing the same grumpy expression, which he thinks is because of losing the game. Serena compliments the curry and Elena agrees with her. Serena suggests that Elena shouldn't hold back, as her wish card might not have an expiration date, but a good man does. She should make her move before someone else snatches the man she desires. Serena adds that Ellison has decided something today. Meanwhile, our boy is playing Monopoly with our girl and gets trapped in jail. She remarks that he's just unlucky. Then he subtly changes the topic to Ment and Miltine, which isn't a surprise since they all know about Miltine's feelings. However, what surprises him is Luren's reaction to them. Luren suddenly blurts out that she likes him, making him spit his coffee. She says that until then, she always thought it was okay to express her feelings. But now, seeing everyone cheering for Ment and Miltine and their relationship, she feels differently. He reasons with her that they are celebrating their beginning, just like they celebrated Luren's birthday. Luren grumpily replies that they didn't celebrate her feelings. She protests that she didn't receive such a reaction from everyone when she expressed her feelings to him. Ellison reasons with her that their relationship is more family-like, which feels something ordinary. She starts to cry at that, while expressing that she does not want everyone to see their relationship as ordinary. At that moment, he rolls 2 ones on both dice, which makes him happy that he can finally get out of jail. But she hands him the rule card, on which she has written that he needs to kiss the black dragon to get out of jail. Nervously, she expresses that the big reaction from everyone is the difference in their relationship and Ment and Miltine's. She gets closer to him while saying that if kissing makes that difference, then she doesn't see any reason for them not to do it. She pulls his collar and is about to kiss him, making him all nervous. Suddenly, they hear the sound of clattering, which breaks the trance. Ellison immediately gets up while declaring that he needs to clean the dishes. On the other side, it is Elena who witnesses the scene in front of her and falls to her knees in dread. She had come to fetch clean water to wash the dishes and encountered them in such a compromising position. Regretting disturbing them with the noise, she then notices the ticket on the floor and remembers Serena's advice. She picks up the ticket, wondering whether she can gain anything by using it. Elena's feelings for Ellison begin with curiosity and gratitude. As she starts to get to know him better, she discovers a side of him that makes her realize the joy of cooking, the way he helps her with her clinic, and the quiet care he shows in everything he does. But that is not all. She also learns that Ellison is not just an ordinary person. Instead, he is one of the 3 heroes of the war who protected everyone without discrimination alongside Beaton. As she starts to know more about him, her curiosity turns into stronger feelings. She becomes desperate to go to the restaurant just to meet him. Now that she has obtained a wish token, she has decided what she wants to wish for. After a while, everyone packs up and prepares to go back. Ellison helps everyone, making sure they all have a great time. The brothers confirm this with him and praise his food. Meanwhile, Serena observes Luren, who has sour expression. She realizes there must be tension between Ellison and Luren, which secretly makes her happy, because it opens up an opportunity for Elena. At that moment, Elena appears with clean dishes. Ellison notices that she has done his share of the work. She brushes off his concern, saying it is the least she can do after being invited on the picnic. Then she expresses her wish to use the wish token. Ellison welcomes it with a smile and asks her to go ahead. She then expresses her wish. Later, they reach her clinic. Elena truly enjoys the trip and asks Serena whether she enjoyed it as well. Serena, however, is more interested in knowing why Elena wasted her wish token. It is revealed that Elena asked our hero to continue his restaurant in Greek City indefinitely. Ellison was taken aback by her wish because he had already planned to do so anyway. He asked again whether that was all she wanted. She confirmed it firmly. He accepted it. In the present, Serena is quite cross with Elena for wasting her wish. At the very least, she could have asked for a date trip with him. Serena scolds her for letting such a rare opportunity slip from her hands. Elena softly explains that she does it because she sees Ellison together with Lurin. She has seen how he looks at Lurin. Serena falls silent when she sees her tears. She has always wanted someone as pure and kind-hearted as Elena to fall in love, because unlike herself, she believes Elena would end up happily. But that is not the case. Elena expresses that she is satisfied just to see Ellison at the restaurant occasionally. As she consoles Elena, Serena thinks about how she has always hoped to find a true love story for her, but instead finds only sadness in her heart seeing her like this. In the restaurant, Lurin is quite grumpy as she thinks about Ellison's strange behavior. He is avoiding her, especially after her demand for a kiss. Now he does not even let her cuddle with him at night. Mate also notices that she is getting taller, which startles her. Thinking about it, she realizes it must be because her coming-of-age ceremony is near. She turns to him and asks whether her height matters. Mate answers that it is not just about height, but that she seems more mature these days. Meanwhile, distracted, our hero cuts his hand without realizing it. He brushes off Lint's concern and asks for the location of the bandages. Lint shouts that the injury does not look fine as the blood continues to flow. At that moment, his mind is occupied with his last moments with Lurin. While thinking about it, he finally admits his feelings for her. Meanwhile, at the Black Dragon Holy Ground, the elders Metadonna and Dihegma discuss the preparations for Lurin's coming-of-age ceremony. Dihegma also points out the traditional aspects of the ceremony that he has already prepared. When asked, he hands over the list of potential suitors for Lurin to mate with. Looking at the list, Metadonna comments that Nace would likely have been on it if he were alive. Dihegma agrees. Then Metadonna approaches the topic of whether Dihegma still resents Ellison for killing Nace. He denies it. Metadonna is about to point out Lurin's feelings for Ellison, but Dihegma interrupts, saying that he knows about his nephew's conspiracy, which shocks Metadonna. Dihegma agrees that he did nothing, despite not supporting it openly, because Nace was somehow right about the extinction of the Black Dragon clan. In such a situation, giving a rare female dragon to a human is not wise. Metadonna asks him to speak clearly. Dihegma finally says that he is talking about preserving the Black Dragon clan, just like Metadonna. He points out how Metadonna imprisoned his own daughter and punished her for making an ancient Mabel by breaking clan taboo. However, he also understands that Metadonna regrets that decision. That is why he shares his suggestion that Lurin must mate with a fellow Black Dragon. That evening, the butcher couple is at his restaurant, asking about his vacation. He replies that it was really fun. Rain apologizes for not attending, which he brushes off, saying there is always a next time they can join him. Then the woman whispers, asking whether he has prepared anything for Lurin's next birthday. He assures her that he has prepared something he has been working on for a long time. She becomes excited and wants to know more, squealing when she hears that he has prepared a house for her. Meanwhile, Geltsar is quite satisfied as he looks at the final work of Lurin's lair. He pats Cat Lurin for working hard alongside him. Then he turns to his subordinates, apologizing for making them work so hard. It is his perfectionist nature that makes him fuss over finishing touches, which keeps them working until now. They happily brush off his concern, as the perfection of the lair also brings them great joy. They are sure this can be called Geltsar's masterpiece. Now they wait to see everyone's reaction. Meanwhile, Lurin is dreaming about facing the elders of her clan. They remind her of her mother's crimes. The war happened because she created the ancient Mabel. Lurin trembles as she tries to explain herself. Metadonna does not hear anything. He simply gives the verdict, exiling her from the sanctuary. At that moment, she wakes up with a jerk. When she finds Ellison's side of the bed empty, she goes outside searching for him. She then finds him with Geltsar. Both of them notice her. She is confused about what is really happening. Ellison coughs and declares that he is going to tell her something he was planning to tell her on her birthday, but now seems like the perfect time. To her confusion, instead of telling her, he decides to show her the lair. First, he leads her to its entrance. She is awed by the height of the ceiling. They notice a cat Lurin's chamber near the entrance, and Geltsar explains that it is a guard compound. Then they are given a tour of her new home, a wine cellar, a pantry connected to the dining hall, a bedroom, and a prepared vault. After that, Geltsar shows them the central area, which contains a large bath. She is excited to see it and asks whether they use the underground aquifer for it. Geltsar confirms this, recalling how much she enjoyed the hot spring. So he created one for her. Seeing her excited expression, Ellison feels grateful. He understands that his avoiding behavior toward her has been making her sad. Now she is happy, while seeing her new home. He is now determined to settle his feelings for her. She turns to him and demands cocoa, even offering to take a bath together, which clearly flusters him. Without waiting, she goes into the water. She grows frustrated when she sees him hesitating. Meanwhile, he tries to prepare his heart, thinking she is moving too fast. Later, he realizes it must be awkward for Lurin as well to maintain this distance between them when they literally sleep and bathe together. At that moment, a portal opens, and to Ellison's bad luck, Metadana hears his last words. He is furious, accusing Ellison of exploiting his granddaughter. Ellison tries to explain that it is not what he thinks, but Metadana does not believe him. Later, while Metadana is inside Lurin's lair and being given a tour, Ellison notices the water and realizes that she has taken her bath and left. Metadana looks around and reluctantly admits that the lair is decent by his standards. He does not even expect humans to be capable of providing such a lair. Ellison hopes that his words mean he has passed the test. Metadana subtly asks whether Ellison will accept it if he fails him. Then he asks him to have a conversation. Both men step into the water. Ellison is clearly flushed and nervous. The aura Metadana gives off overwhelms him completely, which is very different from Lurin's presence. Nervously, he asks Metadana to start the conversation. Metadana begins by telling a story from a time before he was born. In that era, a dragon lord named Balakar was born after absorbing 3 ancient Mables. From the beginning, he was the worst kind of dragon lord, because he saw everything that was not a dragon as inferior, even though such dragons still existed. Balakar was powerful enough to act on his grudges, and he purged all beings who were not dragons. When only dragons remained on the planet, Balakar finally realized his mistake. Without other creatures to rule over, the dragons began to prey on one another. Eventually, other powerful dragons who had consumed 1 or 2 ancient Mables rose against Balakar and finally eliminated him. After the war, the dragons remembered the horrors they had endured and vowed never to let any dragon consume 3 ancient Mables again. That is why they create a law forbidding the creation of ancient Mables. Then he approaches his real topic about Lurin's mother. He recalls an incident from 300 years ago when Lurin was still a child, playing with him. It was a time of peace in the sanctuary. However, that incident led to the breaking of that peace. While he was being scolded by his mother for spoiling Lurin, they sensed a violent tremor as Lurin's mother, in her dragon form, crashed into the tower. She was hoping that no one was chasing her anymore. She then entered the tower, revealed the ancient Mabel, and asked them to hide it quickly. Both Saren and Metadana were tense when they realized that Baron had brought an ancient Mabel. Saren demanded to know how she had obtained it. She confessed casually that she kind of had smuggled it out from somewhere. Her father was furious, but his mother calmed him down. Saren still insisted that Baron explain everything. Baron deadpanned that it was not complete yet, but soon the Lord would be born. She explained that she once had seen some people who possessed all 3 ancient Mabels. She did not understand the situation clearly, but she immediately stole 1 Mabel, and even thought about stealing all 3. She bragged that no one could catch up to her. Saren, however, pointed out the gravity of the situation, especially that the energy of an ancient Mabel could not be concealed. Soon, she would have to follow tradition. Her father protested, but Baron agreed. She understood what would happen to her once she stole the Mabel. She had accepted her fate and was willing to follow the protocol, though she had one condition. Meanwhile, Lurin was furious with her grandfather for not letting her meet her mother. At that moment, she saw her mother surrounded by other dragons. Metadana asked her to confess her sin of creating an ancient Mabel. She acknowledged it. He delivered his verdict, stating that she would be sent to a secluded place as imprisonment. She accepted her fate. Lurin was terrified watching this unfold. Metadana ordered his daughter to be locked up and declared that once the place was prepared, he would personally send her there. Now, in the present, as Ellison listens to this story, he protests that Baron did not commit any crime. Metadana assumes that Ellison already knows the full truth. Ellison denies this, saying he only knows that Baron created the ancient Mabel. Metadana clarifies that it is done to safeguard the ancient Mabel. The place is built with layers of the highest tier magic, protecting it from intrusion. Ellison points out that it is still a prison. Metadana admits this, expressing his regret. He recalls the time when his decision begins to affect Lurin's life. People whispered about her, some pitied her, while others called her a criminal's daughter. When he went to Lurin's room, he found her crying, begging for her mother to return. He consoled her, telling her that one day she would be able to bring her mother back. He then told her about a place where she could gather herbs for him. When Lurin went there, she found the place horrifying. She doubted whether her grandfather was playing a cruel joke on her. She decided to gather any poisonous herbs she could find and return. Suddenly, she sensed something. She then understood why her grandfather had said she could find her mother. After entering a cave that opened into a waterfall, she finally found her mother there. Lurin cried when she saw her mother. Baron, however, urged Lurin to go back. Stubborn Lurin refused to listen. In reality, the place where Baron lived was a lair blocked by a visual magic. From that time on, Lurin started visiting her mother regularly. Baron did not want her to come there, but Lurin pointed out that her grandfather would never know. Baron then told her that it was Metadana himself who had led her there. Lurin realized this as well. Metadana confessed that because of Lurin's rebellious nature, no one noticed her disappearances. However, she never got the chance to study magic or see the world like other dragons. Instead, she spent her time growing up with her mother. At that time, he worried that she would be isolated by her own kind, but he never stopped her because it made her happy. During one of her visits, Lurin decided that once she became an adult, she would stop visiting the sacred land secretly and live with her mother forever. Around that time, she noticed that the passage grew shorter with every visit. When she came to see her mother again, she found her staring at the ancient Mabel with a dark expression. Lurin moved closer to her, horrified as her mother realized that the cult had not abandoned its goal. She doubted that they had truly given up on creating a dragon lord. Meanwhile, the red dragons gathered in one place before their dragon lord, Sardalon. He declared that he would restore the world, and with that declaration, the era of war began. Metadonna continues his story. At that time, he and his mother were observing the situation. They had already expected that someone had consumed 2 ancient Mabels, but no war had been declared. Metadonna guessed that they were waiting until the 3rd ancient Mabel was found. Saren realized that they just wanted to create a complete lord. At that moment, she again felt her ears ringing. This time, a messenger bird arrived from the red dragons. Metadonna's eyes widened as he read that they were going to reveal information about the Dragon Lord. Later, he went to meet the Red Dragon Elder, Dedance. A few years ago, Metadonna had expressed his doubts that the Red Dragons were creating the Dragon Lord. He had wanted Dedance to investigate it. Dedance recalled Metadonna's accusations and had called them baseless rumors at that time. Now he confessed that he had been quite wrong. In fact, every red dragon had now received a command to annihilate the Ruburn Empire. Metadonna's face turned ashen as he listened to this. Dedance requested him to stop them before flying away. With that, the War of Dragons against the Ruburn Empire began. The Imperial Palace was the first target, and then its territories were destroyed by the Red Dragon Lord. However, the Red Dragons were at a disadvantage because the Black Dragons were also fighting against them. At that time, Metadonna was relieved that his daughter and granddaughter were safe for now. Because both dragon forces were on equal footing, no one had any time to focus on anything else. During that time, Lurin went to her mother and told her about the rise of the Lord. She told her that Metadonna had asked her to stay there for a while. Baron, however, had another plan. After she activated her magic, she started teaching Lurin magic so that she could protect herself and fight. During the entire war, Lurin was taught the basic combat techniques of dragons. She trained for 13 years. Metadonna asked Ellison whether he realized what this meant. In the end, when her training was complete, Lurin had learned many basic magic and combat skills. She could learn flying later. Baron wanted to teach her more, but she knew her time was up. She hugged Lurin while apologizing to her. Then she pierced Lurin's stomach and placed the ancient Mabel inside her. After a while, Baron made her wake up. Lurin was confused to see her stomach okay and her clothes intact. She assumed she must be dreaming. Baron asked whether she felt mana overflowing. Lurin confirmed that she felt powerful. Baron informed her that it was because she had consumed an ancient Mabel. Then she asked her to go to her grandfather and assist him with the war in the Holy Ground. Lurin pointed out that it was forbidden to absorb an ancient Mabel. Baron asked her to keep it a secret, like a mission. This excited Lurin, who did not fully understand her situation at that age. Baron hugged her and thanked her for making her happy during her imprisonment. Then she let her go. That was the last time the mother and daughter saw each other, because the next time Lurin came to visit her mother, she was gone. Metadonna reminds Ellison of the dreadful sight of Baron's death, because he was also there with Lurin. Ellison knows the remaining story. When the war ends with the Lord's defeat, Lurin cannot return to the Holy Ground. Ellison already knows that Lurin was expelled from the Holy Ground, but he wants to know the reason she was cast out. Metadonna then reveals the condition Baron sets before accepting her punishment. She does not want Lurin to be treated like a criminal. Instead, she wants her daughter to be treated with respect as a fellow member of the Black Dragon clan. Metadonna continues that Lurin was still a fledgling. At that time, she did not have enough power to conceal the aura of the ancient Mabel from other dragons. It could be noticed through outbursts. On the other hand, everyone believes that now Baron is dead, the ancient Mabel is gone. Ellison immediately understands why Metadonna entrusted his granddaughter to him. As someone who has absorbed the Dragon Lord's heart, he can suppress her aura. Then he plans to bring Lurin back when she becomes an adult. According to the rules, she must return if she does not have a lair. Metadonna confirms this. Ellison is furious at him for acting without considering Lurin's feelings, but he stops when he sees his tears. Metadonna asks with regret what he should do to make his actions right. He remembers that the gap he left for Lurin to pass into her mother's lair became the cause of Baron's death. He regrets this mistake. To amend it, he wants to fulfill the condition Baron set. He explains how the war decreases the number of female dragons, which obviously increases Lurin's value. So Lurin can now be completely welcomed by her kins. Therefore, he requests Ellison to give up the lair, not for him and Metadonna, but for Lurin's sake. Lurin, on the other side of the gate, is listening to everything. Ellison darkly asks whether Metadonna wants him to give up on Lurin. Metadonna gives him a reality check. No matter how strong he can be, as a human being he cannot walk alongside Lurin as a dragon for long. He remembers the time when he had conversations with Lurin about how insignificant a year is for her because of her long dragon life. She reminded him that it could be the same for him because he had absorbed a dragon's heart. He calmly replied that he couldn't be sure because he was the first in history to do this. Now, in the present, he clenches his fist as he thinks about it. Medidana asks Lurin to come out, as he already knows she is behind the door. Then he declares that he is going to take Lurin for her coming-of-age ceremony. After that, she will choose her mate. This information catches her off guard. He reminds her that he has already heard her mother's last request. This shuts her up, but then she turns to Ellison for help. She cannot believe he is not defending her or doing anything. Medidana confesses that he does not have the right to force his decision on Ellison. But now Ellison knows everything. So he asks, after considering everything about the difference between species, if Ellison still cannot accept all of it, he can stop him. He will accept it. However, Ellison darkly apologizes to Lurin because he cannot be selfish. Lurin, crying, cannot understand what he means. But he does not listen to her pleas. Then Lurin is brought to the holy ground. Her grandfather gives her room, where she must stay until the ceremony. He has already reorganized the place she lived before and asks her to inform him if she needs anything. He reminds her not to involve herself in the fight, as she still cannot conceal the ancient Mabel aura. She softly replies that she will not do it, so he can leave. He then leaves. Dehegma is at the door. He comments on how unexpected it is for Medidana to bring her here so easily. Dehegma then reminds him of their earlier conversation. Medidana darkly tells him to just proceed with the ceremony, as he has not made any decision yet. Dehegma replies that everything is going smoothly. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, the Creston is quite excited to eat the food. He gets scolded by his wife, but the next moment, he spills the food because of its terrible taste. Serena's food is also bad. Elena tries to say that it is edible and forces herself to eat it. Serena asks her not to do it. Serena demands to see Ellison. When they look at Ellison, he seems like a completely broken person, which also worries them. Lint informs them about Ellison's strange behavior, in which he replaces every seasoning with sugar and later dumps it. Serena notices Lurin's absence and guesses that his behavior must be linked to her. Next morning, former orchard owner Benen brings pottery craftsman Hone for treating him with meal. He immediately orders 2 bowls of noodle soup. Then he immediately notices Ellison's condition. Ellison apologizes for not being able to fulfill his request. He explains that he is not in the condition to cook today. He, however, offers that Lint can make something else for them. His companion consoles them, saying they can eat something else. Now Benin wants to know what really happened with Ellison, because it is more than his inability to cook. He looks tense. Ellison recalls that he asked Benin to hold on to Miel. He remembers how everything was against Benin and Miel's union because of their different backgrounds. Then he tells a story about a couple he knows. He subtly explains their situation, how Lurin was supposed to marry someone else, how they come from different backgrounds, and how they are incompatible. He asks what he should do. Benin asks him to live as if there is no tomorrow so there will be no regrets. He then asks whether it is right to reject the opportunities offered to her just because of that. He asks whether Ellison is ill or going to die to talk like this. Ellison denies it. Then Benin confirms and declares that he knows Ellison is talking about himself. The story is already familiar to both of them. Hone then decides to help him choose by listening to his decision. With that, he takes out 2 plates from his bag, one whole and the other cracked. Meanwhile, Medidana is recalling his last conversation with Dehegma. Dehegma understood that Medidana wanted Ellison to be with Lurin, so he asked him to tell everything to Ellison without lying. If Ellison wanted to keep Lurin, then they would skip the pairing process and the ceremony. If Ellison understood, then Lurin would find a dragon suitor. At that moment, Medidana confidently bet on Ellison taking Lurin, but now he is crying with frustration over Ellison's foolishness. He even imagines a scenario in which Ellison fights for Lurin and they get their happy ending. He now regrets it, and his mind runs with a series of what-ifs. He remembers Baron's words for Lurin. He can't believe that her wish comes true in the worst possible way. Finally, the day of the ceremony starts. Guests have arrived. Lurin also appears inside the hall. At that moment, they hear commotion at the gate. Some guest is making a scene. The gatekeeper calls him Lord Luhard. This lord has kicked the gate and forcefully enters. Lurin immediately catches his eyes. He expresses that he was afraid she might be ugly. Then he haughtily introduces himself as Lord Luhard, who is going to be her destined mate. Meanwhile, Medidana is observing the list of suitors for Lurin. He is taken aback to learn Dehegma's suggestion that the most suited one is Luhard. Dehegma reasons that the war has left the population of male dragons dwindling as well. In this way, they have 2 options: the weak dragons who cannot withstand the war, and the stronger ones who survive it. Luhard, obviously being the war hero, becomes the obvious choice for his granddaughter. Medidana is concerned about the said suitor's temperament. He knows that he fights in the war without any care for human life. At that moment, Luhard looks at our girl with relief on his face after finding her beautiful. He asks the servants to leave them alone. Then he steps ahead, claiming that he has everything he desires, from honor to women. Now, he is going to claim her as well, though he thinks the only black dot is Lurin's mother's reputation. On the other hand, when he touches her, she grabs his wrist, claiming that only one person in this world has the right to touch her. Luhard is overwhelmed by her power. He does not expect her to have this kind of bloodlust while being so young. However, his thoughts darken at the prospect of taming her. The moment is interrupted by Saren, who reprimands her for emitting bloodlust in the sanctuary. Then she orders her to return to her chamber. Inside her chamber, she gets a scolding from her for using her bloodlust, which can release the aura of the ancient Mabel. It is good that Luhard is dense enough not to sense it. Lurin softly apologizes for her recklessness, which softens her grandmother as well. She praises her beauty in the new clothes and expresses that her mother would have wanted to see this occasion. Lurin, however, wants to know why her mother is still called a criminal. The war is over, and she never created the ancient Mabel herself. Saren explains that it is their basic principle, because if they do not punish her, others will find an excuse after creating the ancient Mabel, claiming that they also stole or discovered it from somewhere else. Lurin tries to protest, but Saren continues that it is their law to imprison anyone in a special lair who has created the ancient Mabel. Meanwhile, the person who absorbs the ancient Mabel will be eliminated. Lurin's expression turns ashen upon hearing this. Saren continues that, because of her mother's sacrifice, Lurin becomes the sole exception to this law. Saren guesses that her mother has already put this condition forward while considering about this law. She leaves after telling her to complete her coming-of-age ceremony. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Hone introduces himself as the vessel artisan. The plates are part of the tableware he has prepared as a wedding gift for his daughter, Tina. When she reached adulthood, she had two suitors. Both were his apprentices, Gedroa and Piner. Piner was her childhood friend and very close to her. However, he was poor and an orphan from a young age, with no wealth. Gedroa, on the other hand, was the eldest son of a grand workshop in Melksey, with high social status. He was the perfect suitor. Hone was in a dilemma about choosing either one. During that time, the vessel slipped from his hands and broke. Then he decided to test their craftsmanship by asking them to mend the vessels. He thought it was a casual request, but it helped him clear his choice. Then he shows Gedroa's repair, which seems perfect, while Piner's has a large crack. He asks which one is perfect. Ellison points at Gedroa's vessel, which Hone already expects. He explains that on the outside it is perfect, but it is useless because the adhesive he uses is toxic to humans. It cannot be used for food. On the other hand, Piner's vessel seems flawed, but it is sturdy and useful. The vessel symbolizes his relationship with Tina. When he approves their marriage, their happiness dissolves his worries. He concludes that when it comes to love, appearance does not matter. Then he leaves a question, asking whether Ellison still thinks this plate is useless. Ellison contemplates his situation with Lurin. He is a human and she is a dragon. They are not only different species, but his lifespan is much shorter than hers, which will leave Lurin alone later. Her mother also wishes for her to return to her kins. He remembers all the moments with her. He also knows that one day she will have to return. That is why he tries to let her go. He remembers her saying that his restaurant is their restaurant. Now he cries while looking at the vessel, which is truly splendid. He decides to take another chance with Lurin. At that moment, he gets a punch from Creston, who urges him to chase Lurin. He gets another punch from Miltine, who reminds him that she and Ment also have a taboo relationship. Benin comments on how they are all alike. He gets another punch from Elena as well. She hands him his robe, while expressing that she does not wish for him to run the restaurant alone. Meanwhile, the coming-of-age ceremony of the girl starts, led by Medidana, who addresses the audience in his dragon form. Then Lurin enters. The dragons are captivated by the radiance of her beauty, so much so that they look past Baron's crime. Luhard is also satisfied, knowing Nace is not competing against him. Medidana asks her to take her dragon form. She refuses. Her refusal raises a quiet murmur among the audience, as they assume it is the impact of her living with a human. Medidana grows furious and silences the audience. He asks Luhard to stand with her as her mate during the ceremony. Luhard gladly accepts his role. He explains that by midnight she will become an adult dragon and remain in the sanctuary. After that, she may leave if she creates a lair, bears offspring, or desires independence. She is also required to bond with her mate by the end of the ritual. Lurin listens to all of this with dead eyes. Her thoughts flash back to the time when she met Ellison. It was the time she was bullied by Nice and Hoburn, who taunted her for her mother's crime. After beating her, they left while mocking that she would never restore her honor, even after the war. At that moment, Ellison appeared and asked her why she endured the beating when she could surely take them down. Angrily, she told him to stay out of it. Calmly, he reminded her that he did stay out of it. Then he decided to offer her food. Obviously, she looked like she had not eaten anything. While cooking the food, he again repeated his question, why she did not fight back. Then she changed into human form while answering that it was not his business. He offered her food and asked her to speak. Annoyed, she explained her story, how her mother had passed the ancient Mabel to her, which was a crime in their world. As an immature one, she could not conceal its presence, even though her grandfather put many barriers around her to prevent others from finding out. That was why she did not fight back. because other dragons could sense it during a fight. Ellison asked whether he could beat them up for her. This statement made her laugh, as she assumed beating a dragon was difficult for a human like him. Ellison, however, was serious. She consoled him, saying that the war had already ended, so her grandfather was going to restore her mother's honor. Everything would be all right once she returned to the sanctuary. She did not care about the beating. All she cared about was her mother's reputation being restored. Both of her grandparents were discussing the aftermath of the war. They were discussing matters related to the red dragons. Saren was also worried about Lurin. She wanted her to have an independent lair. Medidana wanted to restore Baron's honor since the war was over, especially now that the ancient Mabel no longer existed. Saren, however, refused, declaring that Baron would remain a criminal. Medidana protested. She then shut him up by pointing out that they already had only 2 exceptions to the rules. First, when Medidana had left a gap in Baron's lair for Lurin to pass through. Second, Lurin herself having the ancient Mabel. Lurin counted the days until she returned to the sanctuary. Finally, that day came. When our boy expressed that he felt sad about her leaving, she scolded him for not showing her enough respect, as she was a dragon. He responded with mocked respect. She hauntingly offered him the job of a servant in the sanctuary, as he could cook decent food. He refused, as he already had other plans. With that, they bid farewell to each other. Later, Lurin was welcomed by a slap on her cheek when she entered the sanctuary. The woman blamed her mother for starting a war that had cost her the life of her son. Lurin could not believe that people were still blaming her mother. She looked at her grandfather with hope. Medidana darkly gave the verdict that she was banished from the sanctuary. She could not believe that after everything her mother and she had endured, nothing had changed. For her, time never moved forward. With no choice left, she went back to where Ellison was. He asked her the reason for her return. She explained her banishment. He was startled to hear it, as her mother's honor was supposed to be restored. She darkly claimed that she was useless to them. She said that all their efforts were useless. Ellison tried to empathize, saying that he understood her. She did not like his sympathy. She accused him of enjoying seeing her beaten up. He tried to protest, but she did not listen. Aggressively, she changed into her dragon form. She attacked him, claiming that he could not understand her. He could not understand how painful it was for her to live with it every single day. She asked him to get out of there. She reminded him that he was a lone human with nowhere to go. She accused him that he could not understand her because he was an outsider from another world. Now, in the present, she regrets the words she spits at him. She realizes that she does not have any right to ask anything from Ellison. Medidana acknowledges Luhard for his accomplishments in the war. That is why he is chosen as her destined mate over other candidates. Lurin is required to accept the blessing. Both are required to face each other. At last, they are required to share a pact kiss. Lurin's mind is still stuck on Ellison, because he accepts her even though she pushes him away. Now she is visibly crying. She wishes him to come and find her one last time as well. The moment her tear falls, everyone feels a tremor. They can sense that someone tries to breach the barrier. They worry that they are under attack. Someone points out that there is no message from the sanctuary guards. They cannot believe that anyone is strong enough to break this high-level barrier. The moment the barrier is completely broken, Ellison is standing on the other side. He apologizes for being late. He consoles her, saying that he will not hesitate anymore. Tehegma is the one who notices him. He already recognizes him as one of the 3 great war heroes, the only 9th-class magician who is also known as a dragon slayer. Medidana, meanwhile, is quite excited to see him. He cheers for him to take Lurin away. Then he realizes his position and demands our guy's reason for coming there. Luhard, being obnoxious, immediately declares Ellison an intruder. He has always wanted to challenge him, and now he has a reason to fight, as Ellison dares to stop this sacred ritual and intrude upon the ceremonial ground. His mere presence desecrates the sanctity of this sacred place. Ellison darkly states that he does not know that simply facing a dragon leads to a death sentence. He has already apologized for it. Luhard, however, is furious and takes his casual tone as an insult. He changes his form, ready to teach our boy a lesson. He does not believe Ellison is strong enough to face him, even though he has taken down some dragons before. The next moment, to everyone's shock, Ellison's magic knocks Luhard down. He darkly states that Luhard is now disqualified as a suitor. Luhard cannot believe that Ellison defeats him with just simple reinforcement magic. Ellison is not done yet, but Medidana stops him. He reminds him that the sanctuary is collapsing because of his magic. Ellison steps forward, claiming his victory in ending the war and bringing peace to every race. He also absorbs the ancient Mabel in the Lord's heart. He reminds Medidana that his power is enough to uphold the Dragon Pact. Meanwhile, the dragons around him are overwhelmed by his power. He openly dares anyone to challenge his authority. Lurin also notices his power. She fears that at this rate he might kill Luhard. Ellison is stopped by Saren, who reminds him that Luhard's attack was not life-threatening, so he should not overdo it. She declares that if Ellison is worthy enough to stand there by carrying dragon authority, he will still be punished. Just because he is human, he cannot be spared, especially since he has absorbed the ancient Mabel. Ellison admits that he has no authority over them, even though he has absorbed the essence of 3 entities. But that does not mean they can punish him. Instead, he is the only one who can stop the emergence of another ancient Mabel. He activates his magic, challenging her, stating that he has come prepared for such a reaction. If she wants to punish him, she can try. Everyone tenses upon hearing this. Lurin tries to stop her great-grandmother, but Saren declares that she will give her verdict after hearing his reasoning. She repeats her question, why did he come here? Ellison declares that he comes to set everything right. Then he starts speaking about Lurin's carelessness and spoiled nature, how she steals food, is rude to customers, has terrible cooking skills, and a short temper. But in the end, he declares that she is not the daughter of a criminal. Before he can continue, Saren's magic stops him. She warns him that his words can make the sacrifice go in vain, but he has already made up his mind and breaks her magic. He shouts the truth that Baron did not create the ancient Mabel. Instead, she stole it from a criminal group that wanted to create a lord. In this way, she is a hero. A quiet commotion spreads as everyone listens. They want to know the truth. Metadana feels proud of Ellison for finally doing this. He did something similar 2 years ago. 2 years ago, Lurin was again reminded by Nace and his friends that she is a criminal's daughter, how she can demand her mother's honor to be restored. After that, Nace's friends discuss how sadistic he is to hurt the woman he likes. In present, Ellison reminds everyone of the torment they put Lurin through. Now that they need her in the clan, they immediately welcome her. To him, it is ridiculous. Lurin starts to cry, realizing that Ellison is still the same. When she suffered alone in a lair back then, she looked at the food prepared by him. She remembered the words she had thrown at him and started crying, admitting that she was wrong to say that she was alone. Suddenly, she heard his voice saying that the rift was still open because he knew something like this might happen. He was standing at the edge of the rift while holding another serving of the meal. He then placed hamburger steaks in front of her and urged her to eat. He told her that he had gone to the sanctuary but did not find Nace there. Looking at his beaten-up form, she worried about what had happened in the sanctuary. Ellison informed her that she was not banished, as he had taken her in. In the sanctuary, he had created a scene by declaring that he was taking Lurin with him. Standing in front of her, he told her that he was opening a restaurant and would need her help. He urged her to come with him, where she could eat more of his cooking. She took a bite of the steak while listening to his offer. Now, in the present, he declares that he took her in back then, and he will not let her go this time. However, he will not use the restaurant as an excuse anymore. He simply wants her to be with him. Before he can say more, Lurin kisses him. She reminds him that it is already too late to ask, because she is always his dragon. Metadana then declares that it is already midnight, meaning she is now an adult. He has already said that if she does not have a mate, she will be matched accordingly, but looking at Ellison, he knows she already has a great mate. With that, he declares the restoration of Baron's honor and announces Lurin as an adult. In his heart, he thanks Ellison. With that, the ceremony concludes with best wishes to both of them. The scene flashes to the past when she asked about the restaurant. He explained that such a place sold food to customers. She was excited about having lots of food. He reminded her that customers came first. Then he noticed her calling him, "my dear." She declared that she did it because he was her dear. He reminded her that she could not transform into the restaurant. She promised it. She then thought about how there were many kinds of dragons, some living with humans and some falling in love with them. Now in the present, she asks for midnight snacks, specifically hamburger steaks. Later, both of them have their midnight snacks and retire to bed. Suddenly, both feel awkward. Ellison nervously compliments her dress. On the other hand, she acknowledges Ellison's hesitation back in the bathhouse. Even though they have slept casually before, now things have changed, making her heart race. Then she casually mentions that the dress is quite uncomfortable and asks him to help her take it off. He has just started when they are interrupted by a portal opening. The very strict Saren comes out, saying she needs to discuss more things with our boy. Poor Metadana tries to stop her, but she reminds him that she does not need him to come along. A flushed Lurin punches her grandfather. Saren tries to calm her down, saying it is her idea to come here. Later, being a good host, Ellison serves them whiskey. He believes Saren never leaves the sanctuary, so he asks her reason for being there. She reminds him that she will decide after listening to his answer. She assumes that after absorbing 3 ancient Mabels, his lifespan is equal of a dragon. That's why she also overlooks the mess he creates, especially exposing Baron's truth. She accepts his action of taking Lurin with him if he can live with her for a lifetime. So she asks whether he has resolved these issues. Ellison answers honestly. He does not know whether his lifespan will truly match that of a dragon. He also does not know if another ancient Mabel will emerge. Saren grows quite angry hearing this. He has broken dragon rules and taken away Lurin's chance of being with a dragon partner over uncertainty. However, Ellison is certain about one thing. He remembers Benen's words, that it is he who reminds Benen that he always knows in his heart what he should do. He now reminds Saren that the wrong answer is to leave Lurin on sacred ground and let Baron remain a criminal. These are the 2 things he is sure of. She reminds him of Baron's sacrifice. She explains that originally, the owner of the ancient Mabel cannot absorb it themselves. That is why they keep the ancient Mabel with prisoners. In Baron's case, she can absorb it, but she does not do so for the sake of the clan. She asks whether he can understand her devotion and patience. He raises the question of what it leads to. He questions the consequences of her actions. Despite Baron's sacrifice, the Lord still emerged. Not to mention, Baron died a helpless death, and Lurin absorbed the ancient Mabel to prevent the completion of the Dragon Lord. She reminds him that as someone deeply involved in the war, he should understand that what they do is mercy in itself. Ellison explains that it is because he understands that better than anyone. She should not punish someone for something they cannot control. That takes her back to her younger days. At that time, she met a boy named Sardalon, who teased her because both of their names start with Sa. He was a red dragon and did not care that she is black. In the present, she comments that she has not heard such things in a long time. When she takes off her tiara, Ellison immediately recognizes it, as it is similar to the Dragon Lord's necklace. She reveals that it is because it is given to her by him, which shocks everyone. The scene flashes to their younger days. When Sardalon was quite annoying, always following her, she was already irritated and reminded him that he always came in her way. He promised to come again tomorrow. Finally, he brought her somewhere he found beautiful. They went to a cliff and complimented each other's hair. In the present, Saren revealed that she loved him, but it did not work out. She remembered that before her coming-of-age ceremony, she broke up with him. She needed to meet her destined mate there. He protested that he could be her mate. She replied that mixing different dragon lineages was taboo, because if an incomplete dragon lord was born, their resistance to command weakened. It was her duty not to allow that. She asked him to leave, leaving him broken. He reminded her that it was not in their hands to be born of different lineages, but loving her was inevitable for him. At that time, he broke his necklace and sent one part to her. He accused her of making excuses about lineage, but in reality, she could not blame him for something he could not control. He wished she would stop making excuses. Then he left. In the present, she expresses that she does it because it is the rule. She stands up. Even though Ellison's decision is nothing but a gamble, she still wishes their path will be right. With that, she is about to leave, but he stops her, saying he knows the Dragon Lord's last words. His last words were that he wishes he could have eloped with her. He wishes he had kidnapped her and fled away. Ellison admits that he did not understand those words back then, but now he understands that they are meant for her. Metadonna awkwardly expresses that he does not expect to hear his mother's love story. Ellison is shocked to learn that Saren is Metadana's mother. Meanwhile, Lurin grows quite angry at Metadana for interrupting Ellison in her moment. She assumes that he must appear again. She considers adding anti-teleportation magic around the lair to prevent him from coming there. Instead, she finds a flower blooming in winter. She looks closely at the flower. Someone informs her that it is a Hibarin flower. Suddenly, she finds someone there. The girl introduces herself as Selly. Lurin wonders how long she has been standing there. She asks whether she feels any cold. Then she notices her chewing something. Selly answers that it is grass, which she finds delicious. Next, she wants to eat the Hibarin flower as well, but Lurin stops her. Lurin looks at the flower and preserves it to decorate her room. Seeing her using magic, Selly wonders aloud whether she is a mage. Now Lurin knows the flower's name and she is going back. When Selly answers that she is homeless, Lurin steps ahead. Then she casually mentions that she is going to a warm place with plenty of food, and Selly is welcome to follow her. She immediately follows her. When they reach at the lair, Cat Lurin is quite angry to see her. Lurin calms the cat down by explaining that she is her guest. She enters inside and is quite relieved to see her relatives gone. Ellison notices the flower in her hand. She informs him about the flower's name and that she is going to grow it on the restaurant's second floor. Then he notices Selly, who introduces herself as Lurin's little sister. Lurin angrily explains him that she is the only child of her mother. She just brought her here because she has nowhere to go. Ellison explains that he is not judging. He is just happy to see her caring for others. Lurin is desperate for a reward for her good deed. Flushed, he reminds her of the presence of a kid, which obviously irritates her. Ellison then asks her to let Selly stay and assigns her to keep watching over her. Lurin is not happy with this task. The next morning, Creston is happy to see Lurin back. They hope that now Ellison will be back to normal. Serena also notices that she has reached adulthood and taunts her as she is supposed to bond with someone else. Lurin is irritated by her. Elena asks them not to fight. She expresses her happiness that Ellison was not late in coming back. Lurin hears that she also convinced Ellison. Helena brushes off her effort. Then she asks what she said when they met. Remembering her kiss, Lurin shyly says that it was a secret. Elena sorrowfully congratulates her. Serena demands that she bring food immediately. At that moment, Lurin notices Selly causing trouble. She had brought her here because she would be lonely in the lair. She reminds her that she cannot interrupt the restaurant work. Selly promises to stop. However, she does it again a while later. She starts her mischief and breaks a plate, then checks the beer. The mischief continues, testing Lurin's patience. She is ready to explode. She realizes all the trouble she has caused for Ellison. But now Selly is doing the same things, so she controls her anger. Lint asks about the situation. Ellison delightfully informs him that someone is getting karma back. Later, when Lurin is cleaning, Ellison comes with pancakes as her reward. She can share them with Selly. Realizing her past mischief, she acknowledges everything. Ellison is glad that Selly made her realize it on her first day. After a while, both girls share pancakes. Both are delighted to have this great meal. Selly envies her for not only eating the great meal but also being popular. Lurin is taken aback that Selly thinks she is popular. Selly assumes she must be popular, as everyone talks to her. Lurin expresses her disinterest in popularity. When asked why, she explains that the one person she wanted had already found her. Selly wonders if someone will find her too. Lurin asks whether she has lost someone. Selly then sings a song. After completing it, she reveals that she has no memory of anything else, but she remembers this song. That is why she wants to find the person who sings it. Perhaps her parents had sung it to her. Lurin is not entirely sure of this. Selly suggests that if she becomes popular and sings the song to a crowd, it might spread. Maybe then the singer of the song will find her. Lurin feels saddened hearing this. She remembers her own journey with Ellison and consoles Selly, assuring her that they will find her, just as Ellison found her. Later, Lurin dresses her in warm clothes. Selly is unhappy with the tight outfit. Lurin grows angry at her for being greedy. When Ellison appears, he is taken aback to learn that Lurin is trying to find Selly's parents. Lurin emphasizes that it is necessary, as Selly cannot live with them forever. She explains the song to him. Listening to it, he immediately understands that they need help from the social butterfly of the city. Later, he goes to the butcher shop. He immediately asks whether the Dedran supply has stabilized. Rain confirms that they have found their own butcher. She further informs him that Creston is outside, but he can wait until Creston arrives. He then explains everything about Selly's situation to her. He tells her that Selly does not even remember her parents' names. When asked, Ellison shows her Selly, who comes inside with Lurin. When he says that her age must be around 13 to 14, Lurin sticks with 14. Rain notices everything in the paper. She assures them that she will inform them immediately if she learns anything. Ellison urges Selly to thank her, which she immediately complies. After that, the investigation starts to seek any information regarding Selly's parents. But most of the time, no one has heard the girl's name, Selly. Someone mentions an old man, Oman, who also lost his daughter, but it is not the same. The investigation goes on, and different people give the same answer. Meanwhile, restaurant life goes on as usual. However, no one has heard the name Selly. Ellison is worried about Selly. He guesses that if someone like Rain does not know about her parents, she is likely from outside the city. Then he prepares pancakes and asks Selly to call Lurin as well. Later, they settle down to eat. Selly claims she likes pancakes second to our girl. She then notices the empty restaurant. Lurin replies it is because the restaurant is closed today. Then Ellison asks whether she wants to go outside to play somewhere. Lurin understands that Ellison wants to cheer her up, as days pass and there is no hint of her parents. Lurin also offers to take her anywhere she wants to go. Selly mentions that she saw some eggs earlier. She wants to see the animals that laid them. Lurin offers to show her animals like Lurin and Baron Eric, but Selly refuses, as she wants to see small animals. Ellison thinks for a moment, as they usually use Cerebine birds. He then offers to show her the birds, but she will not be touching them. For this purpose, they bring her into Lemon Forest. Selly finds the bird quite cute and wants to touch it. Lurin urges her to go ahead, teasing her that even Ellison failed to do it. Ellison informs her that even the most successful magician fails to touch them, because these birds have hypersensitive senses that detect not just sound, but air vibrations and mana flow. This makes them sense magic and dodge it. His explanation is cut short when Selly successfully catches one. He is devastated to realize that he is the only one in the group who can't touch the bird. Meanwhile, the Lord Liddon and his wife also know about Selly. She informs the Lord that Lurin and Ellison are searching for her parents. His expression changes when he learns that. She assumes that she must have crossed a line in casual conversation to make him disappointed in her, but instead he wants to help to any extent for Ellison. He is ready to mobilize Greek City's entire administration if needed. He even offers a reward to anyone from his vault who provides information about Selly's parents. The lady is happy to see his effort. He then informs his guards to investigate everyone entering the territory. Selly is really enjoying herself with our boy and girl. She mocks him for having a sour face when she catches a bird. Ellison can't believe how she manages to do it. Lurin teases him for being slow. When Selly learns that not everyone can do it, she is happy that it can make her popular. She exclaims it is her happiest day. She has everything: the scarf, warm pancakes, and she gets to see Palenku. She thinks aloud what she should do more. She hopes to have more fun tomorrow. Grabbing each of their hands, she starts to sing the song. She then offers them to sing with her. Lurin notices Ellison's red face. She teases him for being embarrassed from a song. He hesitates and explains that it feels like a proper family with both of them as parents and Selly as their child. Lurin is taken aback but accepts it anyway. Selly happily keeps singing. Meanwhile, some people arrive at the gate. When the guard stops him, the person shows him the pass. He wants to go to Guiltymon City by the Count's order. The guard wants to know their purpose. The person informs him that they are transporting the criminals. The pass is valid. The guards have no reason to stop them, but they are ordered to ask every passing person, so they ask whether anyone knows anything about Selly. There is a murmur among the prisoners. They assume she must be important. Then they try to reveal that they know her. They start crying in relief to know that Selly is alive. At the lair, Lurin notices Ellison is still awake. He asks about Selly. She replies that she might be sleeping as she went to bed. He finds the timing perfect as he wants to discuss something with her. Then he reveals that they might never find Selly's parents, leaving her in shock. At the gate, the warden tells the guard that they haven't heard anything about anyone named Selly. The prisoners try to say something, but their mouths are literally shut by a magician in the group. The magician subtly threatens the guard that if they stop them or deny them passage, they might end up in conflict with the guilty Mond Lord. So he shouldn't delve into the criminal's words. The guard understands the message as he recognizes the mage as a fifth-class magician. With no choice, they let them pass. Meanwhile, inside the lair, Ellison receives the message from Race as well as from Lord Liddon. No one knows anything about Selly. He can't believe that no one knows anything about her. He guesses that she might have found Selly herself on the outskirts of a village. He hints that her parents could be poor enough that they couldn't feed her and left her there. Lurin doesn't like his conclusion. He explains that she must be abandoned, but it's just a theory for now. However, he approaches the topic. If they can't find Selly's parents, they should discuss Selly's residence, whether they will keep her or send her to an orphanage. She thinks about it because the lair is constructed for only her and him. Before she can reach any conclusion, they hear a sound from the kitchen. Lurin angrily enters the kitchen to see intruders. They find Selly inside. Looking at the batter, they immediately realize she is making pancakes. Selly explains that she always eats the ones cooked by him, so she wants to cook for them. Ellison realizes why she had been watching him while making pancakes. Lurin asks where she got the eggs from. Selly confesses that she got them from Palenku. Lurin immediately makes a decision based on her action and asks her to follow her. Looking at both girls, Ellison did not expect Lurin to react like this. Meanwhile, the warden is beating the prisoners inside a forest. They beg for mercy. He warns them that if they open their mouths, he will rip their tongues. The mage reminds him that they can't kill these kids, even by accident. Now he has beaten them too hard. The warden is careless as he declares that they will readjust later. With shattered teeth, they are singing the same song Selly sang. Meanwhile, Selly is worried that she has offended Ellison and Lurin. Lurin cuts her apology short and informs her that they didn't find anyone coming looking for her, so her parents might not be from Greek City. She is disappointed to hear this, but she expected it all along. Then Lurin happily asks her to come to the first floor to help her serve food. Actually, Lurin sees herself in Selly. Selly is unsure, as Lurin herself told her not to come there when customers are present. Lurin explains that at that time, they weren't sure if she would stay. Now she understands her heart, with which she tried to cook for them, so she decides that Selly is going to live with them. It's better for her to learn cooking. She hugs her, determined not to let her feel loneliness. Selly becomes emotional after hearing she can stay there forever. She has finally been found by someone. Ellison, while watching both girls, feels relieved to see the scene in front of him. Lurin tells Selly that she is going to introduce her to the ranch workers tomorrow. Selly hopes to learn cooking from her, but Lurin reminds her that Ellison will teach her that. Suddenly, Selly stops dead in her tracks. When asked, she reveals that after seeing the path, she remembers seeing it earlier. She was going to meet someone there. Lurin asks whether she was promised to meet someone there. Selly, horrified, warns Lurin not to go forward on that path. Later, Lurin informs Ellison. She explains how Selly remembered something while walking the road leading outside the territory. He asks about Selly. She replies that she was resting on the second floor. She is confused by her sudden return of memory. She must have been terrified. She instructs her boyfriend to keep an eye on Selly while she investigates while going to that path. At that moment, Selly immediately wakes up in her bed. She remembers everything now. Now on the path, Lurin's mind is occupied. She wonders whether Selly is someone important. She calls out to anyone who might be on the path, remembering Selly's warning. She then spots the prisoner transporters and notices the prisoners who are not even treated like human. As she is about to pass, she is petrified to hear the same song from the prisoners that Selly sang. She grips the carriage, which stops with her force. She claims that she has some questions. Selly, meanwhile, remembers that her parents are not looking for her. Instead, her sisters Melby and Melly were searching for her. Meanwhile, Lurin asks the two terrified prisoners about the song. Instead of answering them, the prisoners look at their keeper. Lurin immediately understands that they are terrified by the people sitting in front. She promises the prisoners that she won't let them touch her. One of the prisoners is about to say something, but the mage interrupts with a death threat. She comes out while commenting on how interesting Lurin is, even in this backwater area. The girl is the fifth-class mage, Melikarsh. She threatens Lurin, saying she didn't know whose carriage she has stopped. Lurin replies that she won't interfere with their business. She tells the prisoners to just nod to her questions if they can't speak. She then asks whether they know Selly. She gets a nod. Then she asks again whether they are close to Selly. She again gets an affirmative answer. She then angrily breaks the prisoner's bars. Both wardens are shocked to see that, as Lurin claims she will take the children. The mage then asks Nolan to destroy the carriage. Nolan immediately understands her intention. She is going to dispose of the prisoners. She activates her 5th class fire magic, Amber Blast, toward the carriage. She is irritated that everyone is asking about Selly, first at the checkpoint and now Lurin. She can't believe if Lurin is some lord's daughter or something, but she is shocked to hear Lurin's voice through the fire. Lurin clearly warns her that she won't kill her now, but will make her cautious. With that, she rips her arms with her magic. The mage whines in pain. Lurin turns to the prisoners and decides to get them treated. The people wonder about her identity. Lurin meanwhile opens the portal. She introduces herself as Selly's elder sister. A while later, they go to Elena's clinic, who is worried she is being ambushed at this hour. Later, she returns to the lair and finds both Selly and Ellison there. She asks about her well-being. Selly assures her that she is fine. Then our girl boasts that she has finally found someone who knows the song. When Selly asks whether their names are Melby and Melly, Lurin is taken aback. She understands that Selly now gets her memory back. Selly hugs her happily while revealing that they are her siblings. Ellison asks how she finds them. She tells him everything. Melby is injured now, so she leaves them with Elena. He is not in a life-threatening situation. Selly is happy to hear that they are safe. Lurin asks her to rest. Tomorrow they will meet them. They go to bed, with Selly between Ellison and Lurin. Both of them sleep while Selly is still awake. She is relieved to hear that her siblings are alive. She is too happy. She remembers all of her memories with Lurin and Ellison. Hugging them, she realizes it is her happiest time with them. Crying happy tears, she hugs them both. With that, the flower petals scatter. The next morning, Ellison wakes up to find Selly missing between them. He wakes Lurin up to ask where Selly went. They didn't hear anything. Ellison guesses she might have gone to Elena's clinic to see her siblings, but she doesn't know the way in the first place. Lurin reveals she learned something strange yesterday. When asked, she tells him to head to Elena's clinic first. Elena notices them and informs them that she has recently finished treating the patients. The siblings also notice Lurin calling her their savior. Ellison is taken aback to see them. Both siblings are thankful for Lurin saving them. They ask for Selly. Going outside, Lurin asks Ellison to keep an eye on the siblings. She ignores his question about where she is heading. Instead, she goes to Rain. She asks whether Selly is there. Rain explains that she is not there. Besides, she never met her personally. Lurin's expression turns ashen to hear this. Because a few days ago, when they asked Rain to find Selly's parents, Selly came there with them. Rain, however, denies this claim, explaining that only Lurin and Ellison were there, leaving Lurin terrified. Meanwhile, at the clinic, Selly's siblings explain that Selly called both of them her sisters, though only Melly is actually her sister. She doesn't even remember the ages clearly. When he reveals that Selly is the same age as them, Ellison is taken aback. He asks their ages. Melly replies that she is 17. Melby is 18. Selly, on the other hand, is maybe 13 or 14. All of these things are too confusing for Ellison. Elena is worried about him as it looks like he has seen a ghost. Ellison is worried about the 5-year time discrepancy. Now Ellison is investigating with Elena and Serena. Both confess that they didn't see Selly nor hear her voice. When Lurin goes upstairs to scold Selly, Serena thinks she is just throwing a tantrum alone. Now thinking about it, Ellison realizes that Rain also didn't address her directly. The only people who meet and talk to Selly are Lurin and him. He remembers the time the cat Lurin also threatened Selly when she came to the lair. He also remembers Lurin showing him the Hibberin flower first. At that exact moment, he saw Selly. Lurin claims she would grow it on the restaurant's second floor. At that moment, he realizes something. Opening the portal, he wants to confirm it. Elena decides to follow him. On his way, Ellison realizes that there must be some connection between Selly and the flower, because he only sees her after Lurin shows him the flower. When he enters the second floor, he finds Lurin there with a wilted flower. She explains that she has watered it properly. Now they both realize that everything Selly used returns to its original state, from broken plates to tilted pillows. Meanwhile, everyone follows Ellison into the room. Lurin also comes to the same conclusion as it feels like Selly was never there. At that moment, Elena recognizes the Hibberin flower. Ellison asks about this flower. Serena also scolds Lurin for bringing the flower even without knowing what it is. The flower is quite rare. Elena reveals that this flower is called La Platia, the undying flower of the underworld. It is said to carry the soul's ascension, wish, and reincarnation. It starts to wither when the soul delivers its words to the living. Both Ellison and Lurin's faces turn ashen. Selly's siblings are also worried to hear this and want to know about Selly. Lurin also wants their help to find Selly. She asks them where they met her. Melby explains that they were originally slaves. They met Selly in the sorting room. She was singing the same song. At that time, Selly declared that she would sing this song when she went outside. Melly wanted to play music with her, and they offered Melby to dance. Melby, however, had no hope for freedom besides being sold. Selly consoled them by saying that no one was going to buy kids like them. Until then, they could train to be strong enough to break these bars when they were older. They were quite motivated by her. Their hope was crushed when both of them were selected by a pervert old man. The man was too powerful, and other people gave up on buying these siblings. Both siblings were terrified to hear this. Then Selly came to their defense. She spoke in a way that caught the old man's interest. He was pleased with her, so he decided to buy her instead. The siblings tried to take her place. Selly shut them up by kicking them. She stated that it was her duty to protect them as their elder sister. Before leaving, she asked them to remember the song she had taught them so that they would find her. In the present, they reveal that it was 5 years ago. Now both siblings are crying and want to find her again. At that moment, Ellison notices the flower's mana flowing in a particular direction. Lurin remembers making a promise to Selly as well. She asks the siblings if they will follow her. Everyone agrees. They go outside, following the flow of mana. Lurin wonders where Selly went away without a word. She remembers learning that the flower delivers the voice of the dead. Lurin wonders where she can go without a word. She is determined to find her wherever she may be and opens a teleportation portal. After a while, exhaustion overwhelms her and she falls to the ground. Ellison understands her condition and decides to take over from there. Selly's siblings are also searching for her. They remember the time when she could even eat grass. They finally reach the tower where mana is flowing and decide to go there. They open a portal near the tower. They immediately open the door, hoping to see Selly. But what they see inside petrifies them. They can hear her song, yet instead they find her dead body. After 5 years, her corpse has turned into nothing but a skeleton. Both siblings cry over her bones. Meanwhile, the Nolan and the mage also arrive, searching for a first aid kit to treat the mage's wounds. Nolan is about to alert the count that all the slaves have run away. They are terrified when they see the dark expressions on the faces of our boy and girl. Selly's siblings are also enraged by what they see. Lurin explains that everything must have been miscalculated. She had given the mage a chance to live. When the mage activates her magic, it is immediately broken by Ellison. Lurin is already prepared with her own magic as she attacks them. She exclaims that they lost their chance at mercy 5 years ago. They then turn towards Selly's skeleton. Melly shows regret at meeting her sister like this. Lurin steps forward and breaks the chain around her throat. She remembers that this way she will no longer feel the tightness around her neck. Ellison notices the mana inside the flower flowing into Selly's body. To their surprise, her soul appears in front of them. She is happy to finally see her siblings finding her. Both of them hug her tightly. She playfully jokes that they have grown taller than her. Selly then tells them that she has reached the ending time granted by the Hibaran flower. She comments on Melby's hard work. Melly adds that she has practiced the instruments and memorized the song as well. They plead with her not to go. They even beg her to let them repay her sacrifice. Selly reminds them that this is how, as the elder sister, she is supposed to protect them. Melby reminds her that they are the same age. Then Selly turns to Ellison and Lurin. She expresses that the time she spent with them is the happiest of her life. She asks Ellison whether he will make pancakes for her the next time they meet. Hugging her, Ellison agrees. As her form starts to disappear, she asks if it is a promise. Ellison promises, and with that, her soul fades away. Her siblings cry, but Lurin stands there frozen. She knows Selly cannot understand what she has given up to live with her. Later, Ellison finds Rain and tells her that they do not need to find Selly's parents anymore. At first, she does not understand. Then she sees Shovel in Ellison's hand and understands everything. The next morning, the siblings are ready to move on. Ellison asks about their plan. They tell him they are going to travel around to share Selly's song. It was their dream. Ellison asks them to wait for a bit. Then he hands them a purse filled with silver coins. He does not add much, warning that bandits might come, and tells them to keep it hidden. They try to protest, saying they cannot accept it. Lurin, however, welcomes them to eat any time. Selly's grave is also there. They will be welcomed by everyone, including Selly. Both siblings are grateful for their kindness. After that, they leave. With this, the investigation into finding Selly's parents stops. That night, Ellison has a dream of Selly meeting someone who offers her food. Selly is excited to see pancakes in front of her. The woman claims that the pancakes she makes must be better than Ellison's. After tasting them, Selly replies that it is the exact taste she had before. The woman asks whether Selly has eaten pancakes at the restaurant run by the mage. Selly immediately confirms it and adds that there is a girl as well. The woman, who turns out to be Ellison's mother, wants to know more about the restaurant. With that, Ellison wakes up sweating. Lurin looks at him and realizes she has had the same dream. She adds that the woman smelled like him. Ellison comments that Selly will not be hungry anymore. They understand that it was not just a dream. That evening, one of the escaped slaves from the carriage is begging on the street. The restaurant owner comes outside when he sees a beggar. He is furious to find him begging in front of his restaurant. He splashes water on him to shoo him away. The man comments that leftover food is not good anyway. He says he misses the bowl of rice from the Greek city. Referring to our boy, he adds that no one ever left leftover food at his restaurant. This man turns out to be Dariant. Looking at the chef, he realizes that this is also a restaurant, which makes this cook Ellison's rival. But he immediately shakes off the thought, knowing he needs to focus on his mission. He is actually a bait, meant to draw out his target. They usually appear in isolated places, which is why he goes into an alley like this. As expected, some people show up and bind him. One of them is disappointed to find that he is a man. Another reminds him that they need to fill the quota, so they cannot be picky about gender. Dariant pretends to beg them to spare him. Dariant remembers his last time in Dedran City. When he finally cleaned the city of corrupt officers and criminal hideouts, the slaves cheered for them. He reminded them that they could not celebrate just yet. If Ellison had not helped them, there would have been great casualties. Their ignorance was the reason they had lost their comrades. Still, he praised them for learning self-defense in such a short time. They promised to improve further. When he was about to leave, some slaves stopped him. She thanked him for teaching them self-defense. Even though Ellison had saved them from slavery, they were always worried they would be captured and sold again. But now they had enough strength to prevent this. Dariant consoled them, saying that Ellison had already destroyed the breeding and classification facilities, which made things easier now. Then a girl revealed that even though Ellison had destroyed those facilities, after regaining her memories, she remembered that there were more facilities like this in other locations as well. He was horrified to hear this. Now, going undercover as a slave, he finds another facility and blends in among the slaves. He is relieved that except soldiers, no one can recognize him. He wonders whether he should tell Madrine to place illusion magic on him to conceal his face. The sorting officer notices his well-built body and decides to put him up for auction. He is locked up and has to wait until dawn. He studies the bars and memorizes the layout, which will make his escape easier later when he needs to report everything. He sees other slaves. A girl is being punished. Dariant notices it all. He is not a patient man who can stay still while seeing this cruelty. He breaks his cuffs and prepares to move. The guard immediately notices and rushes in. Dariant knocks him down. He cannot remain still in such a dreadful situation. The guards notice his rebellion and assume it is a slave revolt. An order is given for all troops to assemble. Dariant, on the other hand, is ready to remind them of the law of the Empire. In the restaurant, Ellison teaches Lint the braised short ribs. Lint compliments the aroma of the food. He does not recognize the pressure cooker Ellison uses for cooking. Ellison introduces it, explaining that it is meant to cook ingredients evenly at high heat. He can cook things using magic, but he has specially brought this for Lint to use while cooking. Lint asks whether he is going somewhere. After a pause, Ellison vaguely replies that he needs a change of pace. Inside the restaurant, Jaunt is enjoying the meat so much. His wife reprimands him for eating with his hands in public. He protests, saying this is the right way to eat it, and points out that she herself is struggling to eat it with a knife. She hesitantly admits it. Then Lurin appears with a wet towel and encourages the woman to use her hands and clean them with the towel without worry. Mate notices Lurin smiling like this for the first time. Serena also comments on how quickly she has recovered from the Selly incident, which is unexpected for them. Meanwhile, at the facility, Dariant has killed many guards. One of them curses him, wondering about his identity before going down. Dariant looks at the sword in his hand. It is not his own, and it is chipped now, but he can still use it. He has a long way to go. He turns toward the woman, about to free her, when someone appears in front of him. The man complains that first Ellison shows up in his area, and now Dariant with a sword. He says he wants a break, as he already has too much on his plate. Dariant immediately recognizes him as Redan, who escaped from Dedran City before. At the palace, the Crown Prince studies the map. He cannot believe that all the marked territories are involved in slave dealings within their empire. The Emperor replies that these are not the only ones. He explains that the last time Ellison visited the palace, he requested an inquiry into whether there were more slave facilities. The First Night Order was sent to several areas to investigate. Now, as a result, these targeted locations were discovered and marked on the map. The Crown Prince now understands why Ellison wanted to meet his father earlier. This was the matter he wished to discuss. Ellison wanted the Emperor to explain it directly to the Prince. The Crown Prince feels frustrated. He had assumed Dedran City was the only one, but now he sees the bigger picture. Looking at the map again, he realizes how vast this network is, with massive facilities organized so systematically. He wonders who could be behind this, knowing it cannot be the work of a single lord. His eyes widen in realization. He remembers the major fugitive who escaped during the destruction of Dedran City, the former swordsmanship commander of the First Night Order, Adrian Pierce. He addresses his father and asks whether Adrian went missing in the early days of the war. He guesses that Adrian might be behind all this. The Emperor admits that the person behind this is not ordinary, but he doubts that Adrian is the one. He explains that Adrian was promoted while the Crown Prince was still studying. Ellison had seen the person behind this network as someone in their 20s or 30s. Adrian, however, is supposed to be around the Emperor's age, in his 60s. The prince cannot believe that someone so young is running such a huge network. At that moment, Redan slashes Dariant and declares that the slave revolt is over, showing his disappointment in him. At the restaurant, Ellison and Lurin pack their luggage to leave for the mission. Lurin feels nostalgic as she looks at the items. She reminds him of the time he overexerted himself. Ellison confirms it, especially after absorbing the Lord's heart. Then she shows him his ridiculous mask and asks whether he is taking it along. Ellison refuses, saying they are not facing street vendors this time, nor is he going as a restaurant owner. With that, both of them leave the restaurant. Redan shows his disappointment in Dariant. If someone as weak as him is a vice-captain of the First Night Order, then the First Night Order must already be finished. He says Dariant should have disappeared when the war began, because the First Night Order was only a hastily rebuilt organization. The next moment, Redan barely dodges his sword. Dariant realizes that the man must be a soldier, as he knows his name. He challenges him for his audacity in speaking lightly of the First Night Order. Redan notices that Dariant has narrowly avoided his sword from striking vital points. In the next moment, their swords clash. At the palace, the Emperor informs the prince that Redan uses the swordsmanship of the First Night Order. He guesses that it is because Commander Pierce traveled widely and taught his swordsmanship to anyone who wished to learn. It's his way of finding someone who could surpass him. The prince contemplates the situation and realizes that Pierce is not behind all of this. He concludes that Redan, even without being a commander, is undoubtedly a dangerous person. His escape from Ellison's clutches is proof enough that he is not ordinary. Most importantly, there is a dragon involved in these facilities. He then remembers Ellison's last words, that if someone threatens the Empire in any way, they will face him as a mage, not as a restaurant owner. With that, the Crown Prince stands up. Admitting the danger of the situation and the need to resolve it, he emphasizes that Ellison must be called for help. The Emperor shows his apology, saying it is not possible now. Meanwhile, during his fight with Redan, Dariant immediately notices the high level of mastery in his swordsmanship. He was able to avoid the vital spots from the earlier strikes because he predicted the movements. Still, it feels as though Redan is testing him from a higher plane. Dariant notices that even his voice and appearance resemble Commander Pierce. He asks whether Redan is his son. Redan admits that he is older than he looks. Realization dawns on Dariant as he cannot believe this man could be the commander himself. The facility begins to collapse, yet Dariant is still standing against him. In the next moment, Redan appears right in front of him, reminding him that stepping forward and slashing upward like that is incorrect. This confirms Dariant's theory, though he still weakly asks him not to mock him. Memories surface from his training days, when his commander warned him that this was not the correct way to step forward with an upward slash. He needed to plant his weight firmly without wavering and follow the trajectory with his wrist without twisting it. Commander Pierce had explained that a properly wielded sword would not chip its edge or fail to cut. Dariant had pointed to the area they had just finished flattening. Dariant had also addressed the issue that factions within the Imperial Palace disliked his traveling to teach swordsmanship. The commander admitted they opposed it because it could strengthen other regions' military power and influence. But he reminded Dariant that an abandoned sword would rust. He could not let his swordsmanship die with him, so he was determined to teach and refine it to its core, leaving nothing behind. Then he would find someone who could surpass him, and the cycle would continue. This was his vision of an endless loop of evolution and growth with infinite possibilities. Dariant is taken aback hearing this and decides to respect his wish. Pierce says he would welcome Dariant's superior swordsmanship. In that way, Dariant would become his teacher, and Pierce would gladly follow him. Back in the present, Dariant is furious that Redan tries to mimic the commander. He speaks of how hard he has practiced his swordsmanship to become a vice-captain, so that he could inherit his sword and fulfill his will. Now he is enraged that Redan acts like his teacher. Redan, however, notices that fury clouds Dariant's mind, which is expected. He assumes Dariant has not changed at all. Dariant attacks him with all his might for insulting his teacher's legacy. The power of the strike freezes even Redan for a moment. Redan laughs, excited to see Dariant's potential. He no longer cares about legacy. He is about to strike Dariant when a shield suddenly appears in front of him. The shield is formed by Iramantium, who asks them to let the guard speak. The guard addresses Redan and informs him of Ellison's arrival, warning that it could be disastrous for him. At that moment, the Crown Prince reminds the Emperor that even though Ellison wants a quiet life, this situation is an exception. He is ready to go to Ellison himself, but his father stops him, explaining that he already sent a letter to Ellison days ago. He has learned that Ellison has already come to their aid. At the facility, a guard informs Redan that all their slave facilities are under attack. One by one, they are collapsing in a chain reaction. The guards are terrified upon hearing this. They cannot believe that such a chain collapse is possible. Meanwhile, the guards spot Ellison's insignia and are shocked to recognize it as belonging to the hero of the war. Ellison declares that he does not want to be called a hero by scum like them. Ellison activates 8th class magic, Inferno, without warning. The soldiers abandon their positions and flee as a massive inferno erupts. Light explodes outward, wrapping the mountains, and the heat tears through the area. Ellison remains standing at the center and comments that the place finally gets some air circulation. Later, the villagers calm down once the danger passes. They express gratitude to our boy, who provides them with water and food. He directs them toward a path and explains that a soldier waits there who can help them and keep them safe. A woman realizes he's a true Archmage and calls his face worth remembering and says she will never forget his face. Another one admires the hero-like look and understands why enemies fear him. Some whisper that his appearance seems too delicate and wonder if he might be female. A child bluntly calls him ugly, which immediately makes his sister stop him. People notice the scars on his body and assume they come from war, while others point out that his face looks surprisingly clean. Our guy goes back and meets Lurin, who asks about his arrival. He confirms that he has finished his part. Lurin says the same. Then she asks for the next location. Elsewhere, Iramantium sits with Dariant and heals him using magic. Afterward, Iramantium checks if he can move, and Dariant thanks him. Dariant mentions that he has heard stories about Iramantium, the dragon who once held Count Ridden Grake, and shows shock on their meetup there. The enemies have fled, but the slaves remain behind. Iramantium explains that he never planned to intervene, but things escalated due to the fight. He admits that he almost died and feels relieved that the soldiers let them go after hearing the report. Dariant immediately says the situation is still not fully resolved and wishes they could fight once more. Iramantium refuses, explaining that he would likely be crushed. Dariant challenges that idea, questioning whether a dragon can say that about fighting humans. Iramantium reacts strongly to the word human and seems shaken. When Dariant presses for clarification, Iramantium dismisses it as a mistake. Dariant shifts his concern to the people left behind and believes they should have ran together. Iramantium casually reveals that he already saved all of them while Dariant was busy fighting. The statement leaves Dariant stunned. Iramantium then takes him to his new lair. Inside, he checks on everyone and confirms their safety. The maids greet him, welcoming him home and complaining about his late arrival. Dariant watches in disbelief. Iramantium explains that they are all former slaves. Some had been conditioned into obedience, others remained because they had nowhere else to go, and a few came from the very group they had recently rescued. Several learned medicine from him and later settled elsewhere. Some stayed on to earn a living, while others eventually regained their memories and returned home. He informs that he only relied on wind magic when everyone else turned against him. That loneliness pushed him into a twisted desire to force people to like him. He reflects that the heart of life always slips away. The explanation leaves Dariant confused, because kindness seems like a simpler path watching him. The slaves announce that the meal is ready and offer Iramantium a bath first. Dariant observes everything from a distance and feels that Iramantium's perverted desire still lingers beneath the surface. Suddenly the door slams open as a girl storms in, dropping a pouch on the ground, leaving Iramantium stunned. She scolds everyone for not cleaning the herb room and complains that the place looks like a battlefield. Iramantium panics, drops to her feet, grabs the bag, and apologizes, explaining that he planned to clean before leaving. She mocks his excuse, presses her heel into his back, and calls him dirty as he cries out in pain. She then notices the girls and asks where Iramantium found a whole new batch of slaves. Dariant, however, freezes in shock. He realizes the woman is Lady Madrine. She recognizes him as well, stares for a moment. She is panicked to see him finding her in this state. Meanwhile, our dude and Lurin sit together on a blanket while he prepares food. He reassures her about it being ready soon, and explains that meat tastes best when someone is exhausted. She apologizes for not being hungry. Ellison notices something is wrong and reflects that not long ago she would not even have considered empathy for others. Lurin stands and explains that they need to head to the next facility. Ellison understands her guilt. She cannot stop thinking about Selly she failed to save and refuses to let another child suffer the same fate. Tears fill her eyes as she insists there is no time to rest. Ellison holds her hand and shares his own past. He recalls that 3 years into the war, right after graduating from magic school, he was sent straight to the front lines. He moved constantly, clearing monsters without rest. Soldiers whispered rumors about him, calling him a monster who saved lives by slaughtering enemies alone. Eventually, Ellison arrives at the 8th Infantry Regiment, 2nd Company. The commander praises his efforts, offers food and water, and orders him to rest until morning. He asks for the next mission area, but the commander refuses, explaining that although deaths have dropped because of him, the stress is too much. The order stands, even if the rest is temporary. Ellison is told to bathe and eat. As our boy bathes and drinks soup, his mind still fixates on how many people die while he rests. The thought becomes unbearable. He stands up, laughs bitterly, and comments that opening a cafeteria must be easy when people die elsewhere. That brief rest ends abruptly when a horn sounds. An emergency alert orders all units to assemble in full gear. An announcement is made regarding the arrival of a dragon at the forward outpost. He realizes this is the chance to face the beings who started the war and could end it. He remembers encountering a dragon once before, but back then he was different in skill and mindset. Now the dragon crushes soldiers underfoot, fire spreads, and explosions shake the ground. He lands, cracks the earth beneath him, and draws the dragon's attention. This moment marks the first time he truly stands before a dragon, ready to fight and challenge it head-on. Dagos loses his temper the moment he learns that Ellison leaves alone. The subordinates explain that his tent stands empty, and someone reports seeing him leaving. Dagos cannot understand why no one stops him, but the answer is obvious to everyone there. No one can really stop Ellison. The thought hits Dagos hard, because if it is Ellison, then it also means a direct clash with the dragon. That possibility weighs on him as fear and pride mix together. On the battlefield, the dragon roars and treats Ellison like a reckless human running toward death. Our dude stays fully focused on his magic and turns that insult into resolve. He commits to ending everything by pouring every bit of mana into his strongest spell. The release causes a massive explosion that shakes the area. Back in the present, Ellison explains to Lurin that he has always felt different. He understands mana flows naturally, reads formulas instinctively, and amplifies spells without effort. After leaving the academy, he accepts that he is not normal, and that confidence makes him believe he can defeat even a dragon. The dragon itself admits that Ellison pierces its barrier and manages to injure it, which is something far beyond average. That moment, Ellison realizes why the dragon reinforces its titles as a living disaster and incarnation of death. It answers with a breath attack aimed straight at him. Our boy reacts on instinct and considers blocking it, but the attack moves too fast. Before it lands, someone grabs him from behind and forces him away. Beeden explains that no one blocks a dragon's breath, not even dragons, and survival depends on dodging. This moment becomes Ellison's first meeting with Darren and Beeden, his future comrades. Darren assesses Ellison's rank with surprise, while Beeden credits him for the courage it takes to even attempt blocking such an attack. They make it clear that today is not the day Ellison dies. Ellison struggles to understand how they appear in the middle of the operation. Darren moves forward without hesitation. Ellison warns him of the danger, yet Beeden remains calm and fires a mana-filled arrow that strikes the dragon. The dragon reacts, and Darren follows with a powerful charge. Ellison watches in shock as a man stands against a dragon head-on. Beeden notices Ellison's tension and points out the pattern he sees. He carries everything alone, including other people's pain, and it shows in his exhausted posture and expression. Beeden admits his skill as he has never seen anyone break a dragon's barrier with pure magic. As the fight continues, Darren demands support, and Beeden keeps firing, reinforcing his point. He points to our boy that strength breaks when pushed too far, just like a bow pulled beyond its limit. Ellison's isolation does not make him special, and this war does not belong to him alone. The situation escalates when multiple black dragons arrive. Beeden orders Darren to finish the red dragon as the black ones attack it. The sight of dragons fighting dragons leaves Ellison stunned. Darren laughs at Ellison's confusion and points out his approaching allies. Dagos arrives with the army and checks on Ellison. Beeden reminds him that he is not alone. Darren introduces himself properly, along with Beeden, hinting that their paths will cross often. Beeden's words stay with Ellison long after the battle ends. Later, our guy returns to his quarters and eats leftover soup from the mess hall. The flavorless food reminds him of the academy, and for the first time since joining the war, he decides to change something small but personal. He informs the captain that he will handle the cooking from now on, and the captain agrees immediately. While cracking eggs, Ellison realizes that this moment marks the first genuine smile he has had since the war began. Back in the present, Ellison reassures Lurin that they do not need to feel guilty for moments of comfort. Lurin responds by admitting how much peace she feels just sitting with him, holding hands, sharing food, and imagining a simple life together. She has been restless and unsure about these emotions, feeling trapped by them. He blushes but encourages her to value those feelings instead of running from them. He remembers Darren and Beeden's advice, that no matter how much he tries to relax, he will never fully let go. Accepting this truth matters. They focus on the food, and Ellison asks her opinion after adding the egg. Lurin genuinely enjoys it, praising its light and comforting taste. Elsewhere, the red dragon relaxes in a bar, smoking calmly. A man approaches carelessly and invades her space. She responds by slamming him to the floor without hesitation. Reeden questions her reaction. She explains that people like that are useful for practice, because fools never sense danger. The damage does not bother Reeden much. Before things escalate, another presence intervenes and apologizes for the disturbance. The newcomer is Delian, the third duke of the Lucerne Empire, accompanied by his knights. He expresses disgust that such people still exist in his area and quickly shifts the focus to plans. He already knows that Ellison and Lurin destroyed all the facilities. The Red Dragon pushes for proper introductions and rest, reminding him that their plan is the reason he was called. The story then drifts into Lurin's dream. In it, Ellison reassures her that she does not need to avoid happiness. She feels safe enough to be honest and moves closer to him, guided by that permission. The intimacy feels overwhelming and real, until she wakes up suddenly, panicked and drenched in sweat. She is flushed as she reflects on that weird dream. People keep coming to Elena's clinic, and she continues treating them as usual. One patient finishes his treatment and, instead of leaving, pushes 2 movie tickets toward her and hints at spending the holiday together. Elena, uneasy, makes it clear she still has patients to see. The man keeps pushing, clearly missing the mood. Serena steps in immediately, snaps her fingers on his head, and forces the situation to end. She makes it clear that the treatment is over and that he should leave before embarrassing himself further. The man tries to talk back, earns a sharp warning, and leaves in tears. Elena thanks Serena for stepping in, though her expression stays heavy. She explains that she overhears what happened to Sally, Ellison, and Lurin, and the grief hangs so thick that she cannot even find the right words to comfort them. Serena agrees, because things feel unstable ever since the Hibberin flower incident. She admits that ignorance might have hurt less. Elena reflects that a dragon and a woman having a child must face unbearable difficulty. Serena admits she has never heard of such a case, which makes Elena even sadder, because both of them truly treated Selly as a child. Serena pulls Elena closer and twists the thought further, joking about what would happen if Elena carried Ellison's child instead. Elena reacts strongly and rejects the idea outright. Serena pushes again, pointing out that elves and humans can have mixed children, at least after the first generation, and lightly teases her about regretting for pushing Ellison towards Lurin. Elena denies it, but her reaction betrays her nerves. Serena then brings up her own maturity ritual and the one she bonded with back then, Garrod. The memory turns sour immediately. Elena apologizes after realizing the weight of that name. Serena brushes it off but admits that back then she could not take things lightly. Looking back, she sees that man as someone unworthy of her feelings. The mood shifts as Serena leans in, flips the situation, and starts openly teasing Elena instead. She turns seductive on purpose, confident and playful, clearly enjoying how flustered Elena becomes. Before it goes any further, a teleportation portal opens and Lurin appears, landing a punch on Serena's head and ending the nonsense instantly. Elena panics, Serena recovers fast, and Lurin demands answers. When Serena's reputation about being a seductress comes up, Lurin latches onto it and insists on help. Serena laughs hard, realizing Lurin is serious. At the same time, outside the sanctuary, dragons notice something crossing the boundary. One reacts with suspicion, while the other dismisses it as Ellison's scheduled visit. They complain about how casually he enters dragon territory, then fall silent as our boy approaches. He observes subordinates gathered around a glowing pillar and quietly watches the carving in progress. Subordinates greet him formally, but he brushes it off, reminding them that he is human and does not need ceremony. That moment, Metadonna interrupts and leads him inside. On the way, our boy mentions the massive monument outside. The elder explains that it honors those lost in the war and that Baron's name is being carved now. The news genuinely relieves him. The elder thanks him, admitting that trying to fix things alone would have destroyed everything. Our boy understands the weight of Metadonna's position as both father and elder. The conversation shifts to the Hibberin flower. The elder brings up the seeds, and Ellison's mood darkens immediately. He informs the elder of Selly's death. The elder realizes that Ellison had grown attached to her as a living being, and acknowledges that neither of them truly understood her nature. He explains that the Hibberin flower absorbs a soul near a dead heart before wandering the world to take root, because it needs a heart to remain in this world. Our guy remains calm and explains that he has no unfinished feelings. He trusts that Selly is safe now. He plans to use the seed for himself. When the elder realizes in shock, Ellison confirms it. He is going to use seed for the heart already exists inside him. His goal is to hear Lord Sardelon's voice. Back at the clinic, Serena listens as Lurin admits that she wants to grow even closer to our boy. Serena bursts into laughter at first, then takes it seriously. She reminds Lurin that they are already far past normal boundaries, especially after the maturity ritual. Elena tries to deflect the conversation but ends up listening anyway. When Serena presses for details, Lurin admits that all they have shared so far is a kiss. Serena reacts with disbelief, while Elena quietly turns red. Serena explains what intimacy can look like in a blunt and teasing way, overwhelming Lurin completely. Serena eventually backs off, realizing she went too far, and adjusts her tone. Lurin admits that all she really wants is for Ellison to kiss her first this time. Serena agrees to keep things simple and hints at a gentler approach, while Elena nearly collapses from embarrassment. The next day, Ellison returns to the lair and finds Guardcat studying again. He comments casually on its dedication. After that, Ellison checks on Lurin and learns that she is still asleep. He notices that she has been sleeping far less lately. Curious and concerned, he pulls back the blanket to wake her gently, and what he sees next leaves him completely stunned. When our boy pulls back the blanket, he immediately realizes that Lurin lies naked on the bed. The sight catches him off guard, and embarrassment hits before reason does. He turns away at once, throws the blanket back over her, and urges her to cover herself. Lurin explains casually that clothes feel uncomfortable and that she often sleeps like this. Ellison reminds himself that this only worked before because she was alone. Lurin does not see a reason to change now just because they share the same space. She notices his reaction and senses his discomfort. He freezes for a moment, because this situation forces him to confront the vow he made at the sanctuary. He promised himself that he would stop running away. Avoiding her now would only confuse things further, especially with emotions already unstable. He steadies himself and reassures her that it is fine. He downplays the situation and treats it as nothing unusual. The attempt to act normal only makes Lurin more annoying, and she quietly accepts it while sensing that this approach feels wrong. Later, during dinner, Lurin praises his cooking with genuine appreciation. She brings up the news about her mother's name being engraved at the sanctuary. Ellison confirms it, adding that the elder feels relieved about finally setting things right. He mentions that there is something else he needs to tell her later, which sparks her excitement. She offers to clean up and sends him to rest, while he heads off to wash up. As she handles the dishes, she deliberately spills remaining food on herself and uses it as an excuse to take a bath. He notices and comments on how she even manages that. The idea of bathing together surfaces, and it clearly does not come from nowhere. Serena's advice echoes in Lurin's mind. She remembers being told to act casual at first, then slowly push boundaries, because mixed bathing is normal in the Northern Territories, and shared intimacy grows step by step. Remembering those words now fills her with embarrassment, yet she still moves forward. In the bath, the atmosphere feels tense. Lurin points out how casually they used to act like this before. He agrees and offers her cocoa, remembering her preference. On the surface, he acts calm, which makes her doubt Serena's advice. As she studies him more closely, she senses something off, a light blocking spell inside his eyes, and she realizes he avoids looking at her entirely. When she grabs him, he admits the truth. He cannot see properly and struggles to keep control. Once the spell drops, his vision returns, panic spikes, and water splashes as he loses balance. Ellison finally admits that he is not fine at all. Even though her actions match the past, he cannot accept them the same way anymore. They make him misunderstand everything, and he promised himself honesty. Lurin places her hand on his shoulder and explains that the actions may look the same, but the feelings behind them have changed. This time, everything she does aims to reach him directly. She admits that she is trying to seduce him, even though saying it embarrasses her deeply. He understands then that nothing about this is a misunderstanding. She reassures him that she wants whatever his heart wants. His response shocks her, and water spills from the pool as he moves without hesitation. From the teleportation portal, Serena watches and complains that stopping halfway makes no sense. She pushes him to go further, while Elena rushes in and tries to shut everything down, insisting this should not be watched. Serena dismisses the concern, claiming she only observes because Lurin asked her to. Elena accuses her of enjoying the display too much, while Serena shrugs it off. As Ellison and Lurin continue kissing, Serena comments that for people this dense, even this much progress matters. Far away, in a much darker place, subordinates report to the Duke. Out of hundreds who fled the chained slave facility, only 37 remain physically fit enough to be gathered under the Duke's order. A fire burns nearby, and an ominous instrument rests close at hand. He approaches one of the chained administrators and assures him that fear is unnecessary. He explains that his role is not pain itself, because specialists handle that. Everyone in this world has a role, and order depends on fulfilling it. Running away from that role crosses a line. The administrator apologizes, but he does not accept it. Someone who enforces rules cannot abandon them without consequence. He presses the instrument to the man's chest, and agony erupts. He calmly explains that choosing cruelty for its own sake would be pointless, so instead he assigns a new role. A diamond is embedded into the burned flesh. After that, the ritual has been started as chanting fills the air. Magic surges, smoke rises, and the man transforms into a mana-filled beast. The Duke watches with satisfaction and pours a potion down the creature's throat, erasing its past. He defines the only truth left. Loyalty belongs to the rule, and he embodies that rule. The transformed beast kneels. Armor is brought out. Training begins immediately, and another member joins the ranks. The man declares that the Holy Blood Knights gain one more soldier. On the return journey, Madrine finally explains everything to Dariant. She shares that she studies medicine under Iramantium after receiving orders to find a cure for a deadly poison used to control minds. That order leads her to investigate the case of Count Leiden, whose recovery sparks rumors about a mysterious doctor treating brainwashed slaves in secret. Those rumors push her to follow Iramantium, not out of suspicion, but because she wants to learn magic and owes him a favor. That favor traps her in the role of a maid, dressed in an outfit she never chooses herself, and the frustration breaks her composure as she admits it through tears. Dariant listens but makes it clear that he cannot erase important details from his report. Madrine insists those details must stay hidden, especially from the Crown Prince. Dariant agrees to handle it carefully. When they arrive, soldiers loudly salute the deputy commander returning from a mission meant to protect humanity. Dariant immediately shuts that down, reminding them that the mission remains covert, and rumors only create danger. He confirms that the rescued victims receive proper guidance and support. Battalion and company commanders report that investigations into the victims' hometowns are ongoing and assistance is already in place. Rhaera mentions hearing that he faced serious danger. He brings up their enemy's name, Reedon. Dariant responds by labeling that person as someone requiring further investigation. He orders everyone to avoid engagement if encountered. As the group moves on, Dariant brings up Ellison. The commanders react strongly, recalling how the ground shakes and a massive facility burns to ash, turning night into daylight in seconds. One points out that Ellison's 9th-class barrier magic. Another remembers seeing a slightly shorter woman, referring to our girl, whose power rivals that destruction. Lurin's name surfaces, matching the mission briefing. Carson connects the incident to Valeron's behavior at a restaurant, but Dariant immediately cuts that line of thought. He stresses that their identities remain classified, and that even careless words could draw retaliation from the power they witnessed firsthand. He clarifies that Ellison not only participates but initiates the operation itself. He points out that Madrine misses the truth because she operates on a different assignment. Dariant shifts the focus back to Madrine and acknowledges that her past regret shapes the person she becomes now. The change surprises him, because she now studies healing while enduring humiliation without complaint. Madrine asks him to stop, clearly unwilling to revisit it. Dariant redirects the conversation toward returning to the capital, reminding her that official events resume after 17 years. Madrine tries again to have parts excluded from the report, but the subject quietly closes. Elsewhere, at the restaurant, Lurin serves a perfectly cooked sirloin steak to Rain with a bright smile that refuses to hide itself. Rain notices immediately and points out the obvious happiness. Lurin confirms it without hesitation. Serena casually exposes the reason, explaining that Lurin finally receives the first kiss from Ellison. Rain admits she expected this outcome long ago, noting Ellison's slow pace. Lurin agrees while Creston reacts in disbelief nearby. Serena teases Elena for holding back, claiming things would have gone much further if her advice came earlier. Elena reminds her that today is only for celebration. Serena accepts that boundary. Lint overhears everything, turns red, and hurriedly delivers pasta to another table. Meanwhile, Lint and Mate quietly tease Ellison by pretending to fix chairs and plates around him. Ellison accepts the situation that he's going to be teased now. He then brings up the item he previously requested. Lint confirms that he is asking for Hibaren flour and informs he already contacts herbalists across the country, but none of them find any recent trace of it despite traveling everywhere. Because of that failure, our boy concludes that normal methods will not work anymore. He remembers the elder's earlier explanation that even the flower seeds disappeared long ago, and that only a few once remain sealed inside a treasure vault before time wipes them out of circulation. That realization confirms that no one in the outside world have it now. Hearing this, he calmly accepts the reality and understands that not everything can be obtained easily. He then recalls an old piece of information and explains that one seed might still exist, stored in the Royal Palace treasure vault in the capital. That information immediately clarifies the situation for him. Because they all work hard and complete dangerous missions, he realizes that requesting a treasure might be possible this time. With that thought, he decides that it is time to visit the capital again after a long absence. At the palace, Leon welcomes Ellison warmly and praises his achievements and asks about his arrival after such a long time. He mentions the upcoming concert, the first in 17 years, and the excitement spreading across the capital. Ellison stays modest and reminds him that he's an ordinary guy. The Emperor arrives soon and tells Leon to contain his excitement. He then formally expresses gratitude, acknowledging that Ellison's actions dismantle vile facilities without widespread damage. He explains that Leon's excitement over Ellison's presence barely stays contained. The king then brings up the matter of a reward, already knowing that gold and silver never impress him. That reminder clears the hesitation, so he finally brings up what has been on his mind for a while. He then explains that he wants the Hibaren flower. The moment he names it, the atmosphere shifts. He further explains that he already learns the seed is kept inside the Royal Palace treasure vault, and calmly states that he wishes to receive it as compensation for this mission. Leon immediately reacts with concern and tries to redirect him toward another option, but the Emperor interrupts before Leon can finish, clearly aware of what that seed represents. While tension builds inside the palace, news spreads rapidly outside. In the city, newspaper vendors announce an extra edition, and people gather as excitement grows. Citizens talk openly about the capital concert finally returning after 17 years, knowing that a large festival will follow, and that nearby restaurants and shops will soon overflow with visitors preparing for the event. At the same time, a formal announcement takes place inside the palace before many nobles. The Chamberlain, Horba Lans, addresses them and explains that the Empire is approaching the second anniversary of the war's official end. Because stability has returned, the Royal Palace decides to resume the capital concert that was suspended for 17 years. He emphasizes that this decision comes after serious deliberation. To give the concert deeper meaning, he announces that a treasure will be awarded to the performer who delivers the most moving melody, one meant to ease old pain and bring comfort to those who lose loved ones. He then reveals the treasure itself, La Platia, also known as the Hibaren flower seed, causing shock and murmurs among the nobles as they recall its legendary nature and rumored power. Horba clarifies that the concert is not only entertainment, but a symbol of restored harmony and peace, marking the Empire's readiness to move forward from the scars of war, and the nobles raise their glasses in agreement. Inside, our dude soon realizes that the very seed he requests is now set as the prize for that concert. Leon reacts with visible sorrow, recalling how he hears the concert's melody as a child and how it teaches him the meaning of healing. After 17 years of silence, its return holds deep emotional value for him, and the thought of losing the reward fills him with frustration. Overwhelmed, Leon urges that the reward be set aside just once for the sake of the event. That plea immediately angers the Emperor, who slaps Leon and rebukes him for disregarding the achievements that make the reward possible in the first place. Leon tries to justify himself by focusing on the expectations of the people, but the king cuts him off and demands obedience. Seeing the situation spiral, he steps in and tries to ease the conflict, explaining that giving away the Hibaran flower would leave nothing in return for their efforts. The Emperor responds firmly that the success or failure of the event comes second if Ellison desires the reward, and that nobles can still perform even without an incentive. Leon finally realizes his mistake and admits his short-sightedness, but his frustration resurfaces as he suggests that if there is no reward, the concert itself should be cancelled. At that point, it becomes clear that Leon is once again trapped by his own emotions. Shortly after, our guy calmly asks where he can apply to participate. Leon reacts with surprise, realizing that he intends to compete for the prize himself. The Emperor responds with approval, recognizing his choice as honorable despite all his contributions. Ellison immediately asks about how to proceed with the application. The regana stands as a symbol of status in the Rubern Empire, a keyboard instrument as refined as an organ from another world. Its value runs so deep that nobles believe meaningful conversation is impossible with someone unfamiliar with its sound. Because of that long-held belief, the Empire's greatest event naturally centers around the regana, making it the core instrument of the capital concert. He and Lurin stand in front of one. She studies it with curiosity. He explains that it is a used regana, the same kind she once saw at a lord's manor. That moment reminds him that he never fully explains his plan, so he finally lays it out clearly. His goal is to obtain the Hibaran flower seed by winning the concert, because he wants to hear the Lord's true voice through it. His reasoning comes from an earlier encounter, where a brief impression convinces him that the Lord does not seem like someone who would start a war without reason. She understands his intention clearly and realizes that he aims to obtain the flower seed, which serves as the concert's reward. The plan has a major problem, though. The concert traditionally allows only women to participate, and Leon even suggests gender transformation magic as a workaround. That idea fails to reassure him because he has no ability to play the regana. Because of that weakness, he shifts his trust to her and explains that her presence makes the situation workable. He reminds her that dragons are naturally gifted with exceptional talent, capable of handling any instrument at a high level, and that most adult dragons master both art and culture with ease. Based on that logic, playing the regana should come naturally to her. Lurin accepts the logic without hesitation and immediately proves it by playing, showing complete confidence and control. In the barn, Miltine approaches Mr. Ment and shows him her hair, clearly seeking his reaction and pointing out how much it has grown. He gives his approval and notes that it looks good on her. She responds that he could have simply said he wanted to see it, and adds that it feels like a waste that she already cut it. Since she has done something he wanted, she presses for a small favor in return. When he signals agreement, she reveals her request, which is to trim his beard. Next moment, Baron Erix gets terrified and makes loud noises and strange sounds echo around them. The atmosphere changes fast as electricity spreads across the sky, crackling unnaturally and signaling danger. Back at the restaurant, Lurin finishes playing and looks for his reaction. Instead of praise, he senses something wrong. He understands that his plan is not going to work. Elsewhere, the Lord family shares a quiet meal. Dian eats carelessly until Berna and Lord Liddon correct him, noting how much he has improved lately. The calm dinner leads to talk about recent news. Dian brings up the concert reopening in the capital and suggests going together. Leiden mentions that Berna used to be exceptional at playing the regana, and adds that he has already heard the news about the concert. He turns the topic toward her opinion, but the mention alone makes her tense. She immediately excuses herself, explaining that she has a meeting after dinner, apologizes briefly, and leaves before anyone can stop her. The cook brings out dessert, but she takes it directly from the tray and leaves with it. Dian clarifies that he only means attending the concert as an audience, not participating. Leiden then reflects on the regana kept in that room, recalling how it once gathers dust because she never allows even the servants to touch it, insisting she would handle it herself. As he thinks further, he realizes that she has not played it even once since his collapse. That realization makes him worry that she continues to carry everything alone instead of sharing her pain with the family. Because of that concern, he starts discussing a plan with his son. At the same time, Berna locks herself inside her room, lost in heavy thoughts. Among all the things Chaoin forces on her in the past to shape her into something perfect, the regana is the only thing she truly loves. The memory of her family clapping her performance for the first time still brings warmth, and she feels grateful for learning music from her father, even though she knows she should not cling to that gratitude. She remembers his words about how no one would suspect her even if someone collapses. That thought fills her with guilt. Although she now lives a happier life and meets wonderful people, she still cannot bring herself to play again. The image of herself proudly playing the instrument he teaches her feels unbearable, and she imagines how disgusting that would look to Dion and Lydon. Every time she looks at the regana, it feels as if her sins stare back at her. In her shaken state, she imagines a dark presence looming over the instrument, accusing her of neglect. Overwhelmed by that pressure, she loses consciousness. Lurin, who is present there for regana, notices Berna collapsed and immediately grows worried. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone reviews the list of concert applicants and notes that many names have already signed up. One entry stands out, Count Michel Fraun, a name unfamiliar to them. Further details reveal that she is a noble from a distant Greek city. That realization confirms that this is the best plan our boy managed to come up with. At that moment, another figure steps in and dismisses the concern, expressing confidence that everyone will kneel after her performance. She is Loriana Delian, the niece of Duke Melik Delian. The Duke stresses that thorough preparation always matters, no matter how confident one feels. Back at the estate, Berna regains consciousness and sees Lurin and our boy beside her, noticing the swelling on her head. Confused, she tries to understand what happens. They explain that bringing her here may sound strange, but their real purpose is to borrow her regana. Lurin is entering the concert. They cannot tell whether future problems will come from her skill or from the instrument itself. They ask whether there is anything she can do to help. When Lurin casually plays a few notes, the sound immediately unsettles Berna. Before the moment settles, the door suddenly slams open. Leon rushes in and delivers bad news. The Delian family has made their move, and allied nobles have imposed new restrictions on concert qualifications. Families without prior participation must now pass preliminary rounds in their own territories. The situation turns grim at once. Lurin continues playing calmly and points out that the regana should still be enough for preliminaries. Our boy, however, panics, realizing that the Hiberan flower is now out of reach. Somewhere far from the surface events, Duke Delian checks on the red dragon about the plan they discussed earlier. He expects it to be in motion by now. She confirms that everything is already decided and reminds him that the launch point is the first imperial concert in 17 years, held in the Luverne Empire. The attack aligns with the event and aims for maximum chaos. Nobles tied to the imperial faction and civilians in the capital become targets at the same time. The reason stays clear. The last war fails because people unexpectedly unite around three so-called heroes who give false hope. Without that unity, the Empire and the Black Dragons would already lie in ruins. This time the chaos belongs to them. She explains that the First Night Order handles security for the capital during the concert. A mass casualty incident under their watch destroys public trust in both the Knights and the Imperial family beyond repair. That collapse creates the perfect path for the power transfer he promises. Duke Delian agrees and declares that the Emperor fails his role. He then reveals the applicant list for the concert. One name stands out clearly. Lady Lorena Revolk appears on the list, tied directly to Count Revolk. She does not dismiss them as insignificant. She trusts that a plan already exists. He explains that the best way to deal with troublesome flies is to shut the window before they enter. Elsewhere, one of the preliminary judges, Baron Revos Ponto, meets Ellison during an inspection. Ellison introduces himself properly as Count Revolk. The judge recognizes him and notes that the restaurant they meet in remains popular. When the participant name comes up, Ellison confirms that Lady Lorena Revolk is his wife. The words make him tense. The judge asks about her absence, and Ellison explains that an issue with her regana forces her to borrow another. Ponto reacts warmly, admitting his deep love for regana performances and his anticipation for her appearance. Our boy responds politely while hiding his nerves. Going back inside, Ellison vents his frustration to Leon. The preliminary round starts without proper notice, and Lurin has barely practiced. Leon explains that nobles led by Duke Delian cause repeated disruptions, leaving no room to object. Ellison checks the regana brought for her and immediately notices that the sound feels wrong. Leon explains that this is why Lurin leaves to borrow another instrument. Concerns rise about its condition, especially after hearing that it has not been maintained and sits covered in dust. Before anxiety grows further, someone arrives with reassurance, sent specifically for this issue. Ellison freezes when he recognizes who it is. At the same time, Lady Berna cleans the borrowed regana while Lurin watches. Lurin notices the thick dust and questions how long it sits unused. Berna apologizes and assures her that it still works. Lurin then points out Berna's past behavior and the way she tries to bury mistakes together, hinting that neglecting the regana fits the pattern. Berna grows nervous but confirms that the instrument is ready. Lurin asks her to play it to confirm. Berna hesitates, but Lurin insists on a proper check. Berna sits and begins to play. Outside, the guards hear the regana's sound drifting through the area. The tone feels warm and comforting. Some recognize the quality immediately and realize who must be playing. Berna performs beautifully, and when she finishes, Lurin confirms that the regana has no issues. She remarks that such a melody deserves more than dust and neglect. At the palace, the preliminary judging hall prepares for performances. A small stage stands ready. Ponto notices an additional judge and expresses surprise at Duke Delian Porgo Timurin's presence. Timorin, one of the Empire's 3 Duke Delians, explains that he refuses to let random participants enter the concert and claims unmatched knowledge and love for the Regana. Ponto bristles with jealousy and anticipates competition. Ellison whispers his surprise to Leon, who admits that this development is new to him as well. Backstage, Berna trembles with anxiety and worries about performing. Lauren reassures her and demonstrates hand movements, revealing that she memorizes the entire first half of Berna's earlier performance perfectly. She explains that sharp observation and focus make this possible. With that confidence, Lauren steps onto the stage. The performance begins. Lauren plays with harsh, scraping harmony that shocks listeners. People behind the doors freeze at the sound. Judges react with visible discomfort. Ellison lowers his head as the sound cuts sharply through the hall. Lauren pours everything into the performance, then stops. Ponto explodes in outrage, declaring it an insult to the Regana and calling for immediate disqualification. Timorin interrupts by clapping with tears in his eyes. He declares the performance perfect. Ponto cannot understand this reaction. Timorin explains that the technique relies on precise staccato control and fine adjustments pushed to the limit. Leon agrees and recognizes the style as a rare technique from the southern Rombel kingdom. He declares the sound triggers memories of his studies abroad. Ponto remains lost. Timorin challenges Ponto's earlier claim of expertise and expresses disappointment that he fails to recognize the technique. Ponto grows deeply embarrassed as he realizes he alone misses it. Ellison then casually mentions that his wife comes from the Rombel kingdom. Everything clicks. Timorin nods, satisfied, and praises Lauren's mastery. Cornered and flustered, Ponto hurriedly stamps approval and pretends agreement, declaring her performance a success. On stage, Lauren stands confused, unsure how she passes. The preliminary round ends in her favor. Elsewhere, subordinates relay the result to Duke Delian and the red-haired woman. With a calm smile, she points out that the door is now open and waits to see what move comes next. After the preliminaries end, our boy explains to Lauren that they somehow make it through, but borrowing another Regana clearly isn't easy. He assumes the cause of the strange sound must be known. Timorin steps in and explains that he covers it up this time, but it will never work in the capital. Leon adds that he even risks his credibility from his study abroad days to smooth things over. Ellison admits the problem does not come from carelessness at the venue, because the Regana is checked beforehand. Berna looks tense, and Lauren snaps back, making it clear that she inspects everything herself and that the instrument suddenly behaves strangely on its own. Berna examines the Regana again, pauses, and begins to play it. The sound comes out clean and stable this time. Timorin reacts with visible shock because it works perfectly now. Leon realizes that the issue might simply be how it is played. She gestures for Ellison to come closer so she can explain better. Lauren grabs Leon's hair in the background, while he reminds her that he is still a crown prince. As Berna keeps playing, the Regana starts producing the same sharp sound Lauren creates earlier. She confirms her suspicion and opens part of the Regana to show that the internal mana flow is disturbed. The problem does not lie in visible damage, but in the magical formula inside that controls airflow. When the mana flow becomes unstable, the sound twists unnaturally. Ellison finally understands why the tone feels wrong when he presses the strings earlier. Berna points out that both Lauren and Ellison radiate powerful mana, and their presence alone interferes with the formula. He quietly wonders how much mana they both release if standing near the instrument causes this much disruption. Ellison's strength explains part of it, but Lauren's presence raises even more questions. Lauren decides the matter is settled. She informs her that she will accompany them to the capital. She reacts with surprise. Lauren explains that her deep understanding of the Regana's internal structure makes her the perfect person to help stabilize mana flow properly. She also plans to learn more songs along the way. Berna agrees but mentions prior meetings and obligations. Lauren responds that walking together beats being dragged alone. From the doorway, Dion overhears everything and quietly informs Lydon that his mother is heading to the capital. Lydon feels relieved because he couldn't do it. Later, the Luverne Empire's capital, Erie's city, fills with people. Crowds gather everywhere as the First Night Order secures the area. Commander Dariant orders everyone to stay alert. Raella responds confidently. Soon after, the arrival of the Emperor is announced. Emperor Horace greets the people and comments on how lively the capital feels. He explains that reviving the concert after 17 years proves to be the right decision. Even though the official opening is still days away, many arrive early, so several pre-festival events are prepared. He expresses hope that everyone enjoys the long-awaited concert. The crowd erupts with cheers. Serena stares at the massive crowd in awe. Elena asks Serena if she has ever seen a concert before. Serena admits she never cares for human events and would be sleeping if not taken here. Rain suddenly points out the Emperor, and Creston mutters nonsense about resisting the system. She immediately smacks him and scolds him for speaking without thinking. Elena then notices food stalls and suggests checking them out. They reach a stall selling grilled stir-fried noodles for 900 runes. Serena tastes them and praises the flavor. Elena laughs and comments that coming here is worth it. Creston comments food stalls are becoming popular. His wife mentions that the trend starts in Dedran City and spreads throughout the capital. He points toward another stall drawing a massive crowd. People shout orders, buying several portions to take home. That stall belongs to Ellison. He prepares and sells hot talk while warning customers that it's still hot. Rain recognizes his voice immediately and approaches him, surprised to see him in the capital. Meanwhile, on stage, another woman performs Regana. Loriana watches briefly and dismisses the performance as boring. Duke Delian responds that things become complicated. He reminds her that certain people must never reach La Platea through this concert, making her victory more important than ever. He instructs her to report any strong competitors. Loriana leaves confidently, convinced no one there can defeat her. Delian emphasizes the seriousness of the situation, and she promises to use whatever means necessary. In her mind, she sees herself as both the method and the weapon, while leaving her rather reassures her that the Duke never doubts her talent. She agrees, knowing no one in the Empire surpasses her in Regana performance. Feeling stressed, Loriana craves something sweet. She catches a scent from the food stalls and heads there. She questions the crowd and demands the best dish. Her father warns her about eating street food, but she dismisses him, claiming nobles should understand common culture too. Rain and the Creston watch in shock as Ellison serves her hot talk. Loriana admits she has never seen such food and comments on its tempting look. Ellison warns her about the hot syrup. She bites into it, burns her tongue, and reacts sharply. Ellison quickly hands her a tissue, explaining that the syrup inside stays dangerously hot. She accuses him of rudeness for touching her lips. He explains he only tries to help. She blushes and suddenly imagines an entire future with him. He apologizes and rushes to fetch cold water. When he calls her ma'am, she snaps back that she is unmarried and demands his name. Nervously, he introduces himself as Erzio Revolk. She panics, denies any hidden meaning, and runs off, claiming she only needs to return the handkerchief. Her father remains confused. Rain and Creston stare at Ellison in disbelief. He insists it is just a tissue. Rain teases him about flirting with a noble and warns that Lurin will be furious. He jokingly names it the Revolk Hadiok scandal. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lurin continues practicing Regana. She realizes that controlling mana flow around her body stabilizes the sound, but something still feels off. Berna returns and explains that participant pre-registration must be confirmed in the ballroom alongside the pre-festival events. Lurin admits she does not know the way, and Berna offers to guide her. Back at the stall, Ellison informs Serena and Elena that Lurin officially enters the concert. They react in shock. Ellison asks them to address him properly as Count Erzio Revolk and Lady Lorena Revolk. Creston complains about being ordered around by nobles. Rain finally understands why Ellison introduces himself so strangely. Serena asks for more hot talk. Rain questions Ellison about the noble earlier, suspecting foul play. He immediately denies trying to seduce anyone. Elena hesitantly asks what he means by competition. Rain reveals the noble's identity as Loriana Delian, a top-ranked Regana performer capable of continental tours and widely considered the Empire's best. Ellison corrects that claim. The last concert winner before the war is someone else entirely. That winner is Lady Berna Grake. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Loriana notices Lurin standing with Berna. The sight immediately irritates her because she never expects to see Berna there. She remembers her winning the last concert. Loriana's expression hardens with anger as she assumes Berna has entered the concert as well. Berna's presence reminds her of Dedran, the only place where she ever feels humiliated. Berna calmly clears the misunderstanding and explains that she is not participating in the concert. She turns away and leaves without lingering. Loriana remains behind, unable to understand why she would choose not to enter. Loriana grips the stick in her hand, and her hand shakes because the anger from the past never really fades. Berna's presence reminds her of the last recital where her pride is shattered, so hearing that Berna has no intention of joining only fuels that anger further. At that moment, Ellison arrives to check on Lurin because he hears rumors about an impressive performance. He steps in and immediately senses the tension, realizing all three of them are stuck in an awkward standoff. Lurin calls out to him, and Berna addresses him properly as Count Revolk. Loriana catches that title and her attitude shifts, because the idea that he is a noble sparks fresh expectations in her mind. Ellison recognizes her as the madam who bought Hatak earlier, which annoys her, and she quickly rejects being called that. She watches the exchange with visible irritation, especially seeing how casually they interact. Ellison mentions the recital Berna once won, and she calmly explains that she was only a child at the time. Loriana's jealousy twists into obsession, and she suddenly forces a duel into the conversation, demanding that Berna enter the recital. She even stakes Ellison on the outcome, insisting that Berna leave him behind if she loses. Ellison and Berna both freeze in confusion, while Lurin's anger explodes and she moves to lash out. Ellison stops her at once, reminding her that causing trouble here would cost her the chance to participate at all. Berna clears the misunderstanding without hesitation and explains that she is already married, introducing herself properly as Berna Greek. That single fact flips Loriana's emotions again, and she immediately claims Ellison for herself in her mind. Before things can spiral further, Duke Delian appears and shuts the scene down. He dismisses the entire exchange, mocking Ellison and belittling him for abandoning his past role. With that, he leaves with Lorianne, making it clear that this recital is far beyond Ellison's reach. Berna trembles once the Duke is gone, finally grasping who she just stood in front of. Ellison steadies her and urgently asks her to participate in the recital, admitting that he needs her help for an important reason. Berna hesitates, knowing she already stepped away from Morgana. Lurin cuts in sharply, upset that Loriana earlier tried to push Berna to abandon Ellison. Ellison tries to calm her down and explains that the misunderstanding started because he wiped sugar syrup from Loriana's lips. Lurin repeats that detail in disbelief, her anger rising even higher. Elsewhere, Loriana eats hatiak and admits that it tastes better once it cools slightly, but her thoughts remain tangled. She recalls hearing that Berna is already married, and frustration builds again. Before she can linger on it, her mother appears, snatches the food away, throws it aside, and scolds her for disgracing the family. She orders her straight back to Regana practice. Loriana submits at once. Back with Ellison and Lurin, she vents her frustration on him, mocking his popularity and accusing him of dragging Berna into the competition. Ellison gives up trying to explain and promises never to get involved like that again. Lurin finally calms down enough to speak seriously and explains that she has trained hard. She admits that she may fall behind in strict technique, but she has discovered a new way to perform. Her confidence is steady and intense, and she promises a performance that will leave everyone stunned. At the registration area, Berna approaches quietly and asks about signing up. A subordinate explains the process and offers help, noting that experienced performers can skip preliminaries. Berna grows tense as she listens. Suddenly, a woman bumps into her and offers a careless apology, then recognizes her face and name. The mood shifts instantly, and the woman's expression turns hostile. She strikes Berna down, sneering as she exposes her identity as the daughter of Count Dedran, dragging old resentment into the open once again. The woman is Lucienne Delion, who grabs Berna by the face, unable to hide her contempt. She treats Berna's attempt to enter the competition as an insult and makes it clear that someone like her has no place there. Before the situation can turn worse, a strong hand forces Lucienne's grip away. Leiden stands between them and openly calls out her behavior, making it clear that jealousy over his wife's performance does not justify sabotage. Berna freezes when she realizes Leiden is there, fear still clear in her eyes. Leiden continues without hesitation and points out how disgraceful Lucienne's actions are. Lucienne snaps back, questioning his authority, but her voice is cut off when Ryra steps forward. Ryra enforces the rules calmly and reminds everyone that violence is forbidden during the event and that all nobles must obey the authority of the First Knight Order. Lucienne masks her anger with sarcasm, commenting on how the Delian family now has knights standing against them. Ryra accepts it coolly, treating it as nothing more than noise. Lucienne issues a final warning, making it clear that ignoring her words and joining the recital will bring lifelong regret. Leiden shuts that down immediately and explains that Berna's registration is already complete and that he is only passing through. He confidently tells how deeply he and his wife understand each other. He leaves behind a pointed remark, hoping Loriana does not face another bitter ending like before. Lucienne remains behind, her expression dark and unsettled. Among the nobles, rumors spread quickly. People whisper that Berna has entered the recital and recall that she once won the last one. Comparisons between Loriana and Berna resurface, along with talk that Loriana stopped playing for a long time after her defeat. Excitement builds as everyone agrees that this recital will not be ordinary. As evening passes, Regana melodies echo from every corner as participants practice relentlessly. When anticipation reaches its peak, the day of the recital finally arrives. Sultan de Horn, the principal of the Imperial Magic School, announces that the event is meant for everyone. The performances will be projected into the main plaza, with viewing windows set up across the capital so the entire city can watch. At his food stall, our boy realizes the finals have begun and prepares to head toward the venue. He wonders which skilled performers will appear on stage. The first finalist performs, and even from the audience it becomes clear that this level is far beyond the preliminaries. The performances feel refined and powerful. Emperor Lemadan remarks on the effort behind each performance, while Tamaran responds that he intends to judge without mercy. Lucienne sits beside Duke Delian and comments that the standard seems low on the first day. Delian explains that the strongest performers are usually saved for later. The host praises the previous performance and announces the next contestant, introducing Mrs. Lorena Revolk as a first-time recital participant. The name alone causes a stir, and attention sharpens across the hall. Lurin steps onto the stage wearing a green dress, clearly uncomfortable with the outfit itself. As she arrives, audience immediately focus on her. Rain quietly recognizes her, while Serena corrects the name in her head as Lady Lorena. Elena notices her looks, and Creston worries because he still remembers the strange cracking sound from before, when the Regana sounded more like something breaking than music. Rain dismisses that fear and assumes Lurin must have practiced a lot since then. The group decides to simply support her and wait to see what kind of performance she delivers. At the judges' table, Ponto's mood turns sharp. He feels certain that he has finally uncovered the truth. After the strange preliminary round, he spends his time traveling across the country and even reaches the southern Lombul kingdom to study Regana techniques. Through all that effort, he finds no record of a technique called staccato and convinces himself that the earlier performance was nothing but deception. With that belief settled, he prepares to expose her in front of everyone. As the hall quiets down, Diane watches nervously and wonders if everything will be fine. Liddon silences him as the performance is about to begin. Ellison watches Lurin closely and reassures himself that she can handle this. Lurin raises her hands and understands that a normal performance will never be enough to win. Because she already knows the Regana has unstable airflow, she decides to turn that flaw into her strength instead of fighting it. A memory flashes through her mind of standing with Ellison at a rock concert, both of them pausing their journey just to listen. That memory shapes her resolve. She decides to create a sound this world has never heard. As her fingers move, the Regana releases a heavy, driving rhythm that feels closer to a roaring guitar than traditional music. The sound crashes through the hall like raw energy. The audience freezes in shock. Our guy instantly recognizes it as music from his old world. Rain struggles to understand what she is hearing, while the Emperor feels the sound strike straight into his chest. Before confusion can settle, the crowd starts cheering, pulled in by the overwhelming rhythm. Lucien stiffens in disbelief, while Duke Delian presses a hand to his head. Ponto breaks down in tears as realization hits him. He finally accepts that the technique he denied truly exists, and that his understanding of Regana has been shallow from the start. He resolves to relearn everything from the beginning. Lurin finishes her performance and acknowledges the audience. The host struggles to find words but calls it an overwhelmingly powerful performance and announces the next performer. Behind the curtain, Loriana feels her legs weaken as she wonders how anyone could possibly follow that. In the palace hallways, nobles whisper excitedly, admitting they never imagined such a sound could come from a Regana. As Lurin leaves the stage with Ellison, several nobles rush toward them, praising her performance. Confused by the attention, Lurin hesitates until Ellison nudges her to introduce herself properly. She almost slips before correcting herself as Lady Lorena Revolk. Names and titles fly at her from all sides, along with praise and questions about her technique and the piece she played. Our boy notices her confusion and exhaustion and quickly steps in. He explains that she is tired and promises answers later, guiding her away from the crowd. As he carries her along, she blushes and quietly confirms her role as his wife, and he tells her to go along with it for now. Away from the noise, he thanks her sincerely. He admits he never expected her work so hard for him and apologizes for doubting her. She assures her that this is something they share and that effort is natural. She says thanks wouldn't be enough, and he immediately stops, cups her face, and kisses her lip, leaving her stunned. When he asks for forgiveness through that action, she accepts with a shy smile. Still blushing, she shifts the discussion to how uncomfortable the dress is and asks him to help undo it. He reacts with visible embarrassment and questions her intentions. After the second day ends, Lurin's performance continues to dominate every conversation. Everywhere people gather, her name comes up again and again. Many listeners openly praise her first-day performance and describe it as something unforgettable. Lydon agrees and explains that it feels incredible in more ways than one. He adds that it barely even fits within the usual idea of Regana music, hinting that there is much more behind it than people realize. Even the hosts start calling her a rising star of the concert. News spreads that Lady Lorena Revolk caused a huge stir by introducing a completely new playing style known as the staccato method. While Loriana performs on stage, she overhears this talk and immediately reacts. She learns that the technique is being linked directly to Lurin, Lady Revolk, and the realization leaves her visibly shaken that she can be Ellison's wife. Later, Loriana's mother reacts with anger. She forces herself to dismiss the praise and convinces herself that people are simply being impressed by something crude that sounds more suited to a market square than a concert hall. She presses Duke Delian to take action and demands personnel, making it clear she does not want to see any more rivals gaining attention. Duke Delian shuts her down and reminds her that the plan has changed, and that they must avoid anything that could create trouble. She pushes back, insisting she has no intention of causing chaos and only wants Lurin to fail on stage. That night, outside the venue, as they leave, Berna apologizes to Rara and explains that she only wanted to practice more and regrets causing unnecessary trouble so late. Rara reassures her calmly that since the concert is hosted by the imperial family, protecting everyone is part of their duty. She also mentions she is looking forward to her performance, revealing her genuine love for Regana performances. Suddenly, several armed people surround them. Berna quickly realizes they are completely blocked in and panic sets in. Rara remains composed and signals for Berna to duck. The attackers rush in, but Rara moves first. With a single sweeping motion of her sword, she cuts them down and concludes that this is no ordinary robbery. She decides not to kill them yet because she needs answers and leaves them unable to move. Before she can continue, someone grabs Rara's arm and slams her against the rocks. Another attacker pins Berna to the ground and orders the rest to finish them. One of them raises a weapon toward Berna's hand, threatening to crush it. Terrified, Berna begs him to stop, knowing that her hands are her only chance to start over with Regana. At that critical moment, a sharp voice cuts through the scene and orders them to stop immediately. As the concert reaches its final stretch, the host shows gratitude to everyone in the hall and across the capital for staying with them. Only 2 performers remain, and the host moves to introduce the next one, reminding the audience that she once won during a past concert. Lady Berna Geek is called to the stage, but no one appears from the entrance. Duke Delian watches this quietly and assumes their efforts have worked. Lucienne feels satisfied and believes the task assigned to the Holy Blood Knights has been carried out properly. She recalls receiving a report that the mission was completed earlier that morning, leaving Berna unable to perform and possibly unable to even use her hands again. She imagines Berna spending the rest of her life in regret each time she looks at them. Our dude turns to Lurin, trying to confirm if she knows about Berna, but Lurin explains she was with him only. He feels uneasy and regrets not checking on her. Before the silence grows heavier, Loriana steps forward and suggests that she perform first, claiming that switching the order should not be an issue. The host agrees and nervously announces the next performer as the top contender of the competition, a renowned artist who has toured the continent. Some in the audience feel the situation is unfair, but the performance begins regardless. Loriana looks toward our guy and hardens her resolve, convinced that trust is meaningless and that only her Regana can prove her worth. She treats it as her entire life and pours everything into the performance. From the first strike, the sound is aggressive and overwhelming. Deep, booming low notes roll through the hall like an advancing army. Even without deep knowledge of Regana, Ellison feels the pressure in his chest and recognizes the sheer force of it. Loriana continues without holding back, sweat pouring as she pushes through the piece. When the performance ends, the hall falls into complete silence for a brief moment. That pause breaks into claps that shakes the venue. The host praises the performance as grand and emotionally. With that finished, attention turns back to the missing performer. The audience begins whispering, wondering if Berna withdrew under pressure or if her long break from performing finally caught up to her. Lucienne smiles to herself, convinced Berna is suffering elsewhere. Her satisfaction is cut short when Berna suddenly appears at the entrance. Elsewhere in the hospital, Carson jokingly comments to Rhaera about being beaten up by attackers. Rhaera snaps back that even seeing his face makes her injuries ache. He laughs and teases her about being hospitalized, but she shuts him down and explains the attackers were not ordinary thieves. Dariant steps in and reminds her that she was warned to be extra careful during the concert. Rhaera apologizes, then explains that after the attack, when she tried to fight back, someone unexpectedly intervened and saved Berna. That person turns out to be Loriana Delian, a fact that still leaves Rhaera stunned. Back in the venue, Berna approaches Loriana and expresses her gratitude for the help. Loriana responds without warmth and makes it clear that she only prefers victory with justice. She did not come to the concert to play shallow games. Lady Berna begins to play Regana. As her hands move, a quiet satisfaction settles in because she finally understands something clearly. Among everyone who doubted her, she was the only one who never lost faith in herself. With that thought grounding her, she starts the performance. Her father's dark presence briefly stirs around the instrument, hinting at failure, but she ignores it and keeps going. The music opens softly and flows in a gentle, delicate melody that reaches out naturally and settles into the hearts of the audience. The sound feels warm and comforting rather than forceful. Rain, Serena, and Elena watch with calm happiness. Ellison and Lurin sit together holding hands and listen. Diane feels overwhelmed and admits to his father that he was waiting to hear that music. Loriana listens closely and finally realizes that this sound is exactly what she has been chasing all along. Outside the venue, a newspaper seller loudly announces that the concert results are out. Someone buys a paper and casually comments that the concert was worth watching, even if the winner may not be surprising. Another person agrees and hopes the event will be held again next year. The results confirm that Lady Berna takes first place, Loriana comes second, and Lurin ends up third, clearly unhappy with the outcome. As soon as the results sink in, Loriana's mother strikes her hard across the face. Her father tries to calm the situation, but Lucienne explodes in anger. She makes it clear that she despises incompetence, but hates even more those who overestimate their limited abilities. In her rage, she throws Loriana's trophy to the ground and shatters it. She accuses her of helping Berna and falsifying the report, making it clear that her patience has reached its limit. At a distance, Ellison tries to console his girl for achieving third place. Nearby, the Lord's family celebrates Berna's victory and begins planning a grand party. Loriana remains where she is, her face still burning from the slap. Rain begins to fall as she stands alone, clutching the broken trophy. She stares down at it, rain mixing with her tears as she cries in silence. Just then, Lurin stops her step. Elsewhere, Lucienne leaves the capital with her knights while her husband holds an umbrella over her. She orders men to be stationed along the road to Greek City and demands that the seed be retrieved the moment Berna leaves the capital. She snaps at her husband for failing to even manage something so simple. He apologizes, and she bitterly remarks that the sky was clear moments ago, questioning why it suddenly started raining. At that moment, another voice cuts in, pointing out that the noble participants of the concert were supposed to be protected by the First Order. The voice explains that certain fools insisted on bringing their own knights instead, creating this situation. Our girl with her face covered steps forward, filled with anger, and makes it clear that from this moment on, Lucienne will pay for what happened, and the blame will rest entirely on her. Lucienne shows clear irritation, telling she feels too exhausted to continue the exchange, maintaining a careless attitude. This response immediately fuels Lauren's anger. Lucienne orders her to leave at once. Instead of backing away, she steps forward and strikes one soldier, then turns and incapacitates the second one. She moves straight toward Lucienne and slaps her hard, warning her about her behavior. Lucienne explodes with rage and lashes out verbally, furious that someone dares to touch her face. Lauren strikes her again without hesitation. Lucienne's husband rushes forward and shouts in outrage, but before he can act, she activates Dragon Fear. A dark aura spreads instantly, crushing the atmosphere and leaving him frozen in shock. She grabs Lucienne firmly and makes it clear that Lucienne is deluding herself by acting superior. She points at her attempt to steal the seed, telling she is only following orders she barely understands. Lauren emphasizes that Lucienne can't even recognize her voice, showing her ignorance. At that moment, one injured soldier forces himself up from behind and lunges forward. Lauren releases Lucienne and counters the attack immediately. As she strikes back, lightning crashes down from the sky, reinforcing her warning that those who misunderstand their place never survive for long. Elsewhere, Lorianne sits alone in the rain, quietly crying. When someone calls her name, she brushes it off as nothing more than a small stumble. The person turns out to be Lady Berna, who shelters her with an umbrella and warns her that sitting in the rain will make her sick. Back at the restaurant, the main dish is served. Ellison asks for space at the table as he brings the star dish of the day, over-roasted Uga tenderloin. All three winners sit together as the food is placed in front of them. Lauren receives her plate first and tastes it, immediately noticing how the juice bursts in the mouth and blends with the rich, silky sauce. Berna agrees that the meat is very soft, while Creston jokes that today is a special occasion and encourages everyone to eat freely. He congratulates Lauren, admitting her performance was unexpected. Berna also praises her achievement, but she reminds Berna that she herself won first place. Lorianne watches quietly as Berna responds with humility, explaining that her participation was only possible because of Lorianne's help. She originally learned Regana under Count Daedrin's influence to gain support of nobles. She realized she had been playing directly into his plans as she improved. Her fear grew because she fixated only on the beginning and allowed anxiety to take root. She credits Lorianne for helping her overcome that fear. Berna then acknowledges her directly, admitting that despite her own injuries, she never abandoned Regana. Helping others while still competing exposes a level of commitment that leaves Berna ashamed of her earlier mindset. She admits wanting to reach that same intensity. Serena supports this, stating that the performance deserved first place and left a deep impression. Berna expresses a desire to continue practicing together regularly. Lorianne reacts with embarrassment and downplays herself, calling her position insignificant. Creston steps in to comfort her, while his wife helps steady her emotions. Meanwhile, Lurin feels awkward sitting there as the third-place winner. After the meal, Galtzar repairs the damaged trophy and returns it to Lorianne. She thanks him, and he casually tells her to bring it back again if it gets damaged in the future. She then asks Berna how she knew about the injuries caused by learning Regana. Berna explains that her mother's personality made it obvious and casually mentions being struck by her before. Lorianne immediately apologizes on her mother's behalf. Nearby, Rhine shares a rumor with her husband. She mentions sightings of the Archmage across the Empire, one of the 3 highest-ranked heroes from the war. Her husband notes how strange this is, considering the Archmage vanished after the war ended. Rain adds that people claim someone was seen wearing an old magic soldier uniform with a 9th-class insignia. Creston reasons that such a mark could only belong to a highly skilled mage. Ellison overhears this and stiffens. Creston casually wonders about his past during the war. He reacts quickly, insisting he was nothing more than a low-ranking temporary soldier with no designation, mostly assigned to kitchen duty. Creston reassures him and comments that managing crowds like this must feel easy compared to that experience. Ellison reflects on the difference being scale rather than difficulty. His thoughts drift back to a time when their operation zone became a temporary base. Soldiers from multiple units gathered there, forcing constant coordination and restraint to avoid conflict. Orders demanded neutrality, and everyone agreed. Later, he volunteers to handle meals for the visiting units. While preparing food, another worker questions whether certain vegetable parts should be discarded. He explains they can still be used and begins cooking over intense heat, sweat pouring as flames rise. Once the meal is ready, he calls everyone in. Soldiers arrive, reporting that areas near the Hoban Plains are now mostly secure. Dariant acknowledges this and reminds everyone to stay alert. The meal is received with praise. Soldiers admit the food makes each day easier to endure. Dariant overhears outsiders mocking the unit, accusing them of hiding behind others while leaving everything to a single mage and wasting time experimenting with recipes. Though they admit the food is good, the insult cuts deep. Anger drives Dariant forward, and he grabs one of them by the collar. Before violence breaks out, someone intervenes from behind. Ellison steps in and shuts the situation down, making it clear that this place is for eating, not fighting. Ellison's intervention forces Dariant to step in and end the situation. Dariant leaves the soldiers with a sharp warning to show gratitude on receiving a proper meal from someone else's unit area instead of complaining. The warning only hardens their attitude. One soldier slams his plate onto the table, declaring he has no intention of eating what he considers trash, and storms out with the others. Ellison remains discouraged after putting so much effort into the meal. He asks where they are from, and Dariant identifies them as Pendravel City soldiers based on their uniforms. Another soldier recalls that Pendravel suffered severe losses during a dragon attack the previous year. That information stays with Ellison as everyone disperses. The Pendravel soldiers return to their unit and eat tasteless rations. Regret settles in as Tonburn realizes what he walked away from. Hess reacts harshly, accusing him of lacking pride. Frustration turns into anger as Tonburn insists he cannot accept what happened, reminding Hess of the suffering they endured while others seemed protected. The noise draws attention, and an officer storms in. Their officer explodes, furious that they ignored orders to avoid conflict while so many units are together. He reminds them that their unit was never obligated to provide meals, and that Chekrin City did so voluntarily. Hess attempts to justify himself, but the officer cuts him off and makes it clear they are lucky to avoid formal punishment. Instead, both are reassigned to kitchen duty for a full week. The punishment lands fully when he adds that they will be responsible for preparing meals for the entire unit. The order leaves them stunned. They are sent directly to Ellison. He introduces himself calmly and explains that the kitchen is now their responsibility. Work begins immediately with ingredient preparation. Tonburn notices the warmth of the kitchen and briefly assumes this task might be easier than field duty. That thought is crushed as bitterness surfaces, reinforcing his belief that others lived comfortably while soldiers like them paid the cost. The workload overwhelms them quickly. Endless sacks of vegetables are dumped in front of them, with reminders that even this amount may not feed a single squad. Broth preparation demands constant skimming, and mistakes mean wasted food. Hess asks how much time remains and learns they are barely halfway through. Tonburn scrubs utensils until his hands ache while being reminded that cleanliness is non-negotiable. By the time work ends, both are physically drained. Quitting crosses their minds as they struggle to imagine enduring this routine for days. Sleep becomes their only hope. That illusion ends when Hess is jolted awake before dawn by Ellison, who informs him breakfast preparation must begin immediately. The realization that it is only 5 in the morning hits hard. Days pass under the same pressure. One morning, Ellison announces a change. Limited rations make variety impossible, so ingredients will be gathered from the mountains instead. He provides a list and explains that foraging is still safer than battlefield duty. They head out and begin searching, identifying usable plants. Hess recalls seeing light when Ellison woke him earlier and realizes Ellison is a mage. Our boy confirms it casually, describing himself as a combat mage who also cooks. He explains he was never formally commissioned and only served temporarily. That admission leads Hess to mention rumors surrounding the unit's famed mage, someone who reached Class 5 quickly, repelled dragons repeatedly, and protected the city's operation zone. He insists the unit's low casualty rate comes at the cost of others' suffering. Exhaustion sharpens his bitterness, reinforcing his belief that comfort is built on someone else's blood. Ellison corrects him. He explains that the unit operates through expanded reconnaissance, tracking monsters constantly to prevent ambushes. That information allows the mage to be deployed precisely where danger will strike. It is a system designed to distribute risk, though it took time to stabilize and nearly failed more than once. Infantry units were almost wiped out before balance was achieved. He explains his own role more simply. Preparing good food matters because it keeps morale alive. A cook's satisfaction comes from seeing people eat well. He challenges Hess to consider whether greater losses would truly make things fair. He explains that soldiers do not fight to die and cooks do not prepare food to punish. Good food is part of protection. Understanding finally settles in. Hess agrees. Before Ellison leaves for other duties, Hess hands him a basket of gathered ingredients. Ellison inspects it and points out a rare mushroom, assuring him the kitchen will be impressed. Back in the kitchen, the cooks prepare Mundan mushroom soup. The reaction is immediate. Soldiers praise the smell and flavor, comparing it to noble cuisine and openly admiring the unit. Watching this, Hess and Tonburn feel pride for the first time. That pride is shattered when a soldier deliberately dumps his soup and mocks it. Another joins in, ridiculing the dish. Others whisper warnings, identifying them as the Count's personal guards. One guard spits into the bowl, claiming he saved everyone from eating it. The insult pushes Hess past restraint. He strikes the man and is immediately knocked down in response. The guards sneer, mocking him and the food alike. As Hess lies there shaking, clarity hits him. He recognizes his own past behavior in theirs, and understands how he must have looked before. The shame cuts deeper than the blow. Our boy intervenes and draws a clear line. He states that Hess's past actions are not the same as this deliberate cruelty. The guards dismiss him as a cook. He responds by revealing his mage uniform and officer status, making his authority undeniable. He states plainly that he is not joking and expects obedience. Ellison draws a clear line between simple dislike and deliberate disrespect. Spitting into it crosses into something else entirely. One of the soldiers tries to calm things down and hints at his status by referencing his armor, expecting recognition before formally identifying himself as Delian's personnel. Our boy does not allow that leverage to form. He creates a magical sphere in an instant, sealing both of them inside as dense mana presses down. He makes it clear that rank and equipment mean nothing in this space. Since spilled food can be wiped away but a contaminated pot cannot simply be discarded, Ellison chooses a direct consequence. He lifts the soup pot and forces understanding onto them by making it clear that they will consume every last drop. Before the situation ends, Dariant returns from an attack mission and immediately recognizes the smell of Mundan mushroom soup. His reaction shows disappointment mixed with disbelief. The two soldiers are made to drink the soup they defiled, barely managing to swallow it. Dariant realizes what is happening and that his share is already gone. Later, Hess sits alone, replaying everything in his mind. He realizes that Ellison was never just a temporary magic. The truth settles heavily as he understands Ellison is a 5th-class mage. Despite enduring insults and humiliation, Ellison responded with patience and sincerity, genuinely finding happiness in feeding others. That contrast reshapes Hess's thinking. He decides that if he ever returns to the kitchen, he wants to properly learn cooking from Ellison. He also wishes to continue dispatch missions, but that hope fades as he looks down at the restraints now binding him. A voice calls for him outside the cell, summoning him forward. His master informs him that his disciplinary outcome has been decided. Elsewhere, their master checks with the two soldiers who spat into the soup, asking if they are satisfied now that Hess has been dealt with. One of them, still pushing blame outward, claims Ellison should also be punished. The master holding their meals interrupts sharply and informs them that they are removed from the unit. Shock takes over them and he turns out to be Frigo Delian, commander of the Holy Lance Knights. He makes it clear that while he values talent, his standards include basic conduct. Their failure meets immediate judgment as magical energy erupts from a man nearby, striking them down while they scream Frigo's name in panic. Back with Ellison, Dagos confronts him for his interference with a noble's direct escort. Ellison responds calmly, explaining that they failed to recognize how fortunate they were, so he let them experience the consequences of their own actions. He orders information control as usual and insists his name not be spread. Dagos agrees without hesitation. He then drops the formal tone and comments on how Ellison's politeness never changes, even after so long. Ellison responds awkwardly, insisting such formality is unavoidable when addressing a 5th-class Archmage, and again asks him to stop spreading that strange nickname among the soldiers. Dagos informs him that Hess is moved out after facing disciplinary action, which leads Ellison to immediately take his robe and moves to leave from there. But just then Dagos adds that, from a staff-level view, the transfer may actually work in their favor. The reason is simple. Ellison had shown clear approval of Hess before, while the other units are already stretched too thin to accept anyone new. Just then after, Hess arrives and formally reports his placement in the 3rd Battalion of the Chekrency Defense Force. He appears eager about working together again. Our boy jokes with him about being underwork, and then direct him to gathering baskets and ingredients, casually remarking that punishing people who waste food turns out to be oddly satisfying. Now in present, hearing that part all freezes, leaving everyone stunned into silence. Ellison notices the shift in mood and grows uncomfortable. The truth spills out when Creston points out the obvious flaw in the story, noting that a 5th-class mage and staff officer could never reasonably be mistaken for a temporary magic medic. At that moment, Ellison understands that he has revealed far more than he intended. Later, as Rain walk away from the restaurant, the incident lingers in her mind. She toys with the idea of turning events like this into a novel, and quietly questions what kind of person Ellison truly is. Her husband dismisses it, reminding her that Ellison himself brushed it off as fiction. She remains unconvinced. He adds that history offers too many strange examples, including the time a 9th-class Archmage once carried a temporary medic badge during the height of the war, right when one of the 3 war heroes vanished. The pieces do not fully align since the heroes' names and descriptions vary and old medic uniforms are common, yet the overlap is hard to ignore. In the end, they decide silence is the wiser choice. Back in his room, Ellison criticizes himself for slipping and letting buried memories rise to the surface. Lauren admits that she misread the situation and assumed he was acting with some deeper intention. Ellison thanks her for overlooking it and reflects on the outcome, noting that despite everything, he still obtained the seed. His thoughts return to Lady Berna and the unusual form of payment she offered. He admits that he expected trouble but feels unsettled by how easily he accepted it. She dismisses his hesitation, framing it as simple gratitude and urging him not to restrain himself, openly acknowledging his true status. With his thoughts returning to the present, Ellison accepts full responsibility for his mistake. He considers planting the seed right away but decides against it, remembering that it must remain near the heart long enough to absorb the soil before it can grow properly. Lurin points out that time is still on their side and shifts the conversation toward the past, wondering what followed Hess's arrival and what ultimately became of the unit and the soldiers Ellison punished. She admits her curiosity without shame, even though most people avoid military stories, and makes it clear that she wants to know everything about him. Ellison rises and brushes the subject aside, insisting nothing meaningful came afterward and claiming it would only bore her. He sends her off to rest, explaining that work still awaits him. Then, he goes to storage room. There he opens a box and takes out a diary. He does not open it. He only looks at it from the side before returning it to its place. Lurin is spying on him from the window. She wonders about the diary. Lurin goes upstairs with a clear thought that she saw Ellison put something away earlier. She tries to open the box and immediately realizes a locking spell protects it. She believes she can break the spell, but the moment she tries, she stops herself. Curiosity pushes her forward, yet guilt pulls her back harder. She understands that crossing this line feels wrong. She places the box back and reminds herself that Ellison is the person she trusts more than anyone. She decides that if their trust truly goes both ways, then this time she will be the one who waits for him instead of chasing answers. Outside the restaurant, a figure with a covered face approaches, clearly irritated, and mutters Ellison's name while complaining about the restaurant. The next morning, Lurin reaches her limit. She admits to herself that she can no longer wait without answers. She calls out loudly for Mate and Lint and demands to know where Ellison is. Poor Lint explains that Ellison mentioned he had personal business and would be gone for several days. Mate notices her distress and presses her to explain what is wrong. Lurin admits that her concern is Ellison's past and the fact that no one seems to truly know it. Lint suggests visiting the Lord, reminding her that he once placed a statue of Ellison inside the restaurant. A memory surfaces of Lydon explaining that there was once a legendary soldier known as the Dragon, a man who ignored orders, saved lives recklessly, and was considered both a hero and the worst soldier at the same time. That soldier's name was Ellison, though almost no one remembers it now. Lydon once mentioned that if people knew one of the cities Ellison saved was Greek City, no one would believe it. Lint admits that he did not understand the story back then, but after learning bits of Ellison's past, the connection now feels undeniable. Lurin abruptly ends the workday, telling everyone to leave. She mentions that boiled pork is already prepared and asks what to do with it. She decides to store it in the fridge and eat it later at night. Outside, Creston notices the sign on the door stating the restaurant is closed for the day and wonders why. The following day, Lurin heads straight to the castle and meets Lydon. He expresses surprise at her visit and remarks that had she sent word, he would have gone to the restaurant himself. He understands her reason immediately and confirms she wants to know about Ellison's days as a soldier. She clarifies that she is not asking for everything, only what truly matters, especially since he already revealed parts of it before. She reveals that he is actually a 9th-class Archmage and one of the 3 human heroes of the war. The revelation leaves Lydon silent for a moment before he calmly acknowledges it. Lurin questions his lack of shock. Lydon explains that anyone who has seen Ellison's abilities would reach the same conclusion. Connecting a 9th-class Archmage to one of the war heroes is not difficult. Lurin then wonders why people fail to recognize him. Lydon explains that while facial alteration magic plays a small role, the real reason is that nearly all official records of Ellison were erased. Most people do not even know a soldier by that name ever existed. Lurin assumes this erasure is related to the restaurant gaining attention, but Lydon corrects her. Ellison was labeled a deserter, and even mentioning him could once have resulted in punishment. He was that kind of soldier. The revelation enrages her. She slams the table and explodes with anger, declaring that abandoning the military does not justify what was done to him, and vowing to kill anyone who dares accuse him. Lydon explains that desertion during wartime is a serious crime, but that alone would never justify erasing someone completely. When she demands the real reason, surrounded by intense aura, he admits only to having heard a rumor. He insists he believes it to be false and refuses to repeat it, unwilling to stain Ellison's honor or damage her trust with unverified claims. As Lurin leaves the castle, fury consumes her. The memories surface of the Emperor expressing regret, and Ellison responding that leaving was the only choice he could see at the time. She wonders what could have possibly driven him to that decision. At that moment, she encounters the same covered man from outside the restaurant and demands his identity. He responds casually, wondering if he came to the wrong place, and confirming the restaurant belongs to Ellison. When she says she co-runs it and asks if he knows Ellison, he removes his covering and reveals himself. He introduces himself as Wholesome, a homeless mage, and claims to be Ellison's first teacher. The claim leaves her stunned. She brings him inside and serves him food. He eats eagerly and praises the meal. She reminds him that eating requires payment since he consumed her late-night meal. He agrees and mentions reheating it himself. She jokes that charred meat might have suited him better. He understands that the payment she wants is the truth about Ellison's past. He claims he served in the same unit and knows every detail that was erased. She orders him to stop wasting words and get to the point. As he explains, her anger erupts. She grabs him by the collar and accuses him of insulting her by spreading nonsense. He insists he is serious. She throws him out, and as he falls, he shouts that his current life is ruined because of Ellison. She dismisses it as ridiculous lies, but Leiden's words about a rumor resurface. Despite telling herself it is not worth considering, the seed of doubt takes hold. Kolsa's claim is that Ellison killed every soldier in his unit and vanished, which is why he was branded a deserter and erased. She convinces herself it must be false. Still, unable to rest, she returns to the box and remembers Ellison cutting his story short before. She decides she is only confirming the truth. This time, she breaks the spell and opens the diary. The diary starts fast and blunt. Ellison records that he falls into another world and lives there as an outsider under a borrowed name. He is drafted into the military with no choice. Language comes naturally to him, but writing does not, so he forces himself to keep a journal to adapt. The world is brutal and unreal, crowded with monsters, dragons, elves, and dwarves. Magic drives technology forward, pushing metallurgy to extremes and making rare metals, strong glass, and refined materials common. Food moves in the opposite direction. Spices barely exist, cooking methods are few, and years of war have flattened food culture completely. He immediately realizes that a restaurant could succeed here. He misses his mother and wants to go home. Training grinds him down, while others constantly praise his magic talent, leaving him unsure whether it helps or curses him. The mess hall food disgusts him, so he starts fixing it himself. At the Magic Academy, he is abruptly assigned to record the names of fallen soldiers. Reading this, Lauren flinches. She recognizes this part, but remembers falling asleep before reaching further entries. Later pages reveal that he no longer resents the headmaster. He believes staying would have filled his life with regret. He writes about meeting Baden and others and carrying their burdens. He finds joy in soldiers smiling over good food and eagerly waiting for new dishes. He speaks fondly of his unit members. Lurin relaxes, convinced that the massacre story is nothing more than rumor. The diary shifts into pages filled mostly with recipes and daily notes. Then she notices several pages burned away. The sight freezes her completely. The next intact entry contains a single chilling line stating that those trash received exactly what they deserved. She feels shocked as it reveals that they already paid the price for their actions. She realizes that the written characters are from Ellison's hometown. Since she entered that world with him, she understands the writing too. This means no one else could have written it. So, it must be written by him. A memory flashes back to the moment Ellison warned her not to do something. She remembers explaining to him about a trembling woman who had acted rudely toward her. The woman was crying, begging for forgiveness, and saying she had misunderstood her as her daughter. He questioned whether it was right to take someone's life just because they acted disrespectfully. Lauren shouted that she was a dragon and did not follow human standards. Ellison replied that dragons were not different from humans or monsters. He insisted that no one should end another's life just because of a mistake, and he said the only exception was if someone's was in the life-threatening situation. Back in present, she admits that she trusts him more than anyone, and that she understands these characters, but she still cannot fully grasp what the diary is trying to reveal. She senses that the story is about to show what really happened. Just then our boy enters and questions her curiosity about what he has written, leaving her stunned. He then states that he never expected her to read this diary. He declares it as a boring story, and explains that the story only contains escape and regret. He questions whether she really wants to hear it, and she confirms that she does. The diary opens and the story continues. It begins just a few months after the previous events. Ellison returns to his normal life, but the city of Greek is facing fear because another dragon appears there. At that moment, Beeden and Darren arrive and launch a powerful fire attack at the monster. They follow it by throwing a massive strike. One of them mocks the dragon, saying it cannot even use a shield properly and that they can handle it easily. The dragon then about to breath fire. Both soldiers are in alert. Next moment, the magic circles appear around the dragon. The soldiers recognize the magic belongs to Ellison. They feel relieved, saying that it has been a while. Ellison replies that he always sees the same faces, and he wonders why they are surprised. The magic circle splits into many and attacks the dragon from all directions. The dragon is forced to flee while warning that it will return. The soldiers laugh and call this the work of a high-level mage. Beeden admits that he is still doing well as a soldier and that he has already become 5th class. Ellison responds by praising Beeden's reputation, and he mentions that he has heard about their hero status in the war. Darren explains that Beeden keeps bragging about it everywhere. Then they ask about his reason to be there. He answers softly that he always considers Greek City as his hometown. Beeden insists that Ellison should not push himself for them. Ellison replies that he did as much as he can handle. Ellison thanks them for the help and says he will return to his unit. They decided that they must also move on to their next mission area. Meanwhile, Lydon is shocked to see everything and wonders about our boy's identity. During that time, Ellison's days were filled with cooking and missions. When Ellison returns to his tent, where Hess bows to him out of respect, Ellison immediately stops him, saying that respect should not be given every day like a routine. He then tells him to finish the cooking quickly, because tomorrow morning they must go out to gather ingredients. Ellison admits that the routine is tough, but it gives him a sense of purpose. He feels that cooking is meaningful, and he tries to enjoy it. Hess even learns delicious cooking from him. When he looks outside the tent, Durant informs him that the commander is ready, and that they must move quickly to the rendezvous point. Ellison asks what is happening since there is no offensive mission scheduled. Durant explains that a noble guard unit was attacked by trolls at their operation site. The higher command ordered a rescue mission, so they must go help. Ellison asks why he was not told earlier. Durant explains that he just returned and the captain did not want to burden him again, assuming he would be exhausted. But now they must leave immediately. Durant also warns Ellison that he has been overexerting himself lately, implying that he is pushing too hard. Ellison insists that he will not stop, because this is his duty. When they reach the place, Ellison sees too many monsters. The monsters keep charging without stopping. One soldier shouts for everyone to maintain formation, because they are being attacked by a dragon. The soldiers feel that this situation should not be happening. The paladin orders the elite soldiers to help, asking where Bane is. Suddenly a beast attacks and kills a soldier. Ellison then arrives from the sky, using a powerful technique. He kills all the monsters, stating that he will not leave a single threat alive. He calls out his magic, and then a massive fire burns everything around them. The soldiers are shocked to witness such power. One soldier thanks Ellison for responding to the rescue request, and tries to ask where he is from. But before the question can finish, Ellison disappears from the scene, leaving only his voice behind. As Ellison returns to his tent, someone watches him secretly from outside. The person finds him more incredible than the reports described. It's his first time to see Ellison personally. Inside the tent, Ellison sits with Durant and apologizes for losing his temper earlier. Durant immediately tells him not to apologize and takes the blame. Just then, someone is slammed forcefully on the table. Ellison is shocked to see it, and he wonders who it is. The person slammed on the table turns out to be Vane, a 5th-class mage. He immediately apologizes to Ellison. Ellison asks who he is again, and Vane, shaking, says the question is too harsh, because he was the one who taught Ellison magic during training. Ellison realizes that Vane was his teacher back then and thanks him silently. At that moment, Frigo interrupts, admitting that his arrival was rough. He introduces himself. Ellison recognizes him as the commander of the unit that helped them before, and he wonders why Frigo is here at this hour. Frigo wastes no time and announces that he is now the chief mage, appointed after the Holy Spear Knight Order. He orders Ellison to pack and come to his unit immediately. He also points at Vane and mocks him, calling him trash and criticizing him for hiding and retreating in the battle. Frigo explains that Vane's attitude annoys him because he acts arrogant as a 5th-class mage, but fails in real combat. Then he shifts his focus to Ellison, praising him for his courage and selflessness. He admires Ellison's willingness to step forward alone to protect others, and he decides to give him the best treatment. Frigo demands that he use all his power for him and his unit. Our boy feels shocked and wonders why he is being transferred suddenly. He remembers that he had a secure position as an Imperial mage and questions how Frigo can move him overnight. Frigo reveals that his father is Duke Melek Delian, one of the Empire's 3 dukes. He says that for someone with that status, personnel transfers are easy. Ellison accepts the situation and tells Frigo to do his best. Frigo leaves, confident that Ellison's presence will make his unit stronger. Later, Frigo learns that our guy has refused the transfer. Ellison is back in his unit and continues his cooking duties. He thinks the matter will end there, but Frigo keeps coming back. The next day, Frigo returns and asks again. Ellison refuses once more. Frigo continues to visit every week, and each time Ellison refuses. After a month, Frigo still keeps pushing. Eventually, Frigo congratulates Ellison for being chosen by the Holy Spear Knight Order. Ellison refuses again, feeling frustrated by the constant pressure. He thinks the ongoing deployments are already too much, and he wonders why this noble is making his life harder. Our dude also realizes that even Lord Dagos cannot block Frigo's authority, since Frigo is a count backed by a duke. Ellison tells Frigo that he needs rest because he has a promise to keep. Frigo refuses to stop and continues to send offers. Then Ellison receives a notice about a death. A messenger tells him that the principal of the Imperial Magic Academy, Bon, has died in battle. The news is kept secret because it is wartime, and no funeral will be held. He remembered the time when the principal had asked Ellison what he wanted to do after the war ended. Ellison can't believe that his principal had been passed away. Later, Lord Dagos learns that the unit is being ordered to take on missions outside their jurisdiction. He questions why the orders are coming from a higher command. A soldier explains that the orders come from above. Ellison decides to accept all missions, even though Dagos warns him that it is too much. Ellison insists that it is not a request, and he will take them all. His mind goes back to his graduation days at the Imperial Academy. The principal had never stopped giving orders, and the list of deceased never decreased. Ellison realizes that the next names on the list could be his unit members. He refuses to let that happen, and decides to continue handling everything. Meanwhile, Durant confronts Frigo and asks him to stop visiting. Durant explains that Ellison graduated from the Imperial Magic Academy, which means he has an independent system. Even Commander Dagos cannot issue orders to Imperial mages, and only the Imperial Palace can. Frigo becomes angry and accuses Durant of abusing Ellison. He says the unit is only busy because of Ellison and calls Durant arrogant and useless. The soldiers then shout that Ellison has collapsed and needs immediate help. Ellison is rushed to the infirmary and lies unconscious on the ground. In his dream, he sees Headmaster Atraban standing before him. Ellison asks why the headmaster went to the front lines. He adds that he tried to reduce the names on the list as much as possible. He admits he failed and apologizes for not doing enough. He explains that he met Beeden and Darren in battle and made promises, which limited his options. Ellison realizes that he didn't put more efforts. The headmaster whispers that Ellison is overworking himself. Then he slaps Ellison hard and says that denying it is a lie. Ellison wakes up with it. Hess asks if Ellison is okay, and Durant assures him that the mission is taken care of. Ellison understands that the headmaster never expected him to handle everything alone. He decides to stop overworking himself and trust his comrades more. At that moment, a woman enters the tent and informs Ellison that he has been assigned to the Holy Lance Order. She shows him a letter and adds that the commander who repeatedly sent him on dangerous missions will be disciplined. As Dagos reads the letter with shaking hands, he realizes it carries the Imperial seal. He cannot believe the Emperor would issue such an order. A soldier points out that the messenger did not come from the Imperial Palace, and Hess adds that the document might be forged. Despite the doubt, everyone turns to Ellison and asks if he is really leaving. Our boy leaves without answering, and the soldiers stay behind, stunned. Outside, Durant watches him sadly and asks if he is really going. He confirms that the order is real and comes from the palace. He tells Durant not to overwork himself while he is gone, and he asks him not to die. Durant draws his weapon and recalls the time when Count Frigo accused him of abusing Ellison. He admits that he was wrong and that he never protected him properly, even though he had the strength to do so. Durant then vows to handle everything from now on, saying there will be no more fallen soldiers under his watch. Dagos assures him that he will keep leading the unit's strategies. Hess promises to manage the cooking and daily tasks. They all thank Ellison for everything and urge him to leave without worrying about them. The farewell becomes emotional, and Ellison thanks everyone before walking away. Meanwhile, in another unit, a soldier announces the arrival of our boy. Frigo gets excited and says this is the best news, because he has been waiting for this moment for a long time. He tells his soldiers to prepare to welcome their guest. In present, Lurin hears this and wonders why such an order was issued. He considers that people might think he was overworked in his previous unit, but he quickly realizes the question is pointless. All he can do is accept the order and try to cancel the punishments that were imposed on the unit. She thinks that the previous unit must have used Ellison for their own gain, and that the greedy noble must have issued the cruelest orders, but he denies her claims. When our boy arrives at the spear garrison, and Frigo welcomes him warmly, two women hug him intimately, which makes Ellison uneasy. Frigo explains that Ellison's mission here is to rest, and that this is part of the order. He tries to send the women away. He emphasizes that his duty is to protect the unit. Frigo jokes that he looks uncomfortable around women and says he can send them away if he wants. But he insists that Ellison must relax because he knows how to treat his people. A maid guides Ellison to a private bath and tells him to relax. The bath is made from rare materials and is highly effective for recovery. After the bath, she shows him a private bedroom, explaining that it is made by a famous artisan using the finest wood and fur, and it will help him recover comfortably. She tells him to call if he needs anything. Ellison is then served a luxurious meal, including aged sirloin and 30-year-old wine. He realizes that Frigo's world has everything. It had art, culture, and refinement. He sees that here war does not exist. Frigo explains that the last operation they joined was just a rare request, and that this place does not require fighting. He tells Ellison that he should not worry about anything, and should enjoy his life here. Ellison didn't understand his purpose to be there. The garrison is located outside Delian City, and from the outside it looks like a peaceful place, not a military base. Everything is clean, organized, and high class. The equipment is top grade, and the mindset of the people is relaxed. The unit's life is full of theater, parties, alcohol, and entertainment. Ellison tries hard not to forget the memories of his old life, the broken beds, the bugs, the mud, the hot kitchens, and the early mornings. He struggles to keep those painful memories from being erased by the comfort around him. 2 years have passed. One day, a soldier rushes to Ellison and tells him that it is urgent. He mentions Count Delian and says Ellison must hurry. He goes to the central hall and finds a huge cake decorated with candles. Frigo greets him and says happy anniversary, revealing that it is the second anniversary of Ellison joining the unit. He is surprised because he did not know that the unit counted this day as special. Frigo explains that the unit wanted to celebrate Ellison's joining, and he asks Ellison to drink with them. The party begins and Frigo and Ellison drink together. Frigo tells Ellison that he wishes Ellison had joined earlier. Frigo asks why Ellison does not open his heart to them. Our boy answers honestly that this place does not need him, and that the unit can function perfectly without him. Frigo replies that he has seen many talented people break down from overworking themselves. That's why he cannot stand seeing such people suffer. Frigo admits that he believes Ellison deserves recognition for his talent, and that the Holy Spear Knights were created to gather such people. Frigo adds that while some people become arrogant, capable people should not have to suffer more than others. He believes that talent should be rewarded, not punished. This is how, on the second anniversary, Ellison opens his heart to Frigo. He admits that he is grateful. Frigo laughs that he already knew Ellison's answer before giving his gift. He asks if he can bring the women now. Ellison refused it immediately. A soldier sitting nearby comments on Ellison's persistence. Frigo laughs and adds that it has been 2 years, and now Ellison truly belongs to the unit. He wonders if this is what joy feels like. At that moment, he mentioned about the 2 soldiers named Mardell and Eugen. Frigo explains that it was difficult to kick them out from the unit. Ellison suddenly remembers his friends from his academy days. The revelation shocks him completely as his face darkens. Prince Leon reads a record and learns that Ellison has retired after 15 years as an imperial mage. The emperor appears suddenly and points out that it is late. Not to mention, the nobles would be angry if they knew how much worry Prince is having over nothing. He notices Ellison's records and Leon explains that the old files are mostly destroyed. Only disaster reports still exist, and those show a pattern. Geraint told that the remaining records are from the Chekron City unit. After Ellison gets reassigned in Frigo unit, there is a record of missing mage. Leon realizes the missing name belongs to Ellison, and he senses a deeper betrayal. Leon remembers what Madrine told him that Ellison was abandoned. He confronts his father, asking why. The Emperor admits he failed. He explains that the First Night Order collapsed and Headmaster Atraban died, and that the Empire lost balance afterward. He confesses that he was overwhelmed by responsibilities and became weak. When the Duke threatened to withdraw his forces, he felt trapped and chose the easier path. He adds that he hoped Ellison would end up under Frigo's control, thinking it would be safer. He admits he never imagined it would become a disaster. Back in Ellison's memory, the truth about Eugene and Mardell hits him hard. Frigo describes them as useless and arrogant, while they only preached about saving civilians and cutting luxuries. Frigo explains he hated that attitude and admits he sent them to die by throwing them into the monster's path. A soldier warns that this might be misunderstood, but Frigo laughs, showing no regret. Everyone else laughs too. Ellison is unable to understand why the story is treated like a joke. Our boy feels the laughter as a sharp pain. He remembers writing their names in the list that Eugene dies at age 20, his body bruised. Mardell dies at 19 with a wound in his neck. Frigo acts like their deaths are nothing, declaring the past is over and Ellison is now here, so nothing matters anymore. He had also given him his Archmage badge. Ellison also gets to know that it was Frigo's plan all along to send back-to-back mission to his unit in order to retrieve him. He can't believe how shallow their mentality towards the human's life is. Just then, the ceiling explodes. The soldiers freeze, considering it as a misfire. A massive red dragon appears, and everyone is thrown into chaos. Frigo watches it and admits he has never seen a dragon this close. He wonders how it reached this place. He knows Ellison will save them. The dragon attacks, and Ellison blocks it with a powerful spell. The soldiers feel proud, and Frigo praises his power, saying it is beyond even his father's chief mage. They believe the dragon can be held until more forces arrive, but the dragon breaks the barrier instantly. Frigo looks at Ellison, confused and angry. Ellison responds silently with exhaustion, because he is tired of being used as a weapon. The dragon breathes fire, and the entire area turns into a burning hell. Frigo screams for Ellison, who is going to escape, but Ellison doesn't move. The dragon strikes again, and the flames spread, and the soldiers start to die. Ellison holds his diary tight and remembers the one thing he always wanted, a simple thank you for his efforts of cooking. He tears the diary pages, believing that this small gratitude was the only thing he ever needed. He throws the torn pages into the fire, as if burning the last piece of his own hope. The soldiers shout that he is a traitor. The dragon keeps burning everything. Ellison realizes he doesn't want to hear any words from them anymore. He leaves the burning battlefield behind. Days later, Beedon and Darren arrive to search for survivors. They find the place completely destroyed and burned. They search for 3 days and nights, exhausted and injured, but they refuse to give up. They decide that even if no one survived, they must defeat the dragon. Then they see Ellison standing there, alive but broken. Beeden confronts him, asking where he has been for 2 years. He thought Ellison was dead. Darren asks how he survived and why he returned. Ellison replies that he wants to join them again, to cook and help in any way he can. Ellison explains that he left the army because he could not keep sacrificing his life. He explains that the people who died were those he failed to protect, and that he carries the guilt. He tells Luren that the dragon left, and no one survived. Only the bodies of those he killed remained. Luren trembles, and she refuses to accept his guilt. She insists that he did not kill them. She says they were consumed by karma, not by Ellison's hands. Ellison admits they were not innocent, but he questions whether their crime deserved such slaughter. He realizes he had the power to stop it but did not, and he believes he is responsible. Luren refuses to let him carry that burden alone. She holds him and promises to stay by his side, repeating that it was not his fault. Ellison thanks her again, and he writes that it is the support of his comrades that gave him the strength to continue. Still, he cannot stop believing that the guilt belongs to him. The next morning, Luren dresses up differently. Our boy has been gloomy for days, and that thought pushes her to do something instead of ignoring it. Serena's advice lingers in her mind, reminding her that small efforts always soften him. She convinces herself that this choice is only meant to comfort him, nothing more. While she is still organizing her thoughts, Kat Luren suddenly appears. She quickly dismisses the situation and explains that she did not call him, then shifts the focus to food. The cat brings out a packet, and she immediately realizes it is the same instant food Ellison once used for snacks. The memory of ramen and jjajangmyeon from his homeland clicks instantly. She notices the instructions printed clearly on the back and understands that the preparation is simple and fast. After checking the portions, she decides that 3 packs are enough for 2 people and heads straight to the dining hall. The cat freezes when she casually announces that she will personally serve the meal today. Once the food is done, the noodles look dark and unappealing. The cat reacts strongly, but she shuts him down and explains that he is clearly looking down on cooking itself. When the dish is finally placed in front of her, she examines it more closely. The noodles look strangely glossy, as if the recipe was never followed properly. White bits scattered on top catch her attention, and she struggles to make sense of them. It seems impossible, yet it feels like he tried to invent something new without understanding the basics. Her patience runs out when she notices a hair mixed in. She immediately decides that this food does not even meet basic standards and throws it away without hesitation, leaving the poor cat stunned and speechless. At the same time, Creston speaks casually to our boy while handing him palenku eggs. He points out how valuable the supply is and reminds Ellison that he was the one supplying these materials in the first place. Ellison notices that nothing about Creston has changed and reflects on how rumors about the Archmage should have already caused chaos across the city. Creston denies the idea and explains it was Rain who spread anything, and he only stopped her to protect Ellison's reputation. Rain suddenly appears and denies ever spreading rumors. Ellison prepares to leave after expressing his gratitude. Before going, Rain clears her side that she won't spread rumors and blames her husband. On his way, Ellison silently reflects on how long he has ignored the strange currents spreading across the Empire. He realizes that he only stepped in when problems became urgent and understands that this delay happened because his daily life mattered too much to him. On the way back, he meets people from town one after another. Someone mentions the dining hall, another talks about fresh eggs, and others casually mention visiting again or preparing more food next time. Each interaction reinforces the same feeling. This ordinary routine feels precious precisely because it brings simple joy. He hopes it never breaks. That feeling wavers when he reaches Elena, who is quietly placing flowers on Selly's grave. He listens as she explains how she has been planting flowers over time. He comments that Selly would have liked them. A heavy realization settles in as he reflects on how he can't steal his heart. He remembers the mistake he made during telling his story. His thoughts drift to the fear that revealing his identity would destroy everything he has built. If the truth spread like a rumor, his peaceful life would collapse. He keeps telling himself that it could not be helped. Despite everything, gratitude fills him when he realizes how carefully everyone has protected his secret. Not a single rumor has escaped. After cooking, he places the pancakes on the grave for Selly and leaves, once again thinking about the fragility of life. As Ellison nears the dining hall, Luren's voice comes as she scolds her guard cat. She pushes him to hurry and taste it properly. Ellison steps inside without drawing attention, and Luren only notices him when she turns around mid-complaint. She immediately explains that both the food and the outfit are for him, a small gift meant to cheer him up. She keeps it light, suggesting they eat first, relax later, or do whatever he feels like. That simple moment brings Ellison a sudden sense of clarity. He realizes he never wants to lose a life like this, and that realization makes it clear why avoiding the inevitable is no longer an option. He laughs softly, already aware that Serena is the unseen hand arranging this scene. He decides to eat, but the moment does not play out the way Luren expected. Ellison quietly reminds himself that protecting a peaceful daily life also means accepting the need to sacrifice it when the time comes. Elsewhere, Madrine arrives at the palace along with Porgo and opens the door to find Dariant, Lidden, Leon already waiting inside. Once everyone takes their seats, Leon makes the rules clear by stressing secrecy and demanding that nothing discussed leaves the room. The meeting starts on an awkward note when attention shifts to Madrine wearing a maid uniform. The topic clearly unsettles her, and she brushes it off as exaggerated gossip. That only makes things worse when Dariant calmly reads from a report he personally wrote. At that exact moment, a teleportation portal opens, and Ellison appears. Madrine starts to sweat as the conversation turns toward his past. Porgo brings up a form of magic once believed to belong only to dragons. Panic spreads through Madrine as she realizes this outcome was unavoidable. Regret weighs heavily on her, and her entire life starts to feel like a series of choices leading directly to this point. Our guy remains calm and explains that there is no longer any reason to hide the truth. He makes it clear that he has decided to face his past openly. The atmosphere tightens as he announces that everything can be revealed. He declares that the return of the 9th class Archmage should be announced throughout the Empire. Far away, inside a cave, flames gather in someone's hands before being thrown onto nearby branches, igniting them instantly. Lady Cinti sits and calmly reports on the progress of her research. She explains that the drug is nearly complete and has already shown clear effects on humans, elves, and dwarves. Only one final step remains. The success rate of heart transplants has passed 70%, and the Star Army continues to expand steadily. The burning branches spread outward, forming a massive ring of fire as a voice responds from within the flames. The voice acknowledges that the seed of the Hiberan flower has been delivered to Ellison. The Lord recognizes Cinti's determination, while also criticizing her failure. An overwhelming pressure of magic crashes down on her body, forcing sweat to pour from her skin. The Lord tells her that the force is tightening directly around his heart. The voice commands her to find it and declares that the next sacrifice will be someone who will be chosen as the vessel to carry the Lord's will. Ellison appears in the heart of Haras dressed in his full mage uniform. He raises a hand to cast a massive magical projection above the city streets, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. Because the recent concert already ended, the sudden appearance of a new projection hall leaves the public in total shock. This same scene unfolds simultaneously in the countryside of Astraburg, where the locals struggle to understand why a high-ranking mage would bother visiting such a remote area. As Ellison's voice resonates through the air, the crowd notices the 9th class emblem on his chest. This visual proof settles all doubts, and the rumors of the legendary hero's return instantly become a confirmed reality. Ellison explains to the masses that while he hoped for a true era of peace after the war, the current state of the world proves him wrong. The Lord of the City wants his guard to shut down the broadcast, but they hesitate because he is clearly operating under official imperial authority. Ellison informs the public that the Empire is currently rotting from within due to warmongers who want to drag the world back into chaos. Because he refuses to stay silent any longer, he declares that he will no longer tolerate slavery, corruption, or the betrayal of the principles he once fought for. He concludes by stating that he will now stand firmly behind the people instead of waiting in the shadows. Lorianne watches the broadcast from her terrace and stares at the 9th class emblem as the truth of Ellison's identity sinks in. She notes that his voice sounds slightly different, leading her to believe that high-level magic might be altering his tone. When Duke Delian asks for her opinion, she explains that the Archmage's words sound grounded and reasonable. Delian immediately dismisses the speech as hypocrisy, arguing that a powerful man who fails his own duties has no right to lecture others. Lorianne counters this by reminding him of his own teachings. Those with the power to lead must act regardless of their personal flaws. Delian suggests that her trip to Greek City changed her perspective, which makes her uneasy, though she maintains that she has felt this way for a long time. He wishes his son had chosen the same path as hers. Then Delian ends the conversation by coldly mentioning her mother's hidden state and urging her to visit. Meanwhile, Madrine informs Ellison that mages are currently spreading his announcement so that the entire Empire will hear it within a day. Ellison acknowledges her hard work and then brings up the topic of a spy. Leon already suspected about secret informant who has been leaking vital data. Leon points out that Dariant is the one who actually summoned Ellison, noting that Dariant is the only person in the room who looks completely calm at his arrival. Ellison explains that he has suspected a setup for a while because slave facilities across the Empire were destroyed almost simultaneously, which requires incredibly fast information gathering. He connects this to the concert, explaining that the event was clearly designed to lure him and Lurin toward the capital. Leon admits the theory is correct and confirms they have been utilizing a secret source. In another part of the city, the Duke confronts Reedon about his involvement in Berna's incident. Reedon casually explains that he has been following orders ever since he was mistaken for an employer during the Berna kidnapping. The Duke mocks Reedon's transition from a knight captain to a submissive follower. He warns that he has gambled everything on his current plan because he cannot forgive Ellison, the person responsible for Frigo's death. Reedon shows his oblivious in this matter. Back at the palace, A crowd of outraged nobles demands to know why such a massive announcement was made without their consent. The emperor settles the room by confirming the news and explaining that he is simply asking for basic social order. While some nobles argue that the sudden change will cause chaos, Lydon informs them that the empire needs hope and that Greek City fully supports the Archmage. When others complain about their lost autonomy, Leon enters the room and mocks a noble for being a buzzkill during a holiday. The noble's anger turns to fear when he realizes he is speaking to the crown prince. Leon ignores the complaints about his drinking and etiquette, choosing instead to mention Ellison's next destination. The panicked nobles demand to know where the mage is going. Leon jokes about a place called Purim before casually brushing of the name as a joke and walking out. Leon has returned to his role as spoiled prince and reflects on the tragedy of a hero's return being met with fear instead of joy. He accepts that if his role is to cut out the empire's rot, he will do it regardless of the cost. At the same time, high in the sky, Ellison eventually wakes Lurin to inform her of their arrival. They land in Pendramel City within the Rubern Empire, the location provided by the informant. Suddenly a bird dives down and steals Lurin's earring. Because the jewelry is precious to her, she begins to panic. Ellison promises to get it back, but an arrow suddenly strikes the bird mid-air. As the bird crashes down, they both realize they aren't the only ones watching the area. Upon landing, Ellison inspects the bird and notices the earring is missing. Lurin panics and argues that this is the correct bird since it is the one she tracked, but Ellison calms her down to take a closer look. He realizes that the impact of the arrow caused the bird to swallow the jewelry. To prove his point, he pries open the beak while Lurin watches, ready to physically retrieve the item herself before Ellison stops her. The archer who downed the bird soon approaches and claims the catch as his own. Ellison offers an apology and explains that the creature has swallowed something precious, while Lurin makes it clear they aren't leaving until they get it back. The stranger stares at Ellison and suddenly identifies him. This man is none other than Hess, an old acquaintance from his military days. Our guy also greets him with happiness. Lurin recognizes him too, remembering him as the soldier who once complained about the quality of the food in Ellison's unit. Hess feels ashamed of his past rudeness, and notes that a decade has passed since their last meeting. He mentions that while he knew Ellison survived the wars, their paths never crossed during the final conflict. Hess turns his attention to Lurin and offers a polite greeting. When he inquires about their relationship, both Ellison and Lurin become flustered. Ellison describes her as the person he shares his daily life and meals with. Lurin teases him for his red face, noting that he rarely refers to her as his wife. Seeing their bond, Hess smiles, feeling relieved that his old friend is living a good life. Hess leads them to his own restaurant to properly retrieve the earring from the bird. He explains that the bird likely swallowed the shiny object out of natural instinct. Lurin wanted to know about the bird's fate, and he reveals that it is already being prepared for a meal. Since he has fresh ingredients on hand, he invites them for dinner. Our boy suddenly realizes that they are sitting in Hess's restaurant. Hess explains that he runs this place with his mother. When Ellison mentions he also owns a restaurant in the Greek city, Hess expresses a desire to visit one day. For now, he asks for an honest critique of his cooking. Hess serves them ma noodles, which Ellison recognizes as high-quality work. Lurin admires the presentation, noting how familiar the dish feels. As they eat, Hess watches them with visible nerves. The broth possesses a hidden depth of flavor despite its simple look, and the meat is exceptionally tender. The noodles have a great texture that holds the soup perfectly. Although Hess asks for their opinion, Ellison continues eating in silence until the bowl is empty. He then informs Hess that a finished bowl is the best possible review. This praise restores Hess's confidence, as eating his own food every day had made him doubt his skills. Ellison correctly identifies that the broth is made from bird bones, and Hess shares his specific recipe secrets. While cleaning up, our boy joins Hess at the sink despite being a guest because he values a tidy kitchen. During this quiet moment, Hess asks if Ellison is truly the person behind the recent Archmage declaration. Ellison doesn't deny it. Hess assumes that someone of Ellison's stature wouldn't visit a remote area without a purpose. He then asks if he has noticed anything odd. Hess subtly points out the lack of customers even during peak hours. Ellison also reaches the same conclusion. Few years ago, it was not like this. The restaurant was quite famous among locals. Then one day, a representative from the Liney Trading Company previously offered him a deal to expand his business and provide better supplies. The only catch was a requirement to use a specific, unknown seasoning. Because Hess takes pride in his natural cooking, he refused the deal. Following that rejection, his business began to fail, and his mother eventually stopped helping at the shop because there was no longer enough work for 2 people. Our guy suspects that another restaurant received the same offer. Hess confirms this, pointing to a nearby restaurant called Merle that accepted the deal and is now incredibly successful. Ellison views this as a lead for his investigation. When asked, Hess admits he visited Merle once but felt a strange, inexplicable resistance to going back a second time. The following evening, the group sets out for Merle. Lurin wakes up from a nap on Ellison's back and asks about their destination. Hess informs her they are going to the busy part of town. Ellison teases her for being such a deep sleeper that she wouldn't notice being kidnapped. Lauren then notices Ellison's attire and points out that he is dressed as a mage. Hess reassures him, explaining that the Archmage's announcement has made mage-style robes a popular fashion trend among commoners. At Merle, the sheer number of customers surprises them. They are seated quickly, and Manger Lecent takes an order for 3 bowls of noodles. Almost immediately, Manger Recent trips and falls. Lauren notices a foul odor lingering in the air. Ellison watches the chaotic and messy service, realizing that the food must be the only thing keeping people there despite the poor environment. When the noodles finally arrive, they look unappealing and poorly made. This lack of quality infuriates Lauren, who immediately demands to speak with Manger. Ellison maintains his habit of not judging food by its appearance, so he takes a bite of the served noodles to find any hidden charm. The reality is immediate, forcing him to spit the food out instantly. Lauren and Hess also try it, but to Ellison's horror, Hess reacts with genuine delight. Hess begins to praise the flavor, regretting not visiting sooner and considering his own restaurant a failure in front of his competitor. Lauren watches in shock, realizing something is deeply wrong because the food is objectively terrible, yet Hess is completely captivated by it. The restaurant manager watches from the side and recognizes Hess as the owner of the shop on the outskirts. She feels a surge of pride seeing their competitors enjoy their food so much. However, her clumsiness gets the better of her, and she trips and falls again while trying to celebrate. This draws the attention of the chef, Horai, who berates her for entering the dining area. She apologizes, explaining that she was simply curious about what seasoning could make even a man who previously hated their food become so obsessed. Horai warns her to stay away from the seasoning and focus on making money, leaving her to apologize as she departs. Outside, Lauren takes matters into her own hands by dunking Hess's head into water. She repeatedly asks if the noodles were actually tasty, and when he continues to insist they were delicious, she dunks him again to snap him out of it. Ellison intervenes, realizing that this isn't standard magic, or they would have sensed it. He suspects a form of mind control similar to what they encountered at the ranch, though Lauren points out that using such magic on humans usually results in brain damage. Just then, Madrine appears, announcing that the magic she studied during her past humiliations will finally be useful. She takes charge and brings Hess home to treat him. After casting a spell, she instructs Hess to breathe deeply. He suddenly snaps back to reality, realizing with disgust that he was happily eating something that tasted horrible. Madrine is thrilled by her success, noting she used a secret technique from Iramantium. Ellison notes she looks surprised that it actually worked. She informs them that the seasoning isn't traditional magic, but a stimulant that creates a state of blind devotion in the target, overlapping several mental effects. This triggers a memory for Ellison of a potent potion Leon once showed him, which was used on slaves to erase their egos and ensure total loyalty. Determined to help Hess get his revenge, Ellison sets up a plan. At a nearby construction site, workers discuss going to Merle for lunch, admitting that while the place is dirty and the meat smells bad, they feel an uncontrollable urge to eat the noodles for energy. Their path is diverted by the irresistible aroma of charcoal smoke coming from Ellison's new food stall. He is selling fresh bird skewers, and the smell is so enticing that the workers decide to try them instead. The skewers are perfectly juicy and seasoned, providing a superior experience that breaks the singular focus the workers had on the noodles. He realizes that while restaurant cooking is far better, they just needed a strong catalyst like the charcoal aroma to draw people away. He informs the crowd that his skewers are sold out but mentions that a full-set menu featuring these skewers and noodles is available at Hess's restaurant. This creates a massive rush at the outskirts shop. Hess's mother is overwhelmed with joy at seeing the restaurant full again for the first time in years. Hess credits Ellison's leadership and the improved menu for the success. Meanwhile, Merle is completely empty. Horai and Manger are arguing over the lack of customers when the representative from the Lina Trading Company arrives. He is furious that his investment has been wasted. He insults manager's lack of talent. He then hands Horai a new, more powerful box of seasoning. He instructs the chef to open the windows wide when cooking this batch, promising that something interesting is about to happen. Later, Lauren walks back, grumbling because Ellison kicked her out of the kitchen for sneaking skewers. She hears a voice announcing free noodles from a new stall run by the Merle chef. Although she initially has no interest in going near that place, the scent of the new seasoning reaches her. Her eye color shifts, and she becomes visibly tempted by the aroma. Back at the storage room, Ellison is reflecting on the past 3 days of success and planning how to take down the Lina Company. Lauren suddenly rushes in and greets him with unusual affection. Before he can react, she kisses him passionately. Ellison is startled and confused, wondering if this is another trick she learned from Serena. However, Lauren responds seductively, explaining that she ate some incredibly delicious noodles and wanted him to taste the lingering scent on her breath. Terrified by her behavior, Ellison realizes she has fallen under the influence of the new seasoning and demands to know exactly what she ate. Lauren's frustration boils over as she slams her fist into the floor, shattering the wood beneath her. She clenches her teeth, demanding to know why Ellison keeps retreating from her advances. When he points out that her intensity feels life-threatening, she insists she is just trying to share the flavor of the noodles through a kiss. He remains firm, ordering her to stop, but Lauren explains that the others are already devouring everything she brought, leaving this as her only option. Ellison realizes that the others have fallen under the same spell. Her behavior becomes increasingly emotional as she brings up his past hesitations about their relationship. She accuses him of being ashamed of her because she is a dragon. Ellison finally snaps, pinning his hand against the wall with such force it trembles. He confesses that he didn't avoid her out of shame, but out of fear that he wouldn't be able to stop himself if he gave in. Just as he leans in to kiss her, he detects a complex magical veil affecting her mind. He realizes that while she is a powerful being, the cumulative effect of the magic and the tainted food has finally compromised her. He then rushes to the restaurant and finds the situation is even worse for the humans. Madrine has completely abandoned her pride in magic, weeping over the noodles, while Hess is ready to close his own shop in despair because he believes he can never match that flavor. Even Hess's mother has turned against her son's cooking. Ellison notes that the seasoning has become far more potent than the day before. The manager approaches him in a panic. She recognizes him as the man who helped Hess and begs for his help, offering him the position of head chef. As they walk through the quiet streets, she opens up about her past. She explains that she is clumsy and felt like a burden to her late father, who was a master chef. To protect his legacy, she accepted the suspicious deal from the Lina Trading Company. Ellison bluntly points out that her desire to save the building led her to feed people dangerous, unknown substances. Outside the restaurant, a mob of people, including nobles, is now shouting and acting like addicts for the noodles. The manager breaks down in tears, offering Ellison anything if he can just save her father's legacy. He enters the kitchen and confronts Harai. He informs Harai that he is the new head chef and terminates his employment on the spot, ordering him to leave without a handover. Elsewhere, Cinti is refining herbs while discussing potential candidates for her plans. Reedon, suggests Lauren, but Cinti dismisses the idea, noting that the Black Dragon has become too attached to her domestic life with Ellison. She believes a true candidate must be willing to sacrifice everything for a goal. Their conversation is interrupted Saint, who reveals he has been testing the seasoning on Lauren. He gloats that his research is finally bearing fruit, and that if a perfect candidate doesn't exist, he will simply create one through this mental manipulation. Back at Merle, manager ends up cleaning the kitchen under Ellison's direction. She reports that once the tainted broth was disposed of, the customers eventually left, though some were so desperate they licked the floor. She asks Ellison when he will begin cooking, but he playfully claims to have forgotten how. Terrified, she realizes he might have tricked her into destroying her own business. Before the argument can escalate, Saint arrives at the restaurant. Ellison admits he expected the man to show up if he caused enough trouble. Saint mocks him, calling him a mischievous hero for chasing away the staff and customers to seize the position for himself. Lecent is stunned into silence, struggling to wrap her head around the idea that the man standing in her kitchen is one of the legendary war heroes. Our boy doesn't give her much time to process this as he dons his mage uniform. He admits his surprise at seeing a silver dragon involved in a plot to resurrect the demon lord, especially since most of that clan usually stays hidden. Saint, however, dismisses any connection to his kin with total disgust. He views his clan as a group of fools who can't adapt to the times and suggests that Ellison should have stayed in his city running a quiet restaurant instead of meddling. As Manager Lecent begins to lose consciousness from the sheer pressure in the room, Ellison releases a massive burst of mana. He makes it clear that the heroes didn't leave the remnants of the enemy alone out of fear, but for other reasons entirely. The tension snaps when Ellison's magical power literally blasts Saint out of the building. Our guy follows him through the wreckage, demanding to know their base of operations and the specifics of their plan to bring back the Dragon Lord. Saint quickly regains his footing and mocks Ellison for showing his hand. He mocks our boy's knowledge about the organization. He argues that a real conversation requires both sides to be equal, and to prove he is a threat, he abandons his human form. He transforms into his dragon form, declaring that he wouldn't mind wiping the entire city off the map just to make a point. Ellison isn't intimidated. Saint summons glowing magical spheres into the sky, raining down energy on our boy. He challenges him to earn the right to make demands. Our boy then activates a warping nexus, causing a violent explosion that cracks the very ground beneath them. Saint flies higher into the sky, taunting Ellison by asking if he is truly confident enough to protect the citizens while fighting. He reveals the truth about the seasoning, explaining that it isn't just a flavor enhancer. It is a tool designed to create a bond of absolute subservience, much like the Demon Lord's original power. Ellison retorts by calling him the Lord of Noodles and hurls a magical binding chain to capture him. Suddenly the chef, Horai, grabs Ellison with strength that is clearly not human. All the local people who ate the tainted noodles arrive as well, forming a human shield to protect Saint. Saint laughs, explaining that the people are no longer loyal to the food, but are now personally bound to him. The situation escalates when the sky glows and Madrine descends, surrounded by magical orbs. Under the influence of the seasoning, she identifies Ellison as an enemy. Then, Lurin crashes into the ground with enough force to shatter the earth. Saint feels victorious, noting that even a dragon who absorbed ancient Mabel has fallen to his scheme. He realizes Ellison is holding back his true strength to avoid hurting the innocent humans nearby, and he plans to use that hesitation to escape. Saint tries to command Lurin to leave with him, but the plan backfires spectacularly. Lurin's love for Ellison is so strong that it overrides the subservience magic of the seasoning. She snaps out of the trance, screaming at Saint for daring to think he could control her. She kicks Saint with incredible force, declaring that she belongs only to Ellison. Ellison smiles, having trusted that she would break free. He quickly uses his magic to restrain the possessed townspeople and the brainwashed Madrine, making sure not to repeat the mistakes of the past war. Saint falls to the ground, laughing hysterically as he realizes why his magic failed. He finds it absurd and insane that a dragon and a human could share a bond of genuine love rather than master and servant. Ellison prepares a final, massive attack, correcting Saint by stating that their relationship is built on mutual trust and leaning on one another. Saint transforms again and fires a deadly breath attack, shouting about the shame of such a union. Ellison counters it directly with his own magic, overpowering the dragon. He proudly declares that he feels no shame because his love for Lurin is real, and whether one is a dragon or a human is a trivial matter. Lurin stands by, blushing and shocked by his open confession. As the smoke clears and Saint's seasoning bottle falls to the dirt, the villain realizes his only mistake was failing to predict the power of a relationship he couldn't possibly understand. Ellison turns to Lurin and confirms that this time, he isn't dodging the question. He loves her, and she happily reciprocates. Horai is now trapped in chains behind the bars of his own home. As he demands his release, Ellison observes him closely and realizes he was likely a high-ranking aide to the Silver Dragon. He has an unsettling, non-human quality to his strength. When Horai attempts to break free by flexing his muscles to rip through his clothes, an emblem on his armor catches Ellison's eye, reminding him of Reedon. At that moment, Saint's voice mocks our boy. The lecture is cut short when Lurin smashes through the bars. She begins a relentless physical assault on Saint, fueled by the memory of his hands touching her waist. While Madrine pleads for her to stop before she kills him, Ellison finds himself so bothered by the situation that he considers joining in on the beating himself. The narrative shifts to the manager, who is walking alone and reflecting on her conversation with Ellison regarding repairs. She recalls him refusing to teach her his recipes because she lacks an understanding of the process. He explained that following instructions without grasping the reason behind the ingredients is no different than her previous habit of throwing random assignments together. His advice to her was to analyze her own strengths and weaknesses to find her path forward. Back at his own lively restaurant, Hess speaks with his mother about the need for a manager to handle the chaotic storeroom. Right on cue, Lysant arrives with a proposal. She offers to manage his inventory and suggests a collaboration between their businesses, given her existing presence in the city. Meanwhile, at Ellison's restaurant, the atmosphere is buzzing. Everyone notices the absence of our boy and girl. Rumors have been circulating ever since the declaration of the Archmage, with people speculating about Ellison's true identity. Serena jokingly suggests that she should add that he fled after an affair with a noblewoman. The gossip ends abruptly when Ellison and Lurin walk through the door. After apologizing for their absence, they receive a warm welcome. When questioned about the rumors regarding him being an Archmage, Ellison chooses a different kind of honesty. Holding Lurin's hand, he informs the crowd that their trip allowed them to be more open with one another. Lurin boldly declares that they will no longer hide their affection and will kiss anywhere. This public display of romance causes the rumors about Ellison's secret identity to vanish, replaced by the simple belief that the couple was merely away on a lover's getaway. In another location, Reedon approaches Cinti to deliver bad news, though she anticipates it before he speaks. Saint's plan failed, and he is now a captive. Cinti remains calm, asking for a cigarette. She then points out that their current job is simply to clean up the mess in Pendravel City. The scene moves to the Dragon Castle, where Metadana looks at a monument featuring Baron's name. His grief turns to fury when he sees the memorial has been vandalized. He transforms into his dragon form, his roar drawing subordinates who are horrified by the desecration. Inside, Dehegma tries to calm the elder with a drink, warning that spreading news of this incident will only cause more trouble. Metadana is disgusted by the cowardice of those who scratched the memorial in secret. Dehegma points out that nearly half of the dragons in the sanctuary actually disagree with the elder's stance. He explains that Ellison's forceful actions during the sacred ceremony and his departure, Lurin created deep resentment. He suggests that because he chose to declare his intent, rather than kill other dragons to prove his point, the dragons no longer feel like the supreme beings of life. This leads half the population to believe Baron was justified. Ellison was simply upholding her ideals. The Elder accuses Dehegma of being the one who manipulated Ellison by bringing up the issue of his lifespan. Dehegma notes that the matter is settled but stops speaking when he realizes Ellison is standing right there. As Dehegma exits to prevent further gossip, he reflects on the fact that his mind was made up the moment Ellison tore through every obstacle to be with Lurin. His thoughts are interrupted by Luhard, who approaches him with a matter that will determine the very future of their clan. The Elder holds the container of seasoning and confirms that this is the substance affecting their clan. While Ellison notes it looks a bit different than he expected, the Elder notices a strange coating on the mixture. Upon closer inspection, he pulls out a fragment and discovers it is actually a piece of a shattered dragon heart. This revelation shocks Ellison, leading the Elder to quietly worry that this tragedy is a direct consequence of the sins the dragons have committed. In a different part of the castle, Dehegma listens as Luhard questions the current state of their traditions. Luhard expresses deep anger because he feels their 1,000-year history is being ruined by a human outsider. He resents that a sinner was forgiven simply because of Ellison's authority, causing the sacred laws of the dragons to crumble. Dehegma finds the long-winded explanation tiring and pushes him to get to the point. Luhard then shifts his focus to Ellison's mortality. He argues that while Ellison might be strong enough to keep ancient threats away for now, he is still a human who might only live another 80 years. He views betting the clan's future on such an uncertain lifespan as a massive risk. Dehegma finds it suspicious how articulate Luhard is and points out that if the concern is truly about time, they could simply wait 50 years for the problem to resolve itself. This logic causes Luhard to snap, revealing his true motive is jealousy. He admits he cannot stand the thought of Lurin spending a long life with Ellison and being intimate with him. Realizing that Luhard is likely the one who vandalized the memorial, Dehegma feels a strong urge to lose his temper, but decides to play along instead. He suspects someone else is coaching Luhard because the argument started out so persuasively. To bait him, Dehegma pretends to offer support, and mentions overlooking the destruction of the monument. This makes Luhard nervous, though he quickly claims that dragging Ellison down involves more than just a simple plan. Meanwhile, the Ellison informs him that the leader of their enemies appears to be a silver dragon known as Saint. Since simple magic is useless against dragons, the Elder takes responsibility for a deeper investigation. When the conversation shifts to personal matters, Ellison mentions that he and Lurin are now being much more open about their relationship, even kissing in public. The Elder laughs at the news but immediately asks for more significant progress. He becomes impatient for a great-grandchild, arguing that since the adulthood ritual is over, Lurin should be pregnant by now. Ellison becomes incredibly embarrassed, wondering if it is even possible for a human and a dragon to have a child. The Elder teases him to just keep trying, though he eventually acknowledges Ellison's real fear. He realizes Ellison isn't worried about the ability to conceive, but rather the tragedy of leaving a child and Lurin behind if his human lifespan remains short. To ease these worries, the Elder shows Ellison a cut on his own hand. He explains that their human transformation is not just a surface-level illusion. Their blood, wounds, and internal structures literally become human. He reminds Ellison that Lurin even refused to return to her dragon form during her ritual because she considers her current self to be her true identity. He encourages Ellison to trust in the resolve Lurin has shown by choosing to stay by his side. Back at the restaurant, Lurin lies around daydreaming about the deep kiss she shared with Ellison. As she realizes their relationship is moving up the lover's ladder, she remembers some advice Serena gave her. The thought of what comes next fills her with so much excitement and nerves that she can't help but shout out loud. Later, Ment and Miltine notice a disturbance at the restaurant when they hear the sound of something breaking. Ment quickly realizes that neither our boy nor Lurin is around to handle the situation, so he grabs a sword just in case things turn violent. Inside, the culprit is Luhard, who has smashed the entrance and is currently terrorizing the customers. When Lint tries to stand up to him, Luhard dismisses everyone, claiming he only wants Lurin to come out. Ment and Miltine arrive to back Lint up, warning Luhard to leave before they report him, but Luhard radiates a terrifying mana that freezes them in their tracks. He finds it insulting to even speak more than a few words to humans. Serena intervenes, warning Luhard that the restaurant owner is not someone he wants to mess with. To avoid a public scene that might expose her dragon identity, Serena leads Luhard to a nearby forest. Luhard mocks her for being a regular customer at a human establishment, especially one owned by a man like Ellison. Serena fires back, pointing out Luhard's own hypocrisy since he is known for destroying human villages while pretending to hunt red dragons. This insult pushes Luhard to transform into his massive dragon form, but his intimidation is cut short when Lurin arrives and expresses her disgust at seeing his face again. While this confrontation happens, Madrine waits outside a different bar, feeling uneasy about leaving the silver dragon alone despite Ellison's instructions. Her worries grow when a mysterious figure arrives to ask about the sinner. Meanwhile, back in the forest, Luhard tries to convince Lurin to return to him. He claims it isn't too late because nothing serious could have happened between a dragon and a human yet, especially since they can't have children. Luren decides to crush his hopes entirely. She lies and tells him that they have already done everything lovers do. She claims that Ellison took off her sacred dress himself on the night of the ritual, and that they spend their time intimately, even using the specific romantic details Serena once mentioned. Serena watches from the sidelines, shocked by Luren's bold bluffing. Luren makes it clear that she only went to the sacred rite because she felt guilty toward Ellison, not because she ever wanted Luhard. She declares that even if Ellison's life is short, she will never belong to Luhard in any lifetime. Our guy appears just as Luhard demands an answer from him regarding the lifespan gap. Luhard accuses Ellison of being selfish and making Luren suffer for thousands of years after he dies. Serena quickly points out that Luhard is the one who broke the restaurant door. Instead of arguing about the future, Ellison hugs Luren and acknowledges that his human life is indeed short. However, he explains that this brevity is exactly what makes every single day they spend together precious. Ellison picks Luren up and prepares to leave, ignoring Luhard's confused shouting. As he carries her away, Luren suggests he can put her down, but he wants to hold her longer. He recalls her wanting him to know the taste of something delicious she mentioned before, and suggests they pick up where they left off. Ellison is determined to fill Luren's life with so many happy memories that she can cherish them forever, even if their time is limited. High above, Dehegma watches them and realizes that their choice to be together despite the short time they have given their lives meaning. He decides that this resolve is enough to trust Ellison with the future of the Black Dragons, hinting that Ellison's lifespan might not be as simple as it seems. Ellison and Luren sit on the bed in a thick, shy silence, finally ready to continue from where they left. Ellison decides to initiate things with a kiss, holding her face tenderly as they lay back. However, the mood is abruptly ruined when the elder's voice echoes in his mind, demanding to know about his great-grandchildren. This mental intrusion creates a block for Ellison. He realizes that no matter how much he prepares himself, his nerves and the pressure of the future make it impossible for him to go any further right now. The scene shifts to the restaurant where Ment is undergoing a surprising transformation. Miltane is carefully shaving his face while a small crowd of regulars watches in anticipation. When she finishes, everyone is stunned to see that without his heavy beard, Ment looks nearly 10 years younger. This sparks a conversation about age, a topic Ellison has never heard them discuss. Ment reveals he is only 34, having served 15 years in the military before the war ended. This revelation makes Ellison uneasy. He realizes his own youthful appearance is likely a side effect of the Lord's heart, which makes his aging process different from normal humans. Creston warns him that humans age rapidly once they hit 35, which only fuels Ellison's anxiety about his limited lifespan. Later that night, Ellison is seen wearing a face mask in bed, trying to preserve his skin. When Luren asks what he is doing, he explains he is trying to prevent wrinkles to narrow the visual age gap between them. Luren reassures him that she doesn't care what he looks like, but Ellison's mind is elsewhere. He is determined to find Saint and demand to know how the man confirmed his lifespan was short. However, a bigger problem arises. Ellison learns that Saint has been released from custody in Pendravel City. Lord Hobb, the ruler of Pendravel, argues that there isn't enough evidence to hold him. Madrine is furious, explaining that Saint was brainwashing people and plotting schemes. Lord Hobb dismisses this, pointing out that providing seasoning to citizens doesn't violate the Archmage's principles. He even uses Madrine's own logic against her, noting that since Ellison is a dragon slayer, he couldn't possibly have been threatened by Saint's actions. Because no laws were technically broken, Saint walks free, leaving Madrine terrified of the consequences. Saint reunites with devastated Luhard, who is crying inconsolably over Luren's earlier claims about her intimacy with Ellison. Saint views this humiliation as the perfect opportunity to recruit the dragon, promising him that what matters is who wins in the end. Driven by resentment, Luhard renounces his clan and vows total loyalty to Saint's cause. Reeden arrives to inform them that their current hideout is closing and they must evacuate. During this meeting, Saint finally reveals his grand plan to isolate and defeat our dude. He explains that they previously tried implanting shards of dragon hearts into humans to create super soldiers, but the process was too slow and resource-heavy. To target dragons and Ellison more effectively, he has developed a new item called Lord's Tear, a substance that makes anyone who consumes it completely obedient. He is currently on his way to retrieve the research materials to begin mass production. The secret meeting is violently interrupted when Luhard's robe suddenly catches fire. A massive explosion of flames tears through the area, forming a fiery cave and blocking all teleportation magic. Just then, Dehegma steps through the smoke, holding struggling Luhard from behind. He coldly calls him a useless ally of their organization. He grabs Luhard by the ear and mocks him for being the one that led him straight to the group trying to resurrect the Dragon Lord. Saint and Reeden watch in silence as Dehegma exposes their true goals. Luhard, completely clueless, is terrified to learn that he joined a group of radicals. He thought he was just helping restore dragon pride by removing Ellison. Dehegma laughs at how easily Luhard was manipulated, while Saint admits that recruiting someone so stupid was a tactical mistake that has now backfired. Saint attempts to regain control by transforming into his dragon form and releasing a massive wave of energy, hoping to crush Dehegma since he appears to be alone. However, Dehegma is far more powerful than Saint anticipated. He transforms as well and swiftly pins Saint under his massive claws, pointing out that Saint is the one suffering from a fatal lack of judgment. Seeing the situation, Luhard begs for forgiveness, claiming he had no idea about the plan to bring back the Lord. Dehegma gives him a chance to prove his loyalty. He must turn on his former allies. Without hesitation, Luhard lunges at Rieden, who is forced to draw his sword to defend himself. On the other side, Luren reveals to Ellison that she knew Luhard was being manipulated all along. She explains that Dehegma actually asked her to provoke Luhard to force the secret organization into the light. She also admits that Dehegma warned her about Ellison's human lifespan, telling her not to live on false hope because a short life together would eventually end in despair. Ellison is frantic to find the clue Dehegma discovered about his lifespan, but Luren stops him. She breaks down in tears, explaining that she doesn't care if he grows old. Her real fear is that if Ellison finds a way to become a full human, he might leave her to protect her from the pain of his death. She begs him to just stay with her rather than chasing answers that might tear them apart. Seeing her cry, Ellison realizes his own hesitation was hurting her. He vows never to leave her and promises to prove his love right then and there, leading them back to a moment of deep intimacy. Meanwhile, the battle continues between Luhard and Rieden. Rieden realizes their operation is ruined. The research data for Lord's Tier is destroyed, and their teleportation barriers are failing. Nearby, Dehegma is casually snapping Saint's joints to force a confession. He questions why the group is so desperate to act now. If Ellison were truly a normal human, they could just wait a few decades for him to die of old age. The fact that they are rushing proves they know something else. Dehegma reveals his findings. He interrogated Horai and discovered that Rieden is actually 92 years old. In reality, he is Adrian Pierce, a former commander of the Imperial Knights who should be an old man near death. Saint finally cracks and confesses their secret experiment. They transplanted a dragon heart into the aging commander to see how it would affect a human, and it successfully reverted him to a young man. Because Ellison possesses the even more powerful Lord's heart, Saint confirms that Ellison has effectively gained a dragon's lifespan. Dehegma uses a magical transmission to broadcast this news directly to Ellison and Luren. He congratulates them on finally being free from the burden of their different lifespans. However, the timing is incredibly awkward as the couple is currently in bed together. Dehegma quickly covers his eyes, apologizing for ruining a romantic moment with his good news. As the war's end anniversary nears, a subordinate brings it up to the Emperor. The timing surprises him. 2 years have already passed, even though the war still feels recent. Because national events have been quiet since the recent concert, he decides this is the right moment. He orders a festival held in gratitude for the 3 heroes of the war. Elsewhere, Ellison works through the evening rush at the restaurant. He finishes plating and directs Luren to deliver food. When their hands touch, they both blush. Lint and Mate notice the difference in their moods immediately. Lint nudges Ellison forward, hinting that something about him feels different lately. Ellison grows tense and avoids the topic, focusing instead on how crowded the place has become. Lint explains the reason. The anniversary festival begins today, and the city is already celebrating. In the city square, Lydon addresses the crowd alongside Berna. He recalls how Greek city once lay in ruins after the Red Dragon's attack, and how the people rebuilt everything through loyalty and persistence. Soldiers held their ground, civilians endured, and the city survived. He bows deeply, offering thanks to the 3 heroes who made that survival possible. When Lydon reveals that one of those heroes is currently living in Greek city and running a restaurant, the crowd erupts. Berna quickly steps in, reminding him not to drag Ellison into public attention. Fireworks explode overhead, closing the speech. At the festival stalls, Ellison and Luren move through the crowd together. Ellison wins a stuffed toy at a game, and Luren urges him to try again. As they walk on, she admits she prefers places that feel familiar over grand festivals in the capital. Ellison promises that they can return next year, and the year after, without end. Luren accepts with quiet happiness. Nearby, children reenact the war, playing Beeden, Darren, and a dragon. Luren finds it amusing, but Ellison stiffens. The children notice his clothes and mistake him for someone dressed as the Archmage Ellison. They eagerly pull him in and assign Luren the role of a princess. Luren immediately rejects the title. The children argue, insisting the princess exists and that the battle order matters. They demand that Beeden and Darren fall first, so the Archmage can face the final fight. One child collapses dramatically, declaring the heroes dead and leaving only the Archmage behind. The words hit harder than Ellison expects. To stop the chaos, Luren agrees to play along. The children cheer and rush into the final scene. As the noise peaks, Ellison's vision fades. He has lost conscious. In his dream, he wakes beside a campfire. Beeden and Darren sit across from him. Darren assumes Ellison had a bad dream. Beeden complains that the cook should not be the last one to wake up. Just then, some passers-by frequently approach, showering Beeden and Darren with gratitude for their heroics. When asked for their names, they introduce themselves. Ellison introduces himself as Michael. Darren finds this habit amusing and asks why he constantly changes his identity. Ellison explains that once the war finally ends, he intends to open a restaurant. He wants people to judge him solely on the quality of his food, not his reputation as a soldier. To further this goal, he even uses magic to alter his appearance, wanting to be perceived differently depending on who he is with. Their quiet talk ends abruptly when Beeden and Darren realize they are late for a meal and drag our boy along. Later, a chaotic battle breaks out as monsters attack. Our boy maintains a magical shield to protect the surrounding people. The onlookers are terrified, realizing this isn't a normal fight. It is a clash between a red dragon and a black dragon. The red dragon looks down on everyone, calling them worms and ordering them to get lost if they don't want to be crushed. Watching the destruction, Ellison later suggests to his group that they should target the Lord directly, as that would be the quickest way to stop the fighting. Beeden and Darren look at him like he's crazy. They explain that they already tried that and nearly died in the process. They describe the Lord as a monster that won't die even after taking hits that would kill 5 adult dragons. The only reason they survived their last encounter was because the Lord sensed Black Dragon support and chose to withdraw. Darren notices that Ellison is struggling with the weight of the war. Ellison admits that he's tired of the constant fighting and the difficult choices. He remembers his old commander, Dariant, asking him to return to his unit to clear his name, but Ellison ran away instead because he wanted to save people his own way. He confesses that he hates the Red Dragons for starting this and feels no love for the Black Dragons who ignore human suffering. Seeing his resolve, Darren hands Ellison a special badge, telling him to stop living like a deserter and instead act as a grand Archmage who protects others. The conversation is interrupted by a signal that a dragon is nearby and they start searching for Baden, who has wandered off. Once the 3 heroes leave towards the location, our boy realizes they are moving in circles. Darren points out a barrier blocking their path, so they split up. Darren promises to hold the enemy off while Ellison goes ahead. Ellison reaches a hole that looks like no one should live there. He enters and finds a young dragon crying beside its mother's body. He realizes the red dragon has already left. Lurin's sorrow is intense, and Ellison understands that the young dragon has lost her mother. Lurin in her dragon form attacks Ellison immediately, screaming that he caused the death. He is shocked by the dragon's power, which is stronger than an adult dragon's magic. The attack explodes and the heroes arrive at the scene. Darren explains that the dragon is not a normal juvenile and that the Lord's influence is involved. Beeden confirms that the dragon's aura matches the ancient Mabel they know. Ellison realizes the situation is not simple. Lurin charges again, shouting that she will kill them. Darren warns that her power comes from an ancient Mabel, and Beeden decides they should avoid fighting. Ellison refuses and insists on helping to defeat the Lord. He explains that he wants to end the war more than anyone else, and just wants to live peacefully and run a restaurant. She asks for their names, and they reveal themselves. The dragon says that she will allow them to keep their names only after the Lord is defeated. Then she finally changes shape into a human form and introduces herself as Lurin. Darren realizes this is not the time for confusion and tells Ellison to follow Lurin. They must escape quickly. As they move, Beeden warns that they might be heading toward the Lord exactly as he wants. Ellison's mind is fixed on one thought. If they can defeat the Lord Dragon, the war will finally end. Meanwhile, the Red Dragon looks at its heart and calls out to the one who has the power to end everything, inviting them to come. Ellison understands that victory requires a unified front, so he outlines a plan to his companions. He decides to shift Dragon's focus with their collective forces, creating an opening to strike down the Dragon Lord. Beeden agrees, acknowledging that they aren't powerful enough to win through brute force alone. The task of gathering allies, however, proves frustrating. Ellison approaches various regional leaders to form a grand allied force, but he faces immediate rejection. One lord explains the difficulty of predicting dragon raids and refuses to leave his own people defenseless. Another dismisses the mission as a suicide run, while a third fears that a direct assault will only provoke the dragons further. The constant rejection leaves Ellison fuming. He vents his frustration to Lurin, insisting his motives aren't selfish. Lurin, observing his intensity, notes that he hardly carries himself like a typical hero because he never seems to listen to others. Amidst the tension, Ellison finds solace in cooking, preparing a dish called langsha with Saravine eggs. As Lurin enjoys the meal, Ellison realizes his passion for cooking far outweighs his desire for battle, feeling he might never truly fit the mold of a legendary hero like Beeden or Darren. Meanwhile, Beeden discusses the plan with his own people. Lilinia warns him that he is needed in their clan and that he cannot leave them behind. Beeden explains that their leader, Lord Coulard, has grown old and is barely keeping the region safe by borrowing power from an ancient Mabel. He admits that humans outside the forest cannot compete, and the only reason the area remains protected is because the dragon still avoids them. Lilinia understands that the threat is growing and that Beeden must go. Darren agrees and both of them prepare to leave. The group reaches the castle, but the place feels empty. There's no one guarding the castle. Beeden suspects the signal point is wrong. but Darren reassures him. Lurin senses the Lord's presence and rushes forward, determined to kill him. The group stops her, realizing the area is too clean and too quiet. Ellison recognizes that this is the perfect chance to strike, and he wishes the Lord's heart would appear so they can finish it quickly. Suddenly, the Lord's heart appears right in front of them, confirming that the Lord has separated his heart from his body. The shock reveals the Lord's power. Beedon finally understands the strange feeling that he felt earlier. Lurin immediately transforms into her dragon form and prepares to attack. All three launch their strongest attacks at the heart. The explosion makes them believe the war is finally over, but the Lord appears right after and reveals that he expected this. He explains that he has been carrying the last ancient Mabel, and he announces that the Age of Dragons will begin now. Beedon feels the frustration of seeing things go wrong just when they start to work. The Lord declares that he always intended to kill Lurin, blaming her mother for her own greed. Lurin becomes furious and attacks him with full force, realizing that he was the one who killed her mother. The Lord coldly tells her that she will meet her mother soon, and he attacks again. Beedon and Darren charge in to help, and together they manage to cut off one of the Lord's arms. The Lord dismisses it as a minor injury, claiming his body is only a vessel. He launches a massive attack that covers the whole area with fire. Beedon points out how annoying the Lord's regeneration is. Darren adds that attacking his body alone is useless. Ellison suggests trying to remove the protective magic around the heart, but Lurin warns that it would be pointless. She explains that such powerful magic cannot be created by only one or two dragons. Beedon realizes that the Lord is trying to absorb the last ancient Mabel, so he charges forward to stop him. Darren confirms the suspicion and decides to buy time. Lurin refuses to become the new Lord and rushes forward. Ellison stares at the heart and understands that he has no choice. He attacks the heart and starts absorbing its power. The Lord is shocked because he never expected a human to absorb the ancient Mabel. Darren recognizes the truth and calls out that ancient Mabels cannot be absorbed without huge magical power. Ellison continues absorbing, and the Lord realizes he is facing a different kind of mage. Darren and Beedon keep attacking the Lord, and our boy keeps absorbing the power, feeling that he is almost there. He finally understands that he must keep going. He realizes that he can end the war with his own hands. He refuses to stop now. This bold plan surprises the Lord, who admits he never expected such an attempt. He clarifies that while the process of merging is known, the actual results remain a mystery, because the ancient Mabel reacts unpredictably to mana. The dragon instantly recognizes the lethal risk and warns that messing with unknown ancient power leads to disaster. Consequently, a blinding light explodes from the Mabel, and jagged spikes shoot out to attack Ellison. The pain nearly breaks him, but he refuses to let his journey end in such a place. He pushes through the agony, drawing strength from his long struggle, and forces the Mabel into his body with everything he has. The wild magic initially thrashes around him but eventually calms down, mending his injuries and giving him a sense of victory. He happily turns towards his group to inform them, but his relief vanishes when he realizes the spikes didn't just hit him. They have pierced both Darren and Beedon. The dragon finds this selfless outcome hard to believe. As he struggles for his final breaths, he realizes he was just a tool to trigger an awakening. He admits he cannot understand why different races would die for each other, even if he lived forever. His final thoughts focus on his regret that Nash didn't stay with them before he finally fades away. Ellison quickly attends them, trying to stop their bleeding. He urges Lurin to help, but she accepts that injuries are fatal. Just then, they both barely congratulate our boy and Lurin. Lurin explains how she tried to block the Lord's final move. It reminds her of the time her mother sacrificed herself for her. She admits she stayed focused on surviving because she thought that was the only way to reach an awakening. She feels guilty and confused, wondering why their friends protected her when she was the one most likely to die. Beedon gently corrects her by pointing out that she wouldn't have survived that attack on her own anyway. He reminds her that every life is valuable, no matter what race a person belongs to. Darren adds a quiet apology to our boy, mentioning that they really wanted to be the very first customers at his new restaurant. Ellison can't stop his tears, but he realizes that the long war is finally over. Later, Ellison kneels in the dirt, feeling a deep, hollow pain. He looks around and doesn't understand why only the three of them are left after such a long and dangerous war. A bitter voice inside him blames everyone who let them down. He thinks about the refugees who only made demands, the leaders who ignored their cries for help, and the dragons who looked down on humans. This feeling of being abandoned turns into a fiery rage, and he screams that he will kill every one of them. Suddenly, a massive explosion of energy happens in the castle. Our boy prepares to attack the dragons. Lurin grabs his hand and tells him to calm down, pointing out that the red dragons are no longer attacking. She drags him to show the situation, and our boy witnesses a scene of many red dragons fighting a different battle. They are actually working together to hold the line and protect him, buying him enough time to win. He hears the soldiers shouting the names of the heroes they follow. In this vision, the spirits of Beedon and Darren appear right next to him. They explain that even the dragons they thought were enemies were actually trying to help from the very start. Darren tells Ellison to stop crying because their sacrifice wasn't a mistake. He reminds him that everyone finally came together in the end, so they should be happy about the outcome. Our boy finds his strength and announces to everyone that the Lord is dead. He declares that the war is over and sets a new rule. No one is allowed to attack other races anymore. However, people can still defend themselves if their lives are in danger. He makes sure everyone knows this rule applies to every single person, regardless of who they are. As fireworks go off to celebrate the peace, the story shifts back to the present. Lurin and some children are worried because Ellison is unconscious and crying in his sleep. Lurin wakes him up, and he remembers he is currently at a festival meant to honor the war heroes. The children apologize, thinking their game became too serious, but he tells them he was just remembering the past for a moment. The children ask him to finish the game, so Ellison shows off some impressive magic from his hand. They are shocked and ask if his hero badge is the real thing. Ellison explains that the badge isn't a magic item, but a special gift made for him by Beeden and Darren using spirit arts. As they prepare to leave, he informs them that Lurin also participated in that final battle. Lurin nervously asks if it is really okay to tell them that, but they simply wish the kids a good time at the festival. As they leave, our boy reflects on how Beeden and Darren worked so hard just to make peaceful moments like this possible. The children's mothers eventually call them inside for food, and the kids excitedly claim they just met the real heroes. The mothers brush it off, thinking the kids got too carried away with their imagination. On the other side, Leon acknowledges Madreen's exhausting efforts in Pendravel City. The mission successfully ends with the destruction of the brainwashing item facility and the liberation of the Silver Dragon. He expresses his gratitude, which makes Madreen visibly uncomfortable. She views her service as a heavy weight, but Leon maintains that her actions were essential. The conversation shifts to Duke Delian searching for her, causing Madreen further unease. Leon dismisses the past and focuses on the present, handing her a scroll for Count Lydon. While she accepts it as a formal task, Leon clarifies that this is actually a forced vacation. He instructs her to finish the delivery and then lose herself in the festival festivities. Meanwhile, a heavy silence hangs over in the restaurant. Serena, Elena, and the butcher couple sit in silence. They are suffering from the physical consequences of the previous night's celebrations. Ellison and Lurin find them in this state and inquire about their condition. Serena blames their current state on excessive partying. Elena explains that her attempt to treat some dwarves resulted in her receiving a potent liquor causing a hangover. When Creston brings up food, Elena rejects the idea of anything heavy. This inspires our boy to create a specific dish. He feels certain that this new dish will become the highlight of the festival and asks Lurin to wait for the results. The festival atmosphere outside is vibrant and loud. A performer takes the stage to thank the audience, announcing a special musical tribute to the 3 war heroes. The crowd buzzes with excitement, recognizing the sisters' fame from other regions. Madreen nervously moves through this crowd with her face hidden, trying to remain unnoticed. She turns down a flower girl and accepts an apology from a drunk man who bumps into her. However, the man's friend notices her badge. He identifies her as a 7th-class mage and loudly praises her service to the Empire. The men pressure Madreen into drinking as a gesture of their appreciation. She goes and drinks in the bar. Under the influence of alcohol, her guard drops, and she boastfully claims to be the only active 7th-class mage in existence. When a man mentions Headmaster Sertain, she sharply clarifies that he is retired and no longer a factor on the front lines. The conversation turns toward her war stories, which triggers a sudden outburst of honesty. Madreen admits she has no heroic tales to tell. She explains that her past actions were fueled entirely by a selfish desire for power and status. She confesses to reporting the Archmage at the Academy to ensure his removal, effectively framing him so she could climb the ranks. Madreen reflects on her past arrogance and the moment she chose to crush all resistance. She remembers insulting our boy and viewing him as beneath her simply because she wanted to be the best. This old pride now feels hollow to her. As she continues to drink, she recalls her humiliating encounter with a juvenile dragon she could not defeat. Her thoughts drift to Ellison, wondering why a man who spent his time grilling meat instead of studying magic consistently outshines her. She remembers shouting at him for power, only for him to respond with empathy. Ellison had told her that while she can use her power for herself, she has no right to block those trying to move forward. He had insisted that everyone deserves a chance to live. Madreen eventually loses consciousness from the alcohol, acknowledging the truth in his words. She later recovers at a dining table where Ellison is waiting. He notes her disheveled appearance and provides a hot bowl of uba gookbap to settle her stomach. The warmth of the food and Ellison's presence cause Madreen to break down in tears. She prepares to confess her betrayal at the Magic Academy, but Ellison interrupts. He reveals that he always knew she was the one who reported his secret kitchen and enforced the truth movement against him. He explains that her guilt was always obvious in the way she avoided his gaze. Despite this, he tells her that her past actions are forgiven because her current efforts are true. The moment of reconciliation is cut short by Lurin's arrival. Lurin excitedly announces that she has broadcasted Madreen's entire drunken confession on visual projectors throughout the city. Madrine realizes with horror that the entire population is watching her admit to her crimes and embarrassments. She flees the restaurant in a panic, ignored by Ellison's warnings about running on a full stomach. As she screams in the distance, the projections continue to loop her confession for every passerby to see.